the very beginning of our story, attention is drawn to the green dragon. A group of people gathered around this majestic creature, the atmosphere filled with anxiety. They say that the guy has already been poisoned, and strongly recommend that he surrender, give something very valuable. At this moment, he takes in his hands a pink crystal, an object of considerable interest to those around him. His question is this what you need? Sounds like a challenge. He invites them to take the crystal if they are really up to the task. But people, for some unknown reason, comprehend a sudden insight, realizing that they must immediately leave here. After only a few seconds, the place where they just stood is engulfed in a powerful explosion. The next shot shows the guy punching himself in the face, completely bewildered and appalled at what he just did. The next place where we see him is the room where he is now. He is surprised that he managed to survive, and that he is still alive, despite all the catastrophe. He feels that his level of cultivation has dropped significantly, and he will have to climb this complex ladder of spiritual development all over again. With a smile on his face, he promises himself that in this new life he will bring everything to perfection and become the strongest. Our hero is called Lin Que. He comes from a broken family and now he has to live in this place. He hears talk that his uncle's wife from the house he now lives in is not very happy about his presence. She is willing to give him shelter, but she thinks it's not normal to promise marriage to her niece Nina since it's an old contract. Lin Que stands aside, listening to them arguing about this business matter. A thought arises in his mind: didn't I live 100 years in a past life so that I can stand with dignity here in this life? He does not understand why he has to live under someone else's roof. He is standing on the balcony, thinking about what he should do in this difficult situation. A maid approaches him and asks if he is already awake. She offers to bring him water, but he refuses, stating that it is not necessary. Lu, the household servant, hears her address him as master. And he adds angrily that he just comes from a poor family, and besides, he asks to marry their mistress. This is heard by Lin Que, who, with a displeased face, asks Lu what he shouted there. Lu unwaveringly claims that their master was too merciful to take Lin Que under his wing. In his opinion, Lin Que does not deserve to live here. Lin Que reacts by punching Lu in the face so hard that his tooth falls out. Lu falls to the ground with a loud bang. Pain pierced Lu, he began to cough, rudely and desperately, losing more and more air with each new attack. His eyes were full of pain and surprise. Struggling with his throat, he reached out to wipe his face, a trail of blood left on his fingers. He tried to say something, tried to respond to what had happened, but the words died before they could leave his lips. Stepping on Lu with his foot, Lin Que looked at him. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He answered, his words were firm and resolute. You do not decide anything here. You do not decide whether I leave or not. This was seen by the lady, who was watching the scene from her balcony. She yelled at him to stop, desperation and fear in her voice. Lu, coming to his senses, began to complain to Mrs. His voice was weak and trembling, but there was an accusatory chord in it. The lady listened to him. She was shocked by what had happened. She couldn't understand why Lin Que did this. She turned to Lin Que with a question, looking for an answer in his eyes. What did you tell him that you needed to hit him? It was the annual meeting of the Lin family. And according to customs, every family and every courtyard will pay a visit to the Lin family. And this, she shook her head in displeasure, noticing that Lin Que was overconfident. You're not the boss here, she reminded him. You can't just raise your hand against the servants of my house. After a few moments, the Lord approached them. His gaze was filled with regret and weariness. Lu, finding his voice again, began to complain to Master. His words sounded like a wound he couldn't forget. But the Lord waved him away, dismissing his complaints. "I think it was just a misunderstanding," he said in a peaceful tone. He came from so far away, but the Lin family's annual meeting was widely known, and he couldn't help but come. He thanked Mr. Xiu for his words, but the lady, full of anger and disappointment, did not pay attention to his request. She kept walking, leaving behind a feeling of being abandoned. The master approached Lin. He told Lin not to take things too personally. He replied that everything is fine. Then he asked him why, at this very moment, the Lord chose to walk here. Why did he find him in such a place? Lin told Master that he was going to leave, that his path lay outside of these places. Then the Master, somewhat surprised, asked why he wanted to leave this place. He explained to the Master that he was giving them a lot of trouble, that his presence here only made things worse, and he felt bad about it. He then added that no matter the circumstances, he would still have to leave. Hearing this, the Master sincerely apologized, regretting that Madam had offended him on several occasions, and added a wise man should see the whole picture in his head, and not act impulsively. After answering him, Lin admitted that his words were of great importance to him, that they were important to him. However, his decision to leave is unrelated to this particular case. Placing a comforting hand on Lin's shoulder, Master suggested that he go for a walk with Ninger tomorrow, and then train with him. But Lin replied that he had already been at their house for a long time, that he could not stay any longer, and that he could not accept the offer. The Lord then, noticing his refusal, asked if he planned to marry Nina. Lin, taking a deep breath, took out an envelope from his pocket, and said that he had come here for a specific purpose. He wanted the Master to break the contract that his father had made. Hearing this, the Lord was surprised. He couldn't understand why Lin would want him to break the contract. His face changed dramatically and he was filled with mixed feelings. Lin gathered his thoughts and explained that as the eldest son of his family, he had certain obligations. He must deal with all the problems of his family before getting married. The gentleman, still incredulous, offered to leave the contract, not to terminate it. He said that they still had nowhere to hurry, that there was still time for discussion. But Lin was stubborn. He had already made up his mind, he had already decided his fate, and he asked the Master to understand him. At this tense moment, the Master's daughter intervened. She suddenly snatched the contract from Lin's hands, causing everyone to flinch in surprise. And ignoring the shocking looks around, she said that she did not want to marry him, that she rejected him as a possible spouse. The father, with a note of irritation in his voice, abruptly told his daughter not to talk nonsense, to behave herself and calm down. He demanded restraint from her. The girl started crying. She begged her father, with desperation in her voice, so that she would not be forced to marry Lina. After only a few seconds, the girl's mother intervened in the conversation. She called her to her, trying to reduce the tension of the situation and calm her daughter. The girl turned to her mother, silently asked for help. She wanted her mother to become her ally. But instead of taking her side, the mother simply ordered her daughter to come with her. Before leaving, she gave Lin a look of displeasure and annoyance. Her eyes spoke of her dissatisfaction with what was happening. And then, only the two of them remained in the room, Lin and Master. There was a pause in the conversation, creating a noticeable tension in the air. In the end, Master sighed and explained to Lin that his wife spoiled their daughter too much. He apologized to him for her behavior. Lin, despite all the circumstances, once again thanked his uncle for all the kind and supportive words he addressed. Then he looked at him and said that it was time for him to go, that it was time to leave this place. The master, albeit with regret, replied, "All right, go." After confirming his decision, Lin slowly got up and began to leave, leaving this house behind him. While he was leaving, Lin felt his strength leaving him. He understood that, having lost all his strength, his body becomes weak and vulnerable. His life is at risk. He stood on the street, alone with his thoughts, and thought about his future. He understood that he urgently needed to find a quiet place, a hiding place where he could recover and improve his cultivation level. In search of a suitable place, Lin came to the old temple, an ancient place that had been abandoned and forgotten by many. Looking around the space around him, he felt that this place suits him. With hope in his heart, he said that the temple would be his home, his refuge, at least for a while. But suddenly, unexpectedly for Lin, a piece fell off from the ancient statue in the temple. It was unexpected and sudden, adding even more stress and tension to his day. Suddenly, as if in warning of a bad idea, a piece of stone from an ancient statue in the temple began to separate. The fall of the stone was a clear sign that he was doing something wrong. The stone fragment fell right at Lin's feet and shattered into several small pieces, becoming fragments scattered around his feet. Lin, realizing that this might be the manifestation of the wrath of the Buddha, quickly asked for forgiveness. He assured that he did not intend to provoke the wrath of the deity, and promised to gild the body of the statue as a token of gratitude, as soon as he finished his practice. Then, after concentrating, he began to conduct a concentration technique that was perfect for cultivation practice. It was an important milestone in his spiritual journey. Closing his eyes, he fully concentrated on the cultivation process, forgetting everything else, finding inner peace and harmony. Lin spent all this process in an old abandoned temple, a place that was both his home and his training ground. After 24 hours of continuous practice, Lin finally reached the early stages of cultivation. This success made him feel a wave of joy and satisfaction. However, after 2 days of strict food abstinence, Lin felt his stomach protest with hunger. He decided it was time to find something to eat. Leaving the temple, Lin noticed a tree whose branches were covered with juicy berries. It seemed like the perfect solution to his problem. With a flick of his fingers, he activated his technique to pick the berries from the tree. It was an easy and convenient way to gather food. The goal was simple: make the berries fall from the tree, pick them up and eat them to satisfy your hunger. And now it worked. Berries, as if on cue, fell on the ground, creating a bright and juicy carpet. Lin quickly began picking berries, picking up whatever fell from the tree. His hands moved quickly and confidently, picking each berry. As a result, in his palms was a whole bunch of berries. It was a sufficient harvest to satisfy his hunger. With deep satisfaction, he ate the collected berries. The taste of the fresh and juicy fruit appeased his hunger, restoring his strength to continue his cultivation. Suddenly, a group of people appeared from around a bend in the road, heading straight for Lin. They were armed and looked determined. Ahead of the group was a man who was clearly their leader. He rudely called out to Lin, "Hey kid, what are you doing here?" Lin was surprised by this question and asked the ringleader with bewilderment on his face if he was talking to him. The ringleader confirmed that he was talking to Lin, since there was no one else here. In response, Lin said that before continuing the conversation, he wanted to clarify a couple of things. With a serious look, Lin said, "First, I have a name. Second, what I do here is my business, not yours." The leader was clearly offended by such a disrespectful attitude towards himself. He said that Lin should kneel down in front of him and stop being rude. Lin boldly replied that he would only do so if the ringleader made him. He didn't let the man intimidate him. Noticing that Lin was not going to obey, the leader drew his sword, preparing for battle. But at that moment another person from the group intervened. He apologized to Lin, introduced himself as an area inspector named Lin Zhou, and asked what Lin was doing here alone. Lin replied that he was just traveling and politely asked if there were any problems with this place. Lin Zhou explained that this mountain is infested with huge insects, so they do not allow outsiders into its territory to ensure their safety. Hearing this, Lin laughed and declared that he was not afraid of any bugs. He was confident in himself and his abilities. Lin Zhou was surprised by the fearlessness and naivety of the young traveler. However, after a few seconds he also laughed, assuming that Lin was just joking. How could a young man not be afraid of the dangers that might await him on this mountain? He got embarrassed and said that the guy was crazy. But the inspector reminded Zhou that he was wrong, because their task is not only to protect the territory, but also people. Zhou told the inspector that it was easy for him to speak, but he was ordered to find a huge rare monster. The inspector reminded Lin that the monsters were strong and that many people had died from them. But Lin, not paying due attention to the warning, simply thanks for the care shown. Soon, he begins to move away, leaving the inspector alone. Zhou, noticing this, can't help thinking how arrogant Lin is. The inspector, in turn, offers to take a short break, restore strength and then continue the search for the monster in order to earn a well-deserved reward. The elder, calmer but still full of questions and feelings, slowly approached Lin. He was ordered to find a huge rare monster, but suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, he hears the sounds of battle, not too far away from him. He turns around quickly, trying to determine where the sounds are coming from. Having determined the source of the sound, he rushes there without hesitation. Arriving at the battlefield, he witnesses a scene where a crowd of people are fighting against a huge tiger. The tiger, being ferocious and powerful, attacks the territory inspector. He realizes that the situation is unfavorable, and they clearly underestimated this monster. He understands that they must run to save their lives. Seeing this desperation, Lin decides to use his special technique. He successfully hits the monster, and it begins to fall, crashing to the ground. Lin wastes no time and quickly approaches the defeated monster. But the tiger, despite the damage it has received, still has strength and growls menacingly. Lin approaches the monster with an offer to peacefully surrender and save his life. The monster understands the fullness of the criticality of his position. Realizing this, he decides to give up. Lin shows mercy to the defeated beast, invites him to follow him. Tiger, seeing no other options, agrees. Saddling their new companion, they boldly move from their place. Those who had recently fought him were left in a state of deep shock. They all knelt down to thank Lin. Lin, seeing their reverence, tells them that such courtesy is not needed. He reassured them, saying that he was able to conquer this beast, and now he will not harm anyone. They speak of him with deep gratitude, honoring him for saving their lives. After a few seconds, after collecting their thoughts, they cautiously turned around and began to leave. Suddenly, something flies towards them. To their surprise, it turned out to be a large net designed to stop a powerful beast. Suddenly, a dense mesh enveloped the imposing beast, as well as Lin, who sat on it as if on a mount. Working hard as a team, they tightly tied the knots on the net, investing all their strength to securely hold the mighty creature. They kept the beast inside the net, exchanging smiles of contentment and triumph, full of satisfaction from the perfect deed. Zhou, not holding back his laughter and rejoicing at his triumph, proudly declared that they were finally able to fuck this terrible monster, overcoming all obstacles. Now that the beast was in their power, they were sure to get a lot of proceeds from this wild incident, because its capture costs a lot of money. The inspector, not hiding his displeasure, resolutely asked Zhou about his motives, because it was he who saved their lives in this dangerous situation. Zhou, confident in his actions, replied that it was he who dared to fuck the beast, and therefore, rightly, the reward should go to him. With a mocking smile on his face, Zhou ironically thanked his comrades for holding the beast here while he prepared the ambush. But suddenly the beast, as if anticipating betrayal, attacked Zhou with all its cruelty. The beast instantly, with stunning strength and speed, broke this weak grid, which could not withstand its power. With wild fury, the beast seized Zhou's neck with its sharp fangs, leaving no chance for him to escape. He brutally devoured him with one powerful bite with his huge and terrifying maw, in which strength and fury were too great. The rest, seeing this horrific picture, began to randomly run from there, trying to save their lives. But the beast, noticing their stampede, rushed after them, quickly closing the distance. A ferocious beast, the embodiment of rage and fear, brutally tore them into small pieces, leaving behind only chaos and devastation. Despite all the difficulties, the inspector and his team, surprisingly, remained intact, without a single scratch. Lin, not hiding his condemnation, replied that they should all bear responsibility and pay with their lives for their meanness, which caused so much trouble. With raw gratitude in their hearts, they once again bowed to the master, kneeling before him in respect and recognition of his wisdom. Calmly and confidently, he addressed them, convincingly telling them not to worry, and also recommended that they go down the mountain and find a doctor to treat their wounds and restore their health. The inspector, feeling deep gratitude for the rescue, once again expressed his gratitude to Lin with a respectful nod of his head. After it was all over, Lin returned to the temple with calm relief, accompanied by his new surprise pet. After much deliberation, he decided to name it Shanjun, after the majestic mountain on the slope of which he found this mighty beast. A few days later, people came to him, as if confirming that calm after a storm is always short-lived. They slowly and carefully began to approach his temple, each step bringing uncertainty and a premonition of new trials. Seeing the strangers, Shanjun, like a defender of his territory, immediately rushed at them, ready to defend his master and his abode. People were afraid of meeting with the beast, because they did not have weapons, and they were not ready for such a collision, the fear of which made their hearts freeze. However, without allowing any conflict to arise, Lin immediately called the beast back to him, uttering its name in a calm but determined voice. And to his surprise, the huge creature obediently obeyed the order, turned and slowly returned to its owner, head down. The wanderer breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that he had come from the distant city of Lingzhou, with rumors of the existence of an immortal master. Hearing voices at the gate of his temple, Lin, with interest and some confusion, went outside to see what was going on. He saw before him the inspector and his companions, who explained that they had come here to find him. Calmly and confidently, Lin declared that he had tamed the king of the mountain himself, and now the beast would no longer pose a threat to people. The inspector added that recently a very important and influential person came to their region and asked him for a favor. Lin, a little surprised by this news, could not help but ask what this important guest asked for. The inspector transparently explained that someone in their city was seriously ill and he urgently needed medical attention. And having learned about the legend of the Immortal in the mountains, they decided to ask him for help. Lin, with a slight smile, asked if they expected him to become their doctor. The inspector, nodding, acknowledged that it was so. He then pointed to a basket full of shiny silver standing nearby, saying modestly that he hoped Lin would accept this gift as a token of gratitude, and perhaps help them in their need. But Lin quietly explained that, despite all the respect for their treatment, he was not a doctor and did not have the necessary skills to do so. However, the inspector dropped to his knees and declared that he would be eternally grateful and appreciate his kindness, whether he could help or not. Lin replied that there was no need to beg him on his knees and promised to come back as soon as he could. Expressing his gratitude once more, the inspector nodded respectfully in acceptance of his decision. Meanwhile, Lin asked Shanjun, his faithful pet, to stay and wait for his return. The mighty beast roared back, indicating that it understood its master's order. Gathering his strength, Lin turned to the inspector and said that he was ready to go. The inspector accepted his decision and asked him to follow him, pointing the way towards the city. Meanwhile, Lin asked not to be called Immortal, explaining that he was just a cultivator, a spiritual practitioner. He offered to call him Lin Que, but the inspector replied that he would call him Master Lin as a sign of respect. After a long drive, they arrived at the House of Kong, the important guest mentioned by the inspector. There, Lin saw a sick man who needed his help. Wasting no time, Lin applied his unique healing technique. He gently touched the patient's hand, transferring his energy to it. Then he carefully watched the patient, waiting for changes. When Lin finished, he explained that the patient was in a coma due to circulation problems. He used his energy to clear her meridians and restore circulation so she would wake up soon. A grateful Kong thanked Master Lin for his help and invited him to rest in the courtyard of his house. And he strictly ordered his servants to fulfill all the requests of Master Lin during his stay. Uncle Yang, who was seeing Lin off, asked him to follow him. They arrived at the field where young people were training. The children worked hard to improve their skills by performing a variety of techniques. One of the guys, noticing the arrival of Uncle Yang, boasted of his progress in training and asked him to take a look. Uncle Yang, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, admitted that he could not appreciate his efforts, since at that moment he had to accompany the guest. The boy turned his attention to Lin, asking if he was the guest Uncle Yang was talking about. Yang confirmed that this was the case and added that the guest was Master Lin, who had been invited to treat the old woman. He asked the guy to treat him with respect. But the guy in response rudely objected that Lin did not look much older than him, and that he could be an ordinary charlatan. Uncle Yang sternly told him to behave, emphasizing that Master Lin was not like that. The guy with a smirk offered Lin to prove that he was really unusual. Yang apologized to Lin for being rude, but Lin said he didn't care what the young man said. The boy angrily stated that he was not a boy, offended by Lin's treatment. He angrily decided to attack Lin, threatening him to show that he was not just a boy. He jumped up and tried to kick Lin. Lin just smiled back. And without visible effort, with one finger he stopped the guy's attack. The boy was shocked by what had happened and did not understand what had happened. He landed on the ground, unable to continue his attack. His leg was motionless, as if frozen. The boy couldn't figure out what kind of magic Lin used to stop him. Yang once again apologized to Lin for being rude and insulting from the boy. Master Lin explained that he was simply blocking the meridians in the boy's leg, and in an hour he would be able to move again. Yang expressed his gratitude to Lin for understanding. The guy, sitting on the ground, angrily said that he had not yet said his last word. Lin told him that it would be better if he abandoned his plans for revenge. He noted that the guy is not strong enough and should avoid further humiliation. The boy, dissatisfied, declared that he would tell his father about it. Lin looked at him in bewilderment, and did not respond to his threat. At that moment, a girl approached them, who reproached the guy, asking if he was ashamed of his behavior, and how could he count on his father's support after this. The guy was taken aback by her harsh words. The girl then turned to Master Lin and apologized for her brother's behavior. Lin asked a question that interested him. Who was it? Yang replied that the girl was the eldest daughter of their respected master known as Kong Yao. She, showing her respect, apologized to Lin, repeating once again that her brother was unfortunately rude, so she came here to apologize to Master Lin. But he, showing his generosity, replied that everything was absolutely fine, there was no need to apologize. And having translated the topic of conversation, he asked how their grandmother is doing? Kong Yao, with a touch of joy in her voice, replied that Grandma had finally woken up and expressed her desire to see him, Master Lin. Lin, expressing gratitude and respect, agreed to meet with his grandmother. Upon learning that his mother had managed to wake up, Lin experienced a wave of joy. He said with a smile that he was very generous, and would be happy to help her. Lin, with concern in his voice, asked Kong Yao, how is she feeling now? In response to this, he heard that his grandmother wanted to see him in person. Lin, confirming his willingness to communicate, stated that he was not against the meeting at all. Upon entering the house, he saw that his mother had woken up. She breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him for his concern. But Lin advised her that for a speedy recovery, it would be better for her to stay in bed until the illness was completely gone. Lin also noted that she was now weak, so he promised to write a prescription for the necessary medicines a little later so that she could get out of bed and enjoy life again. With a smile on his face, expressing his gratitude, he addressed the master with warm words. Leaving the house, Lin noticed a familiar guy standing nearby. The guy suddenly knelt down in front of Lin, and with great respect asked to be punished for insulting him earlier. Lin responded with restraint, saying that it was absolutely unnecessary, and showing indulgence for his mistakes. The guy, with sadness in his eyes, picked up a stick, admitting that he was guilty and made a mistake. He stated that he should be punished for his behavior in order to correct his wrongdoings. Lin was somewhat confused in his thoughts, and did not understand what course of action he should follow in this situation. Then Yang, noticing his confusion, turned to him with a request to come closer and give him some time to talk. Both of them together began to exchange thoughts and opinions. Their dialogue began. Yang patiently explained to Lin that after the young boy learned that his grandmother had successfully woken up, he felt a deep respect for his abilities. Inspired by this, the boy expressed a desire to become his student and learn his healing methods. Lin laughed and added that the guy clearly has a temperament, and this can help him in his studies. Yang shared his observations, saying that the young master has a rather stubborn personality, which sometimes leads to constant arguments between them. Lin couldn't help but joke back, saying that Yang was quite a good mediator in this situation. Yang laughed at this joke, and was ready to add something of his own. However, Lin already understood the gist of what Yang wanted to say without further explanation. Then he returned to the young master, and illuminated by the idea, asked him directly, does he want to become his student? The determined boy knelt in front of Lin and enthusiastically replied, yes, please. I'm ready to learn from you. Lin, after listening to him, immediately clarified that he is not accepting students at the moment. Instead, he suggested that he learn a series of exercises that would help him along the path of self-improvement, The young guy took this offer with great enthusiasm and was clearly glad of this opportunity. On a wide table lies an antique parchment, on which Lin carefully and accurately writes down his training techniques. Nearby, leaning on the table, stands Qian, watching this process. A man standing next to him carefully looks through the papers lying in front of him. He expresses surprise on his face, amazed by the information contained in Lin's words. In close proximity to him, Qian is located, and between them, like a barely perceptible thread, an air barrier hovers, which forms the presence of Lin. Qian, ignoring the tension around him, begins to go about his business, striking up a conversation with someone present. One of the men with whom Qian communicates expresses his thoughts with noticeable aggression, attacking Qian with harsh words. After these words, Qian, apparently amazed by what happened, abruptly falls to his knees in front of Lin Que, showing respect and submission to him. At the same time, another man who previously addressed Que now engages in a conversation with him. He expresses obvious surprise on his face. It seems that something in the conversation shocked him, or made him think. White-haired Lin, remaining calm and confident, raised his hand and addressed the answer to the man who had recently struck him with his words. Joyfully opening his arms in a welcoming gesture, the man accepts Lin's answer, and Qian is still standing next to him, like a faithful companion. Qian's face flashed with a sly smile, cunning and anticipation of the next events shine in his eyes. A beautiful, majestically standing mansion, inside which at this time Lin meets with a crowd of people enjoying communication with him. One of the men, suddenly standing out from the crowd, pointedly raised his fist, addressing the white-haired Lin with a direct challenge. But Lin, without embarrassment, continued his conversation, keeping his pleasant and peaceful smile on his face. It looks like Qian was startled by something he saw or heard. His face expresses surprise close to shock, the impression that he could not believe what had happened. Lin, showing no emotion, calmly continues his conversation. At the same time, as a sign of respect or attention, he slowly raises his hand. Qian also addresses Lin, but his expression is clearly annoyed. Something obviously didn't go according to his plan. Meanwhile, a sly smile appears on Kei's face, as if he has calculated all the possible outcomes and is satisfied with the result. One of the men addresses Lin, with enthusiasm and determination in his voice. Behind him stands an elegant carriage, ready to set off. A beautiful, eye-catching carriage that draws the attention of the crowd around it moves slowly down a city street, heading towards an unknown destination. Inside the carriage, snuggled up, Lin looks through a small sheet of paper. Apparently, he is carefully studying the information written on it. The guy in whose hands this sheet of paper is, examines it with interest. The paper is decorated with beautiful patterns, adding a special charm to it. Kei's face spreads into a pleasant, warm smile, reflecting his inner state. Perhaps he is happy with what is happening or just enjoying the moment. Lin, raising his hand in greeting or attention, turns his attention to a man who seeks to attract his attention. Surrounded by the attention of a crowd of people, Kei focuses his attention on a distant point, peering somewhere, as if he sees something interesting or important. A crowd of people are looking at Lin with genuine interest, trying to read his thoughts or understand further actions. At the same time, Lin calmly and confidently looks at them without taking his eyes off. The man, whose identity we don't yet know, addresses Lin, and he does so with great determination and perseverance. Lin, fully recognizing the approaching man, listens to him with some surprise. The man says that he was given the task to find him. Intrigued and a little wary, Lin asks the man about the reasons why he has become the object of such attention. The man, answering Lin's question, reveals new information. It turns out that Uncle Gua rented a house for Kay. Hearing this, Lin attentively replies to the worried man that he already has a place where he can stay. With a smile full of kindness and understanding, Lin responds to the man's words, maintaining a dialogue. Suddenly, a woman appears from behind, dressed in rich robes. She turns her attention to Su Eru, pronouncing her name with confidence and some sternness. The man who hears her voice quickly turns and lowers his head in respect and submission. He obviously recognizes the authority of this woman. Watching this scene, Lin does not seem to be particularly pleased with the appearance of the woman, which is reflected on his face. A very intense, almost predatory gaze of this lady is fixed on Quebec. She seems unhappy with his ignorance or behavior. A woman instructing a man to hurry up, to which he immediately reacts, showing his willingness to follow her orders. Despite everything going on around her, she does not take her penetrating gaze away from Lin, as if intending to find out something important. The surrounding crowd of people, worried and puzzled by everything that is happening, looks around, trying to understand the situation. Between people, on a snow-white horse, a young and charming girl jumps, causing delight and surprise among the audience. The horse on which this girl suddenly jumps past a woman we know, as if accidentally touching her, which adds dynamism and surprise to the scene. Without hiding her indignation, the woman shouts after the rider, who has disturbed the peace, and insultingly calls her ridden. The maiden in bright red robes, hearing the remark, dismounts from her white steed, preparing to respond to the provocation. Indignation and anger are noticeable in her eyes. The insult thrown at her is clearly not to her liking. The alarmed woman aggressively addresses the maiden, pointing out that horse riding is forbidden in this place, and demonstrating her dislike for the girl's actions. In response to the words of the woman, the girl loudly hits her in the face with a whip, showing her anger and hostility. The woman is shocked by such a brazen and direct action on the part of the virgin. Her face reflects complete bewilderment. The girl, without losing her aggressiveness, turns to the woman and puts her in her place, stating that she has the right to ride a horse in the city and mentioning an insult from the woman. The woman, still furious, turns to her servant and tells him to do something, yelling loudly at him. She orders the servant to protect her, and Su Eru immediately sets to work following the order. The servant stands in front of the young maiden, preparing for a possible conflict. A perky smile appears on the girl's face, and she calls Shia courageous, as if challenging him to a duel. Su Eru, anxious and wary, turns to the red-haired girl in an attempt to mediate the conflict. But the answer is a sharp blow to the face with a whip, which confirms his fears and causes even more tension in the situation. Angry because of the word slave, the girl, perplexed, attacks the man, ruthlessly beating him with a whip, despair and anger in every blow. Behind her, a voice is heard, preparing for a possible conflict. On the girl's face, and she calls Shia courageous. All of a sudden, the girl's hand, which used to strike with such ruthlessness before, stopped. The man looked at her with a surprised look, disbelieving the sudden stop of the action. The girl seemed to be shocked by something unknown. Lin, not wanting to allow the man to suffer anymore, grabbed the whip from the girl's hands. He decided to stand up for himself, despite the possible consequences. Meanwhile, behind Kay, the injured man continued to make sounds of anguish while writhing in pain. The girl was clearly surprised by Kay's decisive action. She strongly demanded that he let go of the whip, as if it were a symbol of her power. Lin, unexpectedly for everyone, called the girl a small fry. He was ready to teach her a lesson, to show her that her actions were wrong and needed to be corrected. In response to Lin's insolence, the girl howled, full of bewilderment and indignation. She was shocked by his open insolence, having never met such resistance before. Lin, without losing his composure, focused his energy. A tiny ball of light slowly rose above his finger, shining brightly. In the next moment, this small ball of energy quickly flew towards the girl, and with a deafening thud hit her right on the shoulder. Tears began to break into the eyes of the girl. Her hand cracked involuntarily. She asked Lin in horror and surprise how he could do it. With confidence, Lin pointed at the beaten man, imperiously demanding that the girl apologize to him. His face expressed inflexibility and self-righteousness. The girl was again shocked. She couldn't believe that now she was being ordered to apologize to someone. Her eyes sparkled with indignation and rejection. And again, another blow of energy, directed to the other shoulder, knocked the girl down. She looked back, staggering in pain and surprise. Watching the girl, it was obvious that she was in pain. Her whole body trembled with pain, as if every movement caused a new wave of torment. Lin repeated his demand again: the girl should apologize. His voice was firm and unyielding, never changing his mind one iota. Meanwhile, a group of riders appeared behind the servant and Quebec. They were rushing somewhere at incredible speed, piercing the air with their presence. Suddenly, the riders stopped. They dismounted from their horses, as if ending their sudden pursuit, and looked around. As it turned out, these people were the servants of the red-haired girl. They addressed her with deep respect, calling her mistress. The lady was clearly angry that her servants had left her for so long. She, not concealing her anger, ordered them to kill Lin. One of the servants slowly drew his katana from its scabbard. With a serious face, he invited Lin to kneel down and die without pain, without unnecessary torment. However, Lin continued to insist on his demand for an apology for the servant. Even when the servant tried to stop him, Lin remained adamant. The girl was clearly excited. She couldn't understand why Kay was so stubborn. His steadfastness surprised and frightened her. Impatiently, she turned to her servants, ordering them to hurry. Her voice sounded dissatisfied with their slowing down. The servants, obeying the order, raised their blades over Lin's head. They were ready to carry out the order. Their faces were full of determination. But suddenly, in the middle of the street, a voice sounded calling for all this to stop. It was the sound of despair and hope, cutting through the silence. The girl we knew, raising her eyebrows, was heading towards Lin. Behind her walked a group of servants, their steps reeking of determination and authority. Alarmed, Lin, the servant, and the red-haired girl turned around to see the approaching people. However, the cry didn't seem to stop the red-haired people. The red-haired girl was startled by the presence of Miss Yen. She looked at her in surprise, trying to understand what was going on around her. The look of surprise on Miss Yen's face was inimitable. She seemed unable to believe Kong Yao's presence in this situation. "What is it?" Calmly, but with a note of interest, Yao asked Miss Yen, catching something unusual in her gaze. Miss Yen glared at her in response and sharply asked what exactly Yao wanted to see here. Her question sounded like a challenge. Yao knew everything thanks to information from Inspector Yang. Her servants listened attentively to their mistress, waiting for further orders. Yao mentioned the laws enforced during martial law, according to which riding a horse in the city leads to arrest for 15 days. Miss Yen was furious at these words, and she clearly threatened them by mentioning her father. Her anger was almost palpable. Yao talked about the equality of all before the law, and how Miss Yen will face the king in court. Her words were persuasive. "Aye. Young Miss Yen stuttered in confusion. She clearly did not expect this turn of events. Kong Yao continued to intimidate her with the trial, pointing out that due to Miss Yan's minor age, it would be Kong Yao who would represent her. Miss Yen clenched her teeth as her anger-filled face contorted into an animal grin. Her emotions were on edge. "We'll see," the girl exclaimed, already rapidly moving away from the place of conflict. Her voice sounded determined and menacing. With a gesture of an empress, Miss Yen withdraws her subjects and swiftly leaves, leaving only questions and bewilderment behind. Yao addressed Lin by introducing herself and giving her name. Her politeness contrasted with the general atmosphere of tension. Lin tells her that there is no need to be too polite. His words were simple and blunt, but respectful. Kei turns to Brother Yang, wondering what exactly happened. His question expressed a sincere curiosity about the events taking place. He begins his story by describing the moment he saw the rider. His story confirms the determination to ask Kong Yao to deal with this situation. Lin's questions about the girl sound interesting as, behind him, a bloodied servant lifts his mistress, supporting her to keep from falling. To Lin's question, Yang replies that Miss Yen is the daughter of the king himself, who was assigned to Lin Zhou. The information was a revelation. The woman previously lashed seems very surprised to learn that the girl is a member of the Yang royal family. The Yang family doesn't have much influence, but if you violate their honor or law, they can greatly affect your life. It was a warning. The bloodied man, terrified for Lin's fate, advises him to run. However, Lin dismisses it as nonsense. Kong Yao laughs softly, beautifully ladylike, and says, "Of course not." Her words sounded like music. Lin asks Kong Yao to solve Su Er's case while another man stands behind him. His request was serious and important. In response, Kong Yao reassures him, saying that there is no reason to worry. Her words sounded confident. Kei thanks Yao for resolving this difficult issue. His gratitude was sincere. Yao compliments Lin on his politeness. Her words sounded sincere and respectful. The woman expresses surprise at everything from the fact that this girl is from the Kong family to the fact that Lin lives on the mountain. Her surprise was palpable. Lin talks to Brother Yang. He doesn't want to burden him with travel, but Yang says not to worry. At this time, Su Er enters into a conversation, saying that it is convenient for him to get to the appointed place, because it is just on his way. Behind him is his mistress. She is watching closely. Lin thanks Su Er for the offer, responding positively. He also delicately invites him to clean up before the meeting, taking care of Su Er's appearance. Here the attention of everyone present switches to the carriage, which slowly moves away from Lin and the richly dressed woman, leaving them in silence on the street. The woman, left alone with Lin, is lost in her own thoughts. Scenarios run through her mind. She thinks Lin is here to humiliate her. She suspects that Lin is on good terms with Kong Yao, and this makes her vaguely suspicious. She understands that she still has a lot to learn. Meanwhile, near the large and prestigious Gua Manor, where a noble family lives, 3 people are gathering, holding documents in their hands. As the conversation continues, Lin expresses his gratitude to Brother Yang for his help and understanding. However, Yang brushes it off, saying he didn't do anything special. Gua himself also shows gratitude to Yang for his work. Yang replies that he shouldn't be so polite and says it's just part of his job. Lin, overhearing the conversation, tells Yang that he shouldn't refuse thanks, as his work is truly commendable. Kei then thanks Gua for his hospitality, and is already preparing to leave, but Gua remarks that it is too late, and invites Kei to stay. Lin, in turn, says that he was about to return home, his eyes filled with sadness at the thought of the road ahead. But Gua, a loving uncle, can't help but worry about his nephew. Lin listens to his caring words while remaining calm and humble. Gua brings up the subject of his nephew's alleged resentment and doubts about his honor, further troubling Lin. Lin, however, replies to Gua that he should not blame himself for the circumstances. His words are permeated with confidence and calmness. Uncle Gua, flustered, says that no matter what happened, this place will always be his home. His words sound like a promise. Uncle Gua admits that his wife and daughter don't know Lin very well yet. They need time to discover his true nature. Lin, in response to this, reassures his uncle, saying that he is ready to wait and does not worry about it. Gua's face breaks into a gentle smile at Lin's words, and he makes a comment about his nephew's noble intentions. Gua's words sound like a compliment. The same gentle smile appears on Kei's face. He responds to his uncle's words about his seriousness, with reverence and respect for his wisdom. Gua hopes that the relationship between their families will always be great. Lin, in turn, shares his uncle's hopes, confirming that he is ready to work to strengthen their ties. Uncle Gua does not hide his joy at his nephew's words. This fills his soul with happiness and satisfaction. After the meeting, Lin is in his room near the cauldron. He realizes that in order to improve his level of cultivation, he must seriously study medical practices. Hanging in front of Kei is a ball of energy that floats above his finger, sparkling with soft light. Kei concentratedly launches this charge of energy under the bottom of the cauldron. As soon as he touched it, the entire cauldron instantly lit up, filling the room with warm light. Kei looks away wearily and excitedly, his eyes full of excitement and hope. His heart beats in anticipation of the next events. Lin looks at a certain white vial and remembers the night of cleansing, after which the medicine became more effective. In the background of his attention, like a slight echo of the presence, is Ninir. Her figure looms vaguely, like a ghost from the past, returning to his mind. Wanting to see Zhu off, Ninir plunges into the depths of his memories. Her mind fills with images of her brother, whom she still loves and remembers so much. Ninir thinks deeply about how her brother sees Lin Zhu. Various scenarios form in her mind as she tries to understand his thoughts and feelings for Zhu. Suddenly, she raises her head, and her gaze becomes distant, as if she is immersed in the contemplation of the sky. Her thoughts on Lin Zhu take her back to the past once again, when even her own mother had a change of heart about him. A scene from the past resurfaces. Her mother is seemingly hinting that Lin Zhu is not such a bad guy after all. Ninir's eyes suddenly become wet, and a tear rolls down her cheek. She does not want to marry Lin Zhu, and this longing intensifies to great grief and despair. Two purple-haired girls who look like fantasy creatures address Ninir by name. The two girls, who are named Xinger and Yenner, turn out to be Ninir's old friends. As Ninir makes his way towards them, Zhu watches the scene from his distant post. The girls begin the conversation by expressing their disappointment that they rarely see each other. A tall girl, Yang, jokes with Ruoning about her recent husband. Her eyes sparkle with mischief and amusement as she shares these memories. Everyone around is engulfed in merry laughter at Yenna's joke, and Ninir, puzzled, asks them to stop mocking her. Xinger, the other girl, claims that all her jokes are based on the truth, but does so with a warm smile on her face. All this time, Lin Zhu continues to watch them from a distance. Zhu, in turn, recalls Yang Honlin. Kong Yao assured him that she would not seek revenge, but he still felt the need to take care of her. Suddenly, Xinger's gaze turns to Lin Zhu. Her eyes meet his, creating a continuous contact that Zhu feels to the core. She starts whispering something in Nineer's ear. There is a certain importance in her voice, as if she wants to convey some secret information to her friend. Xinger expresses her opinion that marrying Lin Zhu is a bad idea. Her words are filled with confidence, and she looks at her friend with a serious expression. Nineer answers her. She admits that she does not want a wedding, that this is her father's desire, and even her mother has changed her attitude towards Zhu. Nineer seems upset and asks her friends for help. Xinger easily responds to the request, suggesting that Nier simply refuse and leave. At the same time, Nineer looks a little embarrassed and upset. Xinger assures Nineer that if she refuses, Lin Zhu will no longer bother her. Her confidence is reinforced by a firm and determined voice. Xinger suddenly stands in front of Lin Zhu. It looks like she wants to tell him something. Her eyes look at him, and there is a certain defiant determination in her gaze. She asks Zhu a question, clarifying his identity. Her gaze does not deviate from his, and she waits for his answer with unequivocal interest. Zhu answers her positively, confirming her guesses. His answer sounds confident and at ease. Xinger smiles and her face twists into an evil smile. She insults Zhu, claiming that he is not worthy of Nineer. Her words sound offensive and defiant. She continues her attack, claiming that a lot of guys dream about Nineer. At the same time, Nineer seems alarmed and wary. Xinger continues to insult Zhu, saying that he has no high blood, no inheritance, nothing at all. She insists that he is absolutely unworthy of Nineer. Nineer is already anxiously looking at her friend. The words of her friend sound completely incomprehensible and unacceptable to her. Her friend is surprised by Nineer's reaction to her words and looks at her with a worried look. Lin Zhu exhales heavily and wearily, as if the words he just said were extremely difficult for him. Lin says softly that there seems to have been some misunderstanding. His voice is low and soft, as if he is trying to soften the severity of possible insults. Que claims that he is not interested in Ruaning at all, despite the fact that his father signed the marriage contract. The predatory look of the girl, as if she is ready to attack, is directed directly at Lin. Que, with a deadpan, serious face, mentions that he was given back his marriage certificate, and emphasizes the complete absence of any romantic relationship with Ning. Nineer's friend's face is filled with anger. Her eyes are shining, and she calls Lin a liar, claiming that he is stalking Nin. Her words pierce the air, and their harshness is evident in her voice. Liam instantly tells her that Uncle Gua has assigned him to accompany and protect Nin. This answer has clearly alarmed the girls, and they seem noticeably restless. The girl snorts in disbelief and disdain, saying that Lin talks too much, her eyes flashing with defiance and disdain. Lin tries to calm the girls, assuring them that they have no reason to be worried. His voice sounds convincing, although his face shows some weariness. After all of Liam's logical and reasoned answers, Xian sinks more and more into anger. Her exclamation "you" sounds sharp and filled with resentment. But then Xian is stopped by her sister Yen. She expresses a few soothing words and seems to be more calm and balanced. Yen turns to Lin with a polite apology for his sister. Lin answers her with understanding, and says that it doesn't really matter. His words sound sincere and without offense. At this time, some kind of cart stops next to our heroes. It stands out for its luxury and grandeur, which attracts the attention of all those present. A mysterious figure emerges from the carriage, wrapped in excitement and curiosity. The tall, elegant guy addresses Yen and Xian, his voice sounding confident and at ease. The girls instantly turn to the guy, interest and curiosity are read on their faces. This guy remembers Guo Ning, and the mention of her name causes a reaction in the girl. Her face becomes tense, and her eyes burn with disbelief. The boy looked at Lin with contempt, then asked him a question about his personality. His gaze seemed to be laughing and mocking. Xian immediately wants to reveal the whole truth, saying that this guy is Ning's future fiancé. But Guo immediately reacts and tries to stop her. Her face seems filled with fear and excitement. However, Yan was ahead of her sister by quickly revealing that Lin was Ning's distant relative, and Ro was just taking him around town. The guy's contemptuous gaze gradually fades, his face becomes calmer and softer, as if his suspicions about Lina have dissipated. This guy's name is Jun Qian, and he doesn't miss the opportunity to brag about owning half of the houses on this street. His voice sounds proud and a little smug. A sly smile appears on Qian's face. He expects that Lin, seeing his wealth, will not dare to say anything to him. Qian's gaze is full of confidence and contempt. Lin Zhu, however, simply breathes out easily, his face remaining impenetrable, and he doesn't seem overly alarmed by Qian's arrogance. After a short pause, Qian realizes that Ke is not as simple as it seems. He begins to look at Ke with new respect and caution. Jun Qian says with some disbelief that he thinks young Lin looks down on him. At Qian's words, Ke remains silent, maintaining his impenetrability. Here Xian enters the conversation, and says that Lin, apparently, does not understand the high status of his older brother, because he comes from a small town. Qian smiles and calmly replies that it looks like he was wrong about Lin. He also says something about fate. Xian asks his brother why he is laughing so happily. He replies that he will soon show them something interesting. All this time, Nin is watching from the sidelines. The girls are standing near the wagon. Xian tells Ning and Yan to get on the wagon. Qian, somewhat haughty and self-satisfied, turns to Lin with the notification that, unfortunately, there is no wagon left for him. However, he offers him an alternative to ride horses. Lin, in turn, remains calm and does not respond to Qian's words. He just silently looks at him, as if judging his words and actions. Their conversation is interrupted by Qian's servant, who arrives with 2 horses. Qian wastes no time and immediately mounts one of the horses. Lin continues to silently watch this without showing any emotion. While on horseback, Qian asks Lin to meet at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain. Without waiting for an answer, Qian quickly gallops off on his steed towards the mountain. His figure is moving away faster and faster until it becomes a small dot on the horizon. Qian, looking back, asks Lin with a haughty smile if he has ever ridden horses. This is a question more like mockery than genuine concern. But in the next second, Qian's face is stunned. His eyes widen in surprise and his mouth drops open in shock. It turns out that Lin rushed past Qian on his horse at breakneck speed. Lin's white hair flutters in the wind, creating an impressive picture. Lin takes the lead in this unplanned race that targets Qingyuan Mountain. His mount runs so fast it leaves only a cloud of dust behind. Qian gets this dust in his face and in anger insults Lin, calling him a bastard. These words sound harsh and insulting, reflecting his anger. Qian's face is covered with anger, and he starts to wonder where this Lin came from. His eyes are trying to penetrate the mystery of the origin of this unexpected adversary. At the foot of the mountain, Linya meets a group of people. This meeting seems strange and unexpected to him, which makes him feel uncomfortable. Lin begins to reflect on the state of his tiger. He looks at his pet with a worried look, turning over different scenarios in his head. However, in the end, he comes to the conclusion that there is nothing to worry about. After all, his tiger is the king of animals on this mountain. Meanwhile, behind Lin, Qian approaches on his horse. His mount quickly closes the distance, and soon he will be close to Lin. From the crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain, two people emerge, addressing Qian. These people obviously know Qian and greet him with respect. Qian brushes off Lin, who is standing behind him, with a haughty smile. Qian then turns to the girls he just talked to. He sarcastically remarks that they haven't seen each other for a long time, as if joking about their situation. To Xian, this joke does not seem to be funny. She looks at Qian with a serious expression, as if she doesn't understand what the joke is. A dozen longbows are scattered on the ground at the foot of the mountain. They look menacing, as if waiting for their owners. Qian invites the whole company to hunt on this mountain. He says it with confidence, as if he knows this suggestion will lead to amusement. Xian and Yan are very surprised by the words about hunting. Their faces express bewilderment and surprise, while Nin simply remains silent. Qian, in turn, claims that this is just a game to allay their fears. Yan expresses his fears that hunting here can be dangerous, because giant monsters are rumored to live in these mountains. Xian, speaking to Yan, he says that the government has already attributed its role in the destruction of the monsters that terrified all the people. Qian says not to worry, because there are people among them who can kill these monsters. Yan, looking at Qian doubtfully, finds the courage to protest. With a smile, Yan says that many respected people have gathered with them today. A tense atmosphere envelopes the field, where a group of armed men is standing. Xian reaches for his quiver and draws out a bow, handing it to Ning. Ning, confused, refuses the bow. Despite Ning's refusal, Xian invites him to try, standing behind his older brother. Ning felt objections begin to swirl in his head. Here Lin joins their conversation and says that it is not safe here. He speaks with a serious expression on his face. Xian, turning to Ke, asks him if he is scared. Xian cheekily calls Ke a coward, chuckling at his fear. He claims that such a person is not even worthy to be with a girl, showing his disdain for Ke. Qian, who was nearby, noticed Xian provoking Ke, and he turns his attention to it, preparing for a possible conflict. Qian enters the discussion, saying that their main goal today is to have fun. If Lin does not like something in their plans, then, according to Qian, he can just leave. Lin listens to all these words with calmness, without showing any emotion. Not only Qian and Lin are included in the discussion. The people standing behind them also decide to join the conversation. They offer to drive Lin out of here, deeming him out of place in their plans. Xian begins to subtly manipulate Ning. Niner, faced with Xian's manipulative tactics, feels lost. One of the girls, seeing the tense atmosphere, orders Ke to return home, announcing that she herself will go along with the rest of the group. All Lin can do in response to these events is to take a deep breath. The air that he releases seems to symbolize his despair and helplessness. He turns slowly, feigning his desire to get away from the scene. His movements indicate that he wants to be as far away from this place as possible. The quiet life of a young deer was brutally interrupted by a stray arrow that pierced his body without warning. The moment the deer cried out in pain, a second arrow pierced its neck, adding more suffering to the poor creature. The arrow was released by Qian, and his actions were greeted with applause from the crowd who stood behind him admiring his marksmanship. Each of the assembled gulp praises Qian and flatters him with pleasure, because killing a deer with one arrow is an achievement worthy of praise. Xian, admiring his older brother's actions, calls him a great shooter, to which Qian, pleased with the compliments, agrees. Yang remained standing over the deer's lifeless body, wondering how Lin would react to such a scene. He's sure Lin would be scared. A loud cry is heard from the depths of the forest. An unknown voice loudly declares that the killed deer belongs to him. In the place where Qian is standing, a certain guy comes out to meet him. His confident gait and longbow resting on his shoulder represent him as a hunter or warrior. Qian looks at him haughtily, and from behind one of the servants asks why this deer is his. The man, ignoring the words of the servant, approaches a deer lying nearby. The body of a deer that fell after the shot lies motionless, right on the road. He surveys the animal's body, seemingly measuring the accuracy of his shot. He claims to Qian that he was the one who first shot the deer. But Qian's servants, in response to his words, only laugh, frankly not believing in the man's statement. Their distrust of the hunter's words becomes more and more evident. The man, feeling anger from ridicule and contempt on the part of the servants, declares that he himself decides what he fancied or not. Suddenly, the man turns his attention to something. His gaze darts to the side where something catches his attention. And then suddenly, the man gets a knee in the stomach from one of Qian's servants. At the same time, there are rude insults directed at the man from the side of the servant. The man thinks with shock and indignation how dare the servant beat him. The question arises in his mind how he, a man of honor and dignity, can be treated in this way. But in the next second, a crowd of people nearby pounce on the man and start beating him. Among the insults they throw at him, they call him blind, due to his lack of understanding of the situation. Suddenly, another crowd of warriors comes out to help the man. They emerge from the shadows, their armor gleaming in the sun, their katanas gleaming in their hands. An old man in a bandage appears, surrounded by warriors with katanas. His appearance speaks of his experience and skill in combat. Qianyu's servants, seeing this new group of people, stopped and turned their attention to them. Their eyes are tense, and their hands are already reaching for their weapons. Behind the crowd, Qian notices the figure of Lin standing on top of a tree. He observes what is happening, but does not interfere in the situation. Entering the conversation, Lin declares that he is ready to compensate for the damage caused during the conflict, despite all the controversial points. Meanwhile, the beaten young man struggles to his feet, heading towards his father, who is standing aside, all in suspense from what is happening. Who dared? A loud angry cry coming from the lips of the beaten guy's father breaks the air, attracting the attention of everyone present. The guy points to the one who offended him, and asks his father to get down to business. In his eyes one can read the determination and the demand for justice. Immediately, the father makes a decision. He orders one of his soldiers to cut off the hands of the mocker, causing shock among those around him. This decisive statement confuses the attackers. They freeze in bewilderment, not believing what they heard. Meanwhile, Hazy had already prepared for action, starting to draw his blade from its sheath. The Qian warriors turned to him in confusion, asking about their plans for the current situation. Qian outwardly remains calm, but his look shows that the situation has alarmed him, and he is deeply occupied with its consideration. Qian, trying to gain control of the situation, demands to clarify exactly what Hazy allowed himself, after which he begins to describe his status and connection with his powerful father. But the man speaks his name directly and clearly and reproaches Qian and his people for mistreatment. Qian's father doesn't seem to know or recognize him. Qian and his henchmen are shocked by the stranger's status. They laughed at him, but now they understand that he is influential. Qian is terrified, realizing that before him is the head of the Linzhou group, which rules over the underground. They are known for their brutal acts, which have caused many deaths. Duan, with a clear note of contempt in his voice, says that he never wanted to deal with this terrible monster that both of them faced. From above, from the mountain peak, Lin is watching everything that happens, barely holding back his saliva coming from the tension. Qian, confused and visibly frightened by the unexpected situation, makes a desperate attempt to apologize to the overbearing head of the group. But suddenly, unexpectedly, something hits Qian right in the knee. Terrible, unbearable pain spreads through his body, as if lightning struck his leg. Qian falls, his face contorted with pain, expressing all the torment he is experiencing. He screams, grabs his injured leg. Duan, holding two golden balls, one of which had just hit Qian, says with obvious mockery that if beating his nephew was a misunderstanding, then if he breaks his leg, that too will be considered a misunderstanding. The servants stand in utter horror, unable to believe in their eyes, watching everything that happens. Qian, tormented by unbearable pain, begins to delirious, his speech becomes slurred, the words merge into nonsense. With a smirk on his face, Duan says, "Your father's face," and immediately asks Qian what those words mean. Qian, mustering all his strength, gets to his feet and confidently declares that if their boss spares him and his men, they will never let him down. Duan seems to be surprised by such audacity, his eyebrows rising in amazement. Duan agrees to Qian's proposal, but as expected, he has his own terms. With difficulty enduring this terrifying performance, the girls in bewilderment and fear watch everything that happens. Duan, stony-faced, says that he will let Qian go, but only on the condition that everyone else on the spot breaks their legs. At Duan's words, fear appears on all faces. Horror fills the eyes of everyone present, and even the most persistent cannot hold back tears. The girls are also terrified. Their eyes are wide open and they cannot even utter a word in response to these terrible conditions. Ning deeply regrets not leaving with Lin to avoid this nightmare. Her heart beats with fear, and her eyes reflect despair. Qian, feeling responsible for everyone present, turns to the boss asking for mercy for the girls. He claims that they are absolutely innocent in everything that happened. Duan seems to agree. He states that girls can keep their legs intact. This takes some pressure off the air. But then Duan says let the girls have fun with their brothers. These words fill the girls with fear again, their hearts beating like drums in horror. The boss calls out to let the fun begin. The warriors standing behind him smile sinister smiles as they wait for those words. They are already looking forward to the upcoming entertainment. Without further ado, these men rush at the frightened girls in anticipation of their fun. One of them had already almost reached Ning, his dirty fingers for a split second from her pale skin. But suddenly, a powerful blast of energy slams into the arm of one of the men, right before it touches Nin. He screams in excruciating pain, his face contorted in horror and anguish. Duan appears to be surprised by this intervention. He wants to know who this scoundrel is, who dares to interfere in his affairs. And then a leg appears above the ground, floating in the air, as if rejecting all the laws of physics. Only then will everyone see who came to the rescue. This is Lin Que, who hovers above the earth with majestic calmness, like a deity saving victims from a terrible fate. Above the ground, Lin hovers. The wind plays with his clothes, creating an effect of lightness and grace. He makes a sign with his hand, giving the command to stop everyone who is below. Something strange and unknown flickers in his eyes. He says he has an offer, but his voice is cold and inscrutable. Duan, a strong and dominant leader, is perplexed and dismayed. He asks him with a challenge in his voice, "Who are you?" His gaze is full of disbelief and bewilderment. Lin replies with the certainty that his identity doesn't matter. The main thing is that Duan must fulfill his order. Duan is clearly outraged and has no intention of following the order. He shakes his head and looks at Lin with open disdain. Lin, without losing his composure, says that in case of non-compliance, no one will get out of Qingwan Mountain. All the people present are shocked by Lin's words. Their faces are pale, and their eyes are full of fear and bewilderment. Ning, watching her fiancé, begins to think that he is crazy. Her gaze is piercing and she seems lost in her thoughts. Qian is horrified. He thinks they are all finished. His imagination draws terrible pictures, and he already imagines what horrors will be done to them. Duan starts laughing. His laugh is loud and derisive. He is surprised that they talk to him like that. His face is contorted in mockery. Lin quietly listens to these phrases of the boss. His gaze is focused, but there is nothing in it except calmness and confidence. Duan loudly orders his men to kill Lin. His voice sounds merciless, and his face is contorted with rage. The servants of the boss with blades rush at Lin. Their movements are quick and determined, but there is doubt in their eyes. Lin easily dodges all blows. His body moves with incredible grace and speed, like the wind. Lin delivers energy strikes to each opponent. His movements are precise and powerful, each strike hits the target. Qian is shocked by Lin's strength. His face expresses deep regret, and he clearly regrets that he insulted him. Duan realizes that Lin is a cultivator. His gaze becomes serious, and he begins to assess the situation differently. But he is not scared, thinking that Lin will not be able to handle all of them. Behind him is a group of people who aim their bows at Lin. Duan smiles slyly. He raised his hand, preparing to give the fire order. His eyes sparkle and he says it himself without taking his eyes off Lin. But Lin is not afraid. His eyes are calm and he says, "Try it." His voice sounds confident and defiant. Duan is shocked and angered at Lin's courage. His face is red with rage, and his eyes sparkle with malice. Suddenly from the forest, and a terrible roar is heard. Everyone turns around, the fear in their eyes growing with every second. The archers are being attacked by the tiger. His eyes sparkle and his body moves with incredible speed and grace. Duan is just horrified by this. His face is contorted with fear, and his eyes are wide with horror. The tiger is already approaching Duan. Because of this, the latter is frightened. The tiger stopped and looks at its next victim, Duan. Luckily for Duan, the hint of imminent danger turns out to be false, and the tiger passes him casually. The huge beast instead heads towards its owner, Lin Que. Lin Que looks at his powerful pet, asking with a smile if he misses him. In response, the tiger, for his part, approaches his master and licks his face, expressing his affection. Lin, in turn, says that they can play later, now he has a case to solve. With those words, the smile disappears from Lin's face. He gets up and begins to move in a certain direction. His step is full of determination. Ning, watching this, can't contain her surprise. She slowly says When? Indeed, quite recently it seemed to her that Lin was an ordinary person, and now he communicates with the tiger, as with a pet. Duan, in turn, is shocked by everything he sees. It seems to him that all this is impossible. After all, Lin seems to him invincible on this mountain. Lin then turns to Duan, telling him to rethink his proposal. His voice is calm but confident. With these words, Duan begins to apologize to Lin. Sincere remorse can be heard in his voice. He noticeably softens in front of Lin. Qian, in turn, is shocked that Duan himself is saluting Lin. This event puts everything in a different light. He cannot believe it. Lin listens to Duan's apology without taking his eyes off his face. His gaze is filled with depth and calmness. Duan bows, a sign of respect and humility. He is very agitated and scared, feels that he has lost control of the situation. But Lin, seeing his condition, orders Duan to get up. His voice is again soft but determined. Duan continues to apologize, admitting his guilt. He says that he was wrong, that he should have respected Lin. Duan then asks Lin for his instructions, accepting his authority over him. In response, Lin Que announces that he and Ning are in a relationship, opening a new chapter in the story. Having made his decision, Duan confidently declares that he will carry out all the Immortal's orders. His voice reflects respect and determination. Lin then slowly climbs onto his majestic tiger, ready to ride. His actions are permeated with confidence and calmness. Before leaving, Lin addresses Duan, advising him to be more restrained in the future. Advice given in a friendly manner is still dangerous. Duan, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately responds to this remark, nodding respectfully in response. Meanwhile, Lin watches as Qian's servants restrain their master, preparing for their next move. Que just stares at them with his serious eyes without saying a word. But this look says more than 1,000 words. From that look, Qian's servants tightened up inside. They felt the strength and power that Lin radiates. Resigned to this, Duan orders his men to untie the girls and Qian's servants. After that, he retreats, giving them the opportunity to breathe freely. Duan's men quickly follow his orders, freeing Ning and the others. Qian, supported by his servants, continues walking towards Duan, ready for further communication. Duan, noting the change, confidently declares that they are no longer enemies. Friends of the Immortal, in his opinion, are his friends. In response to this, Qian says that they are not worthy of Duan's friendship, but still expresses gratitude for his kindness. With these words, Qian turns around and hurries to leave, leaving anxiety and uncertainty in his wake. Xian, in turn, turns to Ning, asking if she really knows her fiancé. Her voice sounds serious and thoughtful. Smiling, Ning replies that Lin has never done anything like that. Her voice sounds confident and proud. Hearing these words, Xian seems to fall in love with Lin as well. She says that if Nin changes her mind about marrying him, then she wants to take him for herself. Ning in a serious tone says that Lin is not a thing, and she cannot just give it away. But Xian, in turn, expresses the opinion that she now finds Lin very attractive. Yan, with a slight grin on her face, says that Xian once insulted Lin, and now she suddenly changed her mind. Yan's laugh reflects her surprise at this turn. Xian suddenly became angry at Yan's sudden joke, because Yan had so unceremoniously recalled her earlier hurtful words about Ling. One of the servants, with a questioning expression on his face, addresses his boss. He wants to understand why the boss treats this young man with such respect. Duan patiently explains to Hazy that, unfortunately, he doesn't see the whole picture. He points out that Hazy is missing a lot of important details. Hazy asks Duan what exactly he means by this, with a puzzled expression on his face. He is concerned about understanding this statement. Duan confidently replies that people need to be considered in all their versatility, and not just from one side. He emphasizes the importance of a comprehensive perception. Duan recalls the story of how Lin miraculously healed an old woman from the Kong family. It was the mention of this family that surprised Hazy. Duan notices that even the powerful Kong family respects Lin. This is the reason why they should avoid Ke's wrath. The boss seriously says that there are people in this world whose strength surpasses all our imaginations. They are much stronger than we can imagine. Lin, with full determination on his face, approaches the mysterious temple. His steps are full of confidence and firmness. The doors to the temple are slowly opened by an old man. He looks at Lin with wise eyes full of secrets. This old man apparently recognizes Lin. You can see recognition and a mixture of surprise in his eyes. Lin struggles to remember the man's name, going through his memories for the answer. The old man introduces himself. His name is Huangxuan. He is the master of this village. He is here under Master Kong's punishment to take care of Lina. Lin just exhales, trying to hide his amazement and digest all this information. Huang explains that this house was built specifically for Lin, by order of Kong. Ke expresses his gratitude by noting Master Kong's generosity. Huang suggests that they go to the backyard to eat, as the old man cooked the food while Lin was walking. Ke asks to convey his sincere gratitude to this old man. Lin sits in a quiet corner, meditating deeply. Powerful energy pulsates around him, filling the space around him. He mentally prepares for breaking through to the initial level of Qi today by focusing on this goal. Several magic balls are carefully poured from the white vial into Lin's hand. They sparkle in the palm of your hand, filling the air with tension. Lin, without hesitation, eats these balls, understanding their meaning and the power they contain. After that, the energy around him seemed to ignite. This amazing spectacle is filled with mystery and great power. In purple robes, the majestic Master Kong stands motionless directly in front of Lin. Lin asks Kong what is bothering him, but Kong himself does not know how to thank him. Lin asks about Qian's training, to which Kong says that thanks to this training, Qian will be accepted into any martial arts academy, and also that some official is not even an opponent to him. Grimacing in disbelief, Lin again asks about the details of the academy that his friend is talking about. And then Kong, with an enlightened smile, reveals that it was on this important issue that he came to Lin. Ke, anxious and waiting with interest, wants to know more details about all this. Kong, with deep admiration, explains that this country was founded with the culture of martial arts in mind, which is why there are so many martial arts academies. Each year, these academies organize a series of rigorous examinations, and those who successfully pass them inevitably rise to become leaders among their compatriots. Lin, a little confused, asks what this conversation is leading to from Kong. Kong, with conviction and perseverance, recommends that Lin apply to one of these academies in order to become even stronger and improve his skills. Lin, still hesitant, asks if Kong expects him to take part in one of those intense exams. Kong nods thoughtfully, fully aware that Lin has already reached the status of an expert, and perhaps studying at the academy will not be of much interest to him. But deep down, Kong is convinced that with Lin's participation, the academy will surely become more popular, and its students will become much stronger. Breathing heavily, Lin admits with mild disappointment in his voice that this is not the goal he sets for himself at the moment. Kong, with chagrin and mute reproach in his eyes, looks at Lin Que, trying to understand his true desires. With a slight sigh, Kong struggles to force a smile through which one senses sadness. He nods, confidently stating that he understands Lin's reasons and fears despite his disappointment. Unwilling to give up, Kong begins to convince Lin, insistently and convincingly about the privileges and benefits that comes with being the patron of one of the academies. Kong's words penetrate Lin's mind. He listens attentively, paying more and more attention to his friend's arguments. And so, after much thought and internal struggle, Lin, to the surprise of everyone, finally agrees with Kong's proposal. Linzhou Martial Arts Academy flaunts on top of a beautiful, high mountain, whose peak is decorated with fluffy clouds, creating an aura of majesty. A long staircase leads to the academy, including more than 100 steps, which adds to the place an atmosphere of sacredness and majesty. 3 men in traditional kimonos are standing on a platform at the foot of the mountain. They seem to be waiting for someone. Their eyes towards the wind are full of expectation. Examiner Li Chuan, in front of his deputies, addresses the assembled group of people. He inspires authority, and his voice spreads over the area. Chuan says the rules. Candidates must last in combat against one of the 3 for a certain amount of time. The opponent for this test is chosen among these 3 teachers. Pausing for a moment, Chuan addresses the crowd with the question of who wishes to be the first test subject. The students, among whom there are certainly potential applicants, are clearly very excited. Suddenly, a heavily built man emerges from the crowd, ready to take on the challenge. He wants to be the first to accept this test and, perhaps, to become an example for the rest. Slightly away from this whole scene, Lin Que watches what is happening, carefully analyzing every move and decision. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a strong blow with immeasurable force flies right into the face of a brave volunteer. The blow was so powerful that the volunteer who received it immediately passed out, his body falling lifeless to the ground, causing shock among the onlookers. Immediately thereafter, the examiner calls the next candidate with a loud cry, leaving no time to rest. Each subsequent student easily flew off from one blow of the examiner and his deputies. It was impossible to predict who would be next until all the students had fallen under the onslaught. On the faces of men, despite their destructive power, no strong emotions are visible. They are like bronze statues, with unchanged facial expressions. 3 men, like winners on the battlefield, stand over their defeated students. They look invincible. One of the teachers, with bitterness and disappointment in his voice, calls his students scum, emphasizing their inability to hold out in battle. Chuan, the famous examiner, sighs heavily, saying that the level of martial arts of these students is low, and that their abilities were clearly overestimated. Holding back his frustration, he asks the crowd if there is anyone left who wants to challenge and show off their skills. Suddenly, a girl steps out of the crowd. Her name is Yu Xiaojing, and she says she is ready to take the exam, causing mixed emotions among the onlookers. To his surprise, the examiner, after looking at her, says that she can immediately begin the test, without preliminary selection. The students, excited by this turn of events, are dumbfounded, but one of the crowd says that this girl is the best student in the academy, which causes even more surprise. The girl looks at the examiner and his assistants, analyzing the situation, but then an unusual, but decisive voice is heard from behind. Behind, a burly man addresses the girl. He doubts she can be the top student at the academy, his words adding more turmoil to the already tense atmosphere. Feeling the tension in the air, Chuan takes a deep breath and says that this guy has another chance to show his resilience and skills. Chuan announces the terms of the duel. If this man can last even a little while against the amazing Yu Xiaojing, he will automatically pass the test. The man, filled with confidence, answers haughtily so that the teachers do not regret their decision later, declaring their readiness for battle. Chuan, imperturbable and firm, says that he will definitely keep his word and allow the man to fight on equal terms. Full of challenge, a man filled with determination attacks a girl. This is the beginning of the fight that everyone was looking forward to. The man quickly tries to grab Yui, but she easily jumps to the side, showing her incredible agility and grace. In the middle of her graceful leap, she slams her foot right into the man's face, and everyone around them is momentarily surprised. The man is instantly knocked out by this powerful and accurate blow, his body falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The remaining students, who are watching, are shocked by what they have just seen. An unprecedented display of skill strikes them on the spot. Experiencing the excitement of the battle, the examiner again turns to the crowd and asks his question: who else wants to pass the test? The crowd is filled with anticipation. And at this critical moment, Lin Que steps out of the crowd. Lin Que, meeting the challenge, goes to use Xiaojing. Their gazes intersect, and the air seems to grow heavier with tension. The students behind Lin start whispering about his chances. One of them thinks that Lin has a chance to win, while the second doubts his abilities. The second student is absolutely certain that Lin has no chance against the girl who just defeated a strong opponent so spectacularly. The first student, disagreeing, says that Lin is already better than everyone else, because he dared to go against you, while the second guy only knows what to say. These words infuriate the second student, but then the third one appears and tells both of them to just shut up. Chuan, the examiner, asks Lin if he really wants to confront you. Everyone is waiting for an answer with genuine interest. Kei replies that Yu is not even a rival for him. His words cause outrage in the crowd. These words seem to hurt you a little. Her face changes briefly, but then she regains control of her emotions. One of the assistant examiners comments that Lin seems overconfident. His words cause controversy in the crowd. This assistant continues to insult Lin, saying that he takes on too much and is not even worthy to serve you. All this he says with contempt and mockery. The assistant advises Lin to back off so as not to embarrass himself. His words shock the crowd. Yu comforts her brother Chu by saying that she has already seen people like Lin. Her words seem to be a comfort to everyone. Lin, however, does not respond to all of their words. His face appears impenetrable and he remains confident. Yu recommends that Chu ignore people like Lin and continue with his duties. One of the assistants supports Yu, agreeing with her in all her arguments. It lifts the spirit among the disciples. Yu states that despite everything, she still wants to participate in the next stage of the exam, so she is ready to accept Lin's challenge. The examiner nods, confirming Yu's words. His gaze is impenetrable, but he agrees with her decision. Yu quickly retreats, leaving the arena. Her eyes are filled with determination, and she is ready for the next stage of the exam. Chu, Yu's brother, tells Lin to get out of here. His voice is stern and unyielding. Lin asks if he can beat Chu, can he pass the exam? There is a challenge in his voice. These words infuriate Chu. He looks at Lin warily, his eyes flashing with anger. He is preparing to do something when he is stopped. This is Examiner Chuan. Chuan says that if Lin really has the skills, then he can pass the exam. His words are fair and peremptory. He warns Lin not to blame others for his failures. This is a challenge and a warning at the same time. Lin answers him with one word: good. His voice is full of confidence. Kei, despite everything, says that he is ready to fight. His eyes glow with battle fire. The examiner directs Lin to choose his opponent from among the three present. This is a common procedure that everyone knows. Lin responds to them by causing all three to attack at the same time. There is a challenge and confidence in his voice. These words shock Chuan. He looks at Lin in bewilderment, trying to understand how serious his intentions are. Those words also shock the rest of the students from behind. They look at Lin with genuine surprise and mute respect. The three of them, Chuan and his two assistants, decide to attack and sharply attack Lin. The air around them comes to life, and the arena fills with the energy of battle. Lin, confidently standing in his place, suddenly makes one incredibly powerful blow. This one superb and extremely powerful movement astounded and overpowered three experienced examiners who stood in front of him at once. As a result, the crowd of schoolchildren who watched this shocking moment from the sides simply could not hide their amazement and shock. One of these students could not believe what was happening. It seemed that it was just a dream. How is that possible? Thoughts swirled in his head. Defeat the three strongest examiners with just one blow. Unbelievable! After this unexpected and powerful blow, the trio of examiners felt as bad as they could. They were amazed. They lay on the ground, curled up from the piercing pain that this blow delivered to them. Above the amazed and suffering examiners, Lin towered royally, inspiring even greater fear with his appearance. He asks with bold confidence in his voice if it's time for him to go to the academy already. Chuan, obsessed with respect and fear, gives Lin the go-ahead to enter the academy, confirming his superiority. One of the disciples, frozen in amazement, watches Que leave for the academy and in bewilderment suggests his friend to leave this place. Suddenly, Lin stops his steps, turns around and stares piercingly directly at the student who just spoke. This gaze, filled with power and confidence, was so strong that it went through the body of an electric shock on the body of a confused talker. Stunned by that look, he instantly falls to his knees in front of Lin, apologizing and asking for forgiveness for his words. In response, Lin simply remains silent, and this silence was even more terrible than any words that he could have uttered. Silence. Lin Ke's silence, which seemed like an eternity, makes this talker even more terrified. He lowers his head in submission and respect to Lin Que, not having the strength to look up. Que orders this unworthy gossip to make 100 self-punishing blows to his face and get out of here immediately. He tells him that it will be science for him in the future, that one should not discuss other people behind their backs. The gossiper, obeying Ke's order, immediately starts punching himself in the face. At this time, Lin, maintaining his calm and silence, begins to climb the stairs leading up to the academy. And at that moment, Lin Que takes off from the ground into the air with inhuman ease. He begins to rise upward at incredible speed, as if relieved by a bird. It seems that Lin Que is waiting for another test. On one of the platforms, to which the steps lead, a huge number of people have gathered. Que, passing through the air with ease, climbed onto the platform, where many people were already waiting for him. Lin, maintaining his dignity, passes among the assembled people forward. He turns his attention to rumors about a certain big brother who first came to the academy. In the center of the gathered crowd stands a big, strong guy with a confident smile on his face, who seems to be waiting for something special. Dafa Jia, that's the name of that fat guy, respectfully addresses Lin, and before continuing the conversation, asks for his name. In response to Dafa's polite request, Lin softly and confidently pronounces his name, as if confirming his presence in this dialogue. Dafa seems to know Lin, and he says that their meeting is fate, and if there is something, Que can ask him questions. However, Lin, after carefully listening to Dafa's words, nods negatively, replying that he doesn't need any help or advice at the moment. Lin's answer irritates Dafa, and he says with some outburst of displeasure that Lin should not think that Jia easily accepted defeat in the last exams. These defeats, in his opinion, only made him stronger. It seems that Dafa's excitement and confidence in his words have caught Lin's attention, and now he is eager to hear more details. Jia, pointing in a certain direction expressively, suggests to Lin that he should pay attention to something that is there. Among the noisy and excited crowd, we can notice a familiar younger sister named Yu. Yui looks very serious. Her gaze is confident and firmly fixed forward, as if she knows what is ahead of her. Dafa, lowering her voice to a whisper and with apparent pleasure, tells Lin about Sister Yu, emphasizing that she is so strong that she does not even need to pass the first stage of the test. While Yu, somehow sensing attention to himself, turns his gaze to Lin Que. Yu has a look of surprise on her face when she spots Lin among those present. From Dafa's interaction with Yu, it's obvious that he seems to have feelings for this girl. Just one look from her is enough to make Dafa completely bewildered. However, immediately after the moment of elation and love Dafa feels sadness and pity. Lin, noticing Dafa's mood change, wonders why he became sad. With sadness in her voice, Dafa explains that Yu was courted by many guys, but she didn't even pay attention to them, completely ignoring their efforts. However, Lin has no interest in this girl at all. In his eyes, she has a completely ordinary appearance. She will not even fit the role of a simple servant. Lin's words startled Dafa. Jiao, while respecting Lin as a decent person, nevertheless considers his actions and decisions to be very strange and even insane. Another participant joins the conversation, a young man with the appearance of a rat, who claims that if Lin's words reach the head of the Duan family, the latter will not be in trouble. But Lin doesn't seem to pay attention to this strange guy's warnings. He doesn't seem to care what he says. The mention of Master Duan causes shock and horror in Dafa. His face turns white with fear. Meanwhile, the rat turns to Lin, asking him for his opinion and reaction. Dafa, in turn, begins to fear that now he and Lin are in for trouble. Jia begins to elaborate on the Duan family, including their influence, status, and history. Lin, listening intently, begins to think about everything he just heard about the Duan family. At this time, Dafa mentions that half of the exam candidates present here are members of the Duan family, and... However, Dafa's words were interrupted by the excited shouts of the crowd announcing the arrival of a certain young master. A young guy with purple eyes, dressed in rich clothes, is heading towards the crowd. The appearance of this guy greatly upsets Dafa, who thinks that now they have absolutely no hope of passing this exam. Meanwhile, this mysterious guy turns to a girl named Xiaojin, saying that he missed her. However, Xiaojin easily dismisses this rich youth, ignoring his attempts to gain attention. Xiaojin easily fends off the young master's pressure, turns around and walks away, leaving him confused. The actions of this adamant girl seem to anger the young guy, his face quivering with obvious indignation. He cannot contain his anger and tells the girl that she does not understand his true feelings for her. He also asks what she meant by saying that she was not happy to see him. She replies that her words express her hope that he will no longer bother her with his unwanted attention. Her words seem to have become a real blow to the young guy. He seems to feel their sharpness pierce him. Out of anger, he clenches his fist, stating that no girl has yet been able to escape him and his attention. Clearly annoyed by his impudence, the girl asks the guy what exactly he wants from her. The guy, threatening her, states that she may lose her qualifications for the exam. Then the young master turns around and shouts to his servants to block access to the mountain. At his order, they immediately rushed in the indicated direction, fulfilling the will of their master. They stood right in front of the stairs leading up, blocking the path of the other participants. A crowd of people watch as a group of the young master's subordinates block the way to the top. The young master loudly declares that this exam belongs only to the Duan family, and orders everyone else to get out. These words startle the rest of the students, and leave them in a state of shock and bewilderment. However, a brave man appears among the crowd, who does not care where this young master comes from. He states that no one, not even a member of the Duan family, should have such power. A sly smile slowly begins to form on the face of the young master. This is not just a manifestation of joy or satisfaction, it seems to carry a secret, a mystery that few people can solve. The next moment changes the situation dramatically. The eyes of the daredevil, just sparkling with confidence, are filled with horror and suffering. Suddenly, one of Duan's men, who was standing in the shadows, almost invisible, pierced the hero through with his blade. The cold metal tip pierced into his body. All present are seized with utter horror from what is happening. This merciless and cruel picture generates shock and disgust. Not only did this shock Xiaojin and Dafa, but surprisingly, Lin didn't feel any emotion either. The strange calmness of this man seems frightening and incomprehensible in such a situation. The young master tells you that if she takes his side, he will make sure that she can safely cross the border. He promises to lay down all obstacles in her path and ensure her safety. All emotions disappear from the girl's face. Her usually lively and expressive features become a mask, devoid of any manifestations of feelings. In this chaos, Dafa makes an offer to Lin to leave here. Luck is clearly not on their side, and it is better to save a life than risk it. At this time, Que takes an unexpected step forward, which brings even more horror to Dafa. His decisive movement, as a provocation of fate, causes fear and anxiety. With calmness and confidence, Lin goes to meet the young master from Duan. This open disdain angered the master. Disapproval and anger flashed in his eyes. He could not put up with such impudent behavior. But Lin continues to demonstrate his courage. He, ignoring the master's anger, orders him to get out of the way. Such audacity causes surprise and admiration for his fearlessness. One strong blow flies in the face of the impudent master. It's not just a blow, it's like a thunderclap, full of strength and power. From a blow of such force, the guy already flies off. He, like a toy doll, flies helplessly in the air, his face contorted in pain and surprise. The strongest blow threw the young master to the ground. From the incredible force of this blow, all the gathered people, engulfed by the crowd, were in a state of deep shock and bewilderment, with difficulty comprehending what had happened. The young master, indignant at this impudent and shameless encroachment on his dignity, is overwhelmed with anger, which visibly breaks out. In his anger and desire for revenge, he orders his subordinates to immediately kill Lin Que, whose insolence caused this situation. Lu, surprised and intrigued, wonders what it is. Ordered in pain and surprise. Despite the approaching threat, Lin Que remains calm and stands still, waiting for his opponents, ready to confront them. Suddenly, one of the masters rushes onto the stage, his figure hovering in the air, from where he shouts loudly, demanding an immediate end to this terrible madness. The young master interrupts his actions and directs his attention to this man as he slowly sinks to the ground, leaving traces of his flight in the air. The young master felt shocked and confused. The unexpected appearance of this man turned all his plans upside down. The master appears and begins to scold the young master Zaheo threateningly, reproaching him for the chaos he has caused in this peaceful place. Zaheo, with his arms outstretched in peace and a nervous smile on his face, tries to convince the old master that this is all a misunderstanding and he was only trying to clean up the situation. The older man resolutely shuts up the guy, citing as an example a rule, the violation of which leads to the deprivation of the qualifications and dignity of the master. Realizing the impending danger, Ziheo yells urgently at his men, urging them to stop attacking Lin and stop the unrest. Que, watching this scene, calmly and serenely looks at what is happening, without showing any emotions. A man slowly approaches the master. In his hands are cards that can be important in this situation. He carefully shows the students a set of cards with various numbers, reminding them that each of them has the right to choose one of them according to their preferences. The senior master announces that the rules of the upcoming exam are surprisingly simple and easy to understand for everyone present. Each of the students must carry 3 chosen cards to the top of a giant mountain. Those who fail to complete this task will be ruthlessly excluded from the number of applicants. The methods by which the cards will be obtained are entirely up to the students. All the people gathered diligently and attentively listened to the examiner, including Dafa and Lin, without stopping or interrupting him. After completing the explanation, the examiner asked the crowd if they understood what he just said, wanting to make sure that the participants understood the rules. He shouts loudly and demandingly to the crowd so that they listen to him more attentively, and not miss important points of the instructions. He is preparing for the big moment that everyone here has been waiting for, the announcement of the start of the exam. And here it is, a sharp cry about the start of the exam. All the people present are attentively listening to the words of the examiner, preparing for the coming test. Ziheo carefully attaches the selected card to his belt, as a sign of readiness for the test. He looks back at Lin Que warily, searching his eyes for hints of his next move. He is full of anger and resentment. But despite this, he is seized by curiosity. He is interested in what will happen to him next. Ziheo turns away from Lin, turning decisively towards the steps leading to the top of the mountain. Que, in all seriousness, tells Dafu that it's time to move forward, that it's time to go. Along with his faithful servants, Ziheo advances through the dense mountain forest that surrounds the towering mountain. He is still seething with rage at the blow he received, and sternly orders his men to find Lin and end him forever to avenge his humiliation. Lin and Dafa find themselves in the heart of a dense and intricate mountain forest, surrounded by wilderness and silence. Suddenly, a look of horror appeared on Dafa's face. He was clearly very frightened by something he had just seen or felt. In front of Que and Dafa, an imposing group of people suddenly appears, commanded by Ziheo, all armed with sinister blades and looking ready to fight. With a satisfied and sinister smile, they are watching their victims, already imagining how their further clash will take place. Dafa, filled with despair, is sure that this is their end, that now they will be mercilessly killed and they will not be able to resist. However, at this critical moment, a stranger in an examiner's robe appears in front of Ziheo, breaking the tense atmosphere. The stranger introduces himself as Gong Ping. He is the examiner, and if they want to reach the top of the mountain, they must go through him as the last test. It looks like Ziheo is stunned to have an intermediate martial artist standing in front of him, which is an unexpected obstacle in his path. Ziheo orders one of his subordinates to hand over his number card to him, after which he resolutely takes him into his own hands. They readily follow their master's orders, nodding their heads in respect and submission to his will. Ziheo with unexpected swiftness separates from his group and moves in an unknown direction. And on the face of Gong Ping, a gentle smile never disappears, as if he is watching the events with pleasure. Ziheo continues to run continuously and quickly through the impenetrable wilds of the mountain forest, not paying attention to the difficulties. From everything it is clear that Ziheo is deeply excited about some event or foreboding. Something is clearly unnerving him. Suddenly, Ziheo's body goes through an electric shock as he acutely feels that someone is following him behind him. Gong Ping, with the same gentle smile on his face, is already following Zihao. Zihao saw his pursuer and was horrified. But as soon as he turned around, the figure of the pursuer instantly disappeared from his field of vision. It was as if Gong Ping had vanished into thin air, leaving Zihao bewildered. Suddenly there is a blow. Gon was about to direct his powerful blow directly at Zihao's face, but he, being in the utmost tension, managed to deflect the blow with his blade at the last moment. The force of the blow was so great that Zihao rode back from it, but the stubborn fighter managed to stay on his feet without letting himself be confused. However, Zihao's slide was abruptly stopped when his back hit a tree behind him. This prevented his further retreat. Zihao was deeply surprised, not understanding how Ping could get to him so quickly, and realized that the situation was getting more and more serious. Preparing for the upcoming battle, Zihao began to unsheath his blade. He is ready to fight with all his might, to use all his skill and experience to face his opponent. Zihao strikes a fighting stance with the sword, instantly transforming into a fighter ready for a death dance. His gaze becomes more determined, and his movements sharp and precise. Ping, on the other hand, remains completely unperturbed. Most likely, the battle with Zihao seems tempting and interesting to him. This excites him, giving even more confidence in his abilities. Now more aggressive and determined, Ping lunges at Zihao, warning him to beware. Like a beast, he is ready to strike a decisive blow. Thus begins their sword and hand dance, a dance of death where every move could be their last. There is no room for error in this fight, and everyone knows it. Skillful blows after blows. The whole fight between Gong Ping and Zihao is more than just a fight, it's like a dance. A dance on the verge of life and death, where every wrong step can be the last. Zihao was shocked by Gong Ping's level of skill. This internationally recognized martial artist is so skilled that Zihao feels astonished. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, something very interesting is happening. Several people who clearly belong to the Duan cult were suddenly thrown aside by the force of invisible blows. They fly through the air like rag dolls, with no power or ability to resist. Some of them hit trees, showing obvious signs of pain and suffering. The cause of all this chaos and pain was none other than Lin Que, who was watching with a thoughtful and calm look. Dafa, accompanying Lin, is incredibly happy that he decided to go with Lin, because it was thanks to this that he escaped a terrible fate. One of the slain Duan cult guys had a card with a number on him, seemingly simple, but at the same time of great importance in this fight. Dafa was delighted to find these cards from the beaten guys. This discovery promised him many interesting opportunities and prospects for the future. Dafa thanks Lin, because if not for him, he would have been eliminated. Kay asks about how he passed the first exam, to which he replies that it is, in particular, about money. Suddenly, Kay noticed something strange. His gaze fixed on one point, and an expression of surprise and attentiveness appeared on his face. One of the examiners stood motionless on one of the high branches of the tree. He carefully watched what was happening, not making the slightest movement. The examiner introduced himself by saying his name, Yuan Chao, and declared his status. He said that he had been waiting here for a long time, which added to the whole scene even more tension. Let's go back to the duel between Zihao and Ping. In this dramatic and tense sword dance, Ping finally managed to penetrate Zihao's defenses and land a blow directly on his opponent's chest. A great and terrifying pain instantly pierced through Zihao's body. It was like a current of electricity engulfing his entire body from head to toe. From the pain piercing his chest, Zihao flew off to the side, to where strong trees grew and several buildings stood, reminiscent of village huts. He fell right on the stone tiles, which were neatly laid out along these buildings. It was a hard blow, exacerbating the already existing pain. Gong Ping stood over the defeated and lying on the tiles Zihao. His figure, illuminated by the reflections of the sunset, looked majestic and intimidating. He smiled as he looked directly at Zihao and said, "You've done well, I think you're capable of more." His voice was calm, but there was strength in it. Though wounded, but still in good spirits, Zihao rose on his elbow and called out to Ping, warning him not to get any closer. In response, Ping only chuckled and told him that Zihao should not worry. "You have successfully passed the exam," he said, not hiding his satisfaction. Zihao struggled to contain the pain as he got to his feet and bowed to Ping, placing his hand on his chest as a token of respect and gratitude. But suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a gray-haired examiner flew in, his reddish eyes shining with effort and fatigue. Zihao was shocked by the appearance of this man. He did not expect that all these tests and fights were just part of a big exam. Wrinkled and tired, Yuan Chao begged, asked the invisible opponent to stop. "I give up. The unknown passed the exam," he said with desperation in his voice. Suddenly, Lin Que appeared from the depths of the forest. His appearance seemed completely unexpected, and Zihao felt the shock of everything that had happened. Ping was simply shocked by what had happened. What he had just seen completely refuted all his ideas about human capabilities. He was shocked by Brother Yuan's defeat. He was at a loss, and his heart was beating faster with excitement and anxiety. Yuan folded his hands in apology, his face full of sadness and disappointment. He looked at Ping with a piercing gaze full of weariness and disappointment. He silently turned around and hurried away, leaving behind only his bitter disappointment and sense of failure. Dafa, who was standing next to Lin, slowly turned his head towards Zihao. His eyes were full of interest and bewilderment. Zihao screamed, unable to understand how Lin could handle all this so easily. His voice was full of bitterness and despair. He turned to Lin with a question about what the latter had done to his people. His voice trembled with excitement. Lin calmly replied that Zihao's people would only wake up after a few days. His voice was calm and confident. After finishing his speech, Lin calmly walked towards the buildings. His figure, fading into the shadows, was full of dignity and confidence. Ping was surprised by Lin's strength. He thought about how powerful this person was even if Brother Yuan had been defeated by him. Zihao, full of curiosity, asked Ping how strong Brother Yuan was. His gaze was full of interest and concern. Ping replied that Yuan's brother was a senior martial artist, further piqued Zihao's interest. Ping also seems to have decided to walk away. His figure vanished into the distance, leaving only shadows behind. Zihao was horrified. He could not understand who Lin Que really was. His brain refused to accept this information. The Linzhou Martial Arts Academy, towering on top of a mountain and surrounded by clouds, stood in front of him as a symbol of unattainable height and power. A large crowd of people had gathered in the courtyard of the academy. They all witnessed these amazing events. Dafa addresses Lin with a smile on his face. He thanks him, saying that if it wasn't for Lin, he'd been expelled a long time ago. Now he is going to treat Lin like a master. Lin, with a puzzled smile, tells Dafa to stop flattering. He wants to hear the question Dafa wants to ask. Dafa, with a smile on his face, says that if it wasn't for Lin, he would have been expelled by now, and now he will treat him like a master. Lin asks Dafa if it is important for him to become a martial artist. Dafa tells Lin not to look down on the masters. In his opinion, masters have many advantages. Masters do not have to pay taxes, and if they break the law, the Attorney General's office will protect their interests. He adds that martial artists are considered the most valuable group of people in the entire Great Martial Empire. Lin, with a smile, tells Dafa that he knows a lot. Dafa, in response, explains that it is natural, since he has been taking the exam for 3 years now. Dafa says that Lin is ready to become a martial artist. With delight in his voice, he adds that Lin can become even not only a master, but a supreme master. Lin, in turn, wants to ask Dafa for details about this status. Dafa starts talking about the hierarchy of masters and the different ranks within it. He calls this title extraordinary, explaining that only those who are able to found a sect can receive it. He adds that there are very few such masters in their dynasty. Lin listens attentively to Dafa's story. His eyes appear thoughtful. But their conversation is interrupted by a sudden scream in the middle of the courtyard of the academy. Loudly announced that the time is up. One of the examiners yells that time is up. The entire crowd, including Lin and Dafa, heeded his words. The man tells the students that they have a talent, and also that they should leave all their past achievements and status in the past, and now they have only one identity, one of the martial arts masters. He says that everyone has their own potential and needs to be revealed, and this academy will become a springboard for their practice. He points to a box that contains the things of the students, and also that with a belt map they can safely walk around the academy. He strictly emphasizes one of the main rules: private fights are strictly prohibited. Violation of this principle will result in serious consequences, including disqualification for practice. The man says that in 3 months there will be a comprehensive assessment of all students. Those who successfully pass this test will be awarded the well-deserved title of Master of Martial Arts. The disciples listen intently to the words of their master, full of confidence and determination to fulfill his demands. They are ready to challenge fate and prove their strength. Lin, standing with an emotionless expression, carefully listens to all these words, while the smile does not disappear from the face of his fellow Dafa standing nearby. Near the entrance to the pavilion of Tibetan scriptures is a master. People enter the premises to choose their equipment. Lin Que meticulously studies the ancient Tibetan scriptures, permeating every word, every symbol. In his reflection, Lin plunges into the depths of his inner world. He realizes that aura is rare in this world, and these academies will most likely not help him on his long and difficult path to immortality. Dafa, with a smile playing on his face, appreciates this academy full of opportunities and promises. On the other hand, Lin, with a haughty smile, treats these techniques as entry-level and considers them unworthy of his attention. Dafa replied that for Lin, these scriptures may not be of interest, but for him, Dafa, they are a rare treasure that he treasures and adores. Suddenly, another of the experienced masters of the academy appears. His grave face is filled with sternness as he announces that it is strictly forbidden to take scriptures outside the sacred pavilion. Dafa, scratching the back of his head, confirms his knowledge of this prohibition. He shows his respectful submission by admitting that he understands the rules. Having already begun to learn new techniques, Dafa is fully focused on this task. His perseverance and desire to become stronger makes him tirelessly practice. But unfortunately, he does not manage to give out the correct movement. Each attempt seems unsuccessful, bringing more and more frustration to him. He reflects, delves into the essence of this problem, analyzing how to make this movement. His brain is working to the limit, trying to figure out exactly what he lacks in order to successfully complete. Desperate and hopeless, Dafa kneels down, his head resting heavily on his hands. He calls himself stupid due to his inability to remember technique and his forgetfulness. But then, at the very moment of his despair, Lin pulls him out. Seriously and sincerely, Lin asks his friend if he would like to become a master. With reverence and respect, Dafa turns to face his master, ready to answer his questions. With a slight but confident smile on his face, he answers Lin's question in the affirmative. He shows his determination and readiness for new challenges. Lin Que, with warmth and confidence in his voice, says that he is ready to help Dafa in his quest to become a master. Dafa's eyes lit up with joy and hope. His gaze reflects happiness from the proposal received and new hope for his dream. While Lin, walking off to the side, thinks that the path to Dafa mastery will be quite difficult and may take longer than they expect. Lin comes down the stairs to buy medicinal materials and to purify the pills to change the tendons and bones with the furnace. Suddenly, the words are heard that Master Tsu, like the wind, descended from the mighty, cloud-shrouded mountains. The one who is interested in this matter turns out to be the young and talented Jianhao. He tensely asks in which direction exactly Lin is moving. Jianhao's servant, faithfully fulfilling his duties, replies that in order to verify Lin's movement, he will have to go down to the picturesque city of Linzhou. With confidence in his words, Jianhao announces that as soon as he receives a message about Lin's arrival in the city, he will arrive there with lightning speed. Behind Jianhao, one of his loyal retainers is worried, asking what his group should be doing at this time. The young master severely instructs his servants to stay on the mountain, continue to practice, and keep their minds at peace, so as not to bring humiliation to the great reputation of the Duan family. Meanwhile, Lin, as if stumbled into something in his thoughts, seemed to pay attention to something important. Suddenly, a group of people armed with sharp, shiny blades appears in Master K's path, blocking his path. And behind him, like the embodiment of a thunderstorm, Jianhao himself appears on a white horse. He is accompanied by another large group of warriors ready for battle. The young master is determined to take revenge on Lin for his previous insults and neglect. But Ke, as always, remains calm and calm. He asks Jian if he is tired of the relentless pursuit of him. Jianhao wants to make Ke suffer, because a simple and painless death would be too easy for him. With a loud cry that came out of his mouth, Jianhao announces the start of his assault on Lin. His warriors rushed into battle like a pack of wolves, determined to capture Lin for their master. However, just a few quick, lightning strikes from Ke, and a large crowd of warriors fell to the ground, devoid of consciousness and the ability to continue to fight. Suddenly, Lin's predatory gaze, sharp as a blade, turns to Jianhao. With just that piercing look, he terrifies the young master. Jianhao, in a panic, begs his servants to come help. But suddenly the battle is interrupted by a loud shot exploding in the sky, and a bright, fiery charge breaks the darkness, rushing into the sky. To meet Lin and Jianhao, a group of horse riders come into view, rushing in their direction. Among these riders, you can see a familiar figure. This is Hazy, whom we have already mentioned. Hazy addresses Jianhao like an old friend. The latter is stunned by his uncle's presence here and in a panic orders him to kill Lin. Lin, serenely, just looks at them, as if watching a theatrical performance. There is a look of surprise in Hazy's eyes. He seems to be surprised by the presence of this young man in here. Lin, in a calm voice, says that they have already met. Jiang looks around in confusion. He is surprised that the two know each other. A little embarrassed, Hazy suggests to the young master that he should not touch Lin and just leave quickly. Jianhao is shocked by his uncle's words. After all, this man just beat up his people, why can't he be touched? And suddenly, amid the tense silence, there is a loud cry for Jianhao to close his stupid mouth. And then the familiar head of the Duan family appears, which punishes Jianhao to shut up. Carefully observing what is happening, all the servants around immediately fold their hands respectfully in front of the master. Jianhao seems to be glad to have his father present. But the father does not even pay attention to his son, and passes by. This shocks Jiang. As Duan continues on his way, he approaches Lin, greeting him with respect. He bows respectfully, greeting him, as if paying him respect. From this unforeseen turn of events, Jian is in complete shock. The whole situation seems to him some kind of chaotic nightmare. He, confused and agitated, asks his father what he is doing at all. His words come out in a trembling and uncertain voice. The father, without comforting him and not giving support, insulting his son, even more confuses him, punishing him to pay for his sin before the Immortal. Jian is so confused that he seems to be lost in the chaos. He absolutely does not understand what is happening, and what he should do. But then Tianqiu abruptly, with such force that Jian can barely stay on his feet, grabs him by the neck. He throws his son to the ground, telling him to hurry up. Strange, but his order sounds like a rebuke. The son is shocked by his father's actions. He is puzzled, frightened and full of bewilderment. But then a strong kick arrives, which, like lightning, strikes right in the back of the guy's head. The pain deafens him. Tianqiu, with a deep regret on his face, asks for forgiveness from Lin, answering for his son, as if trying to correct his mistakes. He folds his hands respectfully, asking for mercy on his son. His body is tense and his voice is trembling. He is clearly very anxious, and terrified of the consequences of his own actions. Like a sculpture, Lin stands motionless, silent. He does not issue any judgment for Jianhao. Instead, he simply continues to silently stare at the scene in front of him. It seems that this drawn-out, tension-filled silence is even worse than any words for Tianqiu. As if every tick of the beats is getting louder and louder in his ears. Boss Duan seethes inwardly with anger, displeasure darting in his eyes. Clenching his teeth in unbearable anger, he tries to keep himself from exploding. He seems to make the final decision and orders Hazy to bring him the knife. The order sounds absolutely clear, and despite the gravity of the situation, unquestioningly. Hazy tries to object something, as if she wants to convince him, but... However, Duan is unshakable. He needs a knife. And he demands it right now, accepting no excuses. The resulting instrument of revenge, shaped like a sharp blade, cuts through the air before striking the back of Jianhao's head. Blood rushed out of his head. He begins to moan from the terrifying, all-consuming pain. This sound resembles a gloomy melody of despair. The blood-stained blade falls at Duan Tianqiu's feet, reflecting the light and shadow of this terrible moment. He again, with an almost broken soul, asks for forgiveness from Lin. He admits that he himself cut off his son's knee tendons. Now he will never again be able to embark on the path of sin. Lin slowly but with full confidence raises his hand, and tells them to go away. His order comes with the force of a tsunami, leaving no room for protest. In response, Tianqiu respectfully thanks the Immortal. He expresses his gratitude despite all the hardships he just endured. Relieved, he orders Fane to help Gong see the Immortal out. He knows that this difficult day, at least for now, is coming to an end. A riot of colors and an abundance of sounds create a unique atmosphere on this street, along which buildings richly decorated with patterns rise in rows. In this diverse crowd we find one familiar figure. This is Lin, who gracefully squeezes among the rest of the passers-by. His steps are measured, his gaze is calm and confident. It was at this moment that a stranger addressed him from the crowd. The man reports that all the necessary medicine materials for Dalfa have been successfully collected and carefully packaged. His words sound confident, as if he had been preparing for this meeting for a long time. Suddenly the camera takes us to another part of the street where we see a couple of familiar faces. This is Ning, a beautiful girl with an open face, who happily communicates with the young man who accompanies her. Another familiar person is slowly walking towards their meeting. This is Lin Que. His figure stands out from the rest of the passers-by, as if he were an integral part of this street. Ning stared at Lin in surprise, as if speechless at his sudden appearance here. Her eyes are wide open in amazement. Her face expresses a mixture of surprise and joy. The young man standing next to Ning just now noticed her. He glanced at her, as if he wanted to say something, but fell silent, immersed in his thoughts. With some noticeable hesitation, the boy quietly turns to Ning, asking a question about Lina. The girl, sensing some tension in the air, quickly answers him positively, trying to ease the tension. Chen, that's the young man's name, seemed to get a little angry. Still trying to remain calm, Ning rushes to convince him that she no longer has any relationship with Lin. However, the girl's words didn't seem to have the proper effect on him. A sly smile appears on Chen's face, which instantly changes his expression and gives him some kind of cunning, a little cheeky look. Boldly and confidently, Chen addresses Lin, giving his name and clarifying the relationship between him and Ning. His voice sounds decisive enough, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Que, in turn, ignores all this. He simply replies that he understands everything, and his tone suggests that he sincerely does not pay attention to the whole performance. Lin silently walks past them, and his indifferent reaction seems to evoke some emotion in Chen. His face instantly changes as if he was surprised or disappointed by Lin's reaction. Ning turns to Tsu, asking where he has been all this time because they were actually starting to worry. Tsu answers her, asking her to tell Uncle Gua that he is all right. His voice sounds calm and confident, as if he really wants to convey this message. Ning and Chen continue to stand in the middle of the noisy and bright street, their eyes fixed on Lin's receding figure. Chen thought deeply about Lin. Why is Lin so well dressed when he comes from a poor family? And how does Gua treat him with such respect? But anger flares in Chen's heart, his fist clenched so tightly that his nails dig into his palm. He can't let Lin have Ning's heart, he won't let her marry him. Meanwhile, Lin continues on his way, moving calmly and confidently towards some mysterious figure that has yet to be seen. The mysterious figures turn out to be Hazy and his assistant, who carries a box in his hands. They stand at the edge of the street, their figures clearly stand out from the rest. They both greet Lin, bowing respectfully and paying their respects to him. Their eyes are filled with awe and respect, they see in him not just a mortal, but something more. Lin, after exchanging glances with them, asks about the reason for their coming. His gaze is piercing, as if he wants to read the answer right in their eyes. Hazy and his assistant explain that they helped their master build a collection of precious medicinal materials. Their voices sound admiring and respectful. Lin then asks Hazy what Master Duan thinks. His gaze is attentive and sharp, he is trying to understand what is behind this question. Hazy hands Lin some kind of leaflet, explaining that the Duan family wants to atone for Lin and, as a token of their respect, they organized a big banquet where they really hope to see Quebec. Lin doesn't quite understand what they want to know from him, but he feels it's important to attend this banquet and find out more about it. Que accepts an invitation to a banquet. His decision was instant, as if he knew what to do next. And now Lin finds himself in front of a majestic and richly decorated mansion. Duan greets Lin at the banquet. Que is surprised to see that the owner of the place, Duan, shows him too much attention and respect. They enter a large rich hall, and Duan tells Lin to sit down. In the crowd of guests, a certain man approaches Duan and is interested in a new guest. His gaze is wet with curiosity and some anticipation. With a twinkle in his eye and obvious excitement, Duan immediately wants to introduce Lin to this man, as if eager to share his joy with him. This man is Lu. He came from the Tianxing Martial Arts Hall and holds the honored position of the first martial arts master in Linzhou. His reputation and status are cloaked in an aura of grandeur. It is also with great pleasure that Duan introduces Que with Shinshibwa, the head of the escort bureau and the master of throwing darts, and with Jin Xiaoxia, the owner of the unique technique of the origin of the sword. The moment has come when Duan introduces Lin himself in front of everyone present. He speaks of him with pride and respect, exaggerating his virtues. Lu, however, immediately shows dissatisfaction with Lin. In his opinion, Lin demonstrates a disrespectful attitude and inappropriate behavior, which causes him displeasure. Lu says that inviting Lin to the banquet could jeopardize Duan's status and reputation. These words cause astonishment and bewilderment among those present. However, Lin remains unfazed by Lu's words. There is not a drop of anxiety or anger on his face, as if these words mean nothing to him. But Duan decides to tell everyone about Lin's great strength and skills. He tells stories that highlight Lin's power and skill. Lu, in turn, calls Duan's men weak, so Lin easily dealt with them. These words charge the atmosphere with tension even more. Annoyed by such ignorance, Duan tells Lu not to look down on Lin. His voice sounds determined and loud. He is not going to tolerate such an attitude. Shinshibwa, a man of great experience and skill, reassures Lu and invites him to move away. His words and actions testify to his wisdom and maturity. Everyone calmed down. Lu and Shinshibwa retreated peacefully, leaving Lin and Duan alone. The atmosphere in the room is calm again. Duan quickly asks Lin's forgiveness for what happened, realizing that his guest might take it as an unfortunate incident. However, Lin does not seem to care about all this embarrassment. Sitting together, Duan admits that she now respects Lin despite their relationship being strained in the past. Lin, looking thoughtfully into his mug of drink, asks Duan what brought him here today. Duan confesses that he has a request for Lin. Lin is interested in his request. Duan begins talking about his old enemy, with whom his family has a long feud. He says that this enemy is too strong and very difficult to defeat. Lin suggests that Duan should take this issue to the official instead of him. His words sound confident. He knows that he cannot solve this problem alone. But Duan insists that the enemy is too powerful. Desperation is heard in his voice, and worry is reflected on his face. Lin recalls the terrible crimes his family committed that the government turned a blind eye to. His thoughts go back to dark times. Duan doesn't know how to respond to Lin's words. He just looks at him, full of anxiety and indecision. Lin says that if the enemy is so strong that it cannot be defeated, then there is no other choice but to accept it. He doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Yes, is the only word Duan Tianxiu says when meeting Lin's gaze. Under heavy centuries of fatigue and frustration, driven by incomprehensible power, Lin and Duan slowly make their way through the hall decorated with grace and wealth. Their path passes Lu and Chen, who, absorbed in an alcoholic feast, are in no way distracted from their glasses. Lu, shaking his glass roughly, defiantly addresses Lin, calling him a swindler. He insistently and with obvious disbelief claims that he does not believe that Lin is immortal. But at the same moment, Lin, ignoring the insults, turns his attention to something else, his eyes filled with keen interest. From behind the door, at the opposite end of the hall, some screams are heard, unexpected and disturbing, breaking the silence. Above the fallen warriors, helplessly lying on the ground, rises the majestic image of a man with yellowish hair, an image that is distinguished by extraordinary strength. This man is prowling around, looking for a certain person, Duan Tianqiu, in the crowd. Heard words freeze in the air, they fall on Duan like an icy waterfall, terrifying even the boss himself. Here he, Zhao Hu, enters the hall. The eyes of Duan and the warrior with the blade are fixed on him. They are attentively, like predators, watching his every movement. In this strong and tough man, Duan recognizes Zhao Hu, whose name inspires awe. Zhao, his face adorned with a sinister smile, quietly suggests to Duan that he just die quickly, as if that was the only reasonable solution. Duan, not hiding his indignation, resolutely declares that Zhao is dishonoring the masters from the great city of Linzhou. Hu, with disdain and disgust in his voice, calls these very masters scum who mediocrely missed their lives. These words, spoken with such cruel clarity, clearly angered Lu. He explodes with anger. Lu, internally furious at Zhou's insults, readily lashes out at Zhou, unable to contain his feelings. Lu's fist, driven by anger and determination, almost reaches the target, Zhao Hu's face. But suddenly, one unexpected but crushing movement of Zhao's leg completely stops Lu's onslaught, tearing him off the intended trajectory. This blow, carrying with it crushing power, brought unbearable pain to Master Lu, flashing through him with feelings of despair and defeat. Chen, seeing the grief of his comrade, desperately tries to pick him up, provide support and help. Zhao, showing his fearless confidence, in turn contemptuously calls this master a weakling, ridiculing his attempts to resist. These words, like a powerful gust of wind, anger Lu even more. He, wiping sweat from his chin, invites everyone to unite and attack Zhao Hu. All together, as a group of warriors united in the struggle, they pounce on the unshakable Zhao Hu. Like hail, blows from different directions fall on the warrior, trying to break through his defenses. But Zhao, like an unhindered dance, masterfully dodges them all, dodging blows and maintaining control of the situation. Suddenly, like a flurry, a lot of coins, like furious bees, rush towards Zhao. They are about to reach him, ready to hit and inflict a wound. But Zhao, once again demonstrating his incomparable dexterity, easily dodges them, as if maneuvering between raindrops. And then, unexpectedly, like lightning from a clear sky, Jin attacks him from above with a dazzling blade. But at the decisive moment, Zhao, with incredible calmness and dexterity, grabs the blade with 2 fingers, blocking the attack. The smile hanging on Jin's face didn't disappear even though his sword was successfully grabbed. His face was like a mask, not reflecting the inner turmoil or insecurity that arose as a result of this turn of events. But Jin was fully prepared for this development. He tensed, and suddenly another blade burst from the edge of his sword, making it look like a new weapon was being pulled from its scabbard. It seems that this is exactly the sort of origin that Duan talked about so much, Lin whispered to himself, surprised and at the same time delighted with the performance. And at that moment, suddenly and inevitably, Jin's blade penetrates Zhao's chest, guided by his master's hand with the same confident smile on his face. But Zhao was ready for this event. Despite the outward surprise, he was fully prepared for such an outcome. Jin was taken aback by Zhao's smile, which showed a tinge of realization on his face. He realized that there was more to this fight. Jin's blade, which had pierced Zhao's chest so confidently, suddenly twisted and failed to complete its mission, unable to pierce its enemy. Zhao stared straight into Jin's eyes, penetrating his gaze just as his own blade tried to penetrate his body. All of a sudden, he delivers a powerful blow straight to Jin's heart. It was so sudden that no one had time to react. At the same time, his hand, firm and unrelenting, penetrates Jin's body, distorting the balance between life and death. But at this moment, the ring quickly flies towards Zhao, as if in a last attempt to save Jin. But Zhao easily catches it and throws it back to the sender with incredible force, showing skillful skill and speed of reaction. When the coin pierces Jin, blood flows from his mouth. It was a shocking image, filled with meaning and tragedy. And at this moment, Zhao is already rushing towards Lu, covering the distance between them with incredible speed. Lu, realizing the danger, quickly turns his attention to the approaching threat. He is horrified by what is happening around him. With one powerful blow, the strength of which can only be compared with a heavy blow of a blade, Zhao knocks Lu down. Lu falls clumsily to the ground, losing this battle. His legs can no longer support him, and he collapses in front of Zhao, who has the pleasure of this outcome painted on his face. Zhao looks around with a smirk, enjoying his victory and the power he feels at this moment. His smile is sinister and embarrassing to others. Duan is horrified by this look. Fear and anxiety can be seen in his eyes. But Lin, who stands nearby and watches what is happening, also pays attention to this. Lin is increasingly aware that Zhao is now a rank 9 martial master. He has become such a powerful adversary that he inspires fear even in experienced fighters like Lin. Despite the blow, Lu remains alive thanks to the protection the armor provides him. If it wasn't for her, I'd probably already be dead, Lu thinks, pretending to be dead to ensure his safety in this dangerous situation. Zhao, with a smile on his face, is already preparing to kill Duan. He asks him who else can save him in this situation, mocking and enjoying his superiority. Tianqiu is horrified, completely confused and frightened by this turn of events. He does not know what to do, his thoughts are confused with fear. Zhao shouts to the entire hall, loud and confident so that everyone can hear him. It was a challenge that cannot be ignored. He declares that he is going to kill only Duan, and only those who bow to him 3 times he will spare. It was cruel but convincing, and Zhao's words sounded like a sentence. Everyone present is terrified at Zhao's words. They feel fear and the unknown, and this feeling makes them tremble. But then, making his way through the crowd, Lin steps forward, and Duan is shocked by what he sees. Lin states that he has changed his mind and now decides to help in the fight against a common enemy. He promises to distract Zhao until Duan can carry out Chu's plan. It becomes a spark of hope in the darkness of despair. At this moment, Duan is in a state of boundless happiness, all thanks to the Immortal's words. With respect and reverence, he bows to the Immortal. Profoundly and sincerely, he expresses his readiness to fulfill any request the Immortal has to offer. While Lu is engulfed in bewilderment and shock. He has only one thought in his head: Duan, being afraid, is talking absolute nonsense. He cannot understand why his friend is reacting in such a strange way. Meanwhile, Lin, with a look of readiness and confidence, takes a step forward, coming face to face with Zhao, who, courage and determination in his movements charge the air with tension. Zhao, with firmness in his voice, proclaims that Lin is the seeker of death. These words echo off the walls of the hall, causing everyone present to feel a sense of awe. At the same time, a powerful blow approaches Que at the speed of lightning. All present feel the power and speed of this attack, which heralds an inevitable clash. But Lin doesn't seem to be thrilled at all. There is not the slightest sign of anxiety or fear on his face. He looks as calm and collected as ever. Que, with undisguised interest in his voice, notices that the momentum of the punch is not bad, but its speed leaves much to be desired. The strike is too slow to reach the target. Lin, like a feather in the wind, easily dodges a powerful blow. It looks so light and graceful, as if he has practiced this movement 1,000 times. Zhao is shocked. He literally freezes in place when he sees Lin's hand that has already appeared in front of his face. A hand that is about to deliver a powerful blow, or, as it is called here, snap. A blow of such force that Zhao flies off like a ball hit by the power of a giant. The force wave from the impact causes his body to jump and fly away. Many might have thought that it was just a light flicker, but the force with which Zhao was thrown back suggested that it was something much more. Everyone present in the hall remains in complete shock at the demonstration of Lin's power. He showed himself to be an invincible fighter, which left everyone in the hall in amazement. Lu, still in shock, tries to pull himself together after what he just saw. His mind is hard to understand what happened. But Zhao does not lose consciousness, despite the power of the blow. He quickly gets to his knees, holding himself back from falling. Even after such a blow, he continues to fight. Zhao, recovering his breath and mustering his courage, turns to Lin. He states that from now on, he will fight Lin much more seriously. As if in response to his words, powerful energy begins to pulsate around Zhao. It rises, creating a halo of power around him, and saturates the entire environment, making everyone present feel the power of his spirit. But Lin does not give up. With ease, like a bird, he flies above the floor. This incredible feat is admired by all present. Energy also begins to pulsate around him. She is more calm, not as fierce as Zhao, but at the same time her power is felt. Lin seems to be in complete control of his energy. Lin, directing his energy into Zhao, issues a severe warning. Now the wrath of heaven will descend on you. This warning hangs in the air, filling it with unsettling anticipation. Lin then strikes with only 2 fingers. It's not just a blow, it's a crushing force concentrated in his fingertips. Shock and horror seize Zhao. His eyes reflect the fear of Lin's unpredictable power. However, Zhao manages to dodge the powerful impact wave coming from Lin's technique. His movements are quick and determined, almost dancing in the midst of destructive force. But Zhao does not have time to catch his breath, because the fast and unpredictable Que is already appearing right behind him. Now Zhao must fight 2 opponents at once. Who remains shocked at this new turn of events. He can't believe what he sees with his own eyes, and his heart is beating wildly in his chest. Lin strikes again, relentless and powerful. In response to this, Zhao does his best to block this incredible punch. Lin's punching power is incredible. Zhao flies away as if thrown at great speed, and smashes the column behind him with devastating force. This moment captures all the senses, and everyone froze in bewilderment and awe. Lin, with undeniable self-confidence, towers over his subdued opponent. He embodies unsurpassed strength and unshakable authority. But Zhao is alive. Through pain and fatigue he rises, confirming his unshakable will. He is ready to continue the fight, no matter what. This act of heroism deserves respect. Although he is tired and his body is covered with wounds, he does not back down. This is not just physical exhaustion, this is a mental struggle in which he participates to the end. Lin, respecting his tenacity, admits that Zhao is a good opponent. He understands that he should be more careful and serious. Then a powerful energy begins to concentrate in Lin's hand. His eyes sparkle with red fire, reflecting his infinite strength and determination. A dazzling dragon woven from pure energy appears on his palm. He is the embodiment of the power and strength wielded by Lin. With this energy dragon in hand, Lin towers over Zhao. A round cave freezes from the power of his energy, which only confirms his greatness. Zhao is utterly horrified in the face of Lin's overwhelming power. His eyes reflect fear and surprise. Realizing that he will not be able to win, Zhao tries to escape. He moves towards the exit like a hunted animal trying to escape a predator. Behind him, Lin continues to concentrate his powerful energy. The sense of danger only intensifies with each passing moment. Finally, Que unleashes his energy dragon, which rushes straight towards Zhao. This majestic spectacle leaves everyone breathless. The dragon strikes the running Zhao. It's not just a blow, it's like a thunderbolt that tears apart his body. Zhao lets out a scream from the unbearable pain that Lin inflicted on him. It's not just physical pain, it's mental suffering. The flames devour Zhao, enveloping his body as he experiences unbearable pain and horror. This spectacle amazes everyone with its cruelty and ruthlessness. The charred body of Zhao, former rank 9 master, falls down, lifeless. This sight makes everyone freeze in horror and awe. Duan is completely shocked by what is happening. He is numb with horror, looking at Lin's victory. Lin calmly remarks that his skill is more like a fire snake than a fire dragon, easing the tension in the room. Everyone in the hall, from masters to students, bows to Lin, chanting him as an immortal. His title reminds everyone of his greatness and power. Lu is utterly horrified, realizing that Lin is indeed an immortal. Remembering your recent insult, he is afraid that he will be punished. Fear seizes Lu, because now he can be punished for his recent rudeness towards the immortal. Lu tries to slip away unnoticed to the exit, trying to remain unnoticed by Lin. Just as he is about to leave, Lin yells at him to stop. Lu shudders like a deer as he realizes he's been caught. Lin asks Lu if he is going to leave without a word. His voice sounds so accusatory that Lu is confused. Lu is confused and scared. He doesn't know how to even answer Lin's question. Lin is annoyed by Lu's lack of respect. Now this disrespectful student will be punished. Lin entrusts Duan with punishing Lu. Duan nods, accepting this task with seriousness and determination. Tianqiu bows and folds his hands respectfully, confirming that he will immediately complete the task. Tianqiu, armed with a blade, stands right in front of the frightened Lu. He looks adamant and determined, ready to carry out his task. Tianqiu states that he doesn't care that Lu insulted him, but insulting an immortal is a grave and unforgivable sin. Lu, horrified, tries to negotiate with Duan, but Duan does not listen to his pleas. While trying to say his last words, Lu suddenly stops when Duan abruptly slits his throat. Back at the academy, Lin finds Dafu beaten up. He was shocked by this discovery. Que, worried about her comrade, wants to know what happened to Dafa. It turns out that Dafa was not beaten by anyone other than the bastards from the Duan family. This discovery makes Lin angry. Lin is surprised that these people still don't know what happened. Dafa, in turn, wants to know what Lin means. Que tells Dafu to go rest while he takes care of business. Lin understands that now he has to solve this problem. In the gloomy abyss of the nameless box, there is an unknown root, which, like a treasure, is shrouded in mystery. This object of unknown origin beckons with its mystery, as if it contains the power of the ancient world. Lin, with great attention and care, prepares to create a brain purification potion. The most important ingredient in his experiment is millennial ginseng, a rare and extremely valuable herbal ingredient that is said to grant incredible powers. Sitting near a cauldron in which an unknown infusion is slowly brewing, Lin focuses his thoughts on the upcoming process. An unknown mixture is brewed in a cauldron, each element of which is added with a special calculation. A fire burns under the cauldron, the light of which disperses the darkness and gives a mystical atmosphere to the process. Warmth comes from the cauldron, and the aroma of brew is in the air, charging the space with energy and hope. Dafa has Dafa pills in his hands, and he can't help but wonder if these small spheres can turn him into a martial artist. His heart is filled with excitement and hope, as when meeting with the unknown. Lin, in turn, believes that it all depends to a large extent on Dafa's luck. Fate is often capricious, and no potion or pill guarantees absolute success. Sincerely, Dafa folds his hands and thanks Lin for his wisdom and help. Lin, in turn, strongly advises Dafa to start cultivating without delay, because every minute is precious. Following this, Dafa begins his descent from the mountain along a long staircase, each step of which slowly removes him from his seclusion and brings him closer to the real world. At the bottom, 3 absurd types from Duan are already waiting for him, armed with bats. They stand there like harbingers of trouble, with evil intentions. Boldly standing in front of them, Dafa turns to one of them named Yun, asking what he wants. Dafa's voice sounds calm, but at the same time full of determination. The purpose of these ill-wishers is as clear as day. They want to beat Dafa again. Yun, however, is surprised at how quickly Dafa's wounds healed. It seems they took him too easy last time. In response to their threats, Dafa reminds them of Master Lin, who is behind him. There is a note of threat and warning in his voice. Evil laughter responds to Dafa's words, because in their opinion, Lin is already under the control of their young master. Their mockery fills the air like a poisoned cloud. But then, from behind Dafa, a voice is heard that expresses surprise at the words of these bastards. This sound, unexpected and terrifying, pierces the air. This voice is so shocking that people from Duan are speechless for a moment, looking around fearfully. Down the stairs, Lin himself appears, surprising everyone present. This appearance was not expected by anyone, especially those who had just mocked his name. Yun, puzzled and frightened, says that Lin shouldn't be here. He appears to be in a panic, his voice trembling with fear. Lin, exhaling with difficulty, expresses surprise at their stupidity and ignorance. They are not even aware of what has already happened in their own Duan family. He emphatically declares that the Duan family is now under his control. He advises them to put up with it and bow to him as their new master. However, in response, they simply laugh, refusing to believe in his words. In their opinion, only Master Xiao's actions can be the reason for such meaningless statements. Dafa, clenching her fists tensely, turns to Lin, keeping her gaze on his face. Did you really say that? There is distrust and confusion in his voice. Many of those present are momentarily perplexed as they look at the scene that unfolds before them. Duan Tianqiu, a highly respected master, obeyed Lin, accepted his words as truth, and followed him. Therefore, the rest, without exception, should also follow his example and serve me as well as him. This is Lin's will, and this must be our path. At this, Yun, suddenly interrupting them, raises his voice. "Shut up, Lin!" he shouts, breaking the silence, exploding it like a bomb, animated by anger and distrust. The eyes of everyone present instantly switch to him. Yun's eyes are burning with indignation. He is angry, outraged by Lin's words, which excited him and caused such a storm of emotions. These words pierced him like arrows, driving the poison of doubt and bewilderment into his heart. One of Yun's closest comrades quietly remarks that it won't be easy to defeat Lin. This makes Yun even more indignant. "But there are more of us," he counters, emphasizing their side's numerical advantage. "That's why we will definitely win." Lin, watching this scene, listens to them with a slight smirk on his face. He seems completely unflappable, confident in his abilities despite the hostility that comes from Yun and his comrades. Here another figure appears on the horse Hazy. There is something solemn about his arrival. Everyone on the spot was frozen in anticipation. Hazy slowly descends from his majestic steed, and everyone around, with bated breath, watches his every movement. Each step exudes authority and determination. Yun and his comrades, alarmed and excited, greet the second master. They hope for his support, for his solidarity with them in this situation. But to their surprise, Hazy walks past them, ignoring them. This unexpected behavior adds even more confusion to the situation. Instead, Hazy bows with deep respect, greeting Master Lin. His act shocks everyone who did not expect it. Lin, surprised but calm, asks Hazy what he wants. His voice is confident and relentless. Yun's comrades, including Yun himself, are stunned by what they see. They froze, looking at Hazy as if struck by lightning. Hazy, ignoring their shock, slowly holds out the box for Lin. "This is from Duan," he says, as if conveying a secret message. Inside this box lies a key that can unlock new possibilities, new paths. Ke, trying to collect his thoughts, turns to Hazy with a question. "What does it mean?" he asks, trying to understand the meaning of this key. "Master Duan asked me to pass this on to Lin," Hazy replies, emphasizing the importance of his message. He found out that Lin didn't buy the house and decided to offer his help. This key opens the Xianchang mansion at Longhu Villa, Hazy continues, as if opening a veil of secrecy. The mention of this villa shocks Dafa. He seemed to be petrified, unable to believe what he was hearing. Lin, in turn, asks with interest about the location of Villa Longhu. His question sounds like a challenge, like an attracting magnet against which everything rests. Dafa says that the villa is located in Sito Lake. It is a feng shui place. This is one of the most luxurious residences in Lingzhou's city. Lin says Master Duan did a good job. Yun and his men are stunned by everything they see and hear. Their shock is caused both by the external environment and events, and by the words they hear. They may not even be able to fully comprehend or understand everything that is going on around them. Apparently, Yun doesn't understand anything of what's going on. Shaking off his confusion, he turns to Hazy for clarification, probably hoping that Hazy can help him figure out what exactly is going on. Hazy tells them that Lin is their family's savior, and the gang will follow him from now on, and orders them to show respect to Ke. From these words, they are probably even more shocked than before. Their inner world has turned upside down, their understanding of their position and role has changed so quickly, and so unexpectedly that they may not yet fully realize what is happening. They look at each other, completely lost and not understanding how to react to everything that happens. Perhaps this is one of the most intense moments of their lives, as questions of personal identity, status and power are at stake. Shocked and frightened, they drop their bats. A symbolic act that may mean that they give up their former life or their former role. As soon as the beats fall, they immediately kneel in front of Lin. It is an act of respect, an act of submission, an act of recognition of Lin's power over them. Lin looks at them with his calm gaze. Perhaps his calmness becomes a support for them in this moment of anxiety and uncertainty. Dafa admires Lin, and because of this, a gentle smile appears on the face of the second. This is indicative of the deep emotional connection between them and the strong respect that Dafa has for Lin. Yun and his men raise their torsos and look at Quebec. This may be a manifestation of their willingness to accept new rules, new roles, and new hierarchies. Lin tells them that from now on their boss is Dafa Jiao. From these words, Dafa himself was very surprised. Perhaps he never expected this turn of events to lead this group. It seems that these guys have horror from these words. Perhaps they never imagined that Dafa would be their new leader, and this causes them deep fear and confusion. They bow again, but this time to Dafa, greeting him and calling him boss. This shows that they quickly adapt to new circumstances and are ready to accept Dafa as their new leader. Jia turns to Lin in confusion, as he has never led anyone before. This speaks to his own shock and uncertainty about his ability to be a leader. Lin, in turn, answers him that if there is disobedience, then Dafa can tell him everything. This perhaps gives Dafa confidence, emphasizing that Lin will be there to support him in his new position. Kate turns to Hazy, asking about what to do if someone is disrespectful to Dafa. This highlights the importance of respect in this new order, and how seriously they take their new roles. The punishment for provocateurs is 3 strokes of the knife and 6 piercing blows. This is a rather harsh punishment, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the willingness to ensure order at any cost. Hearing of the cruel punishment, Yun's eyes fill with horror. He probably understands the full gravity of the situation and understands that they can no longer freely act in the way they used to. They try to say something, but clearly have difficulty formulating their thoughts, which indicates that horror overwhelms them and limits their ability to think rationally. Lin tells Hazy to proceed with the punishment. This confirms his authority and resilience in carrying out his decision despite the apparent horror of Yun and his men. Hazy draws his knife, emphasizing the seriousness of his intentions. The knife is certainly a symbol of menace and violence, and its appearance represents the danger that now looms over Yun and his men. Dagger in hand, Hazy stands in front of the kneeling Yun and his men, exposing them for all to see and emphasizing their vulnerability. Lin tells Dafa that it's time for them to leave. This may indicate that Lin prefers to avoid violence, or that he feels it necessary to remove Dafa from this punishment. Yun and his people ask for forgiveness from the second master, but he is unshakable. This once again confirms that Dafa and Lin now have power over them. Then a terrifying scream is heard, which is probably the result of the punishment that began Hazy. Qin, apparently already at the academy, stands in the middle of a large crowd of people. Perhaps he is waiting for the start of some event or ceremony. 2 young guys in white robes fix their eyes on him. Perhaps they know Qin, or perhaps they are interested in his presence for some other reason. 2 more monks from the academy appear, most likely senior or important figures in this community. This couple greets them by calling them Brother Bai and Brother Yi. This is indicative of the brotherhood and respect that usually exists between members of religious or spiritual communities. It looks like Bai and Ye's target is Lin Quebec. Perhaps they came here to meet him or discuss some important issues with him. One of these monks seemed to get angry when he saw Lin. Perhaps there was some hostile past between them, or perhaps the monk simply expected more respect from Lin. This monk is angry because Lin does not give him the respect he deserves, which is a violation of the generally accepted rules of interaction. Lin does not pay respect to this monk, because he considers him to be insufficiently qualified. This demonstrates Lin's confidence in himself and his independence from the opinions of others. Lin's words irritate the monk even more. Lin, as always, remains calm. This confirms his self-confidence and his ability to remain calm even in difficult situations. Energy begins to pulsate around this monk, and his eyes glow with scarlet fire. This may be a manifestation of his anger or spiritual power, as well as a hint of a possible upcoming confrontation. Brother Bai orders Yi to calm down and not act rashly. This indicates his seniority or influence over Yi. These words calm Yi, but at the same time, they disturb him a little. Perhaps he fears the consequences of his behavior or is annoyed at being called to moderation. Yi insults Lin, stating that he is not worthy of belonging to the academy, and that his skills are not enough. This clearly shows Ye's contempt for Lin and his desire to humiliate him. Whether the skills are sufficient or not, we can find out right now, Lin Ye replies. This indicates his determination and self-confidence, as well as his willingness to enter into conflict. Kei moves away, while Yi probably hopes that Lin will remember his words and take them into account in the future. Yi tells Bai that Kei is allowing himself too much, and Bai responds with the proverb about the frog, pointing out that all actions have consequences. Dafa asks Ling why he chose to confront Yi and Bai, perhaps doubting the wisdom of such a move. Lin asks Jia how strong Bai and Yi are, indicating his pragmatic approach and desire to be well prepared. Dafa replies that Bai and Yi are the most outstanding among the young disciples, warning Ling of the severity of the test ahead. Lin is interested in seeing the two in action, which highlights his openness to new experiences and his confidence in his own abilities. Dafa says that insulting Bai and Yi is a bad idea, but Lin replies that it's okay and that he has plans. This shows that Lin is well prepared and ready for the upcoming events. Rumors of a conflict between Lin and Yi are quickly spreading throughout the academy, and many people are discussing it. One of the students thinks Lin is insane for coming into conflict with Yi, while another warns him to keep quiet and just watch things unfold. Two Bai stand outside the house and call Ling, wondering if he has the courage to fight Yi. They play pranks on Lin and call him a coward, in an obvious attempt to provoke him into action. A crowd of people gather behind them, and the two of them discuss Lin, agreeing that it was a mistake to provoke Yi. Suddenly, the doors of the house rumble out due to a powerful impact. This may be the result of some kind of action inside the house or a surprise attack. These doors fly right into the two bays, possibly knocking them off their feet or giving them a shock. This unexpected development could be a turning point in this conflict. Both Bai lie twisting in pain after colliding with the doors. This not only humiliates them, but also shows the sudden prospect that Lin might be much more dangerous than they realized. Lin leaves the house, unhappy that his sleep has been disturbed. This shows his calmness and dislike for disorder. The two Bai look at Lin with shock and horror, reflecting their fear and bewilderment at his unexpected power. Kei, supposedly an acquaintance of Ling, thinks that Bai was sent by Yi and asks them about it. One of the Bays holds out a scroll with an order from Brother Yi, suggesting that Lin, if he has the courage, go to the arena and fight. This highlights the spirit of competition and challenge inherent in their society. Lin decides to accept the challenge and enter the arena, showing off his courage and determination. Meanwhile, a crowd of people are excitedly discussing the upcoming fight in the arena, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Gossip and rumors fill the air, as they always do in the run-up to a significant event. All these conversations are overheard by Yu's younger sister. This indicates that she is also an important part of this community. She is surprised by Lin's actions, believing that he is not up to Big Brother Ye's level. This emphasizes her respect for Yi and her doubts about Lin's abilities. In one of the lanes, Yu accidentally meets one of the bays, adding a new level of interaction to the story. This bai turns out to be the same guy who comforted Yi during their meeting with Lin. This points to his possible role as a peacemaker or mediator in this conflict. He recognizes Yui, which highlights the prior connections between the characters. Yu greets Brother Bai, confirming their familiarity and mutual respect. Bai miss you, hinting at possible romantic feelings on Bai's part for you. Yu responds to his attention with gratitude, which may indicate her respect for him, but not necessarily romantic feelings. Bai takes Yu's hand, asking if she missed him. This sudden action puzzles Yu, who may not have expected such a direct display of affection from Bai. Yu's eyes, blue as the sea, fill with surprise, reflecting her surprise and possible confusion at Bai's feelings. The young girl pulls her hand out of Bai's cold, unyielding grip with contempt and determination. Leaving no room for further discussion or objection, she abruptly throws his hand away and turns to leave with lightning speed. Every step she takes reflects determination and independence, and she is about to walk away, taking her pride and purpose far away from Bai. Bai stands where the girl left him, alone with his thoughts. Silence fills the air as he processes the harsh rejection he's just received. His eyes seemed like mirrors to reflect his soul, full of anger and disappointment. Confidence begins to grow inside him that the day will come when this girl who is now so desperately pushing him away will beg him for her love and touch. Meanwhile, in the distance, in an almost endless arena, the three main actors of this story stand: Lin Que, a woman with an impeccable level of cultivation, Brother Yi, an intricate and mysterious opponent, and Judge, the unshakable master of the battle. Lin Que stands confidently in the arena, eyes smiling at the challenge. Her gaze shines with anticipation and confidence. She enjoys what is about to happen. On the other side of the arena, Brother Yi, no less confident and determined, smiles back as he looks at Quebec. He is not afraid of the upcoming confrontation, and his confidence overflows. While this is happening, the judge explains the rules of the fight and the reason why this massive arena was built. His words reflect the spirit of honesty and competition that is embodied in this magnificent building. He promises all participants that the fight will be fair. The winner will receive points, which are an important indicator of their cultivation level, while the loser will lose the same amount. Losing these points can mean stagnation or even regression in their practice. Yeyu, from an observational point, wonders if Lin will follow the established rules. For all his hidden confidence, he knows that nothing is guaranteed in this fight. The answer to his doubts is the statement of Lin, who says that there is no need for rules for a real fight. His words provoke many reactions among the audience. Yu, watching the events in the arena, reflects on Lin's power. Interest and bewilderment flicker in her eyes as she tries to figure out what's going to happen next. But despite all these reflections, she still doubts Kei's victory. Her thoughts are occupied by the unsettling possibility that Kei might lose. Moreover, she thinks that if Kei dies in this battle, no one will really care about his fate. This thought scares her. Suddenly, one of the students offers to bet on the outcome of the fight. This proposal seems to charge the atmosphere with a new expectation. The idea quickly captures the attention of others, and many of them rush to approach him and place their bets. This adds even more drama and excitement to an already tense setting. The student accepts the money, watching this kaleidoscope of events with satisfaction. Among all these people, Dafa, one of Lin's disciples, bets his money on his master. His confidence and belief in his master is much talked about. People think he's crazy, betting on Lin. However, his equanimity and firmness only add to the urgency of this momentary situation. And so, to the loud applause of the crowd, Brother Yi appears in the arena, joining the battle. The atmosphere of tension and expectation reaches its climax. Lin Que boldly meets his opponent, waving his hand and inviting him to start. His actions seem almost casual, as if he is enjoying his superiority over Brother Yi. Brother Yi is perplexed, not understanding exactly what Lin means. His face is contorted with anger, and the anger that has accumulated in him is about to overflow. Perhaps it is Brother Ye's anger that causes Lin's equanimity. Que says that he only needs one hand to fight, which only adds to Ye's bewilderment. Such an arrogant statement angers Yi even more. He looks at Lin with disbelief, not believing that his opponent can really get by with one hand. But Lin continues his provocations, claiming that just one hand is enough for him to smear Brother Yi in the arena. His words evoke thoughts about the upcoming battle, which seems to be getting closer and closer. Many of Bai's supporters are also outraged by Lin and his arrogance. They look at Que with disgust, which only makes things worse. And then Brother Yi, without warning, rushed to the attack, rushing at Lin. His movements seem charged with anger, determined to destroy his rival. Que deftly dodges each blow. His movements resemble a dance, as he plays with Brother Yi, dodging his attacks. But then, all of a sudden, Brother Yi makes a powerful blow that seems to be about to reach Lin. This moment freezes, as if time is slowing down. However, Que still seems unperturbed. He easily grabs Brother Yi's hand, stopping his powerful blow as if by magic. Suddenly, energy begins to pulse around them. This shocks Yi, his eyes widening in surprise. He looks at Lin in fear. Brother Yi's eyes fill with horror. He cannot believe what is happening. With ease, Lin pushes Brother Yi away as if he is nothing more than a speck of dust. He falls back, but quickly gathers her strength. Despite the blow, Brother Yi, demonstrating his unbending will, stops his flight and gets to his feet. His eyes sparkle with determination. However, Brother Yi seems to be a little tired from the fight. His breathing becomes heavy and he tries to control himself. Lin Que taunts him, saying that Ye's strength is not enough to defeat him. These words demonstrate his confidence in victory. But then Brother Yi starts cooking something special. He focuses, his energy pulses, he prepares for a new, strong attack. In the crowd of onlookers, Brother Bai and an old monk are watching closely. They both know what Brother Yi is cooking. Bai realizes that this is a special technique that Brother Yi is preparing. He looks at the arena, his face filled with worry and anticipation. And so, Brother Yi launches his attack. Its Star Spirit Punch, it crashes down on Lin Que like a powerful star, ready to crush everything in its path. In a world of deep silence, an old monk whose name is shrouded in majesty sits meditating on the skill and technique Brother uses. Suddenly, the whole environment is illuminated by a sparkling hail of powerful blows that fell on Lin. It is like rain, where each drop is a fatal blow that can destroy rocks and cut through steel. With respect and a solemn gleam in his eyes, Brother Yi praises Lin. He appreciates that Lin forced him to reveal the depth of his skill and use a technique that he reserves only for special occasions. However, Lin, who has a serene calmness and steely will, swings his fist with his characteristic calmness. His movement is perfect, every step is worked out to the smallest detail. With a force comparable to that of a falling meteor, Lin strikes directly at Brother Ye's chest. This is the kind of blow that can smash mountains and destroy castles, and it rains down on the opponent with violent force. A stream of blood comes out of Brother Yi's mouth. This blow, full of power and determination, was insanely strong, capable of destroying everything in its path. Brother Yi, in shock from the blow received, limply falls outside the ring. This place, which usually witnesses great battles, has now witnessed his defeat. From this sight, the old monk and Brother Bai are in complete shock. Their emotions are confused, and their views are filled with bewilderment and horror. Silently, people look at this whole picture. Their faces are distorted by grimaces of shock and horror. They cannot believe what they see with their own eyes. And then, along with Dafa, other people begin to rejoice, applauding loudly and praising Lin's victory. They rise like a wave, raising the air with their cries of joy and triumph. Que seems to be a little distressed. Disappointment glimmers in the depths of his eyes. After all, even the disciples of the inner court were too weak for him. Lin slowly walks to the edge of the ring, his steps exuding confidence and calmness, as if he is already ready to leave, leaving this place and his opponents behind. But suddenly his move was stopped by a voice. A voice he didn't expect to hear at this moment, a voice coming from behind him. Brother Bai soars into the ring with ease and grace. Its movement is reminiscent of flight, just as smooth and elegant. Already lowered into the ring, he looks at Lin, his eyes filled with questions. He asks Lin where he is going to go. Lin, can't he just leave now? Perhaps he is not yet ready to leave this place without leaving a more visible trace behind him? Bai thinks that Lin, through his words and actions, insulted the disciples of the inner court. Que, in turn, does not even try to refute this. His silence speaks more than words. For this insult, Brother Bai wants to teach Lin Que a lesson. He is not going to just stand there and watch his students become the object of contempt and humiliation. Lin Que, his face full of confidence, is ready for battle. He doesn't care when he starts. He is ready at any moment to subjugate the rhythm of the battle and get down to business. Brother Bai, whose swordsmanship is known far beyond their community, proposes to Lin. He invites him to choose a weapon, ensuring equal conditions for both fighters. However, Lin is ready to fight even with his bare hands. He does not need a weapon to prove his strength and skill. His strength is his hands, his skill is his mind. Without further ado, Bai quickly draws his blade from its sheath. He's not going to be condescending with Lin. He knows that only complete devotion and exertion of his strength will allow him to become a winner. Even Lin seems to be happy with Big Brother Bai's words. This confirms his determination and readiness for battle, which he perceives as a test. With the same determination and confidence as he drew his blade, Bai lashes out at Lin. He is full of determination, his gaze is piercing, every movement is precise and swift. Bai is already striking with his beautiful blade that sparkles like a star in the sky. But his blade is pointed at his opponent with such force that even the air around him begins to vibrate. But Que easily deflects the blade with his finger. He easily deflects a powerful blow with his side, as if it were just a light gust of wind. This unexpected turn of events throws Brother Bai into disarray. From this blocking, he was already mowed down. He did not expect such a reaction from Lin. Bai's hand begins to tremble. From the pain or from the strength of Lin's blocking, it's hard to tell. But his face expresses more than words can describe. Meanwhile, Lin folds his fingers into a pose as if he is about to throw something. This movement resembles the pose of a shooter preparing to shoot. Seeing this technique, Bai is horrified. He sees something like this for the first time and doesn't know what to expect next. Suddenly, an energy bullet fired from Lin's fingers flies at Bai with extraordinary speed. Bai blocks it with his blade, but even that is not enough to completely resist the force of this blow. Lin then folds his fingers back into a pistol position and starts firing faster than you can imagine. His fingers move so fast it's almost impossible to follow their movements. A hail of energy bullets rains down on Bai, making the fight hellish. Bai blocks them with his blade, but even this is not enough against such an intense attack. Bai seems to be at the limit of his powers. Blocking the energy bullets becomes more and more difficult. His breathing becomes heavy, his hands tremble with exertion. Suddenly he jumps back. But this is no ordinary retreat. He seems to throw himself away from an invisible obstacle. One of the bullets was so strong that it pushed Bai away. It was such a strong blow that he was literally thrown into the distance from his opponent. Bai now stands 3 meters away from Lin. He sighs, trying to catch his breath, his hands shaking from exhaustion. Bai feels tired. He is exhausted, his breath is caught, and he feels his strength leaving him. He is amazed by Lin's strength. Brother Bai wonders how, with such strength and talent, Lin is still just an ordinary martial artist. His inner voice screams, "Why?" Holding his sword tightly, Bai began to concentrate his energy. But Lin, his opponent, was not afraid. He just stood there, robed in peace, not letting anything of the upcoming battle bother him. Grasping the hilt of his sword, Bai raised it above his head. The energy that flared around him was like a blue flame that seethed and pulsed, making everything around him sparkle and shine. This pulsation of energy was so strong that it terrified everyone who was nearby. Rushing off, Bai yells at everyone around him to get out of the way. At his words, half of the spectators of the battle, in fright and horror, are rapidly trying to move away from the place of the fight. Their faces are white as sheets, and their legs tremble with fear. The 10,000 sword technique, the one that had both fascinated and frightened everyone who had ever heard of it, was about to rain down on Lin. Bai held his breath, focusing his entire mind and body on this attacking maneuver. A strong energy wave from Bai's sword swing is already heading towards Lin. She is like a hurricane, ready to sweep away everything in its path, inexorably moving towards its goal. But Lin, like a light wind, dodges her with grace and ease. He moves so naturally and freely that he seems to be dancing in the midst of a raging storm. Leaving the energy wave past him, Lin watches as it hits the arena, leaving a deep crater that looks like a cut. It was a trace reminiscent of the strength and destructiveness of Bai's technique. Seeing the destruction, Lin begins to think. His eyes darkened for a moment, filled with some deep understanding and appreciation of what this battle could bring. Bai, full of self-confidence, invites Lin to admit his mistake. He is like a master, offering his subordinate to surrender, promising that then he might let him go. But Lin is not even going to listen to his proposals. He stands straight and unshakable, pride and determination shining in his eyes. Smiling, Lin advises Bai not to rejoice too soon. His words sound like a contemptuous mockery. They involuntarily provoke Bai's anger. These words made Bai angry. He seethes with anger, and the fire of rage lights up in his eyes. He is ready to attack again. Once again, a frenzied energy begins to pulsate around Bai and his sword. It resembles a huge flame, ready to burn everything in its path. On the other hand, Lin takes a deep breath, filling his lungs with air. He gathers strength for the next round, his body tensing like a bowstring. The released wave of energy is already flying towards Lin. This is something huge and unstoppable. It seemed that it would sweep away everything in its path. The wave has almost reached him. Everyone in the vicinity froze in anticipation, as if time had slowed down, and every second felt like an eternity. But Lin, with full determination in his eyes, prepares to meet this attack. He looks at her without fear, his body is full of energy, and he is ready for battle. And then, as if from the depths of his soul, from Lin's throat, a piercing, thunderous cry bursts out, of such strength and suddenness that everyone around was stunned. His next action was to create an incredible power of flame that seemed to flow from his mouth, filling the space around him. The firestorm that Lin had just created was moving towards the wave of energy launched by Bai. Their clash was inevitable, and it foreshadowed incredible consequences. At the moment of the collision, huge energy began to pulsate from both of them, creating waves of air that spread throughout the arena. A terrible sight was reflected in Bai's eyes. He could only watch helplessly as the huge wave of flame moved in his direction, giving him no chance of escape. This wave of fire, like an invincible beast, gradually engulfed him. Bai could only watch as his own body was covered in bright flames. It was like a slow-motion spectacle as Bai was consumed by flames like a dragon's tongue, and he seemed smaller and smaller in front of this huge, all-consuming beast. Everyone who watched this fight was horrified by what they saw. Their faces turned pale and their eyes widened in fear and disbelief. This spectacle was so cruel and spectacular that it seemed unreal. But despite the fact that his clothes were burned to ashes and his body was exposed for all to see, Bai himself remained unharmed. The flames seemed to consume only his clothes, leaving his skin intact. However, despite his physical integrity, Bai was filled with terror and shame. His face turned red, and his eyes were filled with despair and shame. The girls watching the fight started blushing and whispering compliments to each other about Bai's body. This caused them embarrassment and confusion, and they tried to hide their faces from shame. Younger sister Yu was so embarrassed by this sight that she quickly closed her eyes as if trying to protect herself from the shame. Her cheeks were red and her eyes filled with tears. Lin watched Bai's reaction with interest. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and he was curious about what Bai would say in response to his annihilating attack. Stunned and blushed with shame, Bai remained silent. He was so confused and worried that he couldn't even find the words to reply to Lin. Covering his private parts with his hands, he hurriedly stepped back, looking at Lin with a pleading look in his eyes. Bai muttered something unintelligible and started looking for cover, leaving Lin confused. At that time, a group of people, among whom was Daff, rejoiced with joy and triumph. They shout and jump for joy, congratulating their master Lin on his majestic victory. The entire academy campus is seething with rumors and discussions about Lin's victory. His name resounds from the outer court to the innermost corners, emphasizing his victory over his elder brothers Yi and Bai. People start calling Bai the heavenly child of the academy, while others taunt him after his defeat. This becomes an occasion for discussions and disputes. Discussions about Lin continue, with many speculating that he will be given the title of heavenly. His name becomes the subject of reverence and discussion. And then, among this crowd of people, Bai himself appears. His appearance instantly silences all voices, and the air is filled with tension and anticipation. In the middle of a dense bamboo forest, accompanied by the singing of birds and the whistle of the wind, stands a young girl Yu. She trains with the blade, executing every move with the utmost concentration. All these sword trainings are like a graceful dance, which she diligently works out under the supervision of a mentor. But Yu seems to be starting to look tired. Her gaze, usually full of determination, becomes distant and anxious. Suddenly, old woman Bai comes out into the field, with a worried look, wondering about the reason for this anxiety, which is reflected in the eyes of her younger sister. Yui starts talking, trying to explain his feelings, but doesn't have time. She is interrupted by her mentor, who thinks that the girl is still preoccupied with what happened during the last battle. However, the reason for Yu's deepest thoughts is her shame that she judged Lin by his appearance. She talks about it, her voice quivering with guilt. The teacher, trying to calm her down, notes that many elders also believe that Lin was just looking for glory. Their judgments were similar, and they too were wrong. Yu is about to say something back, her eyes filling with new emotions, but the words die on her lips. The teacher continues the conversation, saying that Lin's power has become incomprehensible to them. In the academy, which is the center of martial arts, no one can become his opponent. Suddenly, Yu asks his master, is she an opponent for Ke? This question carries not only curiosity, but also anxiety about the future. The mentor, who seemed so confident before, slows down the rhythm for a moment and admits that she, too, is too weak by Lin's standards. This confession becomes a new blow for Yui. The words of his old mentor unsettle Yui. She never thought that their power gap was so great. Master continues to speak, stating that it is rare for a person to achieve such strength at such a young age as Lin. She mentions Long Kongmin, whose name inspires awe in all who are familiar with the martial arts. The mention of Long Kongming, the first great martial arts warrior and the current owner of the old ones, completely shocks you. The mentor, seeing such a reaction, nods her head in approval, understanding shines in her eyes. She continues by saying that Jeaner has always been self-sufficient and proud, but there are many strange and strong people in the world that it would be difficult for her to deal with. At this time, Dafa and Lin, who are far away, look very surprised. They can't believe that anyone would want to bow down to Ke as a teacher. It turns out that the person who wants to become Ke's disciple is Yu. Lin, who hasn't planned to have disciples until now, is stunned by the offer. However, he remembers that he lacks a maid. These unexpected words of Lin bring new excitement to Yu's heart. She does not know how to react, and her fate hung in the balance over the abyss of uncertainty. In her memories, the image of the mentor flashes, that the teacher in the form of Lin is a great idea. She recalls the moments of training, when he was there, helping and supporting, like a real big brother. The girl greets Lin, calling him elder. Her eyes reflect awe and recognition, and her words sound sincere and warm. Dafa is in complete shock and cannot believe that Xiao Jin has become a maid. His mind refuses to accept such an unexpected change. Lin says he doesn't need any titles, just brother. He always puts friendship and relationships ahead of formal titles. The girl folds her hands respectfully, calling Lin brother. This word for her is more than just a title, it is a symbol of their long-standing friendship and mutual support. One of the monks says that today is a kung fu test, and encourages students to go on stage in the order of their number. The air is filled with anticipation and excitement. Brother Bai is quietly watching all this action. Determination and some sinister secret are read in his eyes. He seems to want revenge on Lin for his defeat, and he seems willing to do anything to achieve his goal. Bai quietly looks at his opponent, and sees in him not only a rival, but also a target for revenge. His heart beats with the desire to administer justice. With a smile, he wants Lin to look down at him to show that the situation has now turned in his favor. Today, Lin's examiner is Bai, and he decides whether Ke will pass the test. All those present are surprised by this appointment, and are looking forward to an interesting event. Lin stands in the middle of the crowd, watching everything that happens with a focused look. His soul is full of determination and strength. The beautiful blade dance is performed by Xiao Jin, and the students look at the skill of Yu's younger sister in amazement. Her movements are harmonious and magical. The guys are simply shocked by the skill of the younger sister Yu, and they have no words before such perfection. These words about Yu seem to anger Bai, who himself is in love with this mysterious and beautiful girl. He feels his heart overflow with jealousy. Yu walks somewhere among the crowd, not paying attention to the opinions of others. She has always been her own, independent and courageous. The girl is walking somewhere while Bai is watching her, whose thoughts boil with unpredictability and internal contradiction. He wants to change fate, and his election can lead to this. Bai thinks that he decides the fate, and the academy will be his only again. His mind is full of plans and dreams of power and recognition. It turns out that Yu was walking towards Lin, and when she comes to him, she stands close to him, as if wanting to hug him. At this moment, time freezes, and everything around disappears, leaving only two. It seems that this whole picture shocks not only the students, but also Bai himself, who did not expect to see such behavior of Yu in front of his eyes. Yu asks Lin what he thinks about the sword dance he taught her. Que seems to be a little confused. It seems to him that they have begun to see each other too often. The girl answers him that she just decided to use her brother as a shield from some annoying people. Her words sound humorous, but beneath them lies a sincere reason. Smiling, Kay asks the girl if she is afraid of gossip, and also that he can become a target for everyone. He shows care and concern for his girlfriend. The girl compliments him, saying that with his skills he has nothing to fear. She expresses confidence in his abilities and strength. Lin exhales heavily. His thoughts boil and he feels mixed emotions, but tries to remain calm. He goes somewhere, and Yu follows him. Their bond and friendship grows stronger with every step. People are shocked. They think that Lin is lucky. He has gained so many influential friends and support. One of the guys is shocked that his goddess fell in love with Kay, and the second says that this is not surprising, because Lin is a real master. Their conversation is about the fact that Kay's talent and skill attracted the attention of a girl. The monk calls a certain Nyuenda. Everyone's attention is drawn to the new character. A strong and tough guy steps forward when he hears his name. He enters the circle of martial arts. The man hands No a white robe, giving him the status of a martial artist. Nyuan becomes an important member of this society. The guy accepts the robe and thanks the master. His eyes shine with pride and a sense of responsibility. Lin and Dafa are watching people's promotions. They are happy for their friends and students. Kay asks Jia if he will blame him for failing the assessment. Dafa doesn't care about this and bravely makes his way along with Lin. But Dafu doesn't care about that. The main thing for him is to be under Lin's supervision. He appreciates his teacher and wants to be around to learn and develop. Lin smiles at Jia. He is proud of his student and happy to see him grow. Sim Changkong, Dean of Lingzhou Martial Arts Academy. An important figure in the academy who influences the fate of students. Before Sim stands a group of people, led by a rich man in purple robes. Hints of intrigue and tension in the air. The dean welcomes and thanks Lord Mu's show for his visit. Outwardly, everything looks friendly, but hidden plans and goals can be hidden under the surface. Mu salutingly says that he is honored to have the academy as the main martial arts academy in Lingzhou. He expresses his respects and wishes fruitful cooperation between the academies. As a thank you, they brought a gift. The dean recognized the importance of such gestures. They strengthened friendships and created an atmosphere of mutual respect. The dean thanks them for their kindness and devotion to the country. Mu was a recognized and respected leader, his words carried weight, and the dean expressed appreciation for his contribution. Mu came to the academy to deliver materials and meet a friend, and the dean is surprised that he has friends here. It brought a smile to the dean's face, as friendships and alliances were important in life. It turns out that he came to meet Lin Que. This name aroused Dean's interest, and he intended to learn more about who Lin Que was and what he could contribute to the academy. Sim seemed surprised by these words. He had probably heard of Lin Que before, and now his appearance was causing some surprise. Sim asks Qin if there is a certain Lin Que among the disciples of the inner court, and Qin seems surprised by the name. He quickly scans his notes, and comes across a familiar name. Qin says that there is such a student, but he is in the outer court, and recently he failed the test in the inner court. Mu is shocked by these words, because Que could not fail, for he wields the power of the gods. Such a failure seemed inexplicable, and it raised questions about possible causes. Qin doesn't like Master Shaw's attitude towards the Academy's trials. He always believed that trials were just one way to test the strength and ability of students. Shou smiled nervously and said that Qin had misunderstood him. He tried to explain that his attitude to the tests was always fair and based on an objective assessment. Behind them, Bai realizes that Kong has a high opinion of Que and wonders about Lin's background. Bai decided to be attentive to the conversation, because this information could be important. The dean tells Qin to be more polite to Kong, as he is an honored guest. He calls for respectful treatment, and asks Qin to restrain his emotions. Qin immediately apologizes. He decided not to repeat his mistakes, and show respect for the guest. Here Master Yu joins the conversation. She has information about Lin Que. Her intervention causes mixed feelings in Qin, for he did not want her to interrupt his conversation with the dean. Qin is angry at Su Huiyu's brazen intrusion into the conversation. He thought the conversation was interesting and important, and now it has been interrupted. But the dean again yells at Qin for his rudeness. Because of this, Qin even got a little scared. He understood that his emotions could influence the situation. Sim tells Su to tell them this information. Her words were important, and Mu was intrigued to learn about what she knows. She thinks that Lin with his abilities can be called a Grand Master of Martial Arts, not to mention just a Master of Martial Arts. Her opinion arouses amazement and admiration among all those present, for Lin Que aroused universal respect and interest. Su says that in her opinion, Lin with his abilities can become a Grand Master of Martial Arts. Her words cause surprise among those present, and everyone is waiting for an explanation. Sim wonders why she thinks so, and wants to know the basis of her opinion. She says that Lin is in this situation because he has made many enemies. His ability and superiority cause jealousy and envy among other students, which cause some difficulties. Sim with a serious face asks Qin how true Su's words are. He wants to find out the veracity of this information and decide on further actions. Qin and Bai seem to be very worried. They feel that this question may affect Lin's future. Sim apologizes to Kong, saying that he will figure everything out and find out the truth. He strives to be objective and fair in his decisions. Yu aggressively tells someone to let them calmly stop someone from passing the test. Her reaction reflects her strong feelings and determination to act. Yu tells Dafu and Lin that he will go look for his master to solve this problem. She decides to act immediately and resolve this situation. Under K's words that this is not necessary, the girl turns around. She realizes that this is her own business, and she can handle it herself. She turns around, about to say something. Maybe she wants to speak again. Lin has his own plans, and don't worry about it. He decided to trust his strength and skills. But then one of the men who led the test appears, and he turns to Lin Que. His words grab the attention of everyone present. He says that the dean wants to see Lin Que. This statement comes as a bit of a surprise, and everyone is waiting for an explanation. Because of the mention of Dean, Dafa and you were surprised. This indicated that the situation had become serious and might require senior management intervention. The dean is surrounded by a crowd, among which are Bai, Chin and Su. His presence gives the atmosphere an official character. Right in front of them, Lin is showing off his strength, agility and grace. He decides to demonstrate his skills in front of the dean. From his blows, strong stone columns crumbled into thousands of pieces. This impressive sight causes surprise and admiration for everyone. From the skill of Lin, the dean himself is in great shock. His outstanding abilities are admired by the dean, and he realizes Lin's great potential. Sim aggressively tells Chin that if with such skills, Lin didn't pass, then no one should have passed. His words are aimed at blaming the injustice of what is happening. He says that fairness and impartiality are the foundations of their academy. Chin has dishonored the academy by issuing an unfair verdict, and this is causing serious concern for everyone. From now on, Master Su will be in charge of the exams. This announcement causes excitement and interest among all the students, because Su was a famous and strict teacher. Chin tries to say something while a worried Bai stands behind him. Their concern is understandable, as the new changes could affect the entire academy. But Sim, not even listening to them, quickly seeks to get away from here. His attitude to what is happening shows that the situation requires his immediate intervention. Out of anger, Chin lashes out at Bai, blaming him for everything. Chin is unable to contain his emotions and holds Bai responsible for what happened. Bai kneels down and asks the master not to get angry. He feels guilty and wants to apologize to Chin. Chin moves away from Bai in anger. His emotions are seething and he tries to control himself. The elder brother's face is full of horror, despair and fear. He understands what happened and can affect the further fate of his younger brother. Kong congratulates Lin on his promotion, and Lin thanks him in turn. This is a moment of pride and joy for all students. Kong says that Lin shouldn't be so modest, to which Ke says that Kong is serious. Mutual respect and support reign in their conversation. The master also thanks Lin for curing his mother and, at her request, invites him to her birthday party. He acknowledges Lin's contribution and wants to thank him. Lin will definitely be there, and Kong thanks him for that. They continue to exchange mutual expressions of gratitude. Lin seems to be asking Dafa about a certain Chinese New Year festival. He is interested in cultural events and traditions. Dafa talks about this festival, and he seems to be very much looking forward to it. He gladly shares his knowledge. Lin teases Dafa by saying that he never forgets to eat. Their friendly interactions add lightness and joy to the setting. And Dafa also mentions that the highlight of this festival is the ladies' competition. Yu is watching and listening to this. She is interested in information about the competition. She rebukes Dafa, saying that all men do is look at beautiful girls. Her remarks aim to draw attention to equality and respect. He says Jin's words are too stereotyped, and this contest also tests the girl's talent. It protects the fairness and objectivity of the competition. The girl doesn't seem to like that Dafa calls her Jin-er, and he jokingly calls her daughter-in-law. This turns into light studying and friendly jokes. The girl pulls out her blade and runs after Daf, telling him to shut up, who tells Lin that Yu is going to kill him. Perhaps this is just a game of their strong friendship, but the emotions on the faces of the students are clearly tense. Dafa seems to like the bright streets of the festival city. His eyes sparkle with joy as he walks through the crowds, surrounded by bright lights and a festive atmosphere. Someone seems surprised that Lin is here at this fun festival. Perhaps his gloomy nature and serious expression make him different from an ordinary guest. Kate turns around and sees Chin standing next to Ning. She rejoices that they met here at the festival, and hurries to them. "Hi guys." She happily greets them, hugging them in turn. Chin, as usual, can't help his humor and tries to hurt Lin by calling him a redneck. Ning, being used to his jokes, tries to calm him down so as not to spoil the mood. However, Chen does not stop and invites Ning to show him the city. "Perhaps I can help you get comfortable in this place," he adds ironically. Lin, uncomfortable with Chen's insults, denies his offer and says that he doesn't need a guide in the form of Chen, and will sort out the city himself. Chen, without giving up, again insults Lin, pointing out his origins from a poor family. He emphasizes that he may be really uncomfortable in this flourishing city. "You talk so confidently about money, Chen, but you forgot that I don't have rich relatives," Lin replies with a hint of sarcasm. "But thanks for your kind offer to lend me money. My family doesn't own a bank, but we have our values and integrity." Dafa, Lin's faithful friend and disciple, stands up for his master. "Don't you dare insult him. Respect others to be respected," he says with a serious expression on his face. However, Chin, not wanting to back down, calls Dafa fat. In response to Chen's words, Lin and Dafa only smile, not succumbing to provocations. Dafa tells Chen to leave and not ruin their party, otherwise he will be forced to protect his friend. Such words angered Chen even more, and he is going to do something, but his mind tells him not to go into conflict. He knows that Lin and Dafa are not ordinary guys, and fighting them can be dangerous for him. Smiling and showing calmness, Dafa and Lin look haughtily at the evil Chen. They do not succumb to his provocations and maintain their composure. "Don't be so impulsive," the girl advises, encouraging Chen. "You can't defeat them with words or force. Just try to enjoy the festival." He is angry, but clearly heeded Nin's advice. An inner voice tells him that this company is too dangerous for a skirmish. Indignantly, Chen quickly moves away from Lin and Ning's company as she tries to stop him and calm him down. Ning apologizes to Lin for Chen's behavior. She knows that his words can be harsh, but she hopes that in time he will learn to control his emotions. Kei asks Ning if Chen is her friend. Ning slowly nods, remembering that her father always wanted her to marry Chen. She feels that the soul connection between her and Lin is much stronger than with Chen. Perhaps she should listen to her feelings and choose the path that her true heart tells her. Although Chen is being rude, there is indeed some truth in what he said, and Lin cannot deny it. He listens carefully to criticism, realizing that there is room for personal growth and development. At the same time, although Ning understands that her words were too harsh, she does not regret the words she spoke. She believes that it was important to express her thoughts and feelings, even if it causes discussion and disagreement. Lin, keeping calm, exhales easily and doesn't react to Chen's insults. He understands that decisive action says more than endless verbal arguments. Lin points out Nin's self-confidence, and says that she shouldn't measure his ability. He notes that he is not interested in her presence, and does not wish for her to be his maid. Ning listens carefully to Lin's words. She realizes that his interest does not lie in her personally, and perhaps this brings her disappointment. After this conversation, they move away from each other. Ning seems upset about her encounter with Lin and makes sense of what happened. She thinks back to what she said to Lin during the conflict and thinks about how she might have approached the situation differently. Meanwhile, the acrobats continue to perform amazing acts in front of an enthusiastic audience, creating a magical atmosphere at the festival. The man easily holds a heavy jug on his head, demonstrating outstanding acrobatic skills. Dafa looks with wonder and interest at the acrobats and other performances at the festival. He likes everything new and exciting. Suddenly, a cry is heard from the crowd that someone has been found or that something unusual has been found. A group of people, led by Chen, walk right up to Lin and his company, drawing the attention of those around them. Chen is aware of Lin's special bond with the Duan family, but he has no fear of them. It turns out that his cousin, the same brother Yi, is also present at the festival. However, Lin only has an indifferent emotion at the mention of Brother Yi. Chen thinks Lin is scared and invites him to bow 3 times in front of him as a gesture of respect and obedience. Dafa and Yu exchange glances, expressing surprise and bewilderment at Chen's behavior. However, instead of showing fear, they burst into violent laughter at Chen's words, as it seems ridiculous to them. This kind of laughter irritates Chen even more, and he is sure that they will soon shut up. But suddenly his cousin Yi appears behind Chen's back and warns him that because of his behavior and conflict with Lin, he may lose status and respect from others. But then his cousin Yi appears behind Chen. He says that because of Chen, he may lose the status he has long sought to maintain in his social environment. Chen seems to be glad to see his cousin, because he knows that Yi usually handles situations like this and always comes out victorious. However, when Yi hears Lin's angry words, his mood changes dramatically. He feels that something is not right, and he has a feeling of anxiety. Stepping closer, Yi realizes that Lin is laughing at him. This is a prank usually played on him by his friends. Yi begins to get angry, but he understands that he should not be distracted by trifles at such an important moment. Seeing Ke, Ye's face contorts in a grimace of horror. He knows that Ke is dangerous and merciless, and despite his strength and experience, he understands that this time may not be as easy as all the previous ones. Lin continues to play pranks on Yi, but now he feels some concern for his cousin. He knows that Chen can be proud and independent, but with his status and security at stake, he may need support and help. Chen asks cousin if they know Ke and what his plans are. Yi tells him that Ke is a dangerous opponent, and it's better to be on your guard. He also says that he has a plan and they must work together to confront Ke and his associates. Dafa also makes fun of Chen's words, but it is done with benevolence and understanding. He knows that Chen is strong and capable, but sometimes his pride prevents him from calculating all possible moves. Putting her hand on her cousin's shoulder, Yi wants to let him know that he is not alone in his struggle and can always count on the support of his family. He turns around and quickly moves away from Chen, so as not to interfere with him to deal with Ke and his henchmen. One hit of Dafa in the face of one of Chen's henchmen, and his teeth fly out. He displays his strength and skill to show that they should not be underestimated. Another blow, but already in the chin of another henchman. He has no regrets because he knows they didn't come in peace and now they have to take responsibility for their actions. Dafa doesn't even seem tired. After all, what can 2 miserable bandits do to a student of the academy? He is confident in his victory and does not doubt his strength. Saying that Dafa is from the academy, Chen's face is full of horror. He understands that this is not an ordinary opponent, but a person who has undergone complex training and can use his skills to the death. Dafa asks Chen if he told them about them and their plans. Chin is confused and doesn't know what to even say. His pride does not allow him to admit that he told someone about his problems. Chin is confused. He does not know how to deal with this situation and feels that he has created this trouble for himself. His mind is fighting with his pride and fear, and he does not know how to find a way out of this situation. Haughtily, he tells Chin to bow 3 times and then he will be pardoned. Chin feels that his dignity has been humiliated and he is ready to give up his status, but he is not going to worship the enemy. From these words, Chin is shocked. He did not expect such cruelty and mistreatment from Dafa. His mind tells him to give up, but his heart tells him he shouldn't give up without a fight. But the figure of a big and strong academy student convinces him that he must bow in order to save his life and status. He has to make a difficult decision to submit or fight to the end. Baring his teeth in anger, he realizes that he is now trapped and has no choice but to act. He has to make a choice that will determine his future fate and dot the I in this tense situation. Immediately, he falls to his knees and bows to Dafa, who is full of respect and fear. His heart is pounding with fear, and he feels Dafa's power and authority overwhelm his own. After 3 bows, Chin quickly moves away, feeling the eyes of others on him. He feels vulnerable and naked in front of these people who were watching him bow. You didn't learn her brother's skills, but she did remember the style. She pays attention to his every move and gesture so that she can use them in the future if she needs to defend herself or help him. Jokingly, Dafa says that as a junior, he will help senior learn skills. Chin understands that this is not just friendly advice, but a hidden warning that Dafa will always watch over him and his progress. Lin tells Jia to stop acting out, and in response, Jia just laughs, ignoring his words. Jia is not going to succumb to Lin's persuasion and threats. He is independent and confident in his abilities. Near the large building of Manhwa, a lot of people gathered, just like in the whole city. They gathered to witness the start of the competition and enjoy a spectacle that promised to be exciting. The interior of the building is lined with tables and chairs, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere for visitors. Bai sits at one of these tables and sips sake alone, drowning in his thoughts. Sip by sip, he tries to forget his worries and problems that torment him. And then his idol is interrupted by Brother E, who suddenly burst into his loneliness. Bai looks at him with displeasure, but is still glad to see his brother. Already slightly tipsy, Bai asks Ye about the start of the ladies' competition, showing interest in the event. He wants to know all the details and be aware of all the events taking place in the city. But it seems that she does not have the necessary information about the competition. This disappoints Bai a little, as he was hoping for an interesting story, or at least details about his members. But Chin bursts in. He wants to know Lin Ke's origins. His voice is filled with determination and anger, and he is not going to leave without getting an answer to his question. The mention of Lin seems to alarm Bai. He feels anger, but tries not to show it openly. He wonders if Ke came here and wants to know what made his brother mention that name. Yi, in response to a question, says that he met Lin at a festival, but does not mention his misadventures. His voice is calm and composed, and he doesn't want to interfere in Bai and Lin's affairs. But the name Lin does not leave the lips of the irritated Bai. He cannot understand why his brother has connections with this man, and it worries him. Chin was full of questions and anxiety as he turned to his brother to find out what happened today. But his brother seemed somewhat closed off and didn't want to talk about the incident. Despite Chin's initial anger, a smile slowly appeared on his face as his brother suggested that he just relax. However, Bai was not enthusiastic about the idea of seeing vulgar women, and offered to send them to Shui Rui, who was considered the most suitable company for such entertainment. Yi explained to Chen that his younger brother had a low status in the area and that might be why he didn't want to meet them. At that time, Lin was on one of the ships along with his company. Dafa noticed that other boats were filled with artists from various theaters vying for the title of King of Flowers. Lin listened carefully to Dafa's story and smiled, admiring the professionalism of the performers. In the distance, a beautiful girl dressed in bright outfits was noticed, who began to dance in front of the audience. From the height of the pavilion, Yi and Chen watched everything that was happening. Yi suggested going downstairs to watch Aunt Shue's performance, and Bai agreed. And so, among the crowd, Bai suddenly noticed a familiar company. Chen noticed that Kei was also among these people, and this made him very worried. Looking at Kei, Bai's anger began to pour. The crowd was excited, because now the most mysterious and enigmatic person in the pavilion, Shue, was about to enter the stage. Dafa couldn't help but rejoice at the prospect of seeing Shue perform. Lin was interested and asked Dafa about Aunt Shue's identity. Dafa told him that Shue Ruo was the most beautiful girl in the entire Tingfen pavilion and had served as the flower maiden for many years. Dafa was confident that Shue's performance would be the grand finale of this amazing show. And so, a beautiful girl appeared on the stage in pink clothes, with her face hidden behind a veil. She began to play a beautiful melody on the guqing, mesmerizing the entire audience with her art. A beautiful melody resounded throughout the hall, captivating the audience with its magnificence. The crowd admired and praised the girl for her ability to play the guqing. She clearly mastered this art with skill. After some time, the girl was covered with a cloak as she quietly moved away from the spotlight. The audience ardently asked for another song. They did not want to interrupt this magical moment. However, her departure caused sad exclamations of disappointment from the crowd, and they were eager to hear more. Then a certain man, perhaps the organizer of the event, addressed the audience. He revealed that the Mingyu Tower gave Shue great support so that she could perform here. However, now he began to complain about the difficulties and obstacles they faced. The man continued to speak, but the crowd continued to be inept at his words. They just yearned to hear Shue again and again. However, the man was persistent and wanted to convey something important to everyone present. The crowd waited, watching him intently, waiting for what else he had to say. Suddenly, he announced the existence of a unique opportunity for all who are now present. People perked up and showed interest, eager to learn about such an interesting opportunity. If someone from the crowd proves his sincerity and pleases Auntie Shue, then he will have a chance to meet her alone. It seems that this fat man does not pay attention to sincerity and seeks to buy a passage to the girl, and it seems that people do not like this attitude. At the auction, everyone present raises their hands with money, offering insane sums for the opportunity to meet the mysterious Shue. Then such an insane amount sounded that it is terrifying an auction in the amount of 100,000 melts. It turns out that the author of these words is the mysterious Chen, who knows what he wants. With a haughty smile on his face, Chen reiterates that they are willing to pay as much as 100,000 for the opportunity to meet the mysterious Shue. And then Chen turns his attention to Lin and his company, who are also present at this auction. Chen realizes that even though Lin is a martial arts master, everything in this world depends on money and power. A man acting as an auctioneer asks the crowd if everyone has something to give in return for the welcome they want. Dafa, Lin's faithful companion, invites his friend to take part in this tempting game. And the attention of the man again turns to the guys, wondering if they have worthy gifts for the auction. Chen strongly advises Lu not to waste any time and immediately report his intention to Aunt Shui. Meanwhile, Chin thinks that probably no one will ever choose an ordinary hillbilly like Lin in this peaceful battle for attention. Lin, despite some doubts, is sure that he has a gift that can attract the attention of the mysterious Xue. Lu, surprised and intrigued, wonders what it is. Lin decides to play a piece of music as a token of appreciation to the mysterious woman who caught his attention. Approaching the ancient guqing, Lin gently touches with his fingers the thin strings of the instrument. He recalls his past lives and what talent he possessed, magical music that can touch souls. It seems funny to Chin that a simple village boy, Lin, wants to learn how to play such an exquisite instrument as the guqing. Chin doesn't want to make a fool of himself. There is a heated discussion and debate among the audience about what made Lin offer his unique gift. But then Lin begins to perform a piece of music, enveloping everyone present with an atmosphere of enchanting harmony. Lin's beautiful melody suddenly surprises Dafa and Yu, as if they were magically in the middle of a picturesque flower garden, surrounded by colorful buds. Even the mysterious Aunt Xue, as if sensing the magic in the sounds, turns her attention to the place where the beautiful melody comes from. The mysterious woman understands something. Her interest awakens, and she wonders who is performing such a magical melody. Xue instructs his devoted maid to find out who is behind this amazing music. After completing the melody, Lin seems to be a little tired after the kind of art he gave to those around him. The crowd is in awe. The melody is just amazing. It was music, as if originally born in heaven. Chen is angry, because even now Lin shows his best side, and his talent undoubtedly amazes others. The maid can't contain her curiosity, and asks Lin if it really was him who played the guqing. Dafa confirms the girl's words with a smile, proudly saying that his boss, Lin, sang the melody. Lu asks the maid if she came from Xue to gather information, and gets confirmation of her guesses. The mysterious maid introduces herself, revealing her high status and announcing that she came for a reason. She brings an invitation from Xue. Chin is stunned by her words, as events unfold so unexpectedly and excitingly. These unexpected words also alarm Bai and Yi as the situation becomes more and more mysterious. Chen's annoyance just boils. It is unforgivably hard for him to understand how it is possible that Lin, this guy, was invited to the party by Aunt Xue. But the girl he's talking to isn't lost. She's not the type to get scared in the face of a problem. In all seriousness, she tells him that Lin's invitation is a mandate from Xue herself. Dazzlingly embarrassed by these words, the guy is confused. He simply does not know how and what to say now in response. As a result, the man decides to submit to circumstances. He says that if Aunt Xue agreed to this meeting, then he, as the youngest, must obey her will, despite all his doubts and discontent. The maid, deftly mastering the situation, leads Lin after her, straight to Xue's chambers. He follows her like he's a chess piece that she moves at will. All this time, Bai stood aside, observing the situation. However, now his irritation has reached the limit. He turns abruptly and, without saying a word, walks away into the darkness. The surrounding buildings and houses, illuminated by the soft light of lanterns, look beautiful and majestic in the dark. Next to them, the water quietly splashes in a small reservoir, where there are several boats swaying on the waves. Yu, watching this scene, says that men cannot do without the presence of beautiful women. It's like a certain law of the world that cannot be broken. At this moment, Dafa, with a sarcastic smile, asks Yu if she is jealous of their beauties. He provokes her, pushing her to an honest answer. The girl, at first embarrassed by his direct question, and then began to get confused in trying to find a suitable answer. Her heart is beating, her face is red, and her thoughts are racing. But when she saw that even Lin, the man who seemed unapproachable, could not resist such beauty, she mentally resigned herself to the fact that maybe Dafa was right. Emboldened, Dafa says that Yu is in no way inferior to Aunt Shui. It's just that she always looks like she rejects everyone around her. But he's sure she can always change things if she wants to. Intrigued by his words, Yu asks a question about a certain probability that Dafa mentioned earlier. Dafa continues her game, playing tricks on her again. He says that Yu has a great chance of becoming a daughter-in-law. His words light up the air around them with sparkling laughter. These joking words, just like last time, irritate Yu again. Her eyes sparkle with displeasure, and her heart beats faster with indignation. And at that moment, Lin returns by boat to his people. His figure is clearly visible in the light of the lanterns, and his return brings relief to all who have been waiting for him. Dafa is especially happy about the return of his boss. His eyes sparkle with admiration and respect for Lin, who managed to overcome all obstacles. The first thing Dafa asks Lin is how beautiful Shui is. He, as if childishly, longs to hear the details about her in order to imagine the whole picture. Lin, surrounded by his friends and servants, is already standing in the middle of his villa, as if the ruler of the world, his gaze covering the entire territory of his possession. He likes this place, he feels at home here. And Dafa is absolutely delighted with this place. This is the perfect place for them, and they are ready to enjoy every moment of their stay here. Lin's voice is heard in the distance. He addresses the crowd, pointing to the inn in front of them. "We'll stay here." Then turns to his people, "Pick a room for us." Then Lin decides to retire to his spacious villa, where he can calmly devote time to reflection. He realizes that the time has come to form his dharmas, to prepare his teachings and ideas for transmission to others. Wasting no time, Lin prepares an envelope containing valuable goods for Tianqiu. He hands it to his attendants, telling them exactly where they should deliver it. Having received an order, they bow to him as a sign of respect and consent, expressing their readiness to carry out his instructions. They were accustomed to follow all his orders, and this case was no exception. Then, sitting in his office, Lin is lost in thought about the upcoming birthday banquet for old Lady Kong. In his mind, the thought arises that it would be worth buying a gift for her. Meanwhile, a crowd of people had already gathered outside Kong's sumptuous home. They buzz, discussing upcoming events and looking at all the new faces. Master Kong and Lin greet each other, exchange greetings and smile delicately, as is customary in high society. Behind, many of those present begin to whisper about Lin, wondering who this young man is who communicates so freely with Master Kong. Qin is also seen among the guests, approaching a group of curious people and answering their questions about Lin, referring to him with a smile as just a village boy who became a martial artist. This causes a new wave of questions among the men, who begin to discuss how Kong would feel about Lin if he was not a martial artist. Qin looks at Lin intently and then replies, "Maybe Kong is mistaken in underestimating him," which sparks even more curiosity among those present. Lin, meanwhile, continues his journey among the assembled rich people, chatting with them and smiling at their jokes. In the crowd, he notices a familiar face. It's Aunt Shui. He approaches her and greets her. Despite their past, Lin appears calm and even, feeling no emotion from the meeting. Aunt Shui, on the other hand, greets him with joy, talking about how she missed him and sharing her progress in the music he once showed her. She also expresses her joy at this meeting and asks him for advice on her musical pursuits. Lin believes that Aunt Shui, like him, came to old Kong's birthday party. She confirms his guess and they continue their conversation. Meanwhile, other nobles begin to take an interest in Lin, wondering about his personality and relationship with Aunt Shui. The neighbor on the table cannot answer their questions, only shrugs his shoulders, since he himself does not know the answer. Chen reappears. He remembers how Lin was a guest at Aunt Shui's a few days ago, and how it aroused everyone's interest. Listening to his words, people are even more interested in Lin, but Chen evasively answers their questions, clearly not wanting to think about it anymore. One of the guys in blue robes, watching Lin, thinks that failure awaits him ahead, but he does not seem to suspect anything. Chen stares at Lu, trying to figure out what made him say those words. Intrigue appears in his eyes as he enthusiastically tries to understand the subtext in his brother's words. Lu opens his mouth again. He explains that among those present today is Lord Qin, a man who was fascinated by Shui in the past but could never truly understand her. The mention of Qin's name makes Chen nervous. He quickly asks Lu if he is talking about Qin Muji, the commander-in-chief of the entire Lingzhou army, this world-famous and respected general. Lu confirms his suspicions, adding that an insult to Qin, or even a hint of it, invariably entails a death penalty. A wide grin appears on Chen's face. His eyes light up with delight at the mention of it. He seems to be really happy about this information. The two men greet Qin, presenting him with all the respect that is due to his high status. Lord Qin is a powerful and courageous man, handsome and imposing, the same person who commands the entire Lingzhou army. Shui and Lin stroll peacefully through the crowded courtyard of Kong's house, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Suddenly, their path is blocked by Qin. He was looking for Shui, and now that he has found her, his face lights up with satisfaction. Shui greets the commander-in-chief respectfully, but her gaze remains on Lina. Qin without ceremony grabs her hand, ordering her to come with him. His voice sounds confident, and his eyes are adamant. Shui firmly rejects his demands. She says that she will not let him humiliate her and encourages Qin to show her respect. Qin questions Shui's nobility. He believes that her behavior does not correspond to her status. Shui is amazed at Qin's rudeness and obscene words. All this time, Lin silently stands aside, watching what is happening. Shui says that if Master Qin continues to torture her, she will die. Her voice sounds determined, and her eyes are full of determination. Qin is shocked by her words. He quickly rushes to her, intending to convince her of his right. But Lin steps between Shui and Qin, shielding the girl with his body. Qin seems to be shocked by this turn of events. Obviously, Lin does not approve of Qin's rude behavior. His eyes are gleaming with rage, and his body is tense. Qin begins to question Lin about his background and wonders if he knows about his status. But Lin does not pay attention to his status. Shui rejected Qin, and that's all that matters to him. Those who witness what is happening are in a state of deep shock. They can't believe their ears and eyes that Ke really dares to confront Qin so directly and openly. Qin watches it all with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with joy and delight. For him, all this is a real show, a spectacle that is just beginning, and he cannot wait to see what happens next. Qin, flushed with anger and indignation, is about to stab Lin. His fist has already swung, his face is contorted with anger, and he is ready to unleash all his indignation on a laughing opponent. But at that moment, a piercing scream is heard. The voice sounds stern and authoritative, urging everyone to stop, freeze in place, and stop their actions. This unexpected intervention forces everyone to shut up and turn their attention to its source. The majestic Kong appears, accompanied by his mother and maids. They come out of the shadows, where until now they have gone unnoticed, and enter into the spotlight. Seeing Kong's mother, Qin respectfully folds his hands in front of her, feeling deep reverence and respect for this old woman. Madam Kong addresses Qin, her voice stern and unyielding. She asks him why he is here to congratulate her or destroy everything with his own hands. Qin tries to argue something, but his words sound incoherent and unconvincing. He tries to pretend that everything that happened was just a joke, but his voice and facial expression betray him. Mother Kong turns to the commander and asks him about his intentions. Qin replies that Lin was rude to him, and he just wanted to reprimand him, but lost control of himself. Qin's words only increased the old woman's resentment. It seems to her that Qin, having taken such a high position, forgot about his roots, forgot about who he really is. Lin, sensing how the situation is heating up, sincerely hopes for Kong's mercy and favor. He understands that everything he has today, he received thanks to this woman and her son. Unexpectedly for everyone, the woman starts yelling at the commander. Her voice is full of anger and reproach. How dare Qin be so rude to the person who saved her life? From these words, Qin is shocked. He could not think that this guy, whom he despised and treated so rudely, turns out to be the savior of his benefactor. Kong confirms his mother's words, adding that Lin has great strength and power. It is thanks to this man that his mother can enjoy her birthday today. Qin is completely confused. He stands suddenly disarmed and does not know what to say in response. He is too upset and confused. At the same moment, he turns to Lin, kneels before him, and asks his forgiveness for his rude behavior and wrong words. Calmness is a typical emotion for Lin. He remains as unperturbed as ever, not letting the slightest expression of emotion on his face come out. Master Kong also apologizes to Lin for this situation. In the background of this scene, in the shadows, Qin was hiding. His face was sad and preoccupied, full of awareness of his situation. He understood that for his behavior, for the way he treated Lin, he should have been killed. But today luck seemed to favor him. Que, his older brother, used his authority to save him. He told Qin to get up and go, and Qin, feeling great relief, bowed to him in gratitude. At this time, Lin stepped forward. In his hands was a parchment with a sentence. Everyone watched his movements closely, waiting for what he would say. Qin now has no right to harass Shui. Qin, though frustrated and embarrassed by this turn of events, agreed. He couldn't deny that this was the only correct decision. He retreated, resigned to his new position. All this drama playing out in front of Chen's eyes was too much for him. From everything he saw and heard, he was in complete shock. Chen, like everyone present, was shocked by the unexpectedness of this outcome. But Chen was a man with an indomitable spirit. He understood that there was no way to deal with this Lin. Everything was so complicated and confusing, and yet Chen did not lose hope. He knew there was still a chance to fix the situation. As Chen struggled with his feelings, Les Hall began to fill with people. There were so many people that they filled the entire hall, creating a booming echo of their voices. In the midst of all this chaos, an old woman was sitting in the corner of the hall. She was calm and happy, despite everything going on around her. It was the grandmother, the owner of Les Hall. Her servant knelt before her, who carefully listed all the gifts that her guests had brought. He reported on each gift, conveying emotions and joy from everyone present. The servant had not yet finished his list, as the grandmother had already begun to thank everyone who came to this event. She spoke to each name, giving her gratitude and respect. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the grandmother. He was well dressed, with a gift in his hands, and behind him, standing back slightly, was Chen. Suddenly, Chen's gaze fell on Lin. This was the moment Chen had been waiting for. His gaze, full of determination, focused on Lina. However, Kei's presence at the event annoyed Chen as always. His presence was like a sip of bitter wine that cannot be swallowed. Meanwhile, the servant continued his list. He loudly announced that Newanime had brought a gift, the Golden Buddha. Everyone in the hall was shocked at Yunbei's generosity. All eyes were on Chen as he removed the cloth from the gift. Suddenly, the hall was filled with admiring sighs and whispers. On Chen's arms was the figure of the Golden Buddha. It was majestic and beautiful, its shiny surface reflecting the light, illuminating the hall. One of the guests took the floor and remarked that Newanime was by far the richest man in Linzhou. He was impressed by his generosity and gift. Another guest started in surprise and remarked that no other gift could surpass this one. Everyone in the hall was amazed at Yunbei's generosity. Finally, Chen turned to Lin. He mockingly asked him if he had brought songs and poems as a gift, to which everyone in the hall laughed. But underneath Chen's mockery, there was something more. He was determined to show that he was capable of more. Lin is enveloped in silence. He, apparently, is not yet ready to issue answers to the challenge thrown by Chen, who is distinguished by boundless arrogance. Chen hopes that Lin's luck will run out right before his eyes. He looks forward to the moment when he will finally stop being an object of luck. But suddenly Lin gets up and walks over to the old lady. From the depths of his robe, he holds out a gift that was specially prepared for her. Finally, he takes out a gift, and it turns out to be nothing more than an ordinary peach pit. This incredible and humble gift leaves everyone present speechless. The people in the hall cannot hide their surprise. And behind Lin, a crowd begins to boil, mixed up with gossip that is trying to split the air around. Even if he could not have a worthy gift, could he not just announce everyone with a peach pit? The phrase flickers and disappears in Chen's thoughts like a spark in the night. Lin asks a servant to bring a pot of colored earth and a pot of water. The servant seemed to be a little taken aback by this unexpected demand. The servant seems a bit taken aback by this unusual request. His face expresses bewilderment and slight embarrassment. But Madame Kong, an old lady with authority, insists that the servant do what Kei ordered despite his bewilderment. Chen is already looking forward to the incomparable spectacle that Lin is about to present to him. And here are two servants, each carrying a pot on their shoulders. They head towards where Lin is standing. Lin looks inside the pot. His eyes scan the contents carefully. He then places the peach pit on the ground, watching closely as it falls to the ground. With his breath on his finger, he amplifies the energy, which is like a flame and begins to pulsate around him. This energy, like a living flame, rushes straight into the pot. And then, as if exploding, the peach tree begins to grow out of the pot at an incredible speed. All the guests in the hall are in complete shock. They look at this incredible scene in disbelief. In a matter of seconds, juicy peaches begin to appear on the branches of a young tree. Right in the middle of the hall, in a pot, a peach tree adorned with fresh fruits majestically flaunts. Lin gently plucks one incredibly beautiful and juicy peach, its skin slightly deformed under the pressure of his fingers, hinting at the richness of flavors inside. Carefully but surely, he holds out the peach towards Granny Kong, holding it up like a treasured artifact before her eyes. The woman expresses her gratitude. Her eyes fill with brilliance and surprise, because in her old age to see such a miracle, to experience this magic becomes just a wonderful gift of fate. One of the distinguished guests freezes in admiration near a young tree, and with a loud exclamation announces this as a miracle. His words reflect the general admiration of those present. Stunned by this phenomenon of magic, even Chen, always confident in his abilities, is in a state of shock. He cannot believe that such a spectacle is being played out in front of him. Lin again extends this magical fruit to the woman, offering it as a sacred gift created by nature and magic. Her faithful servant reverently says that eating this fruit, saturated with magic and living energy, will certainly lead to a long and healthy life. With reverence and delight, Grandma Kong eats this amazingly juicy peach. A wonderful, almost mystical bliss penetrates every cell of her body, and the taste of peach that opens in her mouth makes her forget about everything in the world. She declares with deep conviction that this peach is a real magic fruit. This peach, so bright and saturated, seemed to have burst right out of the pages of children's fairy tales, bringing wonder to the real world. The crowd of people begins to seethe with excitement. Offers to buy peaches fly from mouth to mouth, and the insane amounts that they are willing to give sound like music. But suddenly, a loud cry is heard from the entrance to the hall, announcing that the emperor wishes the old lady long life. And at that moment the emperor himself enters the hall. His presence fills the entire hall, and his numerous retinue enters with him. One of his henchmen, showing respect and hoping for approval, asks for permission to show his incredible abilities. All those present in the hall bow respectfully, showing respect to their sovereign, and greet his majesty with their deep bows. The emperor, smiling with a gentle and restrained smile, replies that it is not worth being so kind, demonstrating his modesty and favor. Kong Lao bows to the emperor, saying that he deserves punishment for not meeting him. His Majesty, in turn, appreciates Kong's contribution to the development of the country, and the fact that he should not be so modest. Moreover, he came as a guest, so for a while you can forget about the courtesies. But the spirit of Kong is unshakable. He feels genuine bewilderment at such an informal treatment of the emperor, and wonders if he should behave in such a way. The emperor, taking the position of the host of this great assembly, introduces to all those present the inimitable Tao Master, whose wisdom and power are known in all corners of the empire. Kong, respectfully clasping his hands in a traditional greeting, opens by saying that he has heard a lot about the Tao Master, his stories and exploits, and is glad to have the opportunity to meet him in person. Lady Kong, personifying majesty and dignity, bows with reverence to the emperor. She expresses her sincere joy at his visit, noting that he did not forget about her and came to visit her on her birthday. The emperor, immersed in his thoughts, suggests that after eating such a magical fruit, a woman will not only return to life, but will begin to flourish like never before. And then, in the midst of all this crowded celebration, the emperor's gaze falls on Lin. He asks Kong who this young man is, whose presence he finds particularly interesting. The emperor heard a lot about Lin's merit and reputation, the same one, in turn, modestly dismisses, claiming that he is just an ordinary person who came from the mountains. But the emperor, not surprised by his modesty, thinks that Que should not be modest after such grandiose feats that everyone hears about. It seems that the Tao Master feels a little annoyed that the emperor treats Que so respectfully. Lin, while maintaining outward calm and ease, listens to all this, as if watching a game of chess. The emperor carefully explains the reason for his behavior to Tao, trying to show him his point of view and respect for Que. And at this tense moment, an old man intervenes in the dialogue, who loudly claims that Lin created an immortal tree. And then, as a confirmation of his words, from behind the servant Kong confirms this information. But Tao does not shy away. He insults Lin for the whole room, calling him a charlatan, and claims that he is deceiving everyone, This old man, boldly and confidently, asks Tao if he can confirm his accusatory words. And then Tao pulls out a kind of parchment, decorated with ancient symbols, reflecting the wisdom and knowledge of the ancient masters. He powerfully throws it up, as if releasing a bird into the sky. Shining yellow parchment soars above the hall, momentarily turning into the center of everyone's attention. And then, at one moment, as if frozen in time, it begins to sparkle. A sudden burst of light covers the entire hall in bright yellow light, like a sunrise in the very center of it. Lin, with deep understanding, realizes what it is. The art of the talisman, which originally existed in the world as part of the rich heritage of ancient cultures. Tao, without losing its unshakable determination, throws another talisman into the air, sealed with power and wisdom. This parchment seems to be alive, spinning and flying straight towards the peach tree, as if driven by an invisible force. And at one moment, like a flash of anger of the celestials, the tree begins to blaze with an all-consuming, furious fire, as if it itself had become part of the sun. It seems that this defiant act of the Tao, this exorbitant arrogance, angers Lin a little, awakening in him a sense of struggle. And then, as if sunlight starts to break through the clouds, the light from the explosion begins to slowly dissipate. The Emperor, with obvious curiosity in his eyes, asks the Tao what exactly he is doing, causing such strange and powerful phenomena. Tao proudly explains that he used the sacred golden talisman, an ancient relic, to open people's eyes so they can see the true face of the world. The whole room is in shock. That magical, luminous peach tree that seemed to be the symbol of a miracle has vanished as if it never existed. The Tao firmly states that this tree was just a beautiful illusion created to deceive the onlookers. Lin is the deceiver. Tao shouts, pointing an accusatory finger at him. He claims that Lin only learned a couple of magic techniques and created an illusion. But Tao, like a true master, dispelled this illusion. The same old man who previously claimed about the magical nature of the tree stands embarrassed, as if at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Tao used a powerful golden glow to blind everyone and destroy the illusion of a tree. This becomes clear to Lin, and he, imbued with determination, is not afraid to strike at Tao. Tao claims that the reason for Lin's anger is the exposure of his deceit. That all this anger is just a reaction to the fact that his secret was exposed. The Emperor is trying to ease the tension by reminding everyone that today is the lady's birthday, and this holiday should be full of joy and respect. But Tao persistently tries to explain to the Emperor that he cannot allow those who deceive others to be among the guests at such a solemn feast. The Emperor repeats, even more irritably, that today is the mistress's birthday, and this is a time for fun, not conflict. And suddenly Mrs. Kong enters this heated discussion. She is from a great dynasty based on the art of war, and she herself is a worthy descendant of a heroic general. She invites these two, burning with rage, to resolve their conflict in a specially designated place, promising that it will be just entertainment for all the assembled guests. She gives her blessing to Lin, allowing him not to hold back during this upcoming fight. A crowd of people, full of anticipation and excitement, gathered in the courtyard, waiting for the exciting show that they will soon see. The Tao crashes to the ground as if it was hit by a mighty whirlwind. The ground beneath him shakes from the impact. Towering over him, Lin looks out, the source of his sudden fall. His face radiates confidence and contempt. Tao angry. He tries to get up, obviously underestimating his young opponent, a guy with a sudden discovery of strength. And then, like lightning in the night sky, the master takes out a blue talisman that flickers with a cold light. The electric talisman is already moving towards Lin like an arrow, leaving a glowing trail behind it. He is about to overtake Que. Every second the talisman approaches, inexorably moving towards its goal. Lin seems alarmed. His eyes widen. He knows this talisman. This is the Thunder Talisman, known for its mighty energy. Dao, confident in his victory, is already looking forward to the moment when this talisman will kill Lin. But then something unexpected happens. One wave of Lin's hand, and energy begins to pulsate around him, like a protective sphere. This energy seems to grab the Thunder Talisman, slowing down its progress, causing it to vibrate and shimmer. Gradually, with every moment, Lin's strength, like a magnet, absorbs the talisman, disarming its power. Dao's shocked. He can't believe his eyes. How is Lin capable of such a thing? Lin seems offended that Dao used such a weak talisman against him. It's time to show your true abilities. Thunder and lightning begin to pulse around Lin's arm. They curl and sparkle like snakes in battle. He rises above the ground, towering over the Dao. Lightning flashes around him, making his power even more impressive. Dao's eyes are filled with terror, his confidence crumbling as if he is facing a power he could not imagine. And realizing that there is no way out, that his strength cannot be compared with this new power, Dao tries to escape from this relentless enemy. An attempt to escape through running becomes absolutely useless. The lightning that Lin summoned hits Dao at a frightening speed, literally outpacing the wind with terrifying pain like he had never experienced before. It becomes too much for Dao. He lets out a piercing scream of horror and pain, his voice echoing off the walls of the surrounding buildings, creating an unpleasant resonance that momentarily freezes everyone. At this time, the Emperor, who has been watching the battle all this time from the high balcony of his palace, addresses Lin, with apprehension in his voice and hope in his eyes. He begs him for mercy, hoping that the powerful warrior will not go through with it and spare his servant. Lin, not distracted from the Dao, listens attentively to the Emperor. He perceives every word, every shade in the monarch's voice, assessing how sincere his request is. Almost at the same moment, the lightning bolts that were still flashing around Lin disappear as if they were suddenly turned off. Lin falls to the ground, and Dao, exhausted and dazed, falls to the ground, almost losing consciousness from exhaustion and pain. It was the most terrible torment Dao had ever experienced. His face, covered in tears and sweat, reflects the emotions of horror, fear, and anguish he endured. All this becomes a clear lesson for those who are present at this spectacle. As punishment for the Dao using the power of the ancestors for his own gain, Lin announces that he will destroy that power within the Dao, depriving it of one of its most powerful tools. Dao, in desperation, kneels before Quebec. His eyes full of tears, he practically begs Lin not to do this, not to take his power away from him. But Lin, showing unexpected indulgence, decides to be more merciful. After all, today is Mistress's birthday, and disrupting the festive atmosphere would be inappropriate. But he warns that next time he won't be so condescending. Bowing, still trembling with horror and pain not yet completely gone, Dao thanks Lin. His voice is weak, but you can hear sincere gratitude in it. Even the Emperor, seeing this, kneels before Lin, giving him his respects. This is an unprecedented event that demonstrates the true power of Lin to the whole world. All the people around, seeing how their head kneels, do the same. They follow the Emperor's example, bow to the great immortal god that Lin has become. Lin, feeling the attention of everyone present on him, turns his gaze to something. Interest and curiosity can be read in his eyes. Qin, horrified, realizes that he would be dead if he dared fight Quebec. His face is as white as a leaf, and his eyes reflect pure terror. Kong, relieved, is grateful that his family has always been on good terms with Lin. He only regrets that he cannot take him as a son-in-law. The same old man who has been watching the scene all this time is shocked by Lin's true strength. His face expresses complete amazement and fear. He understands that now Lin Zhou will never be the same. Even Chen himself, despite all his arrogance and self-confidence, ends up on his knees before Lin. His face is full of horror, he trembles, as if in the presence of death itself. Excitement and fear so strongly filled his body that he almost fainted. Lin, noticing him, glares at Chen, turning his attention to him. His gaze, filled with strength and confidence, pins Chen to the ground. With a scared and trembling voice, Chen realizes his mistake. He admits his guilt before the Immortal, and not daring to raise his eyes says that he deserves death. Chen's words about death suddenly catch Lin's attention. There seems to be something about Chen's desperation and sincerity that piques Lin's interest and stimulates his curiosity. Still frightened, Chen continues to speak. He states that he is just a small person, unable to pose any threat to a being as great and powerful as Lin. His words, filled with fear and despair, sound sincere. Lin, listening to Chen's words, decides to go along with his request. After all, today is a holiday, and he does not want to spoil this joyful day with unnecessary bloodshed and death. He will promise to spare Chen for now. Hearing these words, Chen cannot contain his joy and relief. He goes into hysterics, begging for Lin's mercy, as if his life depends on every word he says. But then all of a sudden, Chen starts experiencing strange seizures. He falls to the ground, his body contorting in pain, his face turning pale, and he looks like he's about to pass out. Seeing this, his father rushes to him in an attempt to help. His face, filled with anxiety and fear for his son, expresses all his feelings. Meanwhile, Dafa and Yu return to Master Lin's villa. They bring with them everything that has been bought and collected in preparation for meditation. Lin reaches out to them, checking to see if everything needed has been purchased. Dafa, confirming his question, nods, confirming that all the necessary items have been purchased. A wide variety of items were laid out on the ground around Lin. Each of them has its own unique role and significance in the upcoming meditation. However, Lin realizes that these items will not necessarily help develop a magic formation. They may be helpful, but they do not guarantee success. He assumes a posture for meditation, placing all these objects around him. He prepares to perform the ritual, intending to mobilize all his energy. Each of these objects, laid out around Lin, represents one of the 5 elements of spiritual formation: water, fire, earth, air, and ether. All of a sudden, each of these items begins to pulsate with bright blue energy. This amazing sight fills the space around Lin with a special magical atmosphere. By performing this ritual, Lin hopes to mobilize the aura within a 100-mile radius. This is a huge task that requires great concentration and skill. But Lin believes in himself and is ready for the challenge. Hazy, with an ease that is like an artist creating a work of art, overpowers each of the wild sword warriors. He moves so fast and so precisely that his opponents don't even have time to blink. After an epic battle, Hazy stands over the lifeless bodies of his fallen opponents. The grandeur and power of this moment is reminiscent of a scene from ancient legends. Shui, focused and motionless, carefully observes everything that happens in the arena. His gaze is piercing and analyzing, as if he is looking for weaknesses in the style of Hazy. Tin, attracted by Hazy's power, approaches Li with a question about him. His curiosity is so great that he cannot just stand and watch. Lee tells Tin that Hazy is a member of the mysterious Flying Eagles group, about which little is known. This increases interest in Hazy, covering him with even more mystery. At that time, Shui, allowing himself to be mocked, assumes that Hazy's battle is now over. His self-confidence and contempt for Hazy fill the atmosphere with tension. Suddenly, an unknown man appears, throwing insults at the other fighter. He, with a blade in his hand and fury in his eyes, rushes at his enemy. His aggression is so great that the audience cannot take their eyes off him. The serious look of the man is aimed directly at Hazy. He looks at him with such confidence and determination that Hazy can't ignore the threat. One of the man's servants, seeing the tension of the situation, suggests that he be careful and not give in to emotions. But the man, paying no attention to the servant, rudely pushes him away and orders him to get out of sight. Then the man, full of determination and rage, rushes at Hazy with a sword in his hands. But Hazy, showing incredible dexterity and speed, blocks this strong blow. However, blocking this strong punch seems quite difficult for Hazy. It looks like he's putting in a lot of effort to keep up. Meanwhile, the man, tensing up to the full extent, starts screaming. His scream is filled with rage and determination. And the next moment, he's cleaving Hazy's sword with his blade. It happens so fast that everyone present flinches in surprise. At this time, Duan, worried about Hazy, shouts something after him. His anxiety is felt in every word. Hazy is seriously injured. Men in medical uniforms hurriedly approach him and carefully place him on a stretcher. Duan, motionless in shock, stands next to his wounded friend. His eyes are filled with worry and guilt. And then Lin appears. He, with a strong expression of concern on his face, asks Duan about Hazy's condition. Duan, shocked by what just happened, remains silent. His words seem to have forgotten how to get out. He doesn't even know what he should say in response to Lin. Lin, at the time, cautiously looks at the wounded Hazy. His eyes reflect a mixture of fear, guilt, and relief. His gaze is attentive, like that of a physician checking the condition of his patient. And suddenly, around Lin's finger, energy begins to pulsate, bright and alive, like a flame. This leaves everyone around even more confused, but Lin remains focused on Hazy. He, as if in a trance, carefully touches Hazy's wound with his fingers several times. Each touch is filled with care and confidence that he can help his friend. All this time, Duan, as if chained, is watching what is happening. His gaze flickers from Lin's face to Hazy's and back again, hoping for any sign of improvement. After a long silence, Lin turns to Duan, saying that Hazy will live. He asks Duan to stay with him, and keep an eye on him while Kay takes care of the tournament. Duan, relieved and full of gratitude, folds his hands in gratitude to Lin. As if a heavy weight has been lifted from his shoulders, he thanks Lin for saving Hazy's life. After leaving Duan and Hazy, Lin Que heads to the stands where the spectators are seated. Suddenly, among the crowded crowd, one person recognizes him. It's Xian. She, noticing him, exclaims with surprise and joy. Lin seemed to remember her too. His eyes glow with recognition as he looks at her. Xian, glad that Lin remembers her, asks with interest if he came to watch the tournament. Her eyes glow with joy and curiosity. Lin, smiling, confirms her words. His answer enthralls the girl, who is clearly glad he is there. Suddenly, another person joins the dialogue. A young guy with turquoise eyes, piercing gaze. Xian quickly introduces him to Lin Que, mentioning how thanks to Lin they were able to avoid trouble that day. And then this guy shows up. His name is Ma Yuning. He is from Yunnan County Martial Arts Academy. His direct manner and self-confidence are impressive. Lin, in turn, just sighs. His sigh seems deep and sad, as if he carries the burden of the world on his shoulders. At the same time, this sigh betrays weariness in him, as if he is on the verge of surrender. Ma, on the other hand, looks at Lin with a mocking expression on her face. He is angry that Lin is not showing the kind of upbringing he expected to see. Ma is critical of his mannerisms and actions. He has the impression that Lin does not fit his idea of a suitable interlocutor. Xian, trying to defuse the situation, invites Lin to sit down near them. Her voice is soft and obsequious. She strives to create a more comfortable environment for everyone present. Lin, however, refuses. His voice is relaxed, but there is weariness in his tone. He assures them that he has his own place to go. Ma, not wanting to miss the opportunity to start a conversation, suggests to Kay not to be so dull. He claims that they are brothers in interest and will certainly find something to talk about. Lin, turning to Ma, asks him what he wants to talk about. His voice seems sincere, but there is a note of doubt in his words. Ma realizes that Lin is not particularly impressed with him. He becomes curious about what Kay himself does, because Lin seems to be quite a unique character. Lin, with some pride in his voice, calls himself a student of the Martial Arts Academy in Linzhou County. His look is confident. He is clearly proud of his belonging to the academy. Ma, showing her interest, asks what level Lin is. In response to this, Lin, without trying to hide the truth, says that he is at the elementary level. Ma, unable to contain herself, laughs at Lin's answer, while he covers his mouth, trying not to offend him too much. When Ma heard about Lin from Xian, he thought that he was already a Grand Master. But when he learns that Lin is just a beginner, he is surprised. Xian defends Lin by saying that he is incredibly strong and mentions his cousin who took the exams many times but failed. Ma tells her that for an ordinary person it is very difficult. He adds that this is a challenge even for many of those who are already in the academy. His words have a touch of condescension, as if he understands the difficulties that beginners face. Xian, trying to change the topic of the conversation, asks Ma what level he is at. Her question sounds curious, but also a bit naive. Ma proudly announces that he is already a martial artist. Xian, surprised, wonders how strong such masters are. Ma confirms her words, saying that one master is worth 10 fighters. His voice is full of confidence, as if he leaves no room for doubt in his strength. Ma then turns to Lin, asking him what he thinks about it. His question sounds direct and frank, but some provocation is also heard in it. Lin, in turn, remains silently listening to him. His silence speaks more than any words. He makes it clear to Ma that he is not going to get into an argument. Ma, not hiding her arrogance, says that since Lin is Xian's friend, he can be with him. He adds that Kay would benefit from hearing some advice from him for the future. Lin, however, is sure that this is not necessary. His voice is full of confidence. He makes it clear that he intends to stay here. The warrior who severely injured Hazy stands to the side, towering over the mountain of bodies of his opponents. Its silhouette looming against the sky creates an unsettling picture. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly bursts into a scream, asking with a menace in his voice who else from those present would dare to go against him in open battle. In response, only depressing silence, reflecting the fear and confusion of those present. In this pause, when everyone listens to the silence, it becomes clear that no one dares to answer this challenge. From Ma's harsh words, it becomes clear that the warrior who insulted them with his words and challenge is Lu Weiqi, the martial artist of Guangdao. Xian, in turn, asks Ma if he could fight Lu with dignity and save face if he loses. Ma, unable to hide his contempt, calls the Guangdao people savages. He claims that these people cannot compare with the disciples of his sect. They are not sufficiently trained and disciplined. They cannot constitute proper competition. However, Ma admits that Lu is a worthy opponent. He has serious fighting skills. In a fight with him, Ma would have about a 70% chance of winning considerable confidence, but leaving room for the possibility of defeat. But Lu, full of fearlessness and stubbornness, again challenges. He yells out loud to the entire arena, calling for anyone to come out and fight him again. But the answer is silence again. Not a single soul in the crowd is brave enough to answer his challenge. Silence fills the arena again, drowning out his loud voice. Ting, with some anxiety in his voice, calls Lu crazy. He believes that only the strong and desperate people of the Li sect are capable of ending this madness. But despite this, Ting claims that there are people in the Ting sect who are able to defeat Lu. He believes in their power, and this act of faith adds a new note of tension to an already tense setting. Shui, sighing, admits that he is surprised by the power of the Guangdao sect. Apparently, he previously neglected their power, but now, in the face of their power, he realizes his mistake. But here something unexpected happens. The ground under Lu's feet suddenly begins to tremble. It's not just shaking, it feels like the ground below them is torn apart. Everyone present is shocked. Is this an earthquake? Mass panic threatens to grip the crowd as they realize what is happening. And then, quite unexpectedly, the strongest explosion rolled. The sound of thunder reverberates off the walls of the arena, deafening everyone present and leaving them in a state of shock. Everyone notices a group of people who are pushing through the crowd, carrying something on the platform. They move quickly and decisively, as if they know what to do next. On the platform, as a monument of strength and intimidation, stands a man dressed in battle armor. His beard inspires respect, and his eyes burn with determination. And suddenly, as if gaining incredible strength, the warrior standing on the platform makes a jump. His actions leave the audience breathless. After all, few people are able to rise so high. His body, picking up speed, rushes straight at Lu. It is pointed exactly like an arrow shot from a bow, and all present are anxiously watching its flight. Landing, the warrior does not just touch the ground, he breaks it with his fist, like a beating hammer. An explosive sound that echoes throughout the arena accompanies his actions. From this powerful wave generated by his power, Lu flies away as if he was blown away by the wind. He suddenly finds himself literally thrown aside. Shards of earth thrown into the air by this sudden explosion fly straight into his face, obstructing visibility and causing additional inconvenience. Ma is completely shocked by the strength of this new opponent. The impression of his actions is such that Ma, even for a moment, loses his voice. This monster was unpredictable. But after all this, the warrior stands in front of Lu's armed blade, not showing the slightest fear or doubt. His resilience at this critical moment is truly mesmerizing. Lu, in turn, is serious. Despite being literally knocked back, he gathers all his strength and stubbornly prepares for the next round of combat. Gritting his teeth, clenching his fists, he prepares to attack. There is rage and unwavering determination in his eyes, and everyone understands that he is ready for a fierce fight. And then he, like lightning, uses his most powerful technique. This action is performed so quickly that the eye of a simple person does not have time to follow it. This technique, like a hurricane, instantly surrounds the warrior, creating a whirlwind of energy and strength around him. This extraordinary spectacle leaves the enthusiastic audience in amazement. Lu Weiqi's assassin's movements are so precise and brutal that even the self-confident Xiuqi might not be able to handle him. This is a show of strength that alarmed everyone in the arena. Tin's face, consumed by fear and horror, expresses complete shock. Not a single person in the arena, even the most experienced, was left indifferent by these actions. And at this critical moment, when Lu is about to reach the throat of this monster with his blade, the air around freezes. Everyone is waiting for the outcome, the fateful blow. But the warrior, as if playing lightly, stops this attack by taking the blade straight into his hand. His action was so incredibly fast and confident that everyone present is left in shock. Lu's face becomes full of horror. His eyes wide open in shock and disbelief that his opponent managed to stop his attack so easily. And then, without any warning, one blow arrives so powerful that it is like a bolt from the blue. He directly hits Lu in the chest. This blow shatters his ribs to smithereens, as if they were made of brittle glass. The enemy's fist, like a bullet, pierces Lu's body through and through, causing horror and surprise in all spectators. With such a powerful blow, Lu flies back like a ball when thrown with force. Blood literally flows from his mouth in a stream, painting the arena in a bright red color. All spectators of the battle, regardless of their personal attitude to what is happening, remain in deep shock. It was one of the most amazing and incredible fights they have ever seen. Xue and Tina, who are watching the arena intently, are deeply horrified. Their faces reflect extreme anxiety and stunnedness at the unfolding spectacle. The name of the winner in this terribly intense and furious battle is Gong Sun Tai, messenger of the sacred fire. In this place, on this earth, he appeared to meet the greatest heroes of the southeast, creating an epic atmosphere. From his powerful, impressive body, a wave of energy erupts, so strong that it pierces the air around him, leaving a ringing silence in his wake. This wave does not bypass even Ma and Xian, practically knocks them off their feet, forcing both of them to make an effort to stand on their feet under the pressure of this powerful energy. Goon, despite all the chaos and violence that is happening around him, stands in the middle of the battlefield, as unshakable as if he were a rock in the stormy ocean. Ma, looking at him, experiences a feeling of horror such that his face contorts into an expression of deep fear. His eyes widen, staring at Goon, trying to absorb the reality of what is happening. Lin, trying to concentrate on the situation, begins to think. Thoughts race through his mind, trying to connect the dots. Is this Gong Song Tai, Zhao Biao's brother, who is also known for his strength? And suddenly, almost unexpectedly, Xue's servant appears behind Gong. His appearance adds a new element of intrigue to an already tense setting. Wang Shi does not seem to be afraid of this powerful warrior. He turns to Goon, asking him to spar, upping the ante for this already extreme event. Shi makes an unexpected proposal. He invites the Black Dragons to unite. Goon, after all, would be too tedious to kill them one by one. This unexpected proposal opens up new possibilities for this conflict. Shi is shocked by Gong Song Tai's arrogance. His words and actions make Shi reconsider his attitude towards him and the situation in general. In response to this, Shi begins to use his most powerful technique against Gong. He gathers all his strength to answer the challenge, and his determination leaves everyone around him indecisive. But Gong, as if playing a game, dodges Xiao's every blow with ease. He moves with such grace and agility that it looks almost unreal. Xiao, after unsuccessfully attacking and missing, lands on the ground with a great crash. The spectacle of his fall leaves viewers breathless. Where he landed, a giant crater formed. The power of his blow is so great that it leaves the ground around broken and exhausted. Gong, despite everything that is happening, stands quietly, watching it. He watches with such calmness, as if he is looking at a peaceful river, and not on a battlefield. Lu Xiuqi, who is also watching the events, is shocked by Xiao's strength. In his eyes, Xiao seems even stronger than Lu Weiqi. This gives him a new perspective on the power and abilities of the black dragons. Tin, immersed in his thoughts, realizes that the power of the black dragons is indeed unpredictable. He begins to realize that perhaps they underestimated their abilities. This realization raises questions about how they can resist this power. Xiao does not seem to have lost his fighting resolve despite past failures. He strikes at Gun again, about to deliver a powerful blow, so strong that it seems that all the air around his fist freezes in anticipation. But Gong, as before, stands still, waiting, like a warrior accustomed to combat who knows what to expect from his opponent. His calmness, in contrast to Xiao's fury, creates a rich atmosphere of anticipation. Xiao's attack approaches, with the might of a beast ready to attack. The strength of his attack is such that it seems that even the air around him begins to vibrate in anticipation of a collision. Xiao's quick hands, which have become almost indistinguishable from the energy waves themselves, approach Gong. The energy enveloping Xiao's hands becomes bright and intense, like fire. But all of a sudden, these energy waves overtake Gun. However, it seems that Xiao's face is frozen in horror and shock. His attack, which he had prepared so carefully, didn't seem to work at all. From the looks of it, Gong is feeling frustrated. He didn't seem to experience even the slightest discomfort or unease from Xiao's attack. Perhaps he expected more from his opponent. Suddenly, Gong grabs Xiao's arm, his strong grip squeezing Xiao's hand so that the skin on his arm begins to turn white from the tension. Shui seems to be shocked by this fortress. After all, old man Wang was able to pierce even gold with his bare hands. Such physical strength is simply incredible. Tin's face is full of horror. His belief that Gong is just a simple person is starting to look completely unrealistic. In Tina's eyes, Gong now appears as a being far beyond human comprehension. And here, with one incredibly light, almost imperceptible movement, Gong breaks Xiao's arm. He does it so easily that it looks like he's just touching a stick. Xiao screams in horrendous pain, his scream piercing the air, leaving an echo of suffering in its wake. And then, the next moment, Gong pierces Xiao's body with his hand, straight through. The action is so fast and brutal that at first it seems incredible. A stream of blood comes out of Xiao's mouth, interfering with the scene and leaving everyone around in shock at what happened. Shui, seeing this, becomes overwhelmed with fear for his friend, who seems to be on the verge of death. Horror fills Ma's face. Grandmaster. This is exactly what he least expected to see the world of grandmasters. Once again, a loud challenge from Gun echoes across the battlefield. Is there really no one in the southeast who can defeat him? This causes awe and distrust among the audience. Those who follow all this are left in complete shock. Among them, Shui and Ting, who look at all this, as if paralyzed with horror and unable to look away. But Gong, ignoring the shocking reactions of those around him, is about to bleed everything here. He decided to greet the holy fire and declare himself to the whole world. He orders his subordinates to kill everyone present. This decision not only tests the faith and resilience of all those who are here, but also confirms his uncompromising desire for power and victory. Strong and fearsome warriors, whose faces resemble legendary monsters from ancient myths and legends, are preparing for battle. Their rough features reflect strength and brutality, their musculature speaks of many years spent in battle. They don't just go into battle, they run, about to wreak unimaginable carnage, a genocide unparalleled in history. This will be a battle that will be remembered for centuries. They don't know friend and foe, they attack everyone they see. Terrible cries of pain and desperate pleas for mercy are heard all around, creating an atmosphere of pure horror and despair. Shui is angered. He can no longer endure this senseless, bloody slaughter. His heart is full of rage and resentment. He calls on the masters to unite, to combine their strengths and skills to protect everyone who faces this unthinkable threat. He understands that only together they can face this danger. The masters listen carefully to Shui's words, sensing how serious the situation is. They understand that their unity may be the only hope for those who are under threat. Lu Suchi seems to fully support this idea. He nods his head, confirming his readiness for battle. His determination is read in every movement. Yu and Xieting also agree with this and are determined to fight to the end. Their gazes speak of their unyielding resolve. Together they resolutely enter the battle against Gong Sun Tai, joining their forces in the hope of victory. Gun stands below them, waiting for the fight to begin. He looks down on them, as if measuring their strength. But even in the face of such powerful opponents, Gong does not show fear. He is also bold and determined, ready to meet their resistance. Shui, in turn, uses his powerful fire dragon technique. This is one of his strongest attacks, which he decides to use right now. He launches an attack by aiming his power at Gun. Everyone around seems to freeze in anticipation. But Gong dodges the dragon with incredible ease, while behind him, Lu is already preparing his spear for a new blow. He uses his powerful technique, directing all of his rage and fighting energy towards Gun. It looks like a hurricane of power that is ready to fall on the enemy. Gun stands right in the middle of this hurricane, standing right in front of its unstoppable might. The blades of the hurricane are getting closer and closer to Gun. It seems that they are about to reach it. But Gong, remaining unperturbed, raises his hand forward in preparation for a retaliatory attack. He seems to be inviting a hurricane of power to hit him. And now, his hand is already in front of Lu's neck, ready to strike. A crushing blow strikes Lu's neck, causing him to cough up blood. This is a powerful and decisive blow that sends Lu into a difficult state. Shui, ignoring his comrade's fall, once again uses his fire technique, turning all his strength against Gong. The fire dragon moves towards Gun again, remaining his main target despite everything that has happened before. But Gun, still looking at it all with imperturbable calmness, offers his hand, ready to take the blow, determined to survive this deadly test. The fire dragon clashes with his hand, causing a deafening explosion that crashes into the battlefield with furious power. This spectacle amazes everyone present with its power and beauty. Lin, with no small amount of admiration and dismay, realizes that Shui also has a power that should not be underestimated. He realizes that Shui is a dangerous opponent, capable of offering substantial resistance. And then, out of nowhere, Gong is attacked by Yu and Ting from the upper level. They fight together, taking the enemy in tweezers to give them less chance to dodge. Yu, with the agility and precision of a snake, throws a series of thin needles towards the enemy. This attack is nimble and deadly, and every needle he throws carries a deadly threat. Each of these needles, moving at the speed of a bullet, mercilessly overtakes him, piercing his defenses and hitting his body. Here, still alive but badly injured, Lu gathers all his strength to shout to the others that the time has come for decisive action. His voice, although weakened, sounds confident and determined. In response to this call, They all together, as one, pounce on Gong's Sun Tai, creating a single wave of attack. However, Gong, showing no signs of fatigue or weakness, continues to move at an astounding speed, avoiding their attacks and counterattacking. Yu, trying to hold his position, receives a powerful blow from Gong. A blow with such force that he cannot suppress a cry of pain. Shui, who is trying to dodge the enemy, also gets hit. A punch so powerful that he almost loses his balance. Ting, trying to stay on his feet and keep fighting, is also wounded by Gun. Each of his blows brings only pain and suffering. Once again, Lu, already weakened and exhausted, gets hit. His body, already covered in wounds, trembles in pain. Gong, like a beast, wounds each of the masters. From the strongest blows of Gong, each of them flies away, unable to resist his strength. Blood spatters pour out of Shui's mouth, an impressive and terrifying sight that shows the extent of his injuries. Blood, dark and terrible, spreads over Tin's body, staining his clothes and skin, leaving traces of his suffering. Once again, blood begins to flow from Lu's mouth. These are streams of blood that paint a picture of his torment and horrifying condition. From Yu's mouth, a whole river of blood flows out like a fountain that brightly paints the ground around him. Gong's Sun Tai, looking at their suffering, seems disappointed by their weakness. His face expresses contempt and displeasure. His look speaks of his dislike for them. But then, suddenly, Shui notices something. His face reflects horror and anxiety, and he seems to be unable to believe what he is seeing. Gong, noticing his reaction, also turns his gaze in the same direction. His eyes skim over the landscape, trying to figure out what could have caused such a reaction. He claims that they, and only they, could be the reason why his brother Zhao Biao has not been in contact for a long time. His words sound accusing and full of reproach. If something happened to Gong's brother, Zhao Biao, then all the masters involved in this would only face inevitable death. A death that will come quickly and ruthlessly, as Gong will not forgive anyone who would harm his own brother. If Gong is so powerful and relentless in his desire for revenge, then his brother must be no worse. Shui thinks about this and comes to the gloomy conclusion that none of the masters, even with all their strength, will be able to harm brother Gong. Fear and anxiety seize him. All the masters, bloody, exhausted and deprived of their last strength, are on their knees. They are almost unable to stand on their feet. Their bodies succumb to fatigue and pain from their injuries. And at this critical moment, when the hope of salvation disappears, Lin begins to act. His actions seem unexpected and strange, but he seems confident in his actions. Lin's action, full of determination and aim, shocks Xian and Ma, who are standing behind and watching. They look at him in amazement, not understanding his plans. The young girl, watching Lin, cannot understand what he is going to do. Her face reflects bewilderment and fear for him. Lin has serious intentions. He is determined to stop Gong despite all the risks and dangers. This is not a simple desire, it is a deep desire to save your friends. Ma tries to stop him by telling him about the risks and dangers, but it seems that Lin's convictions are unshakable. He stands straight, his eyes shining with determination. He had already killed Zhao Biao, and now it seems the time has come to kill his brother as well. This terrible confession sounds like a sentence in the air. These words, full of determination and defiance, make Ma a little angry. He can't believe that Lin would take such a risk. He promises Lin that he will take them along with Xianer. But Ke, seeing the confidence in Lin's eyes, cannot stop him. He proudly goes forward, despite all the obstacles. And now Lin is already near the wounded Shui. He approaches him, and his face expresses seriousness and concentration. Shui cannot understand what exactly Lin is going to do. He looks at him, trying to read his intentions in his eyes. And then Lin opens his cards and says that he is exactly who Gong was looking for. His words sound like a bolt from the blue, striking everyone with their openness. Shui doesn't understand why Lin is saying this. His eyes are wide open in surprise, and he can't figure out what Lin's motives are. Lin, looking directly into Gong's eyes, announces that he is the killer of Zhao Biao. If Gong wants revenge, then let him act. His words sound like a challenge, and his gaze does not reflect any fear. Gong, hearing his words, asks Lin about his personality. He wants to know more about this man who so openly challenges him. Que, without stopping, says his name. His voice sounds firm and confident. He is not afraid of the consequences of his words. Shui continues to try to convince Lin to get out of here. He knows what dangers may await him if he stays. It seems that Gong is already about to kill Lin. He tenses in preparation for the attack, his eyes glowing with malice and vengeance. When Lin killed Zhao, he did not need much strength then, but despite this, he was no weaker than Gong. This gives Lin hope that he can stand up to Gong. Ma is in a state of shock at Lin's words. You can see confusion and despair in his eyes. Is Lin really so arrogant and confident in his abilities that he is ready to challenge Gong himself, risking his life? Apparently, Gong's son Tai is no less determined and is already going to finish off Lin. In his eyes you can see the thirst for revenge and the determination not to back down. With every second, Gong draws closer to Lin, his muscular body tensing, and his fist, swinging, has already almost reached the goal. Gong's fist is literally inches from Lin's head, but Lin doesn't move or try to dodge. He stands still, as if nailed to the ground. Shui can't bear to watch Lin, his sister's loved one, die right in front of his eyes. He turns away and closes his eyes, not wanting to see the horrifying sight. Ting also believes that right now, right at this moment, Lin will die. His heart clenched in pain and despair. Meanwhile, the arena, the site of a fierce battle, is illuminated by the gentle, golden rays of the sun. They penetrate the fog that shrouds the battlefield and illuminate the faces of the fighters. Shui suddenly notices something that completely shocked him. He looks at it with surprise, not believing his eyes. Lin, quite unexpectedly for everyone, easily stops Gong's blow. His actions were so fast and accurate that Goon failed to hit him. Ma is in complete shock from what he saw. His face is contorted with bewilderment and fear. How is this even possible? Lin, confident in his abilities, with a haughty smirk, asks Gong if he now believes that Lin is the one who killed Zhao. His voice sounds defiant and casual. And at that moment, Sun understands everything. He realizes his mistake and underestimation of the enemy's strength. Gong realizes that he is too weak to take revenge on Lin. His power is not enough to defeat him. But despite everything, Gong remains confident. This is only the beginning of the battle, and he intends to fight to the end. They bounce off each other, creating a distance between them. Their bodies are tense, ready for a new attack. Gong flexes his arms as if preparing a new technique. His eyes sparkle with determination and confidence. Frantic energy begins to pulsate around Goon. It envelopes him, sparkles and distorts the air around him. It recoils, aiming somewhere, as if preparing for a new, more powerful blow. Lin, seeing this, seems to be fully prepared for the next Gong action. He stands straight and motionless, as if waiting for a blow. Gong delivers a powerful blow full of determination and anger, but Que blocks it. His actions were so fast and accurate that Goon failed to hit him. Lin jumps back, his whole body tense, ready for the next action. Gong's blow only managed to break his glove, leaving Lin's hand intact. Lin glances down at his hand, only taking a quick look at the glove before turning his attention back to Goon. And then, as if the heavens had collapsed to the ground, Gong was already preparing to attack Lin from above. He is like a hawk, rushing at his prey with stunning speed and determination. Gong unleashes a powerful energy wave of force directed directly at Lin. This wave, full of aggression and thirst for victory, is rapidly flying towards Que, leaving a trail of light in its wake. In the place where Lin had just stood, only dust remains. The trace of Gong's strike turned the ground under Lin's feet into ashes and dust, creating only a funnel instead. It seems that Gong, seeing Lin's disappearance, begins to think that he has already won. His face is contorted with satisfaction, and there is a gleam of victory in his eyes. But suddenly, at the heart of the funnel, he sees a certain silhouette. A silhouette that slowly rises from the dust and smoke, returning to this world. If not for Lin's strength and perseverance, or rather his cultivation of the great Taoist body, then he would have been over long ago. But Lin continues to stand despite all the difficulties. Gong, upon seeing Lin's return, is left shocked at his strength. He cannot understand why he has never heard of such a strong opponent. He begins to doubt his own abilities. Gong's mistakes, ignorance, and self-confidence caused him to become weak. He was not prepared for this turn of events. Powerful energy begins to pulsate around Lin. She sparkles around him, creating an aura of power. It's his turn to attack. Lin concentrates all his strength, uses the strongest technique, and blades of energy form around him. These blades, each capable of destroying a mountain, circle Lin, ready to attack. Forward! Order will come! Lin's confident voice sounded. He, full of determination, launches his blades at Goon. Immediately, a hail of blades rains down on Goon. Their pointed ends gleam in the sun, each pointing at Goon. He barely manages to hold the line. His whole body is tense, and he tries his best to dodge this rain of blades. However, the force of the blows is so great that Goon is still pushed back. Each new blow sends him further and further away. Finally, the attack ended. Gong is standing, his whole body is burned. He is exhausted, but still on his feet. Goon's defense is good, Lin admits. Even he, facing such an opponent, is forced to admit that Gong's defense is worthy of respect. And now, in another moment of tension, Lin's new technique is already being prepared for release. The entire space around his hand begins to tremble, and the hand itself sparkles with a bright light, surrounded by pulsating lightning. Lin, illuminated by the brilliance of his energy weapon, addresses Gong. He invites him, with a mocking voice, to look at this new technique as the last thing he will see in this life. Now the Thunder Dragon, the idea that was born in Lin's mind, begins to circle around him, dancing in the air. The dragon looks huge and menacing, and its presence fills the entire arena with indescribable tension. Goon's face, seeing this Thunder Dragon, is full of horror. Lightning flashes around him. Each discharge seems to penetrate into his very soul, making him feel the full power of the coming blow. And then, at lightning speed, the Thunder Dragon is already approaching Goon. Time seems to slow down as the dragon, filled with Lin's energy, rushes at Goon. A bolt of lightning strikes Goon's body, causing violent convulsions and painful spasms. He tries to hold the line, use all his strength to protect himself, but the power of the lightning is simply too great. Finally, the attack ends. Most of Goon's outer clothing is charred and burned by the terrifying force of the lightning strike. He looks tired and exhausted, his body shaking from the stress he's been through. From his eyes, mouth, and nose, as if reflecting internal wounds, blood flows. But he still withstood this attack, and his face fills with an amazing feeling of happiness and relief. But even here, from Lin's precise blow, as if with a sword, Gong's head flies off his shoulders. It was so fast that even Gong himself did not have time to understand what had happened. With his energy blade, Lin just blew off Gong's head. Blood gushing out of his body like water from a broken hose, turning the ground a deep red. All the people around, the spectators of this terrifying performance, remain in complete shock. They look at Lin with unparalleled trepidation that they are facing a man capable of incredible things. Watching this, Xue is filled with horror as he realizes that Lin is capable of what he would consider impossible. His heart is pounding so loud it feels like it's ready to burst out of his chest. Tina, who is also watching this terrible sight, has the same emotions. He experiences a mixture of horror and amazement at the power that Lin has demonstrated. Ma is horrified. How did Lin manage to do that? Without exaggeration, it was fast and merciless, like the action of a god. He can't believe what just happened before his eyes. Ma is afraid that for his words he may be punished by Lin. He shudders with fear, imagining what awaits him if he does something wrong. Gong's slaves, who recently stood over the corpses of their master, are shocked by what they saw. They cannot believe that their powerful master was destroyed so quickly and brutally. Que, seeing their shock and fear, orders them to give up. Their master is dead, and now they must admit defeat and accept Lin's mercy. They immediately fall to their knees and bow. Their submission was almost instantaneous, and they acknowledge Lin as their new master without hesitation. Tina is still in shock from what he just saw. Lin's level, strength, and abilities seem to be as powerful as an immortal's. Now Xue understands why Kei is so proud and arrogant. He has a reason for this, given the strength and power that Lin has just demonstrated. The image of Lin, his strength and ruthlessness, flashes through Xue's mind. He sees his face, glowing with power and calm, and this sight captures his thoughts. Xue remembers Lin's words, how he said with a laugh that he would kill him with a single blow. These words are played in his head like an echo, and each of them pierces his heart. Xue realizes that he was so stupid that he did not respect and appreciate Lin's strength. He realizes that he made a huge mistake by judging him by his own insufficient standards. Xue, covered in shame and remorse, falls to his knees in front of Lin. He asks to accept their respect, and announces that from now on the Dragon Gang will obey his will. Everyone around, amazed by his action, follows his example and praises Master Lin. Their voices rise in one majestic chord, filling the air around. Hard but determined, Xue rises to his feet. He asks Lin to punish him for his rudeness and ignorance, and this act of humility enhances his status in the eyes of everyone present. Lin stands in silence, listening to him. His face shows neither anger nor regret, and only deep and unshakable confidence is visible in his eyes. The arena also falls silent, and everyone present waits to hear what Lin has to say. The air is filled with anticipation, and the whole world seems to freeze in anticipation of his words. Lin rises above all. He stands like a god among his followers. He looks somewhere in the distance, into the future, which he began to form. Xian walks up to him, with awe and reverence in his eyes, and behind her stands Ma, who watches her every move. With great trepidation, she asks Lin to return home for Xue. She recognizes his right to lead and asks him to show mercy. He looks her over, and then, exhaling lightly, says what he thinks. His words hang in the air, filling him with tense expectation. Confused, not knowing what to do next, Ma turns to STmanhwa. His eyes are full of hope and fear, and he doesn't know what to expect from her. She sternly rebukes Ma, blaming him for his bad opinion of Lin. Her words tear the air, and they clearly show her contempt for his lack of respect for Lin. He bitterly apologizes to Lin for everything he said. His apology sounds sincere, and he fully understands that he made a mistake. He asks Ma if he really considers himself worthy of Lin. His voice sounds contemptuous, and his words are menacing. Ma's eyes fill with terror. He understands that his place and status are under threat, and that he may not be able to withstand this test. Ma falls to his knees, his face white as a sheet, and he begs for mercy with a pleading voice and despair in his eyes. His body is shaking in fear, and he knows that his life depends on Lin's decision. STmanhwa also falls to his knees, glaring at Lin. Her voice trembles with pain and fear as she begs him to spare Ma, the person she loves, this time. Her eyes are filled with tears, and you can see in them how she anxiously awaits his answer. Lin seems to be supportive today. There is a light of understanding in his eyes, and he seems to accept their plea. He raises his hand and releases Ma, letting him know that his life will be spared this time. Ma, stunned and relieved, thanks Lin at the top of his voice. His voice resounds throughout the square, and everyone hears him thank him with all his might for his mercy. At this time, a sunny day, with rare clouds, fills their environment with fresh and bright light. The air pulsates with warmth, and everything around seems so peaceful and beautiful. The tench gradually recedes, its figure shrinking in size until it becomes almost indistinguishable in the sunlight. His steps are firm and sure, and each of them speaks of his unwavering determination. Ma, still utterly horrified, realizes that just now he nearly lost his life. A storm of emotions beats in his heart, and he is grateful to Lin for his mercy. The surrounding scene transitions to a beautiful building that shines under the rays of the sun. This place seems to be an oasis of beauty and tranquility in this world. Suddenly, Lin turns his attention to someone. His gaze is sharp and penetrating, and he scans this person with the same precision as before. A large number of girls surrounded Lin. They flatter him, whisper compliments, and beg for his attention. Que, standing nearby, seems to be a little confused by this turn of events. Suddenly, in the midst of all these faces, Lin calls out to one person, Dafa. His voice is clear and loud and has a sense of authority. Dafa quickly aims for its master, trying to get through the crowd of girls. His face is tense, and he feels that his master is demanding his presence. When Dafa approaches, Lin wonders what's going on. His voice is calm, but there is an undercurrent of curiosity in it. Dafa is clearly flustered by this unexpected attention and tension that he is experiencing in front of Lin. He feels he needs to tell the truth, but he doesn't know how to tell it. Lin turns to Dafa and wonders why King Ning sent so many women. His question sounds innocent, but there is confidence in his eyes. Dafa tries to remain calm, but he doesn't know the exact answer. He explains that after Lin left, Ning sent these girls to him, and a bunch of gold, silver, and valuables, saying it was a gift for them. Lin seemed to be interested in the words about the gift. He looks at Dafa thoughtfully, his eyes glowing with interest. Also, as Dafa adds, Ning sent a letter, which he will now bring. His voice trembles a bit when he talks about it. Dafa and Lin stand in the middle of a beautiful canopy surrounded by gorgeous flowers and lush greenery. The air is filled with the scents and sounds of nature. The note reads, "Congratulations on your move. I would like to ask you to accept that humble gift of 10 pretty maids and 500 gold." Lin carefully reads this, carefully considering each word, trying to understand the true intentions of King Ning. He wonders why the king made such a gift. He considers the unique gift and wonders about the king's possible motives. Lin asks Dafa about Gina's location. They discuss the location of this mysterious place, which seems to be of particular importance to Dafa. Dafa frantically tries to answer. His face is embarrassed, as if he wants to say something important, but can't find the right words. Yuan is in the middle of a beautiful garden. Her eyes are shining, she enjoys the beauty of nature around. But her thoughts drift off somewhere, as if she is weighing something important. Behind her, a voice is heard. She sees her master, Lin Que. Her eyes fill with joy at the sight of her faithful teacher. She is strongly attached to Lin, and is always ready to follow him. She is very happy to see him. The smile never leaves her face. Perhaps she even forgets about the maids, so happy to see Lin. But the joy quickly disappears from her face. After all, with this number of new maids, Lin no longer needs her. Sadness darkens her eyes, and she begins to think about her future. Lin pleases the girl, saying that he was not aware of the arrival of the maids, and could not refuse. Tomorrow they will return home. The girl seems to be happy about this news, but something in her voice and manner makes Lin doubt the sincerity of her joy. Does the girl not believe Lin's words? She shows restraint, and does not immediately believe in Lin's explanations. Maybe she senses something else is lurking. She says she wouldn't dare. Her voice is trembling slightly. She looks determined, but at the same time scared. Perhaps she was afraid of losing his master. She thinks that Lin is not sincere, because how can he let go of so many beauties? Her thoughts about Lina become more complex and conflicting. She tries to unravel his true intentions. A bunch of vulgar maidens are no match for Jinga. Yu's thoughts return to the mysterious place of Jinga once again. She believes that this place is unique and superior to all others. Those words seem to ignite a fire in Yu's soul. Her eyes burn with the desire to learn more about Jinga and resist the attraction to new maids. She tries to say something to Lin. Her lips move, but the words seem to get stuck in her throat. She wants to express her feelings and thoughts, but is having difficulty. Lin Zhou. Bai Guan. Loud insults are coming from this building. It's like the world is starting to fall apart. The sounds of insults carry through the air, and Lin senses that something is wrong. The Tao we know is praying to his brother for help. The mysterious Tao asked his brother for help. Maybe they have shared secrets or issues they don't want to talk about. He is afraid that if the owner finds out about such a failure, then he will be thrown out of the gate. Brother Tao is anxious, fearing the consequences of his actions. He wants to avoid punishment and keep his position. Brother Tao mentions 100-year-old plan, and that for this he had to go to the house of King Ning. Brother Tao's cryptic words grab attention, and Lin begins to realize that something really serious might be behind the plan. Manor of King Ning. Lin remembers the place where it all happened. He thinks about the past and what led to the current events. Lin asks Yu if she now believes in the veracity of his words about the return of the maids. He looks at Yui with concern, hoping that she is beginning to understand his sincerity. Ning asks Lin what he has in mind. King Ning, who gave Lin such a mysterious gift, shows his curiosity. He wants to unravel Lin's thoughts and intentions. Lin replies that he does not need so many maids. He appreciates his kindness. His answer rings true, and he feels that Yu is beginning to understand his true feelings and good intentions. Lin and Yu look at Ning attentively, and he seems to have noticed something. The strange behavior of the king attracts their attention, and they are looking forward to what will happen next. Ning apologizes to Lin, because what are these maids for when there is such a beauty like Yu nearby? Lin replies that the king was not so modest. He invites them to his house. A new turn of events means that they will have the opportunity to learn more about the king and his secrets. Lin folds his arms respectfully. It is an honor for him to enter the king's house. He feels that this is an important event in his life, and tries to maintain decorum. Lin tells you that they will meet at the city gates. They agree on a meeting place where they will wait for each other before going to the king. Looking at the beautiful fish, Ning talks about the rule of the dynasty. No foreign vassal was allowed to enter the palace. The king calls himself a prisoner in Linzhou, but he still wants to be loyal to his country. Lin tells him that he is just a cultivator, he is not a politician. But Ning interrupts Lin, apologizing for this, but Lin is exactly who he needs. These words make Lin wonder and start to think about what the king might mean. Lin listens attentively to the king, trying to catch every detail of his words. He wonders what else the king will say and how it will affect his further actions. Ning invites Lin to go to the treasury and admire his new treasures. Lin does not refuse. He accepts the invitation and looks forward to learning more about this mysterious place. A maiden familiar to us is watching the guys from behind. Her appearance raises questions and excitement. Lin and Yu turn around to see who is behind them. She is surprised that her father is so respectful to him. New discoveries make the girl wonder about her father. But then her brother breaks the flow of thoughts. He enters the conversation, and the girl feels that he can bring clarity to the situation. She is glad of his return. Family happiness finds its expression in the joy of the return of her brother. The girl feels more calm and secure, knowing that he is near. The brother is also glad to see his sister. His smile shows how long he has been waiting for this meeting. He feels strong ties to his family. She asks him why he became a soldier. Mom misses him very much. He replies that a brave man must die on the battlefield. A conversation with his sister makes him remember what awaits him in military service. But the girl does not really want to talk about it. She hides her anxiety, not wanting to disturb her brother with her own experiences. He jokes with his sister with an absent-minded smile. The brother tries to cheer her up, but the sister feels that this does not always help. The girl got a little angry. If her brother keeps laughing at her, she will stop playing with him. The guy tries to stop her by apologizing and asking her to tell her what happened. A beautiful garden with a small lake. Their conversation takes place in an environment of natural beauty, and the girl feels that this can be a soothing backdrop for their serious conversation. The guy remembers his words about supporting the Kong family and that his sister cannot have enemies. He feels responsible for family ties and tries to resolve the situation for the benefit of all. Tears appear in the girl's eyes. She is angry at Lin for making a fool out of her. She feels mixed feelings of disappointment and resentment, and tears express her emotional state. The guy tries to calm her down, saying that he will figure everything out. He seeks to calm her down and find a solution to the problem that arose between them. She asks him about the veracity of his words, to which he replies that he never lied to her. Lin tries to prove his honesty and sincerity to the girl. But now they can't deal with it, especially in the palace. Circumstances do not allow them to solve their problems right now, and they must wait for a more opportune moment. The king tells the servants to bring tea. The time for talking is over, and the king turns his attention to tea drinking to ease the tension in the room. Lin calmly sits down on one of the seats. He maintains his carefree demeanor despite the discontent and unrest around him. One of the servants is shocked by Ke's arrogance in front of the king. Their unexpected behavior shakes the servants, who did not expect such a defiant reaction from Ke in front of the king. One of the men reproaches Lin for his bad manners. Lin replies that he can sit wherever he wants. This leads to tension in the room and highlights Lin's uneasy relationship with those around him. "This is a royal palace. This is no place for ignoramuses like Ke." Another guest is indignant. Criticism leads to a new wave of discontent and outbursts of emotions in the room. But then Ning punishes Lao Kong to be more respectful with the king's guest of honor. The king intercedes and asks the participants of the event to remain calm and respect each other. Ning apologizes to Lin, who, in turn, is silent. The presence of the king curbs the intensity of emotions, and Lin tries to show respect for the king and keep up appearances. Ning yells at Lao again, saying that Lin can forget about the traditions and customs in the royal palace. The possible consequences make Lin think about his behavior and next steps. Lao says that the king should not succumb to the provocations of these tricksters. He warns the king against actions that may be caused by unworthy individuals. And then the angry Ning again screams at Lao. The tension in the room continues to rise and Ning shows her angry side. He immediately folds his hands and apologizes. Lao tries to smooth out the tension and belittle the possible negative consequences of his words. The ceiling of the palace with numerous pillars. The majestic details of the palace arouse admiration among the guests. He orders Lao Kong to bring the jewels to the first. Ning continues to order, demonstrating his power and inspiring the execution of his orders. Ning is standing near a table with many different items. He shows interest in the treasures given, wanting to know more about each one. Ning examines the beads. Lao says that this bundle of relics was made by a great monk from the west. Lao bought them for a lot of money. This magical weapon strengthens the body and prolongs life, but can change fate. Ning accepts him, and Lao praises his majesty. Ning accepts the beads gratefully, while Lao intensifies his praise. Now Ning asks Fan what treasures he brought. The king is waiting for the presentation of the new gifts Wan can bring. Wan presents Ning with a seal made by the great Chang Yuan. The king welcomes the next gift with anticipation and interest. Ning picks her up and praises her. This relic is indeed genuine, and Van probably does not want to part with such a thing. The gift is admired by Nina. One says that only someone like a king should have something like that. One expresses his thoughts that this relic should belong to the king. Ning claps her hands with a happy face. The king expresses his joy and satisfaction with the new treasures. Now it's Mr. Gu's turn. He brought the treasure from the Baiyun temple, the heavenly disc. Attention turns to the new gift, and everyone is waiting to see what Gu will present. Gu presenting the heavenly disc to the king. This compass is the legacy of an ancestor who relied on it to create the Baiyun temple. Gu talks about the origin of the gift and its historical significance. From now on, Ning will turn to Gu for advice. Gu becomes one of the king's important advisors, and Ning plans to take his advice into account. Ning is very happy about all the gifts, and he has already ordered a banquet in the kitchen. The king's delight has been reflected in his order, and now everyone is preparing for the feast. All guests are grateful to the king. The guests express their gratitude to the king for his generosity and hospitality. It looks like Lin is going to leave here. Lin is ready to leave the event, feeling that his presence is becoming redundant. But Ning is against it. He hasn't had time to take Que properly yet. The king wants Lin to stay in order to deepen his relationship with Que and continue communication. Lin thanks for the tea, but a confused Ning does not know what to say. Ning is confused, not knowing how to continue communication with Lin after what happened. From behind, Lao says, "Let Lin go. You shouldn't hold him like that." Lao expresses the opinion that Lin should leave the palace in order to settle the conflict. And then Nin again breaks down on Lao. The conflict flares up again, and Nin shows anger at Lao. Lin easily rebukes Lao. Lin has no remorse in pointing out Lao's mistakes by making reproaches. It seems that Lao did not like this rebuke very much. Lao reacts with discontent and possible resentment to Lin's words. Wang confirms Lao's words, "Young people are so arrogant." Wang agrees with Lao, noting that young people can be arrogant. Ning asks Lin what he thinks about this. Ning wants to know Lin's opinion about what is happening. Lin asks the king if he wants to hear a lie or the truth. Lin asks an important question, wondering what the king really wants to hear. Seal is a favorite of literati, so Que will not comment on it. As for the other two, Lin wants to discuss the so-called magic weapon. Lin does not refer to Seal, knowing its significance, but intends to discuss other subjects that cause him doubts. To Lin, as a cultivator, these two things have no power. To be precise, they look like waste. Lin, as a cultivator, sees no power in these items and considers them useless. Lao is angry for insulting his treasure. Lao resents the insult, which he perceives as an attack on his treasures. Wang is shocked by Lin's words. Lao is Boss Don's friend. And Gu Jing is very experienced. They are both narrow-minded and vindictive. It looks like Lin will end badly. Wang is taken aback by Lin's words, realizing that Lin has offended their important friends, Lao and Gu. Gu is angry. How can this fool dare to say that the relic of his temple is rubbish? Lin is not a bit flustered. Gu reacts violently to the insult while Lin remains calm. Gu is about to attack Que. Gu is ready to start a conflict with Que because of his unacceptable words. But Ning stops him just in time. Ning intervenes to prevent a physical confrontation between Gu and Lin. He asks them not to disturb the peace. Nin begs them to remain calm and not disturb the peaceful event. Gu bows to Ning, asking for forgiveness. Gu apologizes to the king for his behavior. Ning stands in the courtyard with Lin, the latter folds his arms respectfully. Ning and Lin stand next to each other with respect. Lin seeks to retire from the royal palace. Lin realizes that his stay is no longer appropriate and is ready to leave. Lao is still angry. He does not understand if they will let him go so easily. Lao continues to experience anger and bewilderment, not believing that Lin can leave without consequences. Of course not. They will meet him on the road. He can neither live nor die. These eerie words come from Gu's mouth. Gu threatens Lin, hinting at possible consequences in the future. Lin, completely calm and imperturbable, peacefully walks along the street. Nothing portends trouble. The stone-paved street resonantly reflects the steps of his hard boots. But this threateningly calm course of events is disturbed by the sudden appearance of a group of warriors who are led by the beautiful and proud daughter of the emperor himself and her brother, a brave and self-confident young man. Lin stops, giving them an appraising look. He assesses their strength, determines their intentions, but outwardly remains just as unperturbed. In the middle of the silence, the question of the brother addressed to the sister is heard. Is this him? The sister confirms this, with a hint of embarrassment and fear in her voice. Their eyes become even more tense, and the atmosphere is saturated with expectation. The brother directly asks Lin if he is the one who offended his sister. The question sounds defiant, and there is a threat in the voice. But Lin, remaining completely calm, simply confirms his words. Interestingly, the brother felt some joy at Lin's confirmation. After all, Lin is the first in many years who dared to disturb the peace of their Yan family, to introduce dissonance into their ideal world. There is a story about how, at one time, a girl, the daughter of an emperor, violated the ban on riding a horse inside the city walls and, full of pride and self-confidence, beat an innocent person. Lin had just taught her a little lesson, a little science that there were consequences for breaking the law. But the brother absolutely does not care about all these arguments. In his opinion, his sister cannot be compared to a simple servant. The words sound with contempt and rejection. He believes that he and his family are above all. Apparently, this brother is one of those people who believes that the strong have the right to mock the weak. His opinion, his convictions are such that he has every right to do so. But if this is so, then by the same logic, Lin has every right to punish his sister, because he is clearly stronger. This simple truth sounds in his words, causing shock and distrust in his brother. The brother seems to be caught on the live bait, and his face is contorted with anger. His eyes sparkled with bewildered anger. He feels bitter that his beliefs have turned against him. But a brother does not care about all these words, all these arguments. He is here as his sister's protector and supporter, and he will seek justice for her no matter what. The brother orders his soldiers to just wait. They must encircle Lin, forming an impenetrable wall, and prevent him from escaping. The brother officially introduces himself. Yan Jingyao. He is the leader of the cavalry unit of Lin Zhou soldiers, and he is here to avenge the wrong done to his sister. Lin seems surprised and asks Yan Jingyao if he is going to fight him alone. There is irony and defiance in his voice. But Yan Jingyao, not listening to Lin, rushes at him without any warning. But Lin, with his characteristic grace and speed, easily dodges the attack. The next moment, Lin trips Yan Jingyao, and he falls to the ground with a clumsy and humiliating fall. A moment later, and the emperor's brother lies at Lin's feet. Yan Jingyao, trying to get up, praises Lin for his bluff. He cannot believe what has happened, and in his heart he resists admitting defeat. And now the next blow is moving towards Lin. The brother is again trying to attack, but his intentions are so obvious that Lin is already ready for the next step. Suddenly, Lin, decisively and quickly, grabs Yan Jingyao by the collar. The fight continues, but the outcome already seems a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, he slaps him in the face. Let this be a good lesson for someone whom his father apparently failed to raise properly. Since the older parent is unable or unwilling to exercise his right to physical punishment, he himself will teach him a good lesson, a lesson that he will never forget. Slaps hit Yan's face like hail, knocking against his skin, causing redness on it, making his eyes fill with tears from pain and humiliation. His sister, immobilized by horror, cannot take her eyes off this picture. This whole situation is completely incomprehensible to her, so her shock and bewilderment only intensify. Despite her condition, she decides to take a desperate step. Having overcome her fear, she goes to Lin, calling him, ordering him to let Yang go. Her heart is beating so hard that it seems ready to burst out of her chest. Lin turns around at her voice and says menacingly, "Let the girl look carefully. If she takes one more step forward, Kay will forget her manners." This warning makes her heart skip a few beats. The girl, hearing these words, again finds herself in the grip of horror. Her breath becomes ragged, fear flickers in her eyes. It's hard for her to imagine what might happen if she keeps moving. The warriors standing nearby are also confused. They do not understand what to do in this ambiguous situation, because their actions can have unpredictable consequences. If they continue to just stand and watch, the captain may decide that they are not doing their job. Their failure to make a decision can cause them to fall in the eyes of their commander. Meanwhile, Lin turns to Yan, beaten and helpless. He asks if Yanxia convinced him of his words. Yan, in response, only remains silent, not knowing what to say. Sister Yana, no longer able to contain her feelings, falls to her knees. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she begs Lin to let her brother go. Her voice sounds desperate, and her every word reflects immense pain. Yan, seeing the suffering of his sister, appeals to her with a request to stop these pleas. He admits that he could not avenge her, thus becoming insufficiently strong and capable. However, his sister does not listen to him. She continues to pray for his release, and asks her brother not to say such words. There is stubbornness and desperation in her voice. She is ready to admit her mistakes, if only it would help her brother. With bitterness in her heart, she realizes that all this happened because of her, and this recognition only increases her suffering. Finally, after much prayer, Lin still decides to let Yan go. He backs off, giving the brother and sister a chance to get back together. But before leaving, Lin looks back at the girl and says that he hopes that she will remember his words forever. His gaze pierces her, as if imprinting that warning on her soul. Lin then slowly moves away from the siblings. He leaves, leaving behind two heartbroken people and a lesson they will probably never forget. Lin approaches the group of soldiers. He moves confidently. Despite everything that has happened, his face expresses firmness and determination. One of the warriors, barely suppressing a tremor in his voice, says that Lin can't just leave. He must stay and wait for the decision of the commander until he understands what happened. But how can they, warriors so few and discouraged, stop Lin, so powerful and unshakable? Doubt seizes their hearts. Suddenly, a certain warrior on a horse appears from the side. His appearance brings a new dynamic to the situation, filling the air with anticipation. One of the soldiers, alarmed and confused, approaches the newcomer and reports on what has happened. The commander, having heard about the shortcomings of his subordinates, expresses his disappointment and assigns punishment to them. The stern expression on the commander's face and his loud words confirm his disappointment in his subordinates. He assigns punishment to them, wanting to show the consequences of their lack of determination. And who would have thought that this strict and uncompromising commander is Qin? His appearance brought an unexpected twist to an already confusing situation. Qin, making his way through the crowd of his soldiers, suddenly finds Lin. His look, full of surprise and indignation, attracts the attention of all those present to him. Seeing Lin, Qin feels his heart skip a beat. This unexpected encounter raises many questions and concerns for him. But Qin does not show his surprise. On the contrary, he greets Lin, naming him Immortal. His voice sounds confident, despite the internal anxiety. Yan, watching all of this, seems surprised. His face expresses bewilderment and surprise, and his gaze peers at Qin, as if trying to read his thoughts. Sister Yan shares his feelings. All this action and the appearance of Qin add more confusion to an already complicated situation. Shock and bewilderment seize the soldiers watching their commander. They can't figure out what made him act this way. This behavior seemed to them contrary to all the rules and expectations known to them, which are usually associated with the figure of a commander. Lin turns to Qin, wondering if all these people belong to him. He wants to understand who these people are and what connections they have with Qin. Qin, in response to Lin's question, states that he will punish all of them, no matter who they are or what relationship they have with him. However, Que, trying to reduce the tension of the moment, suggests to Lin that he turn his attention to the other side of the situation. His words seem to soften the situation, adding a touch of hope to it, and opening up new horizons for the perception of events. Yen is dumbfounded by the behavior of his uncle, who salutes this boy. He cannot understand why Qin is doing this. Meanwhile, Qin asks Yen a series of questions, trying to figure out how Yen got into trouble with Lin and if they know anything about Lin at all. Lin certainly has skills, but calling him a great man seems like a bold statement. Is there anything behind his youthful appearance other than his ability to fight? Qin, despite his doubts, talks about Ling and his power. His words about Lin sounded like some kind of backstory that could explain his confidence and independence. But the most terrible and exciting thing about Lin is his skill. Qin witnessed him at Kong's banquet, and what he saw shocked him to the core. Yen, listening to Qin's words about Ling, becomes terrified. Every word Qin utters intensifies this unsettling atmosphere, eclipsing all his previous notions. It's really better not to mess with Lin. Such thoughts are spinning in Yen's head, because he is now afraid to even imagine what could have happened if he had acted differently. Yen's face is contorted in horror. Now he understands why his father treated Que like that. Now he understands what was behind all this mask of misunderstanding. It looks like Yen is depressed. He seems to be standing on the edge of an abyss, looking into the abyss of his bewilderment and fear, and he cannot find a way out of this state. Sister and brother, Yen and his sister, kneel before Lin, begging him to forgive them. They behave like the defeated, ready to accept any mercy from the conqueror. Qin, watching this scene, tries to say something. He starts to speak, but his words sound uncertain and hazy. But Lin seems to be supportive today. He tells them to stand up, as if tossing away their pleas for forgiveness. This seemed to give him a certain majesty and generosity. Both of them, with beaming faces, thank the Immortal. This nickname sounds like a recognition of his strength and power, and they pronounce it with admiration and reverence. Lin, having finished with these people, hurries to leave here. He walks quickly and decisively, as if he wants to forget about this incident as soon as possible. Brother Yen decides to return to the army. He understands that it is better for his father not to know about what happened. It was too much for his father, and he doesn't want to get him into any more trouble. A beautiful and large gate is visible in front. They stand majestically and proudly, as if symbolizing a certain border between the past and the future. Lin, having retired from the gate, returns to you. He greets her with relief, glad that he can finally rest and collect his thoughts. Yu seems ready to tell Lin about the captain of the city guard. But Lin, with a wave of his hand, says that it does not matter anymore, the issue has already been resolved. After all, the past has already passed, and he is ready to move forward. Suddenly, forming from nothing, a silhouette appears in front of Lin. His gaze shifts smoothly from the endless road in front of him to the figure that stands boldly before him. Then, like a sudden surge of waves on a still surface of water, Gu and Lao suddenly appear in his path. Two faces he knows, each with their own set of stories and life lessons they carry. Lin stops for a moment, contemplating the scene. He knows that today can be a great day. Filled with a sense of opportunity, he realizes that this is not just a day, this is the beginning of a new chapter in his life, a new path that he must go through. While Lao and Gu seem to be up to something terrible, Que shows no signs of fear. He stands like an indestructible pillar, confident and unshakable in his decision. He meets their threat with calmness and confidence, with a face full of determination. Gu, as if testing Lin's reaction, asks him if he has any other options. His gaze flickers over Lin's face inquisitively, his voice sounding like a challenge to be answered. Lin, however, just looks at Gu, wondering if Gu would be able to die without a burial place. It sounds like an unusual question, however, there is a deep seriousness and intent hidden in the depths of his gaze. However, Gu and Lao, not taking his words seriously, start laughing. Their laughter breaks the silence, filling the air with irony and contempt. Meanwhile, Yu, troubled by this turn of events, suggests to Lin that they deal with the two. But Lin dismisses the thought. He doesn't need her help, he knows he can handle it on his own. On the other hand, Lin can't help but admit that he's lucky to be around a beauty like you. Her beauty, combined with her confidence and strength, makes her irresistible. Gu, overcome by sudden excitement, begins to study Yu's forms. His gaze, full of desire, wanders over her figure, obsessing over every detail. Gu practically radiates joy. He is sure that he is lucky today. He is looking forward to the pleasure he can experience playing with a beautiful girl like Yu. However, Yu, meeting his gaze, does not seem to understand what he means. She continues to look at him, perplexed, not understanding his intentions, unable to decipher the hidden meanings in his words. Meanwhile, Gu states that after killing Lin, he will take you as his cultivation partner. He plans to make her feel dead by using her for his own needs. These words clearly do not please Yui. Her gaze becomes cold, her face contorts with indignation, and her body tenses, as if she is ready for a fight. At that moment, the clatter of hooves is heard from behind Lao. A group of riders are approaching, their silhouettes looming on the horizon, creating an impressive picture. And then Master Duan appears. If he helps Gu with Lin, Gu promises him any treasure from Wang Bao Lu. This is a tempting offer, promising not only wealth, but also power. However, Lin, hearing this, cannot help but laugh. He finds it funny and ironic that Gu thinks that Duan is on his side, when in fact Duan is serving him. While Lao continues to laugh, not yet realizing what has happened. His laughter sounds more and more stupid and meaningless, because he does not understand the danger he is in. Duan, wanting to clarify the situation, checks with Lao if he is talking about this young guy. Khan confirms his words, increasing the tension of the moment. And at that moment, like lightning, the blade pierces right into Lao's back, piercing him through and through. Everything freezes. Ken is horrified. He looks at the impaled Lao in disbelief, and the horror reflected in his eyes only emphasizes the brutality of this moment. Gu is completely stunned by what is happening. He cannot understand what exactly happened, and how it became possible. His mind refuses to accept the reality into which he has suddenly fallen. This is not just a shock, this is complete despair and a lack of understanding of what to do next. Duan, realizing the importance of the moment, bows to the Immortal. His movement is filled with respect and reverence. He pays tribute to the great and powerful, whose power is undeniable and who has enduring wisdom. Suddenly, a thought shoots out in Gu's brain with fright, which he can't let go. It is he. It's Lin, the one who beat up his little brother. The understanding of this fact crashes into his mind like a bolt from the blue. Lin, watching Gu, asks him who his brother is. In response, they call him the name Ma Jinren. The name turns out to be familiar to Lin, adding to the complexity of an already confusing situation. Lin's own memories of Ma Jinren are clouded. It seems to him that the younger brother Gu did not tell the whole truth to his older brother, dooming him to inevitable death. With this thought in his heart, Lin's eyes become even more sad. Gu, feeling that his position is becoming more and more threatening, decides to leave. He, however, does so with the confidence that their paths will cross more than once. With panic in his heart, Gu tries to get out of this place as quickly as possible. His heart is beating wildly, and his mind is full of feverish thoughts of evacuation. But then Lin catches up to him, piercing his throat with an energy blade. This moment freezes in time as Gu's death becomes inevitable. He realizes it's too late to run. That fate, which he feared so much, overtook him in the twinkling of an eye. Duan, respecting Lin, awaits further orders from him. Lin in turn orders Tianqiu to take the bodies and leave. This simple indication emphasizes his power and control over the situation. The scene shifts to Baiyan Temple, which is located on Baek Mountain. This place is holy and full of mysticism. Its aura is so dense that it is almost palpable. A lot of people gathered around the stones. Their faces are filled with delight and reverence for the power and wisdom that these stones symbolize. And then there is an explosion. The stone, to which everyone was paying attention, suddenly shatters into thousands of small fragments. This sudden outburst evokes fear and astonishment among those assembled. An old but strong man emerges from the dust and smoke. His presence, despite his age, is filled with power and majesty. Those who are bowing now greet the ancestor. Their voices are filled with respect and reverence for this man who stands before them. However, the ancestor does not see Gu Yunyang among those present and inquires about his whereabouts. His question sounds sincere and full of concern. Gu Yunyang's brother is puzzled by this question. His silence suggests that he doesn't know what to say. Ma tells about the whole situation. But to his surprise, the elder does not blame him for what happened. Ma asks if they are going to give up, but the elder looks very serious and determined. The elder orders the altar to be opened and a spell to be cast. He wants the meeting with the enemy to be worthy, and for this he is ready to use all his strength. The ancestor assumes the lotus position, placing 2 fingers on his lips. Standing next to him are 2 golems that, despite their enormity, appear to be completely under his control. Soft moonlight pours over Villa K, filling it with magical light radiance. The entire complex of buildings is illuminated by a bright silvery flash, turning everything around into a magical sight. It emanates from the blue moon, filling every nook and cranny, giving a special atmosphere to this area. In this very light, Dafa appears. He comes around the corner, perhaps in response to the call of nature, over which he was helpless. 2 golems stand towering over the sleepy Dafa. Their massive figures reach for the sky, creating an impressive and slightly frightening picture. Their bulky form and impassive faces make them ideal guardians. However, Dafa does not yet realize what awaits him. His calm face hides the excitement that will soon overtake him when he learns the truth about the coming events. Suddenly, a scream about ghosts is heard in the middle of the villa. A voice filled with fear and horror pierces the stillness of the night, resonating in the air. Dafa, alarmed by this sudden cry, starts to run, trying to break away from these unpleasant chains of ghosts. His movements are quick and determined, indicating his desire to go as far as possible. But here, one of the ghosts is struck by a certain bullet. This sudden event stops them for a moment, surprising them with its unexpectedness. The next ghost also falls victim to this bullet, which mercilessly penetrates right into his forehead. This demonstrates the relentless strength and precision of the one who fired. All of a sudden, some kind of ribbon wraps around Dafa's arm. This sudden contact causes him to jump in surprise, interrupting his attempt to escape. The owner of this tape, Yu, begins to pull Dafa towards her. She does it with determination, showing strength and determination in her actions. Here, these 2 unusual creatures stand right in front of Lin. Their presence becomes more imposing when they come face to face with him. You notices that they don't look human at all. She looks at them with some surprise and apprehension. Lin calms her down, assuring her that he will handle the situation. The ancestor who controls these golems is happy to note that he has finally found Lin. He is relieved and satisfied knowing that his long search has finally come to fruition. One of the golems, with an unyielding confident voice, claims that Lin is about to die. This prediction sounds ominous and peremptory. However, Lin does not look scared. On the contrary, he refers to these golems with disdain, boldly insulting what he considers to be only a piece of garbage. The golems, caused by his neglect, rush at Lin. Their attack is fast and powerful, full of a thirst for revenge for an insult to their dignity. Their chains swirl around them, creating a whirlwind of metal and power around them. This majestic spectacle is a powerful attack that will be difficult to resist. The chains and those huge, menacing golems suddenly surround Lin. Their massive forms create a wall of steel and stone that poses a threat to anyone caught in their midst. They seem to be circling around him, moving so fast and in unison that they give the illusion of a spinning wall. Their goal is to confuse Lin, confuse him, make him lose his bearings. However, Lin does not succumb to this chaos. With full confidence and concentration, he begins to act, using all his skills and experience to deal with this situation. He delivers a bold and accurate blow to each of these golems. The strength of each blow and its inflexibility cause respect and fear. One of the golems suddenly begins to pulsate with a powerful energy that grows stronger every moment. This dazzling sight is reminiscent of a flashing star, ready to explode. He begins to exude smoke that spreads around, adding an effect of mysticism and mystery to an already tense situation. Contemplation sounds out of Lin's mouth like a mantra or a spell as bright lightning flashes around him. These lightnings reflect his determination and fortitude. They are a manifestation of his inner energy. He strikes two golems with these lightning bolts with powerful force. The blows are so strong that the air around them flares up, emphasizing the intensity of this moment. As a result of this powerful attack, these automatons, once so formidable and powerful, were shattered into smithereens. This spectacle is a visual confirmation of Lin's power and unsurpassed skill. Now each of these broken golems can be carefully examined. Their shattered hulls and complex machinery now at Lin's disposal provide a unique opportunity to explore them. The Elder is shocked. After all, this artifact, now destroyed and helpless, was created by an ancestor from super-strong metal. It was a treasure that he could not help but revere. The head of this black artifact fell to the ground. She fell with a booming sound that echoed in the surrounding area. A ball of energy comes out of their mouths. This powerful energy permeates the air around, creating a spectacle that the Elder, frozen in horror, will not be able to forget. These bundles of energy, like terrible ghosts or spirits, tend to fly away. Their desire for freedom makes them even more mysterious and disturbing. Lin, in turn, is interested in how the mind can travel beyond consciousness. This is a philosophical exercise that asks new questions about the nature of consciousness and its possibilities. He releases a kind of cloud of energy, acting with confidence and determination. This energy is a manifestation of his will and strength. This energy rushes behind the streams of consciousness, like an arrow shot at a target. She seeks to penetrate into the very depths of this universe in order to explore its secrets. And then the Elder starts screaming terribly. This sudden and piercing scream wreaks havoc on this situation, causing everyone around them to tense up. His people, alarmed and confused, cannot understand what is the matter. They look at the Elder with bewilderment and fear, not knowing how to help. Trembling with fear and horror, the elder says that 2 of his souls have been destroyed. And the black and white artifact, one of his most valuable treasures, was also destroyed. These words, which hit like a bolt from the blue, make his people freeze in shock. Their jaws drop, their eyes widen in improbability and horror, because every word uttered by an elder means for them the collapse of their world. The elder urgently needs to retreat in order to restore his damaged soul. He must retire, find a quiet place where he can concentrate on healing. He knows the enemy is coming soon, and his time is limited. From these words, also heavy and gloomy, Tao is shocked. He cannot believe what he hears. His heart is beating wildly in his chest with horror and despair. He asks his faithful servants to take him away from here. They must leave this place quickly. You can't stay here long, it's too dangerous, too much risk. Helping his elder, Tao leads people somewhere. He acts as a guide, leading them through uncertainty and fear, towards safety and tranquility. But suddenly a voice is heard from above. This voice, familiar and at the same time unfamiliar, fills the space around with an echo and a harbinger of change. Lin is already here. He appears unexpectedly, like a ghost, and his presence changes everything around. The elder and all his people are looking at him. Their eyes are filled with horror and admiration, and they silently watch him rise above them. Lin Que towers over them. His figure, powerful and majestic, is outlined in the sky, and he seems to them almost divine. Tao is horrified. He looks at Lin with an almost suppressed horror, unable to contain his excitement. He feels panic and fear, and he already wants to run away from here. His heart is beating wildly in his chest, and his legs are ready to run. But then the energy bullet pierces right through him. This happens with such speed and surprise that he does not even have time to move. And here comes the order from Lin's mouth. Everyone must stop. If they keep moving, they will be swept away like leaves in the wind. All the people watching and listening to Kei's words are terrified. They understand the seriousness of the situation, and how much is at stake for them. He goes straight to the elder. His movements are smooth and confident, and the old man seems to be frightened by his approach. The ancestor and all his people kneel before Lin. The elder asks for forgiveness, realizing that his actions were wrong and deserve punishment. The ancestor is aware of his sins, and death will not atone for them. He realizes that his crimes are too great for simple forgiveness, but he still begs for mercy. Lin seems surprised. He cannot believe that the elder, unable to defend himself, dared to stand up for others. The elder pleads for Lin to be merciful to everyone else. They, according to him, did not know about the sins of Tao and Gu, and did not deserve punishment. He is even ready to give up the whole temple, if only it will help save his people. But Lin claims that he doesn't want anything from ancestor. He can get whatever he wants with the snap of his fingers. Therefore, the ancestor has no right to ask for mercy. With deafening power, accompanied by a piercing sound, lightning bolts burst from Lin's hands and strike the elder. Discharges that sparkle and sparkle, focusing all the power and wrath of Kei, fall on the old husband. The elder lets out a desperate scream as the electrical energy rips through his body. The pain cry reflects the unbearable pain that he has to endure. It is a cry of desperation and suffering, reflecting all the suffering that he endured from these discharges. Of course, the elder understands that everything that is happening to him now, he deserved. In the end, he, by acting incorrectly, provoked Immortal Kei's wrath. For insulting Lin, the incarnation of the Immortal, the elder must be punished. Kei is determined to destroy his soul. Not just to kill, but to destroy the very foundation of his existence, so that no traces of his atrocities remain. The elder, kneeling down in respect and submission, acknowledges Lin's judgment. He realizes that in this situation, he can't even object to Ke's fair trial. Ke asks a question, knowing the answer in advance. If he destroys the elder's apprentice and destroys the cultivation base, will the ancestor go along with it? It is like a test to see if an old man is ready to accept the most severe punishment for his sins. And again, against all odds, agreement comes out of the old man's mouth. He knows he has no choice. All that was left for him to do was accept the punishment and wait for his fate. Lin, confident in his power, slowly turns around, leaving the elder behind. While he decides to spare him, leaving the elder's soul alone. But the old man knows that at any moment Lin can change his mind and take his soul. The elder and his men, filled with gratitude, thank Lin for his mercy. This is their last chance for redemption, and they are ready to take full advantage of it. All around them, the buildings glow, bathed in the morning sun. Golden highlights reflect off their majestic structures, enhancing their beauty even more. Lin expresses surprise to find that the Centennial sect, which is the center of cultivation, does not have a single elixir. This is unusual for such a powerful organization. But Lin understands that elixirs are rare in this world. Their scarcity in every corner of the world puts them in the category of almost mythical substances. Suddenly, one of the elders says that he knows a place where many useful herbs grow. This information catches Lin's attention and he starts asking questions about the place. The old man begins to talk about his youth when he and his brothers found a nook full of rare and exotic herbs. Memories flash through his mind like pictures, filling his face with melancholy. However, his memories are interrupted, and the old man's face becomes filled with despair. He recalls the tragic events that took place after their discovery. The image of a giant snake that guarded this place flickers in his memory. It was the monster that filled his worst nightmares. The tragic death of his older brother, which was due to this snake, left him with deep wounds. Only he managed to escape from this hell, despite the best efforts of his brother. After this terrible incident, the old man went into seclusion in an attempt to improve his cultivation and wash away the shame of his family. He has prepared an artifact that will help him capture this giant python. The old man suggests that if rare creatures like this snake live in this place, then rare herbs probably also grow there. He tells Ke that with his skills, he can easily handle the snake. Ke takes an interest in the location of this mysterious place. The old man remembers how to get to this place, and he is ready to help Quebec. His desire to help the Immortal is so great that he is ready to do anything. Several carriages, beautifully painted and decorated, move slowly along the winding path. They sway in time with the steps of the horses, and the noise of the wheels and the slapping of hooves create a monotonous rhythm in which a certain calmness is felt. The old man sitting across from Lin struggles to his feet, supporting himself on a cane. He addresses Lin, saying that they will stop at a nearby town for an overnight stay before continuing their journey the next day. The Yongzhou city gate, powerful and majestic, towers high above all who approach it. The streets of Huirenton are bustling with life. Merchants shout for their wares, and children play in the shadows of the numerous buildings. The smells of various foods and spices mix in the air, creating the city's unique flavor. The merchant looks at Lin with surprise and admiration, praising him for his vigilance. In his hands, the ancient Ganoderma lucidum is a real treasure in their store. This rare and valuable herb with many beneficial properties is the pride of his range. The merchant claims that Ganoderma not only has a deep history, but also has healing properties. He says that although she is obviously not 100 years old, she is considered a panacea that heals all ailments, and has been serving people for thousands of years. Lin thanks the seller and asks him to pack the Ganoderma carefully. His attentive gaze and hands carefully took this valuable elixir, as if he were holding a piece of history in his hands. And at that moment a man appears. His attire indicates his high position, and his face shows irritation. He spotted the Ganoderma, and he doesn't seem pleased that such a rare and valuable elixir has fallen into the hands of the first person. A man named Lu, seeing Li Guancher, expresses his hope for Li's leniency. Li categorically states that Ganoderma must be his, and his determination leaves no room for questions. However, the merchant explains that he has already sold the Ganoderma to Lin, and he has already paid for it. The deal has been made and the merchant has no right to break it. But Li does not let up and is even ready to double the price for this elixir. His desire for Ganoderma is so great that he is willing to pay any price. But the merchant stands his ground. He explains that it's not about the money. Ganoderma has already been sold and belongs to Lin, and nothing can change that fact. Confused, Li turns to Lin, looking at him questioningly, but Lin refuses to sell the Ganoderma. Li seemed completely unprepared for this turn of events. Li begins to think that Lin must not have heard of his powerful family. He cannot understand how Lin can refuse such an offer. Li makes one last attempt and offers triple the payout for this elixir. His voice becomes more and more tense, and signs of desperation sparkle in his eyes. But Lin is not going to give up. He has no intention of selling Ganoderma, regardless of Li's offer. He declares that no threats or promises can sway him, and Ganoderma will remain with him. This statement infuriates Li. He can't believe that Lin is refusing his offer. Li knows that if his family wants something, they always get it. Lin listens to him carefully, his face remaining calm. Li warns Lin to give him the Ganoderma or else. And at that moment, the unexpected happens. One powerful blow flies right into Li's face. It was so unexpected that Li did not have time to do anything. This blow was delivered by Lin. His movement was swift and determined. His hand moved at lightning speed and hit Li. It seemed that Lin didn't really care about the Li family. His actions clearly showed that he is not afraid of Li or his family. Li, lying underneath, seems completely stunned. His eyes are filled with horror, and his face reflects the complete bewilderment and shock of what happened. Furrowing his brows slightly and clenching his fists in annoyance, he said with a displeased expression that reflected determination and dislike that this was not the end, and they would definitely meet again. He asked why he was doing this since he could find other herbs, and there was no need to provoke the Li family. Lin was surprised. What kind of Li family is this? He began to talk about the past of this family, which was filled with restlessness and adventure. This family used to be known as pirates who terrorized the seas, but over time they changed their ways and became the richest and most powerful family in the region. Thoughts began to flash through Lin's mind about how he could continue selling medicinal herbs in this city with such a powerful family. He expressed his bewilderment by mentioning that the old patriarch of the Li family was rumored to be suffering from a serious illness, and was looking for herbs to heal himself. Lin dampened his enthusiasm by stating that the use of such herbs was useless for those already on the verge of death. The salesperson was taken aback by this insensitive statement, and felt ashamed of his behavior. Lin, without further ado, turned away and walked in the opposite direction, leaving the salesman confused and bewildered. On the way, Lin noticed a large crowd of people gathered nearby. Their interested looks and noisy conversations caught his attention. As he got closer, his gaze met the gaze of one of the crowd members. Their eyes met for a moment, and in that moment they both knew something was wrong. They immediately recognized Lin. Recognition appeared in their eyes and their gazes became more intense. They realized that this was exactly the person they were looking for. One of the men, obviously young and insecure, turned to Lin. His voice sounded alarmed. "Are you the one who beat our man?" Lin, without trying to avoid responsibility or make excuses, confessed that he was the one who hit their man. His confession was direct and confident. The young man, hearing Lin's confession, was outraged by his fearlessness and audacity. "How dare you touch a member of the Li family?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling with anger. Lin, looking at him in bewilderment, answered the question with a question. "Why should I listen to you?" His voice was calm, but there was determination in it. Suddenly, the young man, full of anger and determination, charged at Lin, swinging his fists and preparing to strike. But before he even got close to Lin, he suddenly stopped when he heard a loud scream coming from behind him. A sharp voice came from a nearby carriage, ordering everyone to stop. It was a cry that immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The young girl sitting in the carriage, with a worried and irritated expression, asked her brother if he had forgotten the purpose of their journey. She chided him for causing trouble again. He, being slightly confused, tried to explain to his sister that this man had beaten Wang Guancher for no reason. But the girl did not listen to his excuses, told him to shut up and listen to what their father ordered. The young man paused for a moment in dismay, his eyes wide with surprise, and he was clearly taken aback by what had happened. The sister's brother stood motionless, surrounded by his servants, his face expressing bewilderment and displeasure, because everything did not go according to his plan. The girl, with a note of iron determination in her voice, ordered him to get out. His face took on a defiant expression, and without thinking twice, he glared at Lin angrily, as if blaming him for his current failure. With no haste, and with all grace, he began his journey back to the carriage, still keeping his eyes on Lin. Step by step, his figure slowly disappeared from view until it disappeared completely inside the magnificent carriage. Lin, without wasting time on unnecessary thoughts, turned and moved towards the city. He plunged into the hustle and bustle of city life, allowing him to temporarily forget about threats and promises. Upon returning to the city, Lin stumbled upon his uncle, who, seeing him, called him to him. His eyes were serious, and there was a hint in his voice that he had important news. He explained that the road they were going to pass was a serious test. It was difficult to pass, sometimes dangerous. To make the journey easier, he bought 2 mules. Lin, amazed by this, could not understand why his uncle decided to buy exactly 2 mules. In response to Lin's question, Uncle said that he was planning to go with him. On this journey, he will be the guide, and the mules will facilitate their path. This answer made Lin smile. Seeing no other choice, Lin nodded in agreement, and they set about preparing for the journey. They saddled the mules, and when everything was ready, they began their journey. As my uncle had warned, the road was not easy. Steep cliffs and dense thickets of forest made the route difficult to pass. But both of them were stubborn and continued on their way, despite all the difficulties. Suddenly, they came across a crowd of people who, in the middle of the rocks, gathered around something that attracted their attention. Lin, trying to examine the people, saw their faces, amazed and filled with delight, and he realized that something was wrong here. When people noticed Lin and his uncle approaching, they turned to face them. Their eyes scanned the approachers carefully, as if judging them. Uncle, noticing the glances of people, was surprised by so many people in this secluded place, and could not understand what attracted them so much. The leader of the crowd, a large man with a rough face, announced that the road was blocked due to the collapse, and they would have to choose another path. Hearing this, Uncle introduced himself to the leader of the crowd as the head of Bayunguan, and tried to convince him to let them pass since they didn't want to linger at this place. But the ringleader, with despair and distrust in his eyes, cut off that he did not care who he was. Everyone must leave and find another way. Uncle, not hiding his displeasure, repeated his desire to drive along the blocked road, trying to convince the ringleader of his sincerity. The crowd, seeing his persistence, drew their swords, preparing to confront him. But the uncle, smiling, suddenly rose into the air, causing surprise and amazement in all those present. He used his secret technique, and as if by magic, all the swords were thrown out of the people's hands and scattered around. Those holding the swords were so surprised by this technique that some of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. The swords thrown from the hands of people stuck into the ground, creating a spectacular performance against the backdrop of rocks and forest. With a note of confidence and triumph in his voice, the uncle turned to the leader of the crowd and asked, "Can we pass now?" Everyone present was deeply shocked by what had happened. They were disarmed, left bare-handed in the face of danger, their gazes filled with fear and bewilderment. The commander, digesting the events, ordered one of his subordinates to report everything to the lady. His voice sounded resolute, but it was clear from his eyes that he was as shocked as the others by what was happening. The servant, despite the fear beating in his chest, listened to the order of his master. He quickly gathered his thoughts, and, as if catapulted, began to run towards the mistress's residence. Bursting into the chamber of the lady, he exhaled, made a bow and began to talk about the terrible events that had just happened on the territory of their possession. The servant's words were confused, his voice trembled, and his gaze jumped from object to object. He was clearly confused and stunned by what had happened. With difficulty finding words, he said that the old man and the young man were trying to break into their territory. The guards, of course, tried to stop them, but they used magic, and in an instant they were disarmed. The mistress, looking at the servant in surprise, declared that she did not believe his story. After all, despite the many years of her travels around the world, she had never encountered magic. But then, suddenly, a voice was heard from the depths of the tent. It was the old advisor who drily suggested that the mistress herself go out and see traces of magical interference. The mistress, despite her initial skepticism about the words of the servant, decided to listen to the advisor. She stood up and began to follow him to the scene of the incident. When she arrived, she was surprised by what she saw. She was especially struck by the fact that among those who tried to break in, there was a person whom she had already encountered before. Lin, recognizing her, could not help but ask with irony in his voice, "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" The mistress, hearing his words, felt her anger break through her. She glared at him, her eyes like lightning. She, flaring up in anger, ordered her subordinates to immediately deal with him, expecting them to immediately follow her orders. But to her surprise, none of her men took a step towards Lin. They seemed to be paralyzed with fear and did not follow her orders. This disregard for her orders only angered the mistress more. Her eyes literally sparkled with rage, and her face contorted with indignation. However, the guards, as if awakening from a stupor, began to attack Lin. They stormed it with their bare hands, trying to fulfill the order of the mistress. Then the space around them filled with the sounds of battle and pain. The screams of the attackers, the groans of the wounded, the noise of the struggle, all this created a picture of chaos and despair. When the dust settled, everyone who attacked Lin was left lying on the ground, stunned and helpless. And Lin, surprisingly, remained unharmed. He stood among the vanquished, as if untouched by the storm of battle. The young man who had been so sure of victory before was now shocked by what had just happened. Sweat ran down his face, reflecting the fear and bewilderment he felt. Casting a last glance at the winners, the young man realized that he had nowhere to go. The only thing left for him was to try to escape. He rallied his strength and headed for the exit, feeling the horror gripping him more and more with every step. But Uncle, who was watching what was happening, decided not to let him leave so easily. In the blink of an eye, he applied his technique, not giving the guy a chance to save. A golden ticket appeared in his hand and he threw it in the direction of the fugitive. The ticket, as if alive, stuck to the young man's leg, wrapping it tightly around him. The young man suddenly felt unable to move. His legs were as if dug into the ground. He felt how his whole body was in captivity of some invisible force. He, in complete bewilderment, turned to Uncle and asked him with concern in his voice, "Who are you and what did you use against me?" His face contorted in helpless anger and fear. Uncle turned to Lin, asking what he should do with this guy. But Lin indifferently waved his hand as if brushing off the question, and replied that Uncle should decide for himself. Uncle smiled at the young man. He confidently stated that the guy dared to offend Lin, and this is an unforgivable crime. His voice was steadfast, and his eyes shone with determination. Wasting no time, Uncle hit him on the head with his hand. The impact was so strong that the sound of it echoed throughout the area. The young man, as if struck by lightning, fell to the ground. His body lay motionless, and his eyes were half closed. Lin, watching what was happening, suggested that the guy stand up and talk to him. His voice was calm, and you could see genuine interest in his eyes. "Let's go," Lin said, pointing towards the tents, "and see what's happening there." The young man, gathering all his strength, showed determination and, supported by the wall, began to walk in the direction indicated. They got to the place and saw tents located a few steps away from them. In this place there was a whole camp, where there were many people from young to old, from women to men. All of them were busy with their own affairs, not paying attention to the newcomers. There was a man on a rock high above the camp. His figure stood out against the sky, creating an impressive picture. Everyone present in the camp, noticing their arrival, turned around and began to look at them. There were many emotions in their eyes, from surprise to fear. The man on the rock sat at a table with chairs arranged around it. He drank tea and it seemed that nothing could disturb his calmness. Lin noticed him and frowned a little. He knew this man. A girl was standing near him, and when she saw a man on a rock she thought in surprise, "Is this him?" He, noticing their glances, smiled and said, "That's what you, friends of Tao, are, merciless." His voice echoed through the camp, causing a wave of surprise among those present. With some bewilderment, Uncle looked at the people gathered around and asked loudly, "Is the owner of this place here?" He also spoke about that servant. With these words, Uncle slowly pulled out a bottle filled with a cloudy liquid from his bag. "Let's drink this drink together," he suggested. "Let it be a symbol of our meeting and forthcoming communication." Passing the bottle into the hands of the owner, Uncle carefully looked at his face, trying to read his thoughts and intentions. He noticed that the master was carefully examining the bottle and suddenly realized that he had to be very careful. Suddenly, Uncle rose into the air like a bird with a sharp flutter of wings. His face was tense, and his eyes were focused on the Lord. Then he began to apply his technique, raising his hands and describing complex signs in the air. Sparks suddenly danced around him, growing stronger with every movement he made. The gentleman, sitting at the table, watched Uncle with bewilderment. His eyes flickered between Uncle's face and the bottle in his hands, not understanding what exactly was going on. After finishing his manipulations, Uncle slowly lowered himself to the ground, as if smoothly descending on a parachute. His gaze was fixed directly on the Lord, as if he was waiting for his reaction. And then his technique led to an unexpected result. The drink in the master's cup suddenly poured out, splashing around. Only drops of this drink remained in the Lord's hand, sparkling in the sun like precious stones. He looked at them in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Then Uncle, quickly and deftly, turned the remaining drops into crystals and threw them towards the Lord. They, like bright stars, rushed to his face. The crystals, rapidly spinning in the air, began to tightly surround the Lord's face, like insects rushing towards the light. But the Lord was ready for this. He managed to repel this blow, protecting his face with his hand. The crystals bounced off, disappearing into thin air. In one quick moment, he gathered the bouncing crystals into his cup. His actions were so fast and precise that it seemed almost impossible. It only took a couple of seconds, and the crystals lying at the bottom of the cup turned back into water. He looked at them with some surprise, but no fear. Raising the bowl, he looked at Uncle and said with an ironic smile, "I dare not resist your kind invitation." His voice was calm, but his eyes sparkled with defiance. With that, he drank the drink without taking his eyes off Uncle. You could see the cautious curiosity in his eyes now. "It was just a misunderstanding," he said as his voice broke the silence that fell, "and unfortunately my servant is to blame." He smiled, but there was no sincerity in his smile. They resumed their journey again, slowly making their way through dense forest and towering cliffs. It seemed that nothing could stop them. They understood that their opponent was a member of the Li family. There are a lot of people on the other side, and this may not go very smoothly. Lin agreed with this, and they decided to prepare for everything in advance. Turning to his companion, Lin respectfully asked, "Have you recovered your strength yet? I saw you melt the ice of our opponent." In response, he heard, "I recovered by a third, thanks to this elixir." Lin, who gathered his thoughts, said confidently, "I feel that this path will bring significant changes to my strength. After we complete our journey, I will become much stronger than before." With deep respect in his voice, he addressed the Lord, "Your nobility and wisdom support me on this path. I am ready to overcome any difficulties and go through all trials so as not to disappoint you." The young girl, looking at them with curiosity, asked the question, "But how did you get here? I heard that this place is secret and inaccessible to most." Lin replied with a smile, "We discovered this place more than 20 years ago. It was a difficult and dangerous journey, but we managed it." The girl was confused. "But how did you survive all this time?" The seller said that everyone who tried to get here died. To which he replied, "These are just rumors and not true. We were smart and strong enough to survive." They also realized that they needed careful preparation for the upcoming tests. "We need to find a reliable ally," Lin remarked, "a person who can help us destroy the monsters that live in this valley." With respect in his voice, he addressed the girl, "You are right, and your father is incredibly lucky to have a daughter like you. Your courage and determination are admirable." She replied, with hope in her voice, "All I want is to find a magic cure that can heal my father. It will make me the happiest person in the world." Lin was a little depressed. Apparently, something was troubling him. There was a hint of concern in his eyes, but he tried to hide his feelings. In the meantime, the travelers set up camp, and the people settled down for the night in tents. Silence reigned around, broken only by the distant whisper of the wind and the quiet noise of nature. One of the guys seemed to be unable to sleep. He got up and walked towards one of the tents. His movements were determined and he seemed determined. However, his path was blocked by a servant. Your sister is resting, sir, he said, trying to be as polite as possible. The lad kicked him in annoyance, as if trying to pour out his indignation on the servant. How dare you stop me? There was anger and contempt in his voice. The servant writhed in pain, but did not dare to take another step towards him. His gaze was frightened, and he realized that it was better not to cross paths with this man. The guy was outraged by the impudence of the servant. After all, he was a young master in the Li family, and such an attitude towards him seemed unacceptable to him. Suddenly, his sister came out of the tent. She heard a noise and went out to see what was going on. Seeing the situation, she said, "Enough of this. Calm down." The boy looked around and saw his sister. Her face was serious, and her eyes shone with determination. He wanted to say something to her, his eyes full of reproach, but before he could say a word, he was interrupted by a servant who called his sister. "Miss, you're expected," he said with a sigh of relief. She nodded back and turned to her brother. "Go to the doctor," she said, "and get some medicine. We can't risk people's health." The lad stood looking at his sister and the servant, who stepped aside. The servant, having accepted the command, disappeared into the shadows, heading for medicines, while his sister and brother remained at a nearby tent. The air around them was tense, filled with anticipation of what was to come. Seeing her brother's heavy feelings, the sister began to explain to him the long years of devotion of the servant to their family, trying to shed light on the true motives of his actions. "We do not know how to beat those who serve us so zealously," she said with confidence. Her voice took on a firmer and more confident tone as she continued, "A person who has power must do what is right. Power does not give us the right to act recklessly, it gives us the opportunity to make right decisions." Suddenly, her brother, wanting to change the subject, asked her to stop and, unexpectedly for her, asked if it was true that Stuart Van had been killed. Sister, sighing from fatigue and stress, replied that it was true. The brother felt the shock of the received news cool down in his heart. From the side it was possible to notice how his eyes darkened from bitterness and confusion of feelings. He was furious at the truth he had learned. His mind boiled at the thought that the Li family, whom he respected and loved so much, should be feared. His sister, in response to his violent emotions, loudly shouted at her brother, ordering him to stop talking. Her voice echoed through the quiet night camp. She confidently stated that she had her own plans for this, and that her fatigue from this situation had reached its peak. She demanded that her brother rest, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Her decision to leave him was a shock to him. His anger intensified when he saw her leave. She quietly returned to her tent, exhausted from this intense conversation, leaving her brother completely at a loss. Soon, he also decided to leave. He chose one of the tents and, opening its door, went inside. Anger seized him inside, and out of control he broke a nearby vase. In the midst of his anger, he began to shout into the void that the old man in their family was too old to rule the family, and that he should be the head of the family. The servant, who heard his cries, calmly replied that before leaving, the master entrusted all the affairs to his elder sister. The brother, still full of bitterness, said that he thought the old man had done wrong and that a woman should not be in charge of such a large and important business as their family business. The servant, smiling, gently reminded him that he was the rightful heir, because he was the only son in their family. He advised him not to rush, remembering those many years when his sister helped the family, achieving significant success. "Now it's time for the young master to make his presence known," the servant said, his eyes full of confidence. The brother, embarrassed by these words, did not understand what he was leading to. In response to his bewilderment, the servant said that he could take advantage of Stuart Wang's assassination, as it was a rare opportunity. The guy, excited, asked what he meant. The servant confidently stated that since Stuart Wang had been killed and the sister hadn't even moved, there were probably two reasons for this. 1, she doesn't want to create a problem, and 2, she's afraid of the power of the other side. He told him to keep talking. The servant with deep seriousness explained that the killer was Lu Tong, who was known as a great temple master and possessed the strength of a high cultivator. Due to the elder sister's order, none of the servants dared to confront him, refraining from retaliating. After he heard the servant's words, he couldn't just pass by. His thoughts hit him like a hurricane, forcing him to pause and consider everything he had heard. He liked this idea. She opened up new horizons for him and presented an opportunity to act. However, he realized that the enemy is very powerful, and it will not be so easy to destroy him. Of this he was absolutely certain. As if trying to look even deeper into the ideas of the servant, he asked to continue. The servant, catching his thoughts, suggested not to fight Lu Tong directly, but instead concentrate on his surroundings. After all, the servant knew that Lu Tong had another ally, a young man who was always nearby. So the strategy was simple: lure Lu Tong out, kill the young man, and then leave the scene under cover of night. In this scenario, two results will be achieved. First of all, Lu Tong will seek revenge, which will likely lead him into a fight with Old Man Gu that he cannot win. Suddenly, the brother wondered if this action would be too cruel. However, the servant reassured him, assuring him that it was all just part of the strategy. The second possible outcome is that after seeing how large and powerful the Li family is, Lu Tong will decide that he is not strong enough to fight it. For some time, the brother was in thought, weighing all the pros and cons before making a decision. In the end, with a serious expression on his face, he declared that he was ready to fulfill his plan. He was determined and ready for action. Meanwhile, Lin and Uncle were enthusiastically roasting food on a fire set in the depths of the forest. Then, a servant approached them at the camp, saying that their mistress, Ms. Li, would like to speak with them. The uncle was surprised at this turn of events, and somewhat puzzled, asked what the lady would like to talk about. The servant, with some hesitation, replied that he did not know the details, but he had heard something about herbs from the valley. Lin decided that it would be best to send Uncle to the mistress. Agreeing with the proposal, Uncle left with the servant. Now that Lin was alone in the camp, several people hidden in the bushes began to move. Lin heard rustling from the bushes and, suspecting that they might be intruders, asked them to come out into the open. In response to his call, a large group of people appeared from the bushes. In the crowd one could also notice the young master, whose gaze was filled with determination. After a group of people emerged from the bushes, they slowly but surely began to move in the direction of Lin. Each of them had a weapon in their hands. Their hands were ready at any moment to bring it down on the young man's head. Realizing that their intentions were most likely far from peaceful, Lin was ready for the development of events. His thoughts scrolled quickly, trying to predict the enemy's future moves and how best to respond to them. One of the people seemed to be particularly pleased with this meeting. He called out to Lin as if laughing at the fate that they met again. His voice sounded confident and determined. In response to his words, Lin expressed surprise at why some people are so drawn to danger and always end up on the verge of death. He didn't understand why they put themselves in danger without a second thought. The opponent chuckled, stating that they couldn't even match his master. With every word, his voice grew more and more menacing. He was certain that Lin would be destroyed. Lin was surprised to hear about this man claiming to be his master's disciple. Through the surprise in his eyes, you could see a note of interest. But Lin immediately corrected him, explaining that he had misunderstood. Lu Tong, who was so highly regarded by this man, is not Lin's student, he is only an investigator of his teachings. These words suddenly puzzled his opponent. He did not expect such a turn and was clearly surprised by Lin's remarks. However, he quickly put aside his doubts, deciding that Lin was just lying to get out of the current situation. He threatened Lin again, stating that he would destroy him right away. One of his servants, hearing this, cautiously suggested that maybe Lin was telling the truth. After all, leaving, Lu Tong showed a dignified and respectful behavior. However, this remark only angered his master, who accused him of being cowardly and avoiding battle. In anger, he ordered his servants to kill Lin. The crowd instantly rushed at Lin, a wave overtaking him with their swords, ready to cut him to pieces. But at that very moment, Lin suddenly rose into the air, dodging the attack like a circle thrown upwards by the force of the wind. This behavior shocked his enemy. He couldn't understand how Lin was able to fly so high into the air, as if he had supernatural strength. While in the air, Lin began to use his unique fighting technique, which he had perfected over the years. And he delivered a decisive blow, aimed directly at the group of servants who had just attacked him. With one single move, he was able to impress them all using all of his skills and knowledge he had accumulated over years of training. The blow that he dealt was so strong that each of the opponents felt it on his own skin. They all fell to the ground, surprised and shocked by what had just happened. Only the same person who started this battle remained around. All the servants, without exception, were killed by Lin's single but powerful blow, demonstrating his exceptional fighting ability. Fear-stricken, he looked around at his servants, who were left with only lifeless bodies. The scene he saw was terrifying and caused great terror in his heart. With all his strength, trying to suppress his panic, he resolutely turned and began to run. Only one thought flashed through his head: to run away from here as soon as possible. But Lin noticed his attempt to escape and, wasting no time, struck at him as well. He darted towards him, determined not to let him get away. The blow was accurate, and instantly overtook him in the leg. A scream of pain cut through the air, deafening everyone around him with its fury. Lin slowly descended to the ground, overwhelmingly silent compared to the roar of pain that still echoed through the air. He walked towards the defeated enemy, slowly, as if time itself had stopped in his presence. Wrinkled and defeated, his opponent begged Lin not to approach him. He looked at him from under his flattened eyelids, threateningly emitting hoarse sounds. But Lin ignored it. Instead, he lifted his leg and kicked him in the face. The blow was so strong that for a moment everyone was silent. It was at this moment, with everyone standing in shock, that the head of the clan appeared. He asked Lin not to touch him, making signs of peace and interference. He fell to his knees, begging Lin for mercy. Despair was red in his eyes, and everyone understood that his life was at stake. Meanwhile, the boy saw that his sister was also there. She stood a little apart, looking at what was happening with deep concern. She said that she saw his outburst of anger today, and realized that he would not listen to her advice. Her voice was quiet and worried. He asked her if she had been following him all this time. His voice sounded full of disbelief, but also with a hint of relief. She sighed longingly, saying that before leaving, their father asked her to take care of her brother. Her words were full of sadness and guilt. The girl apologized to Lin for her brother's behavior. She said that he was still young and ignorant, and did not understand the gravity of the situation. Lin continued to keep his foot above his opponent, glaring menacingly at everyone around him. Lin asked with a grin, young and ignorant. His voice sounded sarcastic and defiant. He pressed his face to the ground again, landing another blow. A pained moan hung in the air, sending goosebumps to everyone present. The girl quickly apologized if she said something wrong, but she persistently asked Lin not to take the life of her younger brother. Lin said that since his brother wanted to kill him, he should pay a fair price for it. He offered to trade his life for something else, surprising the girl. She, shocked by his offer, asked what he wants in return for her brother's life. There was a spark of hope in her eyes. Lin answered simply and bluntly, "I want absolutely everything." His words sounded like a sentence, and silence hung in the air. The girl, shocked by his words, asked him again, not believing her ears. Her voice trembled with fear and uncertainty. He clarified that he wants everything, not only her, but the entire family standing behind her. All this must be under his control. He exclaimed that Lin seemed to have lost his mind. It was really ridiculous. The Li family, to which the girl belonged, was one of the most powerful and influential in the area. He warned her not to agree, because it was too much. Even their master would never agree to such a thing. However, the girl was clearly confused. She was worried about her brother. He offered Lin something else as a pledge, something that didn't involve the entire Li family. He added that if Lin decides to harm him or his family, they will not hesitate to kill him. Lin turned to him, his eyes sparkling like stars. He asked, "Are you telling the truth?" He replied that his master, Lu Tong, was quite familiar with Lin. However, if they were to fight, it is not known which of them will come out victorious. He stated with certainty that Lin might try to kill him, but in return he would pay for it with his own life. Lin was silent for a moment, still holding the junior master in his arms. He looked at his opponent as if trying to read his mind. He went on to say that out of respect for Master Lu Tong, he would not touch Lin if he let the young master go. His voice sounded calm, but there was determination in his eyes. At that moment, the girl's uncle returned. He apologized to Lin for being late. His voice sounded sincere, and he held his head low as a sign of respect for Lin, who was known as the Immortal. He turned to Master Lu, asking if he was doing well since Lin was his student. His voice sounded worried, as if he was worried about the well-being of his teacher. Master Lu explained that Lin had become much stronger than him, and rightfully deserved to be treated as a master. His voice sounded tremulous, and he looked at Lin with respect. Master Gu, another senior master, stated that he no longer wanted to listen to all this. Master Lu realized that Master Gu was hungry for a fight. Master Gu turned to Lu Tong, ordering him to take a step back. His voice sounded as firm as his gaze. He turned to Lin and asked if he understood correctly that he had heard the rejection of the offer that had been made earlier. Suddenly, the girl screamed, demanding everyone to stop. All this became too difficult for her. She was clearly in a panic and couldn't guarantee Lin what he wanted. Lin dryly replied that he only needed her word. He is confident that he will find a way to achieve what he needs, no matter the circumstances. The girl was confused. Her eyes were full of fear and uncertainty. She seemed lost in the chaos that had befallen them. Lin turned to her, demanding an answer, yes or no? His voice sounded menacing. The girl, in desperation, shouted yes. Her voice was filled with desperation, but also with determination. Suddenly, the young master was thrown aside as if he was being hit by an invisible wall. Lin released him by kicking his leg. This whole scene was so sudden that everyone who was present froze in surprise. Suddenly, the air shuddered with a thunderous impact crashing into the ruthless hardness of the earth. The sound was so loud that it seemed as if it blew up the silence, crashing into the surrounding world with all its might. Suddenly, he fell right next to his sister, his body hitting the ground like a heavy bag. As he fell, he created a cloud of dust that slowly descended around him like smoke after an explosion. The sister screamed in horror, calling for help. "Doctor! We need a doctor!" She screamed piercingly, her voice sounding anxious and tense. At that moment, Lin turned to the girl, reminding her of what she promised earlier. "Do you remember the word you gave today?" he asked, with hope in his voice. She stood all night on the street, under the open sky. It was already late at night. The streets were empty and quiet. Only the distant sounds of the city sometimes penetrated to her. The master, worried by her presence, approached and asked her why she was here at such a late hour. After all, she needs to rest after a hard day. She replied that she was worried about the situation that was developing around them. However, the girl realized that their real problem might not be Lu Tong, but that young guy who looked even more dangerous. She was sure that he was underestimating Lin, even though Lin had annihilated an entire squad of soldiers with one blow. The guy also noticed this, and came to the conclusion that Lin must have some kind of secret an artifact or a special weapon. He thought that this secret weapon could only be effective against ordinary soldiers, while he, being an elite class fighter, considered such things to be mere toys. However, the girl insisted that they did not need to provoke him again. She passionately urged him to leave things as they were and not cause unnecessary problems. Continuing their conversations and disputes, they reached the river, which flowed at the foot of a huge rock. It was quite a strange and at the same time beautiful place. It was a truly unusual place, shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Nature itself seemed somehow different here, as if it had come out of a fairy tale. The grass on the riverbank glowed with a bright light, like bioluminescent creatures from the depths of the ocean. It was so unusual that it made them stop and look at this miracle of nature. Such a phenomenon could not but surprise them. Master and Lin exchanged looks full of surprise and bewilderment. In one of the ancient books, it was said that ice bluegrass is a grass with blue flowers and arrow-shaped leaves. She was cold by nature, hence the name. And it was known that it is an excellent remedy for the treatment of many diseases. As soon as they stopped, there was a loud scream. A man stood on a rock and shouted inquiringly at them, "What are you doing here? Who are you?" They were armed and dressed like Vikings. Their soldiers were majestic and formidable. Each of them was ready for battle. The master, without showing fear, answered them with a question, "And who are you, and what are you doing here?" The Viking-like soldiers realized that the aliens had come to collect herbs. They said that they were the first to come here, and now all these herbs belonged to them. The master disagreed with their statement, denying that they had come first. This irritated the Vikings, and they began to threaten them, demanding that they leave immediately. The Vikings warned them that if they did not leave, they would become victims of their water god. The master, tired of their rudeness, said that he wanted to teach these boors a lesson. But Lit intervened and said that it no longer mattered, because new guests had already arrived at the place. To their surprise, they saw the Li family arrive at the scene. The Li family was well known in the region. Seeing the master and Lin next to him, they moved closer to understand what was going on here. Master and Lin found themselves in the spotlight when the Li family, a group of familiar faces, approached them. They were not in a hurry, there was confidence in their steps, their eyes were direct and focused. Apparently they had a girl with them. At first glance, it was clear that she did not just come to chat. Need burned in her eyes, and she looked at them pleadingly. She tenderly asked to pass, explaining that she and her family needed herbal medicines for her sick father. For a while, the answer was only silence. Master and Lin looked at the girl as if trying to read the truth in her eyes. While everyone around was frozen in anticipation, two guards broke away from the group and ran towards Lao Gu. They greeted him. Their faces showed their respect and devotion. He thanked them for a job well done and gave the order. Lao Gu smiled and looked at Master and Lin, asking if he needed anything else. He explained that he was interested in the object at the bottom of the pond and that he needed help to get it. The master was a little shocked by this request. He did not expect that the Li family would decide to seek help from the Shuangsha praying mantises. It was unusual and sudden. Master had already heard about the Li family. They were famous in Shinho for their skill with giant scythes. They were criminals who committed many crimes, and they were constantly pursued, but no one could ever catch them. Many mercenaries tried to kill them, but they were all injured and some even killed. None of them received a reward for the destruction of this crime family. Lin noticed that the Li family had apparently invested a lot of money in these mercenaries. He assumed there was some reason why they were trying so hard to destroy them and promised to look into the situation. When they asked Lao Gu if the two guards needed to be removed, he replied that they didn't. At the moment, he was more interested in the business than in the people who stood in his way. Suddenly, several soldiers brought a large pig to them. They dragged her together, each trying not to fall under the weight of the carcass. The pig was placed on the table and they began to slaughter it. You could see how they worked together as a team, each doing their part. Blood began to flow from the pig's carcass, dripping profusely on the ground under the table. Every drop was loud in the silence, breaking the peace of this place. Streams of blood spilled onto the ground, and then began to flow to the nearest river, staining it with a grape hue. Blood flooded the water, turning it dark red. The water in the river became muddy, creating an image of a gloomy and terrible picture. Suddenly, from under the surface of the water, where the blood had diluted it to a reddish color, a huge snake crawled out. Panic spread among the soldiers, and they began to scatter indiscriminately, screaming in horror and amazement. The master watched this and thought it was the same giant python they had heard about. It looks like it has grown to an incredible size. In fear, the soldiers ran towards their large crossbow. They lifted him up and pointed him at the huge serpentine creature. They lowered the string, and a large arrow shot out, flying straight at the giant snake. But to their surprise, the arrow just bounced off the snake's skin. She was incredibly strong, like armor, which led to the fact that the attack was completely powerless. Everyone involved in this scene had their eyes wide open in shock. The arrow shot with such force into the snake just couldn't pierce its skin. The snake, not reacting in any way to the attempted attack, began to move slowly and menacingly towards the soldiers. Unstoppable and formidable, half of her massive body was still in the water as she began to approach the soldiers. She attacked the nearby soldiers with a snarl, her huge teeth gleaming in the light, and she swallowed two of them. Her eyes, like two bright scarlet stars, looked at the others, sparkling with menace. The remaining soldiers, in panic and horror, began to quickly retreat, trying to escape from the place where the snake began its rampant bloodshed. However, their escape attempts proved fruitless, as many of them were also struck down by the snake. At this moment, as if enjoying its dominance, the snake produced a loud hiss. She turned her head towards the girl, apparently intending to pounce on her next. The sight of the snake horrified the girl. Her eyes widened in fear and she froze, unsure of what to do. Gue, noticing the danger, reacted quickly. He pushed the girl aside, keeping her out of the snake's direct line of attack. At this time, the praying mantises, as a whole, began to attack the snake. The first of them quickly moved forward, striking with his weapon. The second also joined the attack and struck the snake, but, as with the first strike, it did not harm it. They continued to strike blow after blow, but the snake seemed to be immune to their attacks. While they continued their offensive, they tried to find a place where the snake would be vulnerable. But they could not break through her defenses, and the snake, deciding that it was her turn to attack, dealt a powerful blow to one of the warriors. Then, without giving him time to recover, she attacked the second warrior with lightning speed. Gua, seeing how their attacks were powerless, decided to use his power. His eyes lit up with bloody fire, and he mustered all his might, preparing for battle. Concentrating his energy, he unleashed his most powerful technique, striking the ground with such force that the ground began to shake. He began to focus his energy, freezing the ground beneath him. With each inhalation and exhalation, the air around him became colder, and the temperature plummeted. The strength of his freezing power was so great that soon the ground around him turned into pure ice, which glittered in the light, reflecting the crystalline brilliance of his might. The force of his blow, which continued to spread, reached the monstrous python, instantly freezing its huge body. Seizing the moment when the monster was immobilized, the Shuangsha praying mantid eagerly rushed to attack it. Their movements were coordinated and fast, each of them directed at the weak spots of the enemy. They mercilessly struck blow after blow with their sharp swords, each of which was directed at the snake with precision and determination. With each blow, the snake made terrible sounds of pain, its piercing squeals bouncing off the walls and echoing throughout the space. The master, who was watching the fight, was surprised by the power and courage of Shuangsha praying mantis. He was amazed at how they were able to break through the giant python's defenses, posing a deadly threat to him. As the battle continued, their gazes clashed with Laogua, who was following the events from a certain distance. They silently acknowledged his resilience and strength, realizing that he was behind the creation of this gigantic power of ice that had helped them so effectively in battle. However, suddenly, the python began to awaken, shaking the ice around him in an attempt to free himself. Laogua, noticing this, felt a surge of anger. He couldn't let the snake free itself and threatened his comrades. With each movement of the python, chunks of ice began to flake and crumble around him, revealing his powerful body. When his whole body was freed from the ice chain, the python, full of anger, struck a blow aimed at Laogua. The blow was so powerful that blood gushed out of Laogua's mouth, and his body was thrown back. The praying mantises that were still in the area of attack were also knocked back by the python's powerful blow. The python, pleased with his actions, stuck out his tongue and hissed over them, his ominous thorns sounding like a warning. It was clear from Laogua's face that he was afraid of this monster. The gleam in his eyes spoke of fear, and his body trembled slightly. At this moment, Lin turned to the master, confidently declaring that now it was time for them to join the battle. Laogua, sitting on the ground, watched Lin head towards the monster. He looked at his calm and confident steps, and felt excitement in his heart. He asked Lin what he was going to do. Lin, without taking his eyes off the python, replied that his goal was to destroy this monster, freeing them all from its threat forever. He was surprised that he was walking alone. After all, he saw how many monsters defeated enemies. And he can't do it alone. He offered to wait for him to recover so that Lin would help him, and in return he would share the herbs. "Shut up," Lin said suddenly and sharply, stopping his words. His tone was cold and impeccably clear, not a bit unquestioned. Bridging the distance between himself and the monster, Lin approached him, and his voice sounded loud and clear. "Go to hell." It was a statement filled with determination and power. The python fixed its eyes on Lin in response, looking at him like a predator at its prey, saturating its eyes with the image of the one it considered its next victim. With the onset of a silent moment, the python, confident in its victory, suddenly rushed forward. It opened its huge mouth as wide as possible, ready to attack Lin. Laogwa, standing at a distance, had already begun to prepare for the worst. In his mind, the terrible picture of Lin's death became more and more real. The snake darted forward at breakneck speed, its gigantic body moving with terrifying grace. Lin, however, reacted faster than expected. He jumped into the air and stabbed with his sword, pointing directly at the monster. His punch was so powerful that the giant monster began to fall into the water, its huge body awakening huge waves. Despite this, the master continued to deliver his cold-blooded blows, each of which increased his dominance over the monster. Seconds later, he hacked his way into the monster's head, ready to deliver the final blow. The snake's huge red tongue was visible from its wide-open mouth, creating a monstrous and sinister image. Lin swung with all his strength, focusing his energy for the next blow. And with merciless precision, he hit that monster's head, causing it to shake from the impact. The monster became motionless for a few seconds, as if stunned by the force of the blow. But the python, a real fighter, did not give up. He knew that one blow was not enough to defeat him. The python, desperately resisting, struck back, releasing poison on Lin. Lin, seeing the approaching danger, quickly saw this poisonous attack. He quickly and deftly dodged, avoiding a drop of poison. However, the poison continued on its way and headed for the soldiers who were behind. They were caught unawares and turned into skeletal skeletons in a matter of moments, the poison turning their flesh to ash. Seeing this, Lin rose even higher as he said heartily, "It is rare for beasts to develop to this level. If they continue to evolve, they will become a threat to even more people." So saying, he began to gather energy for his next attack. He activated his lightning technique, causing lightning around him. His face became serious, as if he was preparing for a decisive battle. The lightning around him grew brighter and brighter, filling the air with electricity. He declared with unshakable certainty, "This monster's life will now end right here." He was ready to finally destroy this monster. Suddenly, a mysterious blue glow began to form around the huge monster figure. It enveloped his body, radiating a soft and calm light, which, nevertheless, created a contrast with the wild and dangerous image of the creature. Lin, standing in front of the monster, began to gather his strength to attack. He focused his energy, preparing his next move. His confidence and determination were impressive. He was ready to deliver a very powerful blow. Finally, he fulfilled his intention by delivering a blow with such force and speed that it seemed more like a huge sword than a simple blow. It was a blow that shook the earth and sang the air. With amazing dexterity and precision, Lin cut off the monster's head. The heavy axe in his hands felt as light as a feather as he cut through the monster's neck, separating its head from its body. But he didn't stop there. With the same relentlessness and determination, Lin sliced the monster's powerful body apart, each blow as powerful as the last. Lin did not stop his attack. With each new blow, he demonstrated not only his power, but also his determination. Despite all the obstacles, he continued his actions. He continued to manipulate his weapon with ease and grace until he chopped the python's body into many pieces. It wasn't just an attack, it was an execution. Every blow was decisive, and every blow was fatal. Some parts of the headless monster fell into the nearby water, causing splashes and vibrations on its surface. These were the last signs of the battle that had just taken place here. From the outside, Lin Que looked at all this with fear and amazement. He watched Lin defeat the monster that many could not handle. The girl standing nearby also realized Lin's power. She realized that he had powers she couldn't even imagine. She thought about what his family would have to face in the future, and realized that it would be something beyond her imagination. When the battle ended, Lin slowly sank to the ground, right where the monster's head had fallen. He looked like a winner returning from the battlefield. Lin raised his hand and touched the remains of the monster, taking the energy he had just released by defeating the enemy. This was his reward for courage and perseverance in battle. The master, watching Lin, said that it was the true essence. He pointed out that it was the python essence that Lin had just obtained that was the most valuable part that could be obtained from this powerful being. After Master explained this, Lin respectfully handed over the essence to him. He suggested to the master that he keep her to himself, and took the time to absorb her to gain even more power. But at that moment, like a fateful intervention, a manted weapon flew in their direction. It was an unexpected turn that caused all their plans to be instantly thwarted. The manted weapon knocked the essence out of the master's hands with sinister accuracy, as if that was its original target. The praying mantis who used his weapon so well caught the fallen essence in the air with ease. His actions were so fast and precise that they seemed almost impossible. The master was shocked by this unexpected turn of events. His face was a reflection of his inner state, a mixture of amazement, disappointment, and outrage at what had happened. After the mantis stole the essence, the master dropped to the ground holding the void where the essence had previously been. His last action was to demand the return of the stolen essence. His words, although spoken quietly, were determined and meant that he would not give up without a fight. The twins, who decided to intervene in the situation, declared with pride and self-confidence that without their help, Lin would never have dealt with the monster so easily. The words of these men did not leave Lin indifferent. He looked at them, and asked them a direct question: "Are you really sure of what you say?" Without waiting for an answer, Lin released his powerful energy a second later, directing it directly at the twins. He acted instantly, showing everyone his unbending determination. Both brothers were amazed by his powerful attack, delivered so quickly and unexpectedly. They were knocked down, their bodies literally torn apart by the energy blast. While the twins were still in shock from the attack, Lin grabbed the essence they were trying to steal. He took it back with ease, as if it had never left his hand. Then Lin, turning to the brothers, said that since he defeated them, the essence is now his by right. This was his final statement, which left no room for doubt or dispute. Lin Que, who was watching all this, was frightened. He was aware that even strong warriors like the twins were easily killed by Lin. He was worried about what would happen if he found himself in a similar situation. The girl next to her asked Master Gu if he was okay. Carrying the burden of care and concern, she waited for his answer. Master Gu, showing confidence and calmness, confirmed that he was fine. Master Gu seemed even more distressed. He apologized to the girl for not being able to find the right herbs, and as a result, many people died due to his lack. The girl assured him that he should not blame himself for what had happened. When this discussion was completed, Lin and Master began to leave the place. They moved together like two warriors who fought and survived together. Suddenly, Gu called out to them to wait. His voice sounded desperate and piercing, breaking the silence around. Taking a deep breath, he announced that his mistress had agreed to follow Lin's orders, and that the entire Li family was committed to accepting him as their head. After finishing his announcement, Gua meekly asked Lin to forgive them. Lin looked at Gua without saying a word. His gaze was mysterious and impenetrable, making everyone around him wait for his answer. After making one last attempt to convince Lin, Gua said that if the Lord died, their entire family would be thrown into chaos that only Lin could overcome and control. Feeling the weight of this moment, Gua fell to his knees, begging for mercy and asking Lin to help them. His prayer was full of despair and hope. Following him, the girl also knelt down. She apologized for their past behavior and pleaded for mercy for her father, asking for help for him. In response to their requests, Lin took out a jar of pills. He explained that they should help with a serious illness, but the final recovery would depend on the condition of the patient. Master Gua, feeling relieved, thanked Lin. His gratitude was sincere and full of respect for Lin. The girl, rejoicing at the success of their prayer, also expressed her gratitude to Lin. She promised that she would never forget his kindness and help at this difficult moment. After all these events, the master went to the nearest waterfall. His steps were firm and confident, and he covered the road with the confidence of a warrior. At the waterfall, the master began to cultivate. He sat in a meditation posture, staring into the water intently, absorbed in the process of cultivation. When he finished his exercises, he took a deep breath, releasing all the accumulated energy. This exhalation was like a symbol of the completion of his exercises. Realizing that the training of the last few days had made such progress, which was comparable to the progress of his training for decades, he felt a deep satisfaction. At the top of a stone cliff, where the water broke off, forming a picturesque waterfall, stood the master. He stood immersed in his thoughts. The last time Lin ate something was half a month ago, and this inspired anxiety. While the master was standing on the rock, Silhouette reached him, bringing news that could not leave him indifferent. The message was simple and clear. There was a group of people nearby who seemed to be gathering in the direction of Master and Lin. Silhouette, in his enigmatic voice, continued to report the details. "There are 23 people coming here and they're armed. They're not friendly," he said confidently. The one who introduced himself as Silhouette was actually Lin. He informed the master that he had succeeded in awakening the divine eyes within himself. For the master, it was almost unbelievable. Lin possessed an ability that the master had only heard of in ancient lore. But he had to accept it, and he decided to test Lin's words from his own experience. Having reached the indicated place, the master saw a group of armed men. They were indeed there, just like in Lin's prophecy. Carefully examining, he found even archers in their ranks, standing in the background and ready for battle. The master met them eye to eye, directly and openly. He told them that this land belonged to Lin, and they should avoid it. But they reacted with hostility. They stated that Lin was just cultivating at the falls and that they needed official permission to be there. One of the people, apparently a soldier, entered into the discussion. He stated that this land belongs to the kingdom, and Lin and Master are here illegally. Moreover, he threatened to arrest both of them. Without going off topic, the master asked the soldier if he was sure of his words. It was a question that required a clear answer. The soldier, sensing that the master was not going to leave, replied, "We won't hurt the old man if he just gets out of the way." However, the master was unshakable. He stated that this place is closed to outsiders and no one can enter here without permission. This angered the soldiers. They felt that the master was interfering with their duty. One of the soldiers seemed to be offended more than the others by the words of the master. He decided to punish the old man, thinking that he was weak and defenseless. But the master did not move. He stood quietly waiting for the advance of the soldier. The soldier, confident in his victory, rushed at the master with a sword, determined to punish him. He quickly approached the master, but he still did not move. However, at the last moment, when the soldier was already within striking distance, the master, with incredible speed and agility, managed to stop the attacking soldier's hand with his hand. From surprise and defeat, the soldier lost his balance and fell to the ground. The master remained standing in his place while the other soldiers watched the scene with astonishment and horror. The old master looked at the remaining soldiers, still stunned by what had just happened, and with a firmness in his voice, asked who else among them wanted to try their luck and attack him. The leader of the soldiers, with obvious surprise on his face, admitted that he had underestimated the old master. He began to draw his sword before turning to the master, asking him to tell him where the praying mantis fighters were. The master met his gaze and told him that the mantis fighters were already dead. His voice was as firm as his confidence in his words. The lead soldier obviously thought it was a lie. Looking incredulously at the master, he gave the order to his warriors to prepare for the attack. They began loading their cannon, a weapon that seemed too big and crude for such a small group. The master was surprised that the soldiers had artillery with them. The cannon looked terrifying, like a dark promise of death and destruction. The leader of the soldiers chuckled, stating that the cannon was brought specifically for the mantis twins, but now it will be used against the master. With desperation in his voice, he shouted, "Fire!" As if breaking through the silence, his cry reverberated off the nearby rocks. The gun fired with fiery smoke. The explosion woke the silence, filling the air with smoke and a sound that would echo in the mountains for a long time to come. The core began to fly towards the master, drawing an arc in the air. Time seemed to slow down, and the core seemed huge in the air. The master remained standing in his place, looking at the approaching core. His face was calm, but his eyes followed the core. The core was getting closer and closer. The whole scene was like a slow-motion scene from a movie where every detail is crisp and clear. Suddenly, Lin appeared in front of the master. His face was calm and focused. He stood between the master and the flying ball, looking straight at him. Lin, with amazing agility and speed, parried the ball with the strength he had just acquired. Using his power, he directed the ball back towards the soldiers, who were watching in horror at what was happening. The cannonball deflected by Lin flew back towards the soldiers, flying over the ground and destroying everything in its path. Lin did not hesitate to destroy those who stood in the way of the core. Smoke and dust rose from the explosion, eclipsing the entire horizon. Master, completely safe and unharmed, thanked Lin for saving him. His eyes shone with gratitude and respect. Some of the soldiers who stood far from the path of the cannonball were left untouched. They stood there, shocked and frightened, not knowing what to do next. They fled, frightened, leaving destruction and death behind. But Lin, quick and determined, hit one of them in the leg. The fleeing soldier fell, trying to stay on his feet. Lin approached the fallen soldier, and asked him who they were and why did they come here, interrupting his cultivation. His question was directed not only at the soldier, but at everything that had happened. The soldier lying on the ground was motionless. Lin held his leg, restricting his movements. The soldier, whose face showed fear, begged Lin to forgive them. He quickly explained that they were here by order of the city council, and assured that it was all a misunderstanding. But Lin was adamant. He stated that he heard what the soldiers were saying and that he knew the truth about their actions. The soldier admitted that they were pressured by the city council. He begged Lin to understand them and asked him to have pity on them. But Lin was unshakable. He stated that it was already too late for apologies and prayers. His decision was final. With these words, he began to finish off the remaining soldiers, becoming the last image of justice in this confrontation. Lin's silhouette, drawn against the background of the sky, stood over the body of the defeated soldier. He looked at the fallen enemy with grim determination, and his heart was filled with bitterness at the need to wage such a cruel struggle. At some distance from them, hiding in the shade of a tree, stood another soldier, the only survivor of his detachment. Lin declared that he would not kill him, but the fallen soldier deserved death for his indiscriminate killings, which were unforgivable. Instead of taking his life, Lin asked him to deliver a message to the city council that the Mantis twins were dead. The soldier, who still had shock and fear in his eyes, agreed to hand over everything as Lin asked. He thanked him for his mercy, noticing in his eyes a faint hope of survival. With that, Lin and Master left the soldiers' remains and returned to the waterfall where they started their cultivation. They walked silently, immersed in their thoughts, leaving footprints on the soft earth. Arriving at the waterfall, Lin started cultivating again, focusing on the essence of the python he had killed. He felt his body begin to fill with new strength, as if the energy of the snake nourished his spirit. The essence of the python, as if animated, cut through the air, forming waves of energy around Lin. He felt how his body and spirit responded to this force, and it was as if nature itself around him reacted to it. Lin continued his cultivation, raising the essence higher and higher, his hands pointing upward as if he was asking the sky to give him more powerful energy. The air around him began to vibrate, and the essence began to transform right before his eyes. Her color grew brighter, and the air around him thickened with energy. Looking at Lin, the master was amazed. He felt that his disciple's spiritual strength was growing every second. It was really amazing and extraordinary for him. After a few moments of tense waiting, there was a bright green flash of light around Lin that seemed to illuminate everything around him, and for a moment it became so bright that it even blotted out the sun. Lin's body began to emit blue light that sparkled around him, giving the impression that he was surrounded by stars. This light seemed so unapproachable and powerful that it seemed as if Lin himself had become an essence of energy. Suddenly, from a green flash that rose into the air, a dragon appeared. Green and powerful, it soared into the air as if nourished from the very essence of the python. Master, watching this, was absolutely amazed. He had never seen anything like it. How impressive it was to see a real green dragon that appeared right in front of his eyes. This dragon was magnificent and awe-inspiring. He was huge, and his body was painted in a rich green, reflecting the rays of light and creating an unforgettable sight. Lin, standing at the foot of the waterfall and looking at the flying dragon, stated that he killed the python and revived it into a dragon, making it a real dragon, not a monster. It was his statement of power, and it was also a symbol of his own power. Away from the waterfall, at the foot of some rocks, a large crowd of people could be seen. They looked towards the dragon, their eyes wide with surprise and fear. Among this crowd was the head of the city. His gaze was fixed on the green dragon in the sky. His face was gloomy and thoughtful, as he understood that this question could not remain unanswered. The crowd of people, including the head of the city, stared at the green dragon hovering in the sky above them. They continued to stare at the dragon in disbelief. The green dragon hovering above them was a symbol of power and majesty they had never seen before. This man had a face full of surprise and admiration. It was a legendary dragon, a creature from ancient legends and myths, and he never even imagined that he would see him in real life. He turned to his soldiers and shouted for them to hurry. This sign could mean something important. Perhaps it is connected with the craftsman from the valley. His voice was insistent and decisive, he understood that the situation required immediate action. The soldiers quickly gathered and began to move in the direction indicated by their commander. They walked quickly, each step was firm and resolute, because they understood that they had an important mission ahead of them. When they arrived, the master was surprised by their arrival. He had already told them that they should not come here uninvited, but still they brought with them baskets of food, wine, and medicinal plants. The master was puzzled. He did not understand why these people came and brought him all these gifts. He looked at them carefully, trying to understand their motives. The group leader stepped forward and explained to the master that their visit was a kind of blessing for their district, and they would like the master to take it seriously. The master, in turn, simply told them to leave the supplies here and come back. But it was clear from his expression that he was expecting a different answer. His face expressed bewilderment and some confusion, as if he expected to hear another explanation. The master finally asked what had really happened. What prompted such a sudden trip, and why did they bring him all these gifts? He was particularly interested in the details of the death of the mantis twins. It was a strange and unusual story that he wanted to understand to the end. The master explained in detail that the mantis twins had indeed provoked the master, and were killed by him as a result. He stated that this is a release for the city, because these villains will no longer bother civilians. The chief, realizing the seriousness of the situation, thanked the master and invited him to join them for dinner. He wanted to show his respect and gratitude that the master had delivered them from these villains. The master told him that before accepting the invitation, he would need to ask the master about it. He wanted to make sure he made the right choice and didn't violate the rules of etiquette. Suddenly, Lin appeared next to them. He said that there was no need for this. His words were clear and decisive. Lin turned to the master and told him that everything was done, and it was time to leave. His words sounded like he was completely confident in his actions and decisions. They headed towards the city hall. It was a majestic building filled with signs of power and status. People on the streets were shocked by the rumors about the death of praying mantises. They were powerful and dangerous villains, and the idea that anyone could kill them was inconceivable. They asked each other, who could kill these villains? This question was on everyone's lips, and no one could give an answer to it. The head of the city returned back to the city. His appearance caused even more excitement and discussion among the residents. Very soon, as soon as he showed up, people started bombarding him with questions about what had happened. Everyone wanted to know the truth. The head reassured the people, saying that everything was fine, and confirmed that the mantis twins had indeed been killed. He openly stated that the master is the one who dealt with them. One young guy asked, "What is the name of this hero, this savior?" But the head replied that it was inappropriate to call his name in public. Suddenly, the blue-robed boy intervened, stating that the head's words were not complete and objective enough. The head turned to Su Guanping and asked him why did he leave his county. This question was unexpected and made Su Guanping think. Su Guanping replied that he was instructed by the provincial head to unite the efforts of different regions to deal with these villains. His words sounded convincing and decisive. He reminded everyone that the mantis twins were dangerous criminals who had been tried many times to kill. He expressed doubt that they could have died in the area. He, with full confidence in his words, stated that it was all true that two famous martial artists arrived in Pingyan City, and yet were mercilessly killed by the inhabitants of the city. Hearing this, he burst into loud laughter, unable to believe what he was hearing. With a grin on his face, he asked, not without mockery, where then were the bodies of the murdered masters? The head of the city with a heavy sigh replied that nothing was left of the bodies but dust. However, He quickly objected that without the body it was impossible to convince the people of the truth of his words. Then he turned to Su Guanping, asking him a sharp question: how can he doubt the immortal master? The thought popped into his mind that Guanping had hired a person to act as a master. However, the head, with obvious anguish in his voice, declared that he could not accuse Guanping of such baseness, since such a move could destroy his career, and he would not have dared to take such a daring step. He, tired of the disputes, said that the head of the province himself would sort out this hitch. With these words, he invited his master to catch the dangerous mantis twins. The master's name was Mr. Yu. As a practitioner of the Jinyan Mountain martial art for the 32nd generation, Mr. Yu was known for his prowess and had a wide variety of martial arts. The head of the city, with a stern look, told him not to waste his time, since the mantis twins were already dead, and the message to the head of the province had already been sent. Out of the blue, Lin and his master arrived. The head of the city raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked Lin what brought him here. Lin, in turn, replied that they had already completed their business, and were now ready to move on. Then he said that the head of the province would soon arrive here, and Lin could receive his well-deserved reward. He advised him to stay a couple of days, but Lin asked the head of the city to wait with the reward, as he would return for it later. The head of the city, albeit with some hesitation, agreed with his request. Seeing Lin in front of him, Su Guanping asked with disbelief in his eyes if this person was the same master. The head of the city, with confidence in his voice, replied that yes, this is the same master. Laughing at this, he stated that he had a hard time believing that Lin was a true master. He warned Guanping to be careful with his words when addressing Lin. But instead of shutting up, Guanping laughed even more, and declared that he was betting his house on the fact that this was all just a hoax. If this turns out to be true, then his house will become the property of the head of the city. The head of the city asked if he was sure of his rate. Suddenly, the thought flashed to Guanping's mind that perhaps he was too hasty in his statements. With complete confidence in his words, he replied that he was ready to go for it, although they could not determine at the moment whether Lin was a true master. Then the head of the city asked the question: if they cannot determine this, then who is able to do it? He, with confidence in his voice, replied that only a professional, a person who has fully dedicated himself to the art of fighting, can determine whether Lin is a true master. He then turned everyone's attention to Mr. Yu and asked him to show everyone what he was capable of. Mr. Yu turned to the people around him and asked them to keep a close eye on his actions. With those words, he wasted no time in applying his martial techniques, demonstrating his prowess to the entire assembly. With amazing agility and coordination, he launched a bright red fireball in one direction, so powerful that its glow blotted out the sun. The fireball, rushing at breakneck speed, hit directly on the pillar of a tree standing nearby. From the force of the blow, the tree, like a weakened warrior, fell to the ground, laying a new strip into the ground. All those present who witnessed this demonstration battle were amazed and surprised by this unique technique displayed by Mr. Yu. However, there were those among the spectators who recognized the Jinyan Mountain's secret cultivation technique in this spectacle. This technique was known as burning hands. Mr. Yu was surprised that people recognized this technique, and he praised the guy in the crowd who was able to identify it. The boy, with some embarrassment but pride in his voice, thanked Mr. Yu for his praise. Mr. Yu then turned his gaze to Lin and asked him if he was the same master who had managed to kill the mantis twins. Lin answered yes without hesitation. He said with a grin on his face that Lin was skillfully lying instead of developing his martial skills. Lin, not succumbing to provocation, preferred to remain silent on his words. However, Mr. Yu insisted that he would not allow Lin to mislead those present. Lin, without changing his constant calm manner, asked what exactly Mr. Yu was going to do. He, after a little thought, decided to give Lin a chance, since he did not want people to start talking about him as a person who beat a young guy. He said that he would hit Lin 3 times and he had to take them all. Lin, keeping his calm, continued to listen carefully to Mr. Yu. However, if Lin does not withstand these blows, then he will cause his own death, which he himself provoked. Mr. Yu added seriously. All the people gathered, fading with indignation and distrust, talked among themselves about Lord Yu. They discussed his reckless desire to fight Lin, considering him an unscrupulous person who did not think about the consequences of his actions, even ready to kill the boy. Lin, ignoring the convulsive conversations of those around him, looked at Mr. Yu with confidence, and said that he had the right to do whatever he wanted. Without a shadow of hesitation, Lord Yu began to use his technique, famous in this world for its uniqueness and strength. With incredible ease and confidence in every movement, he flew into the air then, like a luminous arrow, rushed at Lin. But Lin, with great concentration and control of his abilities, managed to stop him in time. Mr. Yu, suddenly losing strength and control over his movements, fell to the ground. A hole was now proudly etched on his forehead, the mark of his collision with Lin. Lin, allowing himself some humor in such a tense moment, said with a smile on his face, 3 strikes are too many. Those present, not believing their eyes, could not understand how he managed to defeat such a powerful opponent. One of the spectators, throwing up his hands in despair, declared that this was definitely witchcraft. But the head of the city, Sugwalping, interrupted him, demanding that he stop lying. He recalled that Lin initially told the whole truth about his actions. In response to this, an indignant spectator said that Lin boldly killed a man in public, and the head of the city did not even arrest him. The viewer added that he would complain about him to the head of the province. At that moment, as luck would have it, the provincial chief appeared behind him. The arrived head walked, with a serious and inscrutable expression on his face, surrounded by his personal guard. The assembled people, sensing his presence, began to greet the head of the province, following all formalities as usual. Sugwalpin and an outraged spectator both started trying to get the attention of the provincial chief. Sugwalpin was faster and spoke first, insistently asking the head to do justice. He accused Lin of killing with sorcery as if it were the ultimate atrocity. However, the head of the city, defending Lin's interests, objected that all these accusations were lies. He claimed that Lin only eliminated the danger in the face of the twins, and Master Yu himself attacked him, forcing him to defend himself. At these words, the head of the province was silent for a few seconds, weighing the information. One of the men, clearly overjoyed at the arrival of the head, said that he was glad to see the master at such a moment. Seeing him, the head of the province immediately asked to tell all the details of this unpleasant incident. He wanted to know every detail in order to form a more complete and objective picture of what had happened. Evening came on, and the street plunged into darkness. But that didn't stop them from continuing the conversation. In turn, the provincial head introduced Mr. Sun, the government advisor. It was he who was sent here when the news of the execution of the Mantis twins reached the capital. Sugwalping felt the bitter taste of fear in his mouth. He was frightened, realizing the importance and gravity of the moment. Turning to him, the head increased the pressure, asking if he had anything to add. This question was like a sword, ready to fall on him at any moment. Then the head, addressing everyone, said that Sugwalping, representing the interests of the empire, accused his colleagues of falsification. He asked the question, how, in his opinion, should such a person be punished? Su Guoping, realizing that he could no longer avoid responsibility, fell to his knees, admitting his guilt. He begged that his punishment was not so severe. The head, showing no mercy, ordered his men to seize Su Guoping and give him 50 blows. He was then to be tied up and taken to a government office, where further investigation awaited him. The servants obeyed the order without question, and Su Guoping, still terrified, begged for their mercy. The provincial head then turned to Lin, expressing his admiration for his actions. He admitted that he began to respect him when he first heard about him from Mr. Kong, and considered it a great honor to meet him today. This turn of events left the assembled people in confusion. They didn't understand why the provincial chief was giving such an honor to this young man. He reminded everyone that it was Lin who helped get rid of the 2 evil mantis twins, which was a real blessing for their prefecture. After his words, the people began to celebrate the liberation from the oppression of the twins. The head invited Lin to join him for the celebration. However, Lin politely declined the invitation. He explained that he did not like large gatherings and noisy events, and killed the twins not out of a desire to become a hero, but by coincidence. In addition, he added that the journey took him a lot of time and energy, and it was time for him to go. He wanted to rest a bit and collect his thoughts. The head of the province, respecting his decision, asked Lord Immortal to be careful in his path. He wished him well, hoping that they would meet again at a more peaceful time. They returned to Lin City after a long and difficult journey, hoping to find peace and refuge there. The master greeted Lin with respect and informed him that he had already sent spiritual herbs obtained during the dangerous and mysterious journey. He asked excitedly, "What else can I do for you?" Lin replied that the master had done well and that he could take the herbs and return home without delay. The master proudly declared that he had achieved a lot thanks to Lin's teachings. He, in turn, reminded him that the Bayan sect was losing its power and influence, and that it was time to restore its reputation. Meanwhile, life was going on in the streets of Lin City. People fussed, and the wind carried the smells of market stalls and flowers. In a recent brawl, the guys severely beat the unfortunate man, and those around him stood aside and were afraid to interfere. It was Mr. Que, famous in the city, but in trouble. One of the attackers, with a cruel expression, said that if Que did not repay the debt in 3 days, his entire family would suffer. The threat in his voice left no doubt. His face was badly beaten, blood ran down his neck, and his eyes were filled with fear and pain. The attackers left him, leaving him lying on the ground, uttering words of contempt and threats. He remained lying on the ground, pain and fear fettered his body. After a while, he was able to get up by leaning against the wall and looking around the surrounding streets to see how far he was from home. At that moment, Lin appeared on the street among the crowd of passers-by. He saw Que and called to him, realizing that something was wrong. Lin saw the state he was in, and with deep concern asked what happened to him, ready to help. Que smiled with difficulty and said that he just felt badly, and that he was fine, although his eyes betrayed the true picture. But suddenly he felt worse, his face turned pale, and he staggered. Lin felt the need to help him heal his wounds and took his hand. He used his powers, focused, and performed a healing ritual. And it worked, the wounds went away, the skin became whole. Que asked in surprise how he got such knowledge, to which Lin smiled and replied that in the martial arts academy this is the basics. Que said he heard about it, but didn't think it could be achieved so quickly. Lin, realizing his need for further care, said he would call a charioteer to take him home, and they set off together. Gua Manor, a majestic and solemn place, immersed in greenery, where every stone and plant breathes the history of the family. He returned to his home, crossing the threshold of his dwelling. His wife, seeing his condition, was frightened, and an alarming question was noticed in her eyes. "What happened to you?" He hastily reassured her, saying it was nothing serious. She, still confused, asked for hot water to be brought to wash and inspect his wounds. Lin stood outside, contemplating his last months. His cultivation progressed rapidly, and he realized that he was ready to live on his own, that he had the power to do so. At this moment, Gua's daughter approached Lin with a grateful and slightly embarrassed expression. She thanked him for helping her father, her eyes burning with sincere gratitude. She knelt down, apologizing for belittling him earlier. Her words were sincere and full of remorse. Lin, with a smile and kindness, told her to get up. The girl apologized to him again. He replied that everything was in order, and, noticing her concern, asked what problem they had. She began to say that their business was going well, but recently there were many accidents, such as her father's barge sank in the river, and the seller insisted on payment. For the sake of payment, the father wanted to sell the goods at a low price, but no one bought. And my father had to take out a loan. After that, people came and brutally demanded money, leaving the family no chance for peace. Lin, with a thoughtful expression, believes that someone has picked on them. The girl said that her mother also thinks so, and their house no longer seems so cozy. Lin, showing determination, asked if they had reported the sinking of the barge to the police. The girl replied that they stated immediately, but the police assured that it was an accident. Lin thought about it. His mind was full of thoughts about how to help this family. Her mother, slightly shy, offered to ask Lin for help, but her father refused, raising his head proudly. She was afraid for her father, and this feeling of despair and fear was conveyed in her every word. Lin confidently said that he would take care of it, and she could go and rest. The girl, feeling relieved, thanked Lin, and hope and joy shone in her eyes. Gua Palace, a place of greatness and power where important people lived and ruled. The servant hurriedly informed Lord Gua that Neo Laolu is walking with a group of people. Their steps were determined and full of intention. They were approaching his house. Their movements were quick and their glances hard and determined. One of them demanded that Gua come out, or his house would be burned down. Gua asked to stop screaming. "I'm here," he said in a calm voice. He looked carefully at the master and reminded him that he had to repay the debt in 3 days. "The time has come," he said decisively. The master quickly replied that he had paid the full amount, but now he was demanding more. "When I borrowed money, we clearly discussed the terms, and I received a receipt," he objected. The master looked at him in bewilderment, saying, "I sold my property to pay off the loan and even paid the interest according to the law. What else do you need?" Gua's wife and daughter were surprised by this. Their faces expressed shock and bewilderment at this turn of events. He turned to them and told them to go back inside their family. He then turned to Master and said that if he had no money, Miss Gua could decide to be his concubine, and the debt would be forgiven. The face twisted into a smirk. The master answered decisively that he would never sell or exchange his daughter. "That's not for you to decide," he replied with a grin, "because you don't pay the debt. We'll take it ourselves." The master's servants rushed to the girl. Mr. Gua didn't know what to do. He looked around in panic, trying to find a way out. But suddenly, blows were struck at the attackers. Everyone who attacked was on the ground, mutilated and exhausted. Everything was done quickly and ruthlessly. The one who asked to return the debt was shocked. Lin asked with contempt what kind of ants dared to come here. He mockingly asked who he was. Lin answered with confidence that he was someone he had better not provoke. He coldly said that he was here to collect a debt from Guohan, and he has nothing against other people. Lin with a grin told him to return to his masters and said that Lin was involved in this. He was angry that he could not collect the debt. His face contorted with rage, his fists clenched, and a light of madness flickered in his eyes. He slowly began to walk away, looking back at those who were left behind. Lin watched this strange retreat closely, and he felt that this was not the end. He suddenly turned around and called everyone behind him in a loud voice. Confidence in the correctness of his decision was read in his eyes. The palace remained intact. Guo was confused and did not know how to thank Lin for his courage and determination, but Lin only smiled and replied that nothing was needed in return. Lin thoughtfully asked, "Where did this Bao'ong come from?" Guo, alarmed, replied that he did not know all the details, and the forces behind Niu the Lao are too strong for him to handle. Now Lin was also embroiled in this confusing situation. He regretted it, but firmly said that he needed to return to the martial arts academy. At first, he did not understand what Uncle Guo was talking about, but then he understood the whole weight of the situation. Guo sadly said that he would take Ning and her mother to the capital, where he had friends, and this was the only way out. He felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Lin said in bewilderment that this would not work, since the creditor was quite powerful and was being watched. But Guo said in desperation that he had no choice but to rely on luck. Lin, understanding the complexity of the situation, suggested that they hide in the place that he suggested, and he would settle everything in a few days. Guo was worried that something might happen to him, but Lin confidently said that everything will be fine, because he has friends in the area. He gently told him to think of it as a family vacation. He will do the rest. Lin remained in his palace. People again came to him for a debt. There were more of them. Their eyes burned with a thirst for repayment of a debt. There were quite a few of them, and they were clearly ready for a fight. Lin sat in his chair, his face was calm. They slowly approached him. He calmly said that for a few days he was able to defeat them, but today the Lord brought his people here, so it's too late to beg for mercy. The master rudely told him to shut up. The master, turning to Lin, asked with a sneer why he interfered with them, and why he covered the debtor Guohanya. Does he want to die? Lin, with a strange calm anger, asked back what he had just been told. The man in front of him confirmed his words by announcing that he was interested in his unique abilities. Moreover, he offered Lin a chance to be saved, which was an unexpected turn of events. Smiling a little mockingly, Lin, still sitting in his chair, asked what chance he was talking about. This proposal seemed absurd to him, and raised many questions. From what he said, all Lin had to do was refrain from interfering, bow to him, and promise to blindly follow all of his orders. But instead of answering this suggestion, Lin just chuckled. His laugh sounded venomous and expressive, indicating that he did not take the man's words seriously. A large bald man who looked like a formidable fighter stated that Lin was very lucky to get this opportunity. He acted like it was a great honor, although Lin didn't see it as anything special. Lin, not wanting to be a passive observer, decided to offer his terms. The man, to his surprise, agreed to hear them. Without hesitation, Lin stated that he wanted the entire property of Bao'ong Bank. It was quite an ambitious claim, even for him. This statement shocked the man. He was shocked by Lin's audition and persistence. With a rough grin on his face, the beefy man said that Lin seemed to have lost his mind. However, despite his apparent opposition to Lin's proposal, he admitted that there was an order to kill him. In response to his words, all the warriors recklessly rushed at Lin. They rushed at him like a pack of wolves at a deer. But it was enough for Lin to make only one wave of his hand. In the next moment, all the warriors were thrown a huge distance, as if a huge invisible hand had thrown them to the side. And the most important of them, the force of this stroke cut in half. It was a terrifying and at the same time impressive sight. The man was horrified by what had just happened. His former self-confident face turned into a mask of fear. His pupils contracted to the size of an atom, reflecting his shock and horror at everything that was happening. Lin asked if this changed his decision to accept his terms. His voice sounded calm, but there was something menacing in it. However, the man tried to change the subject, saying that his father would not let him die. He seemed desperate, looking for a way out of the current situation. He declared that they would avenge his death. It was his last warning, his last act of desperation. But Lin did not listen to his empty threats, and immediately dealt him a crushing blow. He didn't wait for the man to finish his speech, interrupting him with his own actions. Figures began to emerge from the darkness behind Lin. They were difficult to see at first, but soon became more distinct. They were people, and their number continued to grow. One of them came closer. It was one of Lin's trusted men who confidently said that all of his men would do anything to take over the bank. His eyes shone with determination, and there was a note of firmness in his voice. However, Lin quickly rejected the idea. He ordered his men to leave the place and, instead of acting violently, to convey to the head of the bank an offer to voluntarily give up all his assets. In the distance was the building of the Baoyong Bank. It was majestic and evoked a sense of impregnability, as if symbolizing the wealth and power that it contains. Inside, the head of the bank was sitting at his desk doing the calculations on the accounts. Suddenly, one of the servants burst into the room, clearly agitated. He breathed heavily, talking about the fact that the young master was captured. Startled by what he heard, he asked what had happened, unable to believe it. His face expressed horror mixed with bewilderment. The servant, realizing the gravity of the situation, led the head outside. He led him in silence, leaving explanations for later. The corpses of his warriors lay on the street, covered with dust and blood. It was a terrifying sight that added further chaos to an already confusing situation. Seeing this, the head of the bank could not hide his anger. He was outraged that someone dared to threaten his bank, his property. He turned to his servant, ordering him to urgently call all the masters for an immediate meeting. He needed to discuss the situation and come up with a plan of action. The Baoyong Bank building came into view again. Its majestic architecture once again reminded of what is at stake. The head of the bank began to explain that his son was in captivity, and the villain demanded a bank in exchange for him. He turned to the masters, demanding advice and answers. One of the masters asked why the villain considers their bank to be his enemy. This was important for understanding his motives and further planning. The head of the bank explained that they had recently expanded their operations to Lin Prefecture. However, one of the masters interrupted him, asking how all this was related to the current state of affairs. He revealed that an unwanted marriage took place in the area, which was the start of their feud. Their bank was asked to destroy the Guo family's business. However, this guy who took his son hostage stood up for them, leaving the head of the bank in a quandary. One of the masters wondered how this stranger could be so strong. It was an important question, because his answer depended on whether they could develop an effective plan. However, the head of the bank himself was also at a loss. He planned to discuss the matter with a certain Mr. Yi after his son was released. One of the assembled masters, taking the floor, suggested that the only correct solution in the current situation would be to agree to the villain's demands. His words hung in the air, causing a tense silence. However, as it turned out, this idea was not expressed as a final decision. In fact, this move was only proposed as a temporary measure to delay time until a friend of one of the masters dealt with the situation and found the most effective solution. Finally, after numerous discussions and negotiations, the meeting at the bank came to an end. Now everyone knew that the next step would be action, and there was no more room for thought. As they left the building, some masters continued to discuss the power of this mysterious villain. Their faces were tense, their eyes filled with concern and fear of the unknown. One of them, after a pause, expressed his opinion. If you carefully analyze the words of this person, it becomes obvious that this guy cannot possibly be an ordinary person. Hearing these words, one of the masters agreed, recognizing that the one who spoke was right. He turned to him for help, realizing that it would be extremely difficult to deal with such an opponent alone. The one who was asked for help agreed, but made one condition: despite the circumstances, they would have to pay him for his services. While the others continued their discussions, the master had already begun devising an ambush plan. He knew that every step had to be considered so that the enemy could not escape. Not far from there, in the middle of the forest, there was a beautiful gazebo. It was a place to relax, a quiet retreat where you could get away from the hustle and bustle and be filled with tranquility. The young master, the target of all this thought and negotiation, was sitting there drinking herbal tea. Behind him stood his prisoner and his man. They carefully watched the surroundings. The head of the bank was moving towards this place with his servants. In his movements one could feel firmness and determination, readiness for any difficulties. Lin drew attention to the approach of the head of the bank. He could clearly make out the silhouettes of people walking in his direction, and felt the tension. When the young man saw his father, he tried to say something. But the words stuck in his throat, and he could only convey all his anxiety with a glance. The head of the bank, noticing his son, called out to him. His voice sounded confident, but there was also a hint of concern. He was about to approach his son, but the sword blocked his path. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Lin turned to the owner of the sword and asked if he was the owner of the bank. His voice sounded calm, but his eyes were full of determination. The man standing in front of him confirmed his words, agreeing that he was indeed the owner of the bank. His words were clear and direct, leaving no room for doubt. Then the villain asked the next question: did the head of the bank bring everything that he was asked to bring? There was confidence in his voice and a certain arrogance. At that moment, the head of the bank remembered the plan he had developed earlier. According to the plan, he had to convince the villain of his loyalty and calmness in order to buy time. However, at the thought that he would have to carry out revenge with his own hands, the man involuntarily clenched his teeth. It was not easy to defy fate and start fighting your fears. Looking at the guy, the head of the bank already in his mind painted a picture where he destroys him, indulging in dreams of retribution. Every minute detail of the fight, every blow and every move was in his mind. Trying to find a way out of this situation, the head of the bank offered to pay off the Gua family's debt as an alternative to this young master's requests. However, the young master, visibly tired from the discussion, closed his eyes and sighed, desperately trying to remain calm. He commented that, apparently, the head of the bank does not fully understand the gravity of the situation and the consequences of his actions. He calmly crossed his hands behind his back, and from his mouth came words that filled the air with cold, he ordered the son of the head of the bank to be killed. His man, loyal and obedient, immediately obeyed the order. No hesitation, no regret, he put his sword to the throat of the son of the head of the bank. From the horrific reality of the situation, the head of the bank exclaimed, full of horror and despair, and stopped his subordinates, trying to gather his thoughts and find a way out. He said that the bank had a lot of assets, and that it was difficult to transfer everything within one day. He asked for a few more days, promising that everything would be done on time. The young master finally opened his eyes, looking at the head of the bank. He replied that if the trade was fair, he would let him go. It was like a bucket of ice water on the head of the bank. The head of the bank, not ready for such a turn of events, was stunned. Horror filled his soul, and he stood there, motionless, not knowing what to do next. The young gentleman stated that the head of the bank had made the wrong choice, pointing out the mistakes he had made. It was a statement that called into question their entire strategy. After these words, the young master turned his head towards the son of the head of the bank and directed his power towards him. It was a movement full of determination and unshakable will. In a red beam, his energy went straight through the air, straight into his son's forehead. It was a moment they will never forget. The head of the bank was forced to watch the death of his son. It was a terrifying moment, and he couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. With pain in his heart, he called out to his son again, as if trying to wake him from his sleep. But it was not a dream, and his cries were powerless. Suddenly, a master emerged from the ambush, as if invoking hope for salvation. His arrival brought some uncertainty to the situation. And behind him stood their people, each of which was ready to fight back. The young gentleman, with cunning in his eyes, asked them if they were tired of hiding. There was contempt and sarcasm in his words. Then two more very important people appeared from the bushes. Their arrival only added to the intrigue. One of them called out to the young master, drawing his attention. There was something menacing in his voice, something important. The young master was slightly surprised by the appearance of this man. The head of the bank, in despair and hopelessness, knelt before the great Mr. Quinn. He pleaded for justice, asking for balance and order to be restored to the chaos that filled his life. Great Master Quinn looked at him dispassionately, and turned to the young boy standing next to him. He declared with some bitterness in his voice that no one could help him, that all his efforts were doomed to failure. Then another guy standing nearby, who was watching the situation, advised the head of the bank to bow to Mr. Quinn, as a sign of respect and humility. But Lin, a young lad, smiled contemptuously and calmly replied that it was those who stood in front of him who should bow down. His words were full of self-confidence and challenge. A man standing nearby, shocked by his audacity, threatened to kill him, emitting a fiery rage that seemed ready to burn everything around. From his right hand, a purple radiance suddenly erupted, similar to hatred, condensed into a material form. From the second hand, exactly the same thing happened, turning him into the personification of a deadly threat, surrounded by a purple glow. Suddenly, purple wings sprouted from his back and he flew into the air like a deadly angel, ready to strike with a crushing blow. The guy who was watching all this remained calm and focused, as if waiting for his moment to counterattack. Mr. Quinn, filled with rage and indignation, began to shout loudly. His every word was saturated with menace and despair. Then, gathering all his strength, he directed it towards Lin. It was an incredible sight. The power that he emitted was simply overwhelming. He was blinded by rage and anger, losing control of his feelings and emotions. But Lin, with amazing grace and agility, dodged the blow. His movements were quick and precise, like he was doing a death dance. Then he began to unfold his power, like a lotus opening at dawn. With a wave of his hand, he directed his power directly towards Mr. Quinn's blow. It was a heroic maneuver that showed his tenacity and courage. His power rushed towards the enemy with great speed, like a meteor rushing towards its target. The guy successfully defended himself from all attacks, turning his fear into the will to win. The head of the bank, watching this duel, began to doubt the outcome of the battle, but the master standing nearby was determined not to lose. The master warned that it would be very difficult to catch the guy alive. It was a stern statement, reflecting the seriousness and danger of the situation. Mr. Quinn, full of determination, continued to direct all his power at the guy, trying to overcome his defenses and end this battle. But suddenly, to his own surprise, Lin was unable to intercept one of the attacks. It was a moment he hadn't foreseen, a moment that promised danger and potential threat to his life. Violet light, bubbling and bright, began to engulf him. It enveloped his body, cutting into his flesh and soul, making him feel like he was being torn apart. He turned to the young guy who was standing next to him, and, with difficulty overcoming the pain, said that the time had come. Suddenly Yuang, another important player in this game of life and death, flew into the air, defying the laws of gravity. He drew his sword, shining in the moonlight, and declared that Master Quinn would now pay for all his evil deeds. His voice sounded implacable and determined. Then, using all his strength, he channeled the energy emanating from his sword directly into the purple mist that collided with his power. His powerful energy rushed towards the cocoon, thus posing a threat to its existence. But suddenly, a green beam of light burst out of the cocoon, sparkling with such intensity that it was almost impossible to look at it directly. It was Lin, who was now floating in the air above the dragon, as if confirming his superior power. Both Yuan and Mr. Quinn were shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe their eyes, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Yuan, who was in the process of attacking, was blinded by the bright green light coming from Ling, so much so that he could barely see what was happening in front of him. Mr. Quinn, on the contrary, looked at all this with horror. He saw his plans fall apart, and the universe seemed to collapse on his head. The green dragon continued to radiate its beams of light, each one carrying immense power. One of those beams, powerful and relentless, completely engulfed Yuan, leaving him unable to fight or resist. And then Mr. Quinn was also absorbed by this powerful energy, leaving him no chance of escape or resistance. The same thing happened to the servants. They were captured and absorbed by the powerful energy emanating from the green dragon. And then, as if nothing had happened, everything disappeared. It's like it's just a memory that has faded into the past. Lin began to descend to earth like an angel descending from heaven who had just completed his mission. The master and head who looked at him were afraid. You could see it in their eyes, which looked at him with amazement and alarm. The young master looked at them with a very serious look, in which determination and confidence were read. He knew he had passed the test, and now he was looked up to as a winner. Realizing that he had lost, the head, without a share of doubt, decided to flee. His legs barely supported his body as he knew he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible to save his life. However, a red beam, lightning fast and merciless, also penetrated his head, startling him with the suddenness and inevitability of its attack. After the red beam had done its work, Lin approached the master. His movements were calm and confident, and he seemed unruffled in the face of what had just happened. The face of the master was full of fear. His eyes widened in horror, and his skin turned pale with shock. Knowing that he had nowhere to run, he fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. His voice shook with fear, and his words were full of desperation. With contempt and rage in his voice, the guy asked why they encroached on the Gua family. His question sounded like an accusation, like a sentence to those who dared to threaten his loved ones. To which the master, trying to avoid responsibility, stated that everything was the plan of the head of the bank and the Yi family. It was a desperate attempt to shift the blame to others in order to save himself. With disbelief in his voice, the guy asked if the master was just trying to throw the blame on others. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and his suspicions grew. However, the master replied that he would transfer all the property of the bank within 3 days. He pleaded for mercy, promising to fulfill any conditions in order to save his life. The next scene played out on Kong Manor, where great and powerful people lived. Mr. Kong was asked for help, knowing that he was one of the few who could help them in their troubles. He asked Mr. Yi what had happened, carefully and attentively listening to his words. But Mr. Yi was at a loss. He did not know how to explain the current situation, and what words to choose to state everything as it is. However, over time, after numerous explanations and discussions, Mr. Kong nevertheless found out the truth. Mr. Kong was furious after he learned that his own allies had discovered Lin's abilities. His voice was full of anger and frustration. But despite all this rage, Mr. Yi kept pleading for help. He knew that they could not deal with this threat without Mr. Kong's support. However, Mr. Kong was resolute. He made it clear that he was not going to be involved in this mess. Mr. Yi tried to persuade him, using all his diplomatic skills to persuade him to take their side. But Mr. Kong bluntly stated that the only way to save himself was to kneel in front of Ling. He declined any further discussion and proposed his own course of action. The next scene took place at Lanhu Manor, another magnificent estate that was home to a powerful clan. Ling's subordinate, dressed in modest service clothes, entered the room with official documents in his hands. These documents confirmed the rights to the lands that belonged to the Yi. Young Master Yi, who was under the care of the elder, was still too young and inexperienced to be involved in these matters. When Lin was left alone, he began to think deeply about his next move. He concluded that now that all this fog of uncertainty had cleared, it was time for him to return to the academy. The academy where he planned to continue his studies was located in the forest. It was a beautiful, mysterious building, surrounded by greenery and far from the hustle and bustle. The master continued to think about the actions of the people involved in this case, when the guy interrupted his thoughts by asking if he blamed him for everything that had happened. Suddenly he exclaimed that the boy could not be blamed. His words were full of confidence and determination, and his voice reflected his belief in the boy's innocence. However, the older man, experienced and wise, stated that it was Lin himself who was to blame. He was not shy in his expressions and was not afraid to confront Lin. He, however, asked Lin to leave this conversation between them and not drag it out, given his ties to the academy. The boy sighed, thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. He realized that it was important to honor this old man's request. The action moved to Lin's dwelling, where he spent most of his time when he was not studying. When he arrived, he was greeted by a servant and a girl who was his close friend and assistant. He asked with interest what happened here in his absence, to which the guy, his servant, began to talk in detail about his progress and how he managed without him. He then turned to the girl, and she responded in a similar way, confirming that everything was going well in his absence. All of a sudden, he invited Dafa, his faithful servant, to take a walk with him to learn more about the latest happenings. During their walk, Lin asked what had changed during his absence, but received the answer that nothing much had happened, except for the arrival of one person, Su Zixuan. This name was unfamiliar to Lin, and he could not remember who it could be. Dafa then explained that Su Zixuan is the most famous graduate of the academy, having reached the 9th rank, a very impressive achievement. Lin admitted that he did not know about him because he worked in court all this time and was cut off from the life of the academy. But Dafa added that despite his obscurity, his boss, Lin, was still the strongest of them all, and no one could match him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud scream coming from afar. Suddenly, noticing a strange noise, Dafa turned around to find out what had attracted his attention. He saw two dark figures slowly emerging from the darkness. Dafa immediately tried to make contact by politely and respectfully asking what the two were looking for from him and Ling. One of the boys, the louder and more assertive of the two, replied that they had no right to talk about Su Jiqing, their brother, without the respect and reverence he deserved. This sudden announcement confused Dafa and he was completely bewildered. He could not understand what they meant by this, and what they led to. In response to his bewilderment, they said that if Dafa did not apologize to them for what he said, they would be forced to take action and punish him. However, Dafa, showing his courage and determination, responded frankly and even defiantly to them, prompting them to try to punish him if they were so sure that they were right. In response to his boldness, they called him fat in an attempt to humiliate him. But Dafa didn't give in to provocations, he just calmly told them to attack if they really wanted to. One of the boys, determined to take decisive action, rushed forward with lightning speed, attacking Dafa. However, Dafa did not show the slightest sign of fear or worry. He stood perfectly still, ready to take on the challenge. With great speed and force, the boy's fist hit Dafa in the chest, creating a cloud of dust and rebound from the collision. But surprisingly, Dafa didn't even bat an eyelid. He took the blow with no apparent discomfort or pain. The next moment the attacker was pushed back. He flew away as if from a powerful blow he had just tried to deliver. It was because the boy's blow was deflected by Dafa's chest. Instead of harming Dafa, the blow turned against him. He landed on the ground with pain that spread through his body from the unexpected and powerful blow. Realizing his mistake, he admitted that he had underestimated Dafa and its ability. Then the second guy, impressed by what he had just seen, approached Dafa. He acknowledged Dafa's skills and apologized for his comrade. Confused, Dafa turned to Ling and asked why the second guy was apologizing. The second man introduced himself as Su Jiqing, the famous brother mentioned earlier. He explained that he had heard about Lin's achievements, in particular how he defeated the head of the bank and Mr. Yi. Lin, surprised but calm, admitted that it was true. He confirmed the rumors of his victories and praised Su Jiqing for his respect for the facts. Ling addressed Su Jiqing, commenting on his obvious skills and talents. He pointed out that Su is definitely at the top of all the rookies in the academy, showing outstanding abilities and skills that deserve recognition. However, not wanting to leave this comment unanswered, Dafa quickly intervened. He stated with confidence that his boss, Lin, had successfully defeated every opponent he had ever faced. With this statement, Dafa tried to soften the situation and give them some advice on modesty. Lin, after listening to Dafa's advice, asked with interest, "Does this mean that this someone better could be Su Jiqing?" But without letting this conversation continue, Lin replied that that was all, closing the topic and switching to the next item on their program. After this exchange of words, they left the place and moved towards the academy, leaving the two guys to think about the situation. The two, however, decided that there was no point in further discussion, concluded that Lin and Dafa were worthy opponents. Meanwhile, all the academy students began to gather. Excitement and anticipation were palpable in the air. A man with an important air appeared among the gathering of students. He announced that he had an important announcement to convey to every student. He revealed the news that a competition between the two academies would take place soon. The winner of this contest will be rewarded with a high position in the court, which caused general excitement among the listeners. The disciples, alarmed and excited by this news, began to discuss and analyze a possible competition with Yongyan Academy. One of the students remarked that it was probably for this competition that Su Jichin had returned, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming event. All these conversations, animated and filled with anticipation, could not pass by Ling and Dafa, who had also heard about it. Their location was the Linzhou Martial Arts Academy, famous for its outstanding students and training. The most important person in this place approached the students. His authority and power were undeniable. Behind him, Lin and his two companions, Dafa and a third person, followed, ready for the upcoming trials. The man turned to Mr. Sima, asking if he was ready to lose, demonstrating his confident and defiant demeanor. He added that many of his men came here for the scale, to create a more impressive spectacle and emphasize the importance of the upcoming competition. However, to this he replied that the current year has brought with it many changes and innovations, and that the outcome of the competition may be completely different from what everyone is used to. Taunting his rivals, he asked if they had the slightest chance of winning, or perhaps they had found some genius in their ranks who could turn the tide of the coming battles. However, the elderly man put in his 2 cents, saying that such a person really exists, and today he is here, at the venue of the competition. The second person, having fallen into some depression after such a statement, casually remarked that it might be better for the elderly man and his charges to remain spectators. But Sima, not wanting to stand aside, replied that time would tell who wins. He confidently stated that there was still a chance of winning. Meanwhile, all participants and spectators have already gathered at the designated place, ready for the start of the event. Important representatives of both academies have already taken their places, creating an atmosphere of the coming confrontation. One of the men in the foreground stood up to greet everyone present, confirming the start of the event. However, the man from the other academy glanced at Mr. Sim incredulously, creating additional tension in the air. Meanwhile, Lin had a conversation with Dafa. He told him that he should not count only on being a spectator of this contest. Lin added that Dafa might be able to surprise everyone with his skills and abilities, and with those words, Dafa's face lit up with joy. At the same time, Lin emphasized that Dafa should not be afraid that his participation is a step in the right direction. Ling's words ignited new determination in Dafa, and he decided to accept the challenge and enter the competition. With new zeal and energy, Dafa rushed to register for the competition, not wanting to miss his chance. However, one of the girls, having doubts about his decision, asked Dafa if he should participate, to which he replied that it would give him the opportunity to gain new knowledge and experience. Meanwhile, the same man who previously greeted everyone declared the competition open. As soon as his words were spoken, the arena instantly began to commotion. The 2 disciples, full of enthusiasm and ready for battle, had already begun their battle. Behind them, another pair of disciples entered the fight. Their determination to win was palpable. After that, one by one, all the remaining couples also began to fight, using all their strength and skills to achieve victory. A lot of legs struck at lightning speed, but the defending opponents skillfully parried them, hiding behind their own hands and responding with their own blows. As a response, the fists struck back from all sides, paying particular attention to weakening the enemy's defenses. It was a couple, Dafa and another disciple, who was already starting to get tired and showing signs of fatigue from the endless battle. Dafa, using his advantage, easily delivered a blow that sent his opponent flying away. All spectators were amazed and surprised by this unexpected and decisive turn of events. Mr. Sima, who enjoyed watching the fight, was quite pleased, rejoicing that Dafa's training had not been in vain. With the onset of night, all participants and spectators began to disperse to their tents to rest and recuperate before the next day of competition. One of the men, dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle, was clearly outraged. The second man, darkly hidden under a hood, approached him and asked what irritated his companions so much. It turned out that this man was none other than a minister, and his arrival came just in time. The minister in a low whisper warned his interlocutor to speak more quietly so as not to draw too much attention to their conversation. After he calmed down his angry comrade, he asked what business he had with him. He expressed his concern that their academy could face a real threat of defeat this year. As a measure against this, he gave the minister a vial of poison, suggesting that he put it in the food of the students of the academy. The minister was shocked by such a proposal and could not believe what he was hearing. However, his interlocutor tried to calm him down, assuring him that after that they would be able to get even with all their enemies and equalize the chances of winning. He was indignant to the core of his soul, and fiercely clenched his teeth, trying to contain the outburst of anger that erupted in him. He agreed reluctantly, but emphatically added that after that he would no longer engage in such cases. There was a limit, and in his opinion, they had already crossed it. The moon was still high in the firmament, its silver light reflected brightly on the dark surface of the sky, creating an atmosphere of mysticism and tranquility. Dafa was sound asleep on his comfortable bed. His even, calm breathing was reminiscent of the rhythm of the beautiful world of dreams. And Lin sat nearby, intently and continuously watching his sleeping comrade. His gaze was filled with tenderness and care. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the guy seemed to explode out of his peaceful sleep, as if he was haunted by a terrible nightmare. His stomach was rumbling, and the sound of this rumbling was surprisingly loud, like the rumble of distant thunder. After a few agonizing minutes, a loud, desperate exhalation was heard in the motionless silence. His behavior was really strange. He was apparently hot. He did not stop running to the toilet, which was far from the norm. Lin was deeply troubled by these strange symptoms he was seeing in his friend. The street was still dark, the light of the stars was the only source of light, and the darkness seemed endless. Two people were on their knees, one of them was beaten and wounded, which caused sympathy and anxiety. Lin stood motionless, staring at a small jar that contained a dangerous substance, castor beans. The terrible truth began to clear up. This poison turned out to be swallowed by all the students of the academy, right down to the last one. They asked the cook if it was him, but he pointed to a man standing nearby, and said that all this was done on his orders. The next moment, Lin's attention was already directed to this person. They exchanged glances. He, too, was beaten, but there was something more than just physical pain in his eyes. There was a reading of deep regret and despair. The night was still not going to leave, absorbing everything in its dark embrace, leaving people in the tense expectation of dawn. A group of boys sat around the fire, their faces lit by the orange glow of the blazing wood that shimmered in the darkness. One of them expressed concern. He asked the others not to drink much, because if the bosses see them, this will lead to big trouble. They were full of confidence in their invincibility, convinced that their opponents would be so weak that victory would be in full view. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice came from behind them, a voice that pierced the silence like an icy wind. They looked at each other, full of bewilderment, as they could not understand who it could be, here and now. Lin, trying to determine the source of the voice, asked if these people were disciples of the evil execution temple. This sudden accusation caused an outburst of anger from the guys, their faces contorted in rage at Lin. With confidence in his voice, Lin told them that it would be better for them to refuse to participate in tomorrow's competition in order to avoid an unnecessary collision. One of them, seething with anger, asked Lin who he was to make such statements. But Lin, without moving, replied that if necessary, he would not be stingy with the use of his fists. Instead of answering, all three of the guys rushed at Lin at the same time, like a pack of wolves aiming at their prey. But Lin stood still, not moving a single step back, like a rock against a raging storm. The day of the competition finally arrived, the long-awaited and tense moment when everything would be decided. The beaten man was clearly displeased, his gaze emanated anger and resentment, as if he were the sea that was about to burst into a storm. The head of the execution temple, concerned about his condition, approached the minister with a question about what had happened to this man. He waved back that he just fell badly, and continued on his way, avoiding further discussion of this issue. The time came, and everyone again gathered in their places, ready to continue the battle that had just begun. The minister announced the second day of the competition, explained the rules and schedule of the event so that everyone was aware of what was happening. He called the members from the academy into the arena, their names echoing off the walls of the amphitheater. The students of the academy walked cautiously, their gait unsteady due to the poison coursing through their veins. The head of the academy was in complete disarray, not understanding what was happening to his students. But the head of the execution temple, with a sly smile on his face, understood that this was the effect of his poison, and watched with satisfaction. The minister asked the participants young to leave. Everyone was looking forward to the start. However, to everyone's surprise and disappointment, the expected Yen members never showed up. The young people from the academy who were in the auditorium looked lost and tense, completely unsure of what to expect next. The people in the crowd began to whisper louder and louder, discussing the reasons for the possible absence of opponents. While conjectures and rumors were circulating among the people, Mr. Shima turned to the head of the Jin Academy with his hypothesis. The chief referee at the competition, listening to the words of Sima, turned to the minister with a question. He wanted to know if the minister had any objection to declaring the academy the winner. The minister smiled with restraint and noted that, of course, he did not mind this, if the general really thought so. He made it clear that he supported any decision that would be considered correct in this situation. Thus, the minister, daring to take an unexpected action, declared Lin Zhou Academy the winner of this round. With this statement in the arena came a loud ovation. Meanwhile, one of the men who was standing nearby was seething with displeasure and anger. His anger seeped through, and anyone could see that something had gone wrong. Full of discontent and bewilderment, he resolutely went to the tents that stood nearby, in search of answers to his questions. After several minutes of searching, the man finally found the older students, who had not been heard or seen for so long. He, full of surprise and indignation, asked them where they had been all this time and why they had missed the start of the competition. The disciples, much to his surprise, were tied up and sitting near the tree. They were unable to speak, which only added confusion to an already confusing situation. There was tissue in their mouths that prevented them from speaking and explaining what had happened. Their eyes expressed fear and confusion, which made one think about the seriousness of their situation. Seeing them in such a state, the chief quickly exclaimed to release them immediately. His voice sounded sharp and authoritative, causing a tumultuous movement among those around him. After that, he turned to one of his subordinates, and with vehemence in his voice, declared that he was obliged to endure all the tests that were possible. So again, all the participants and spectators gathered near the arena, ready to continue the competition. In the next stage of the competition, the same man who was recently seen gathered at the tents, entered into a fight with one of the students of the academy. The first challenge, which was carefully designed to test the skills and abilities of the participants, ended with the victory of yin-yang representatives. After a short break to recuperate, the participants again entered the battle. And again, yin-yang was the winner. In the third test, which became even more difficult and intense, yin-yang became the winners again. They continued to dominate the arena. And in the final, fourth test, yin-yang demonstrated their superiority, securing another victory for themselves. The audience was shocked to see their undeniable success, which broke all previous ideas about the strength of the academy. The man who had engaged in a fight with the academy students was now openly mocking the head of the academy. Dafa was to participate in the next stage of the competition. He was an experienced and respected participant who was always ready to fight and showed excellent results. The man, laughing at the head of the academy, confidently declared that victory would be theirs again. The guy who was Dafa's opponent told Dafa with open mockery that he was not his opponent at all. However, Dafa, without showing signs of frustration or hesitation, replied with confidence that he would not be easily forced to give up. From the crowd, Lin, another student at the academy, supported these words. His approval was an important encouragement for Dafa and gave extra confidence to the coming battle. A smile appeared on Lin's face. She was sincere and warm and had no doubts about Dafa's success. The opponent's eyes became smaller in fear as he realized the confidence and determination that Dafa displayed. It was clear proof that the battle would not be easy. Dafa was already ready to attack. He prepared for his next move with full focus on his opponent. But suddenly, his opponent announced that he was giving up. It was an unexpected turn that shocked everyone present. The minister, having made a decision, announced that Lin Zhou's academy had won this test. Also, the title of winner of the entire competition was awarded to Lin Zhou Academy. It was a confirmation of their skill, stamina, and unsurpassed craftsmanship. But suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a cry was heard from the crowd. Someone, unknown and unexpected, disturbed the general joy and triumph. He met with friends and asked a question that many were worried about. Why does everyone think that there are no members in Yin Yang's group? A serious-minded Hong Liye turned to the head, asking him a question that had haunted him for a long time. Why should he do this? He demanded explanations, wanting to understand the logic and motivation of his leader. The head, feeling the importance of the moment, respectfully replied that he was a member of Yin Yang and therefore should take an active part in their activities. His words emphasized the importance of being a member of this group. One of the guys, filled with determination, declared to everyone around that he would defeat them. His confidence and determination impressed everyone present. Full of determination, he attacked Dafa with elaborate and sophisticated techniques. His movements were fast and precise. Dafa stood still and did not move, carefully studying his opponent's movements, analyzing the situation and developing a strategy. But he soon moved into a defensive posture, demonstrating his readiness for battle and his intention to resist aggression. Suddenly, the head of the group, Mr. Sima, intervened, who stated that the forces of the parties were clearly not equal. His intervention made everyone reconsider their positions. Lin Zhou Academy, realizing the inequality of forces, accepted its defeat in this round, demonstrating wisdom and respect for the opponent. The man who was watching the battle was overjoyed to hear this. His face shone with happiness, and he could not hide his joy. Dafa, on the other hand, was clearly unhappy with this situation and began to protest loudly, expressing his indignation and disagreement with the decision. The head used a wise old proverb to explain his position and convince Dafa of the right decision. His rival, unwilling to concede, said that he would let him go if he kneeled and hit his forehead on the ground, while ridiculing Lin Zhou's academy and humiliating its dignity. Mr. Sima was extremely dissatisfied with this turn of events and expressed his indignation, emphasizing the inappropriateness of such words. And the second man, on the contrary, felt delighted with this situation, fully supporting his comrade. But Dafa said with dignity that he was not even going to do such a thing, emphasizing his unwavering stance and honor. He, without letting up, answered him that he would soon regret his words, promising consequences and punishment for his disobedience. With unexpected speed, he grabbed the guy from behind, causing everyone to flinch in surprise. He tried to force Dafa to carry out his order, but he was not even going to obey, demonstrating his independence and willpower. The enemy, full of anger, hit Dafa's hands in an attempt to force him to give in. This moment was the culmination of their confrontation, opening a new chapter in their rivalry. After being severely hit, he again asked if Dafa was ready to fulfill his request, but received a negative response. Not wanting to back down, he dealt a strong blow to Dafa's legs. The movement was quick and unexpected, and the blow was forceful and decisive. In the next moment, a very loud cry of pain was heard. It was a cry from Dafa, who couldn't hide his pain from such a brutal attack. Now Dafa was on his knees, breathing heavily and clutching his legs in pain. Raising his head with difficulty, he said that Mr. Ling would help him take revenge, trusting in his mentor's support. And suddenly, as if by magic, Mr. Lin appeared on the scene and with confidence in his voice said to end this madness. Dafa, feeling tired and humiliated, turned to him and said that he had dishonored his teacher and the academy, feeling guilty for his defeat. But Lin, with kindness in his eyes, said that he acted very worthy, emphasizing his courage and loyalty to principles. He, not wanting to stop ridicule, began to taunt, saying that Lin was too weak for him and did not pose a threat. But young Master Ling calmly and firmly asked to stay away from Dafa, saying that he had to deal with this opponent. His self-confidence was commendable. Tom liked this idea. He smiled an evil smile, anticipating the upcoming fight. He had already started attacking him, using different punches and techniques, trying to prove his superiority. But Lin dodged his opponent's blows every time, demonstrating excellent skill and incredible dexterity. The opponent tried to strike with his foot, quickly and unexpectedly, but here again Lin remained invincible. The guy dodged even then, continuing to surprise everyone with his skill and ability to read the opponent's movements. He was already angry that he did not succeed. His face contorted with rage, and he continued to attack, but to no avail. His leg tried to strike again, but Lin continued to dodge, remaining out of reach. But in the end, he decided to dodge, using new tactics and changing his fighting style. With a satisfied face, Lin noticed that he had good reaction and quickness, but it was not enough to defeat him. The enemy realized that he was too dangerous and skillful, and he would have to make every effort to defeat such a strong opponent. The enemy, noticing his opponent, began to accumulate strength, concentrating magic energy in his hands with concentration. After he gathered enough strength, the enemy immediately directed it towards Lin, a young and talented warrior. The energy wave floating through the air created the illusion of an invisible threat. Lin waited, watching the power approach him. But then, with a wave of his hand, Lin stopped that power as if nothing had happened. It was done with such ease and grace that he seemed to have mastered magic from birth. Hong Liye, Ling's closest comrade and friend, was shocked by what he saw. He couldn't believe that his friend had such strength and skill. The young master, gazing at Ling, said that the opponent's magic was far inferior to his own. His voice sounded confident, and there was a hint of contempt in his words. With these words, he began to accumulate his strength, preparing for a retaliatory strike. His body began to sparkle with magical light, and an aura of power hung in the air. And the enemy, designated enemy, just looked at it and was speechless. He was amazed by Lin's skill and could not find words to describe his feelings. After that, Lin directed all his forces towards the enemy. An energy blast erupted from his hands, aiming to destroy the target. A sphere of magical energy flew straight at that guy, burrowing into the air and leaving a trail of light behind it. It was a sight that was impossible to forget. The master controlled this sphere with his hand, controlling it as a friend controls his sword. After that, this sphere absorbed the enemy, enveloping him with a powerful explosion of energy. This was the final blow, and it was delivered without hesitation. Everyone present was horrified by what they saw. Such strength and skill was something new to them, and they could not hide their admiration and fear. The man, who was in the same condition as everyone else, was trying to control himself. He knew it was something special and he was glad to have witnessed it. The general, the main organizer of the competition, asked Mr. Shima if he had taught this guy such a technique. His voice sounded respectful, but there was a note of bewilderment in it. He also approached Chief Jean, asking if they had any other people with similar abilities. The boss was confused and did not know how to answer this question. After this questioning moment, the general turned to the minister and told him to announce the results. There was determination in his voice, and it was clear that he was ready to accept the outcome. The title of the winner of the competition was received by the Lin Zhou Academy. It was a great day for the academy, and their victory meant a lot to their reputation. All students of the academy began to rejoice, jumping for happiness and hugging each other. It was their moment of glory and they were ready to enjoy it to the fullest. Everyone who was there began to disperse, reflecting on what they had just seen. They were witnesses of something great, and these memories will stay with them forever. Mr. Shima, a respected mentor and sage, said that the general became interested in Lin and invited him to his place. It was a great recognition of Lin's talent and an opportunity to take his career to the next level. But Lin reacted unexpectedly, saying that he did not care about the service. His response was calm and determined, as if he knew this was not his path. But the general, a man of high status and experience, told Lin to think carefully about the proposal. He saw great potential in him, and wanted to use it for the good of the empire. Meanwhile, far from all this fuss, there is a beautiful mountain lake. The water in it was clean and calm, and the mountains around were reflected in its mirror surface. 5 elements were collected there, but the guy did not have enough strength to summon the spirit. It was a place of power where the elements met in perfect balance, and Lin wanted to take advantage of it. But he again decided to try to summon the spirit of the middle class. With a focused gaze and slow breathing, he raised his hands to the sky. A green dragon appeared in the sky, majestic and powerful. He was a symbol of nature, and his presence filled the air with the energy of life. Lin ordered the dragon to keep a close eye on his new home. It was his will, and he expected the dragon to obey. The dragon only made a sound of growling, expressing its respect and obedience. He understood his role and was ready to fulfill it. After that, the dragon disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind only a whirlwind of wind and memories of its power. And Lin just watched this, feeling like a part of something big. His soul was calm and he knew he had made the right choice. Meanwhile, elsewhere, it was the home of a new military instructor. The fortress walls, powerful gates, and living guards indicated its importance. 2 military men were just heading there, walking along the road and discussing the latest news. They discussed that their general had chosen some guy for such a role, although there were other options. Another said that their emperor could not believe the mystical gossip. He was skeptical about such things and demanded proof. They argued the whole way, is it true or just tales of recruits? Their conversation was lively and exciting, and each of them tried to prove his point. When they arrived, they asked if Lin Que was here. Their eyes were wary, their questions direct and determined. He asked who they were and why they came here. His voice was calm, but there was a note of interest in the intruders in it. One of them got angry, losing his patience. His eyes flashed, and he was ready to demand answers. Lin's attitude towards them was cold, and it began to unnerve him. The guy, one of the soldiers, said with firmness in his voice that they were from the general and should bring the guy to him. Lin, remaining calm and unperturbed, asked if they should be brought to the duty station. His question showed that he was not ready to enter the service without explanation. Continuing with this, Lin confidently said that he had not yet given his consent to enter the service. His decision was based on his convictions, and he was not prepared to go against them. The second of the military suddenly called names and, losing control, said, "How dare Lin talk about the general like that?" The guy, referring to Lin, asked what he said wrong about the general. His question was sincere, and he really wanted to understand what was his fault. The military man was clearly furious, calling the young master bad words. His face turned red and he couldn't contain his feelings. The situation began to escalate, and the military already wanted to hit the white-haired guy. His hand was already in the air, ready to strike. But Lin was ahead of him, pushing him away from him with a deft and restrained movement. His actions were decisive and precise. When the military flew off, he stated that he had underestimated Lin. There was a flash of recognition in his eyes that he was mistaken in his judgment. However, he did not give up and decided to attack him with his fiery blow. Flame energy enveloped his hand, and he was ready for battle. Lin just looked at it, neither surprised nor frightened. His self-confidence was unshakable, and he was waiting for the next step. But out of nowhere came the order to stop it. The voice sounded authoritative and left no doubt that this was an order that must be carried out. It was a man, and behind him were 2 more. They looked important and experienced, and their appearance immediately changed the atmosphere. He introduced himself as Muji, the commander of a cavalry division. His name was known, and his reputation meant that he was a man worth listening to. The man proudly said that Lin Que was an honorary immortal. These words added a new element to the conversation, and made everyone look at Lin differently. But the military began to say how a man can believe such nonsense. He could not accept such a statement, and continued to express his doubts. The commander exclaimed that he was saving his life, but he did not understand. His words were almost desperate, and he wanted to explain how important it was to make the right choice. The guy, possibly Lin, laughed lightly. His laugh was light and easy, and he didn't let the situation get the best of him. The man, the commander, began to ask for forgiveness and say that the general personally wanted to invite, but could not because of the law. His words were sincere, and he tried to find a way to mutual understanding. He respectfully said that Ling would have a position second only to the general himself, and this would benefit the people. After hearing everything, Lin still agreed to go with them. He weighed all the pros and cons and came to the conclusion that this proposal was worth his attention. Two military officers began to discuss the act of one of them, going over the details and expressing their thoughts and feelings about it. Here they finally arrived at the Red Feather military camp. It spread over a vast area surrounded by high walls and gates. All the guys there were training hard, sweat on their foreheads, and their movements were fast and precise. They were ready for battle and thirsted for knowledge and experience. They were commanded by the most famous student from the academy. His name was known to everyone in the camp, and his skills were undeniable. His commands sounded confident and forceful. One of the men, when he found Instructor Su, approached him with a question. His gaze was piercing, and he clearly expected an answer to something important. He asked the instructor Han why he was looking for him, expressing his bewilderment and interest. His voice sounded calm, but there was a feeling that he was ready for an important conversation. He said that a new military instructor was taking over the post today. These words startled everyone present, and their eyes filled with curiosity and expectation. Su was unhappy, for they had already chosen the right person a long time ago. His annoyance was obvious, and he made no secret of his displeasure at the change in plans. This is what the camp itself looked like: military-style buildings, training grounds, weapons workshops. The men bowed to both instructors, expressing their respect and submission. Their movements were coordinated, and each of them looked ready to follow any command. They were instructors Yang, Gua, Fang, and Wang. They were known for their wisdom, experience, and skills. Their words weighed heavily in the camp, and they were respected figures. They began to discuss that the new instructor overcame some guy in a duel. This conversation showed their interest and some envy of the beginner's skills. As they talked, they got to the point where the new head instructor was a student of the academy, Lin Zhou. From such information, Su became angry, because he thought that the general wanted to humiliate him. His anger was on the verge of exploding, and he felt betrayed. The instructor said that he must prove everything by force. Their confidence in their strength and intentions was clear, and they were ready to back up their words with actions. Instructor Su was still unhappy. His face was tense, and he contemplated what to do next. His decision will affect all future events in the camp. Lin rode his horse directly to all the instructors. His gaze was focused, and his gait was confident. He was clearly preparing for an important meeting and for a new stage in his life. His gaze was focused and piercing, as if he could see through all obstacles and was ready to meet any challenge. Everyone immediately paid attention to him when he appeared on the horizon. Instructor Su recognized the boy as Lin Que and was shocked. This name was familiar to him, and his face expressed deep bewilderment and excitement. One of them immediately began to attack the one, as if acting on a reflex or a long-planned plan. His movements were abrupt and dangerous, and the atmosphere became tense. The spear flew straight in the direction of the young master, and its gleam in the sunlight created a sense of imminent danger. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. But he reacted in time and dodged, demonstrating incredible dexterity and reaction. His movements were graceful, and he looked completely in control of the situation. He decided to jump off his horse, making a decision that could have been fatal. But his confidence and calm showed that he knew what he was doing. When he flew, He asked them why they were aiming at him, expressing his surprise and indignation. His voice sounded confident, and he waited for an explanation. They just stood silently and watched, stunned by his actions and words. Their silence was loud, and it spoke volumes. He declared that it was impossible to come here without permission, setting rules and boundaries. His authority was immutable, and no one dared to object. But after his words, he immediately got in the jaw, as if his audacity caused a reaction. Was it an act of indignation or betrayal? Lin asked if he was drunk, expressing his bewildered reaction to the unexpected behavior. There was irony and displeasure in his voice. Su said that he should apologize to Instructor Gue as soon as possible, emphasizing his position and pointing out the actions to be taken. He asked Su Jiqing if this was the right way to greet the chief military instructor, asking a question that needed an immediate answer. He was shocked by what he heard, speechless and unable to believe what had happened. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Su told him to stop talking nonsense, because his title was only master. Lin handed the letter from the general to the guy, showing proof of his words and position. All eyes were on this letter. Everyone read the words in shock, trying to understand what they mean. The atmosphere of tension intensified, and every word in the letter seemed to be something more than just letters on paper. One man confirmed that it was a letter from the general, giving weight and authority to the words. Everyone around knew that this would change everything. He could not believe it, and kept thinking that the general had made a mistake. He darted around the room, trying to make sense of the situation he was in. Everyone was against it, thus opposing the general's order. Their protest was bright and strong, and they were ready to act to prove their position. They threatened him, saying that he must leave immediately. Their words sounded cruel, and their faces were contorted with rage. Finally, an adequate person explained that if he has the title of master, then he must show his strength. They have to see a lot of power to take the guy for the head instructor. This thought became a common understanding among them, and all eyes were on him, waiting to see if he could prove his worth. The guy told everyone to attack together, expressing his confidence and willingness to accept the challenge. His eyes shone with determination, and his stamina commanded respect. The instructors considered this arrogance, and their faces expressed indignation and contempt. They couldn't believe he dared to challenge them and were ready to prove him right. They underestimated the guy so much that they even thought that he would die. These thoughts were expressed in their looks, full of contempt and doubt in his abilities. Lin decided to attack first if they didn't want to. He stepped forward, showing initiative and willingness to take the lead in this situation. Some of them used a fire strike, trying to stun the guy with their splendor and strength. The flame flared up, and the room momentarily lit up with its heat. But the young master repelled all attacks with one blow, showing amazing strength and dexterity. His movements were elegant, and he controlled the situation without apparent effort. Some instructors flew off to one side, unable to resist his might. Their bodies hit the walls and they fell, trying to pull themselves together. Someone completely different with pain, screaming in surprise and pain. These screams cut the air, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Instructor Su was amazed at such strength, and his face showed surprise and admiration. He began to understand that the guy could really be the main instructor. Lin stated that their level was not high enough, criticizing their skills and making it clear that they were not worthy of his attention. He decided to fire them all, pronouncing this as a sentence. His decision was final and he had no intention of discussing it. Su intervened and asked with what fright he dared to fire, expressing his rage and rejection of this decision. His voice was loud and he demanded an explanation. Then a general appeared and said that he dared to do this because he was the chief instructor. He was angry, and it was evident from his frowning face and menacing look. All instructors greeted the general in their usual posture, thus expressing their loyalty and respect for the high command. The general was outraged that they were outraged by the new chief instructor's order. Everyone felt embarrassed and lowered their heads, realizing their mistake. They felt like schoolchildren caught in disobedience, and each of them tried to avoid the general's piercing gaze. 2 military men guarded the general's place, standing with full attention and readiness to act at the slightest threat. Their uniforms were impeccable, and their faces expressed severity and determination. The general was embarrassed by the incident and proposed a banquet, but it was cancelled. He tried to ease the awkwardness of the situation by emphasizing his willingness to compromise and respect for his subordinates. Lin said that he would decide everything himself, and wanted to calmly leave the army whenever he wanted. The man agreed, because it was fair. His eyes met Lin's, and it was clear that he appreciated honesty and openness in this matter. That insolent fellow is now on his knees, humiliated and dazed by the rapid change of events. His face was pale, and his eyes expressed fear and incomprehension. They decided to show it to the young master, but he said to act in accordance with the law. His punishment was 100 strokes of the batoga. This harsh measure was taken to highlight the seriousness of the wrongdoing and set a precedent for others. The military lined up in front of Lin, ready to carry out his orders. Their hands were tightly clenched, and their faces expressed determination to fulfill their duty, despite the cruelty of the punishment. He taught them the dragon scale technique, and said that they could only teach others when they themselves achieved mastery. All together declared that they had heard the instructor, expressing their readiness to follow his instructions. Everyone in the camp went about their business, absorbed in daily tasks and duties. The general was walking with Lin and praising his individual approach to each student, but suddenly there was a cry that someone wanted to see the general. He sent one of the guys to check. Quick and decisive action was his style, and he didn't want to waste time thinking. And he immediately went in that direction, realizing the importance of his mission and not wanting to linger. Lin was wondering who it was, and his eyes followed the departing guy. He felt that this could be the beginning of a new and important development. The camp continued to do its business, despite the sudden events. Discipline and routine duties remained important, even in the face of uncertainty. The sent guy came back and said that Instructor Gui came with someone. Several silhouettes appeared on the horizon in the distance, their outlines faintly distinguishable in the twilight. They were slowly approaching. The general stood frozen in anticipation as they approached. As soon as the silhouettes became visible, the older man greeted the general of the Red Feather Army with an elaborate and solemn ritual of greeting. The general returned the salute with all due seriousness and respect, emphasizing his role as leader and protector of his men. He was a senior instructor, known for his exploits and respected by the general's entire army. His name was associated with wisdom, courage, and selflessness. The general, smiling, said that he could not forget him and remembered their joint days on the battlefield, where they shared the joys of victories and the bitterness of defeats. The senior instructor, however, began to talk about more disturbing things. He explained that for some reason his nephew was fired without explaining anything. The man continued by explaining that he was kicked out due to ignorance, but also wrote a letter of recommendation. But the senior instructor didn't want to give up so easily. He hinted with strength and determination that there would be no more peace between the army and the Bailin school. The general responded with dignity, stating that the instructor's nephew did not show proper respect and behaved provocatively. Then the wise instructor, without yielding, declared that the general himself did not follow the laws, since he had invited an unknown guy to such an important position. The old man continued by saying that he wanted to challenge the new chief instructor to a fight. The general wanted to protest, but his words stuck in his throat. He understood that the situation was becoming more complex and dangerous, and he needed to proceed carefully. But Lin, young and courageous, was ahead of him, and said that the old instructor was too weak to challenge. The man was even more boiled after such words. His face turned red with rage and he stood up, ready for a confrontation. The general turned to the younger Gua, trying to pacify the situation, and asked to take his uncle away. His voice was calm, but there was anxiety in it. But the younger Gua refused and also asked the general not to interfere. He stood his ground and showed steadfastness by supporting his relative. The general turned to the guy, looking deeply into his eyes, and said that he did not have to participate in this. The guy replied with steadfastness, saying that since they want trouble so much, they will get it from him. A former instructor, a man with a certain life experience and wisdom, called Lin too stubborn and uncompromising, which put him in a separate category of people. Immediately, without the slightest delay, attacks began in the direction of the guy. Criticism and indignation fell upon him like an avalanche, leaving no chance for retreat. Alien hands, invisible and cold, were reaching out to strike, wanting to harm and humiliate, as if in a ruthless battle without rules. One of them seemed to be right next to his face, so close that he could almost feel her touch, the breath of anger and aggression. Senior Gua, experienced and wise, began to rejoice, expecting victory, anticipating the moment of triumph over his opponent. But his hand did not have time to touch the guy himself, suddenly stopping halfway, as if colliding with an invisible wall. He was already behind the old man and calmly declared that he was too slow, as if playing a game where he was always one step ahead. After that, Lin, with dexterity and calculation, struck from behind, surprising everyone with his determination and strength. The man began to cough up blood, pierced by pain and fear, realizing that victory was slipping from his hands. He was angry and began to accumulate all his strength, gathering for the last and decisive blow, in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle. His eyes turned red with anger, and a flame of hatred ignited in them that could not be extinguished by ordinary means. In the air, he held a huge piece of stone, as if the personification of his fury, ready to fall on the enemy at any second. But Lin did not move, standing still and contemplating his opponent like a rock against a storm. The guy only grinned and stated that it was not bad, showing his confidence and controlling the situation, not giving the enemy hope. Under his feet were small pieces of that stone, broken and destroyed, symbolizing his superiority and skill. He easily overpowered the man's attack, reflecting it like a mirror reflecting rays of light, demonstrating his invincibility. He folded his hands behind his back and continued to simply stare without uttering an extra word, embodying calmness and unshakable confidence in his position. It was already blazing with fire, and its rage was becoming more and more uncontrollable, turning into a dangerous weapon, ready to explode at any moment. With great strength and fire, he sent the stone towards the young master, wanting to destroy him in an instant, but Lin remained unfazed. He seethed with anger, and his inner world became a volcano, ready to erupt a lava of emotions and desires aimed at defeating an opponent. He was called by his nephew, a young and inexperienced guy who always looked to his uncle as a model of courage and strength, looked at him with concern. He declared that Lin Que was too cruel, not hiding the excitement in his voice. His words were full of accusations, and he seemed on the verge of tears. In response, he received a smirk and the words that they ran up themselves, as if it was some kind of game, and Lin was its invincible master. He looked confident and calm. The younger Gue accepted their defeat, realizing that their powers were not equal. His eyes were empty, and he seemed convinced that resistance was pointless. He was about to leave, but he was stopped by the chief instructor, a man with great experience and power, and asked if he really just wants to leave, leaving everything behind. He turned around and asked what he wanted from him. His eyes full of bewilderment and indignation, he was almost ready for a new confrontation. Lin said that he would only let him go with his arm cut off. His voice was cold and ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation or concessions. In Hua's eyes, only fear and horror were read, emotions mixed with reality, and he felt real fear of the cruelty of his rival. He grunted that he agreed. His voice was weak and uneasy, and he seemed like a man ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of his life. He turned to the sage Khan and asked him to do this. A spark of hope for salvation flashed in his eyes, despite the terrifying price. In an instant, he was left without an arm, blood gushed, and pain overwhelmed him, leaving only a desperate cry and relief from the realization of survival. Squinting his eyes, he asked if the young master was pleased, his face contorted in pain, but a shadow of gratitude flickered in his eyes. He only said that he could go. His voice was calm and neutral, as if everything that happened was just a small thing in his life. Lin turned to the sage and asked if he wanted to too. His gaze was piercing, and his question seemed more like a threat. He fell to his knees and began to say that he would never dare to challenge his master. His words were sincere and full of fear and reverence for Lin. Then Ke asked why he still hadn't left. His voice was tolerant but still, as if he was already tired of this endless game. With his head down, he said he wanted to have a few words with Lin. His voice was quiet and hesitant, as if he was afraid to bring up an unpleasant topic. He, in turn, was a little surprised, his eyebrows raised, and he looked at the sage with new interest, wanting to know what he had to say. They were still in the camp, a place full of tension and hostility, where every movement and word could spark new conflict. The sage asked if he knew about Jingzhou's assembly of eminent people. His voice was calm, but there was a note of anxiety and hope for the future in his eyes. Lin asked what kind of meeting this was. His eyes narrowed in bewilderment, and he looked at the sage in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. He began to explain that martial arts families come to this meeting and exchange experiences. His voice sounded respectful, and he seemed impressed by this event. Most importantly, there is a fair, auctions. Last year, the emperor's family visited all this. His eyes lit up, and he spoke with enthusiasm about the scale of the event. Lin asked incredulously what was wrong with that. He said that there is a lot to learn and that even spies are present. The guy was definitely interested, and he offered to recommend him. His eyes lit up with interest, and he seemed ready to follow this new path. But the master asked what he wanted in return. His voice was strict and distrustful. He wanted to know how this cooperation would turn out for him. He wished to be his companion, but he said that he did not need him, although if the man was useful, he would recognize his merits. His words sounded decisive, and he seemed implacable in his decision. Jianzhou was not far from home, so he decided to check how things were going there. His steps were decisive, and he moved with a goal, knowing what was waiting for him. Just then a general approached him, a man in military uniform. His eyes were piercing, and he seemed ready to discuss important issues. It was the town of Sanhejian, a place full of life and bustle, where each person was busy with his own affairs and aspirations. Lin approached and addressed his aunt, saying that he had returned. His voice sounded warm and he looked glad to be home. The aunt bombarded him with questions as to why he had returned, her eyes full of bewilderment, and she seemed agitated by the sudden appearance of her nephew. He said that for some reason he had a bad feeling. His face was worried, and he seemed anxious and wary. Now they were sitting with her in the house, and he said that it was a long story. His voice was tired, and he looked like a man who had been through a lot. She stated that this was all because the lady wanted to make him her son-in-law, but it was good that the marriage agreement was annulled. Her voice sounded relieved, and she looked pleased with this circumstance. The boy said that he wanted to take her to Lin Que and hire many servants for her. His words were full of care and love for the aunt, and he seemed determined to improve her life. But the aunt refused, saying that this was her and his father's house, so she was not going to leave there. Her voice sounded determined, and she looked ready to defend her principles. The guy said that they would come back to it, but later, his voice sounded accommodating, and he looked ready to put the matter aside. Suddenly, a girl came into the room, who brought clothes. Her movements were light, and she seemed glad to complete her task. She was delighted when the girl arrived. Her face was beaming with joy, and she looked pleased at the sudden appearance of the assistant. Lin called her by the name of Lana, his voice sounding friendly, and he looked pleased to meet her. She recognized him well too, her eyes twinkling with recognition, and she looked glad to see an old friend. Here they both went for a walk together. Their steps were light, and they looked happy in each other's company. Kay began to thank the girl for helping her aunt, but she said that he always helped her. Her voice sounded sincere, and she looked grateful. A blue light was emitted from Lana, which surprised the guy. His eyes widened in surprise, and he seemed amazed by this phenomenon. It was an aura of coldness that made her even more mysterious and attractive. He asked if she was not feeling well, arguing that she had turned pale. His voice sounded worried, and he seemed genuinely concerned about her condition. She said it was nothing and maybe it was from the bleeding. Her voice was slightly worried, but she looked confident in her health. According to her, she just hurt herself recently, but now everything is fine. Her smile was reassuring, and she seemed ready to continue on her way. He smirked and thought of her. His eyes turned thoughtful, and he seemed lost in his own thoughts. A man was watching them. His eyes were cold and observant, and he seemed full of intentions. And they calmly walked on. Their conversation was easy and pleasant, and they seemed unbridled. But suddenly the girl noticed that they were being followed. Her eyes became sharp, and she seemed alarmed. She thanked him for taking her in and said there were other things to do. Her voice was determined and she looked busy. Lana started in the other direction, her steps quick, and she seemed determined. The girl's aura was unfamiliar to the boy, and he also noticed a strange man in black. His gaze became cautious, and he seemed to be on guard, sensing that something was wrong. Night had already fallen near the outskirts of the city. Darkness enveloped the buildings and streets. Only the weak rays of lamps illuminated the dark alleys. Lana was standing next to a man, their faces tense, and they seemed full of anxiety. A little further on there were a few more people, their shadows flickering in the dark, and they seemed ominous. The man in black declared that he had brought the girl back. His voice sounded cold, and he looked indifferent. Another turned to her and said that her mother promised him her daughter when she was still in the womb. His eyes shone with greed, and he seemed merciless. She was frightened, because they touched on the topic of her past. Her eyes became wide with horror, and she seemed defenseless. The old man turned to the girl and said that she should apologize to the leader Xiao. His voice sounded stern and he looked adamant. He got angry and ordered him to hit himself with the palm of his hand, his face contorted with rage, and he seemed cruel. He obediently obeyed the order, his movements were obedient, and he seemed weak-willed. The mysterious man whispered something to the leader, his eyes shone with cunning, and he seemed to know something important. Shao ordered to kill this lover who returned. His voice sounded ruthless, and he looked determined. The girl screamed no, her eyes filled with despair, and she seemed ready to do anything to save her friend. The chief said with a smirk that she had finally spoken. His smile was malicious, and he seemed pleased with the situation. She was angry at the man. Her eyes were full of indignation, and she seemed ready to explode with rage. But still she had to fulfill his wish. Her eyes filled with tears, and she seemed broken. Suddenly, a voice from behind ordered the girl not to do this. The sound of the voice was determined, and he seemed determined to save the girl. Lana was surprised to hear Lin's voice. She called out to the guy. Then she told him to leave. Leader Shao was happy with this arrangement. Lin Que warned him and stated that he should not dare to approach his girlfriend. His voice sounded determined, and he looked ready to protect Lana at any moment. The man looked at the guy who was standing on the roof. His eyes were piercing and he seemed to be wary. Everyone laughed, saying that he who himself is on the verge of death wants to save his beloved. Their laughter was cruel, and they seemed confident in their hope. To this, Lin didn't say anything. His face remained calm and he seemed unperturbed. The blue-haired man declared that there was one more spectator. His voice was mocking, and he seemed confident in his victory. He again demanded that the girl obey his order. His tone was commanding, and he seemed implacable. Then he got up and walked over to her, stretching out his hands saying that he had no time. His movements were quick, and he seemed to brook no delay. At this point, Kay intervened and stabbed him. His movements were lightning fast, and he seemed determined. He began to scream in pain. His face was contorted with anguish, and he seemed dazed. His assistant ran up to him. His gaze was full of concern, and he seemed wary. The young master was angry, because he warned him not to approach the girl. His face was red with anger, and he seemed furious. Shao ordered to kill the guy. His voice sounded cold, and he seemed ruthless. Red-horned spirits began to appear, their outlines flickering in the dark, and they seemed ominous. They were called by his assistant. His movements were quick, and he seemed to be a skilled spellcaster. The ringleader declared that he could not cope with the ghosts. His smile was malicious, and he seemed confident in his superiority. The guy in his usual pose was standing on the roof. His stance was confident, and he seemed ready for battle. He thought he was scared. His eyes were contemptuous, and he seemed smug. But Lin stated that he also had artifacts. His voice sounded confident, and he seemed determined. His eyes were filled with rage and they shone like coals, and he seemed ready to explode his rage. Immediately a fire dragon appeared. Its flame flared up in the night, and it seemed mighty and terrible. He directed his fire at everyone. The flames engulfed everything around him, and he seemed unstoppable. The man was on fire. On the ground lay a pipe with a green skull on it. It seemed strange and mysterious, and Lin could not take his eyes off her. Lin picked her up and hid her. She was cold to the touch, and he could feel the hidden power in her. Lana asked if he was the Lin Que she knew. Her voice was unsure, and she seemed confused. The two men at the back sat in fear, their faces pale, and they seemed shaken by the events. He said he was the same but had learned a few tricks. His smile was wide and he seemed pleased with himself. It was still night outside. The stars shone brightly, and everything seemed calm and peaceful. The girl began to talk about her past and was even afraid to imagine what would have happened to her if Lin had not come. Her eyes were full of gratitude, and she seemed relieved. He touched the girl's shoulder and said that there was nothing more to be afraid of. His gaze was gentle, and he seemed caring. He did it for a reason. The guy realized that they wanted to study her. It was her strength and aura. His face expressed determination, and he seemed ready to protect her. Lana said she wanted to return to her homelands. Her voice was firm and she seemed determined. She said that their family is from the ancient Shur family, but her grandfather does not want her to return. Her eyes were filled with regret, and she seemed upset. She exclaimed that she wanted to protect her family. Her face was on fire, and she seemed determined. The guy was glad that she understands that you can only rely on yourself. His look was pleased, and he seemed satisfied. So the day came, the sun rose, and everything became bright and bright. Auntie began to scold the guy for running away in the middle of the night, but he told her that he was with a friend. Her voice sounded stern, but caring. She said that she knew about his journey to the house of Lana and hinted at feelings. Her smile was familiar, and she seemed to be a wiser life. Today was an important day. The great-grandfather of the guy calls all the family members to the clan meeting. Everything around seemed tense and important. The guy was surprised to hear this. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed agitated. They gathered at the Lin Que ancestral temple. The place was solemn and majestic, and they seemed ready for an important event. Auntie asked to go say hello to Grandpa. Her voice was soft, and she seemed loving and caring. The lad immediately went to do it. His steps were quick, and he seemed determined to comply with his aunt's request. Just then, 3 guys appeared. One of them was Lin Ke's second cousin older brother. Their glances were contemptuous, and they seemed ready for ridicule. They began to mock him, because he was leaving to woo Lin Zhou. Their laughter was loud and piercing, and they did not hide their contempt. The guy did not like these conversations. His face became serious, and he seemed unhappy. His so-called brother said to leave so as not to disgrace himself, because he belongs to another family. His tone was arrogant, and he seemed confident in his words. Lin stated that he was too weak to force him to leave. His voice sounded firm and he seemed unshakable. He got angry and said that in a meeting where they would talk about how to divide the land, there was no place for him. His eyes sparkled, and he seemed determined. There was fury in his eyes at the words that they wanted to take away his family's lands. He was clearly furious and ready to challenge. The other guy began to repeat the same thing, that he was no longer from their family. His tone was contemptuous, and he seemed insistent. He declared that he would look at those who dared to covet their lands. His voice sounded menacing, and he seemed ready to fight. 3 of them told him not to dare to enter the door. Their faces were contorted with hatred, and they seemed determined. Lin continued to look at his relatives. His gaze was calm and confident. He did not seem afraid. All 3 flew off in different directions, their faces expressing shock and horror at the unexpected attack. The guy did not hesitate and removed them from his path. His movements were quick and decisive, and he seemed invincible. They landed painfully on their backs. Their moans were audible, and they seemed sick and humiliated. The second cousin began to shout that he was being beaten by an unknown person. His voice was full of panic, and he seemed frightened. Suddenly, an old man appeared and told them not to dare to shout in his ancestral temple. His voice sounded menacing, and he seemed full of authority. His gaze was angry, his eyes sparkled, and he seemed determined to restore order. He began to complain that this guy was Lin Que and that he was trying to invade their temple. He turned to the guy and asked how he dares to get into fights when he did not appear for 6 months, but he was only interested in the issue of his land. An older man called the guy a brat, and his words sounded reproachful. Lin got angry and told him to repeat it again. His eyes were blazing with rage, and he seemed ready for another clash. He repeated the same thing. His voice did not waver, and he seemed confident in his words. After that, he was already in the air and flew. Que did not hesitate and struck. His movements were fast and powerful, and he seemed to be completely in control of the situation. He was holding his face and yelling for someone to get this guy out. His voice was plaintive, and he seemed startled. Several men rushed at him with sticks, their eyes full of determination, and they seemed ready to attack. The guy just looked at them. His gaze was calm, and he seemed unshakable. The woman ran up to the man and asked how he was. Her eyes were full of concern, and she seemed genuinely concerned. But the most important one finally intervened in this booth. His presence was felt immediately, and he seemed full of authority. It was great-grandfather. Everyone greeted him. Their faces expressed respect, and they seemed respectful. Great-grandfather looked at his children. His gaze was penetrating, and he seemed to know everything. They began to say that the guy was a villain and he beat them. Their voices sounded accusatory, and they seemed full of indignation. Then the aunt intervened and said that he should not rest on the advantage, since everyone saw how it really was. Her tone was confident, and she seemed resolute. Immediately, another woman intervened and said that some women weren't supposed to speak in Ling Temple. But the aunt asked that one, "Is she really not a woman?" All this was finally stopped by the eldest. His voice was menacing, and he seemed determined to restore order. He said that only the head of the family had the right to decide all this. His words sounded final, and he seemed full of wisdom. Here they are already in the temple. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone seemed ready for an important decision. The chief sat in the middle, and there were other men nearby. Everyone gathered to listen to what great-grandfather had to say. He began by saying that for what purpose he had gathered everyone here, namely, to divide the lands and conduct an examination of the youth. He turned to Elder Wu and asked him to announce everything. This request seemed important and official, and everyone present was closely following the course of events. The man began to announce how much land anyone would get. The same father of the second cousin received 20 mu of land. And Aunt Ling Jianchun received 1 mu of land. She said that she has a man in her family, and this is her son. But the nephews intervened and began to say that her son was the son-in-law of another family. She didn't know what to say. She seemed lost and confused, not knowing how to defend her position. The man said that for her 1 mu of land is already too much. His words were sharp and defiant, and he seemed confident that he was right. Auntie knelt down and addressed the elder, saying that her son was also his great-grandson. He calmly said not to do that, but simply said what she wanted to say. The head turned to Elder Wu and said that this was the wrong section. Here the grandson of the head intervened and said that the third brother had no men in the family, so they divided the lands for good. The chief said that he was right, but there was one but. She kept pleading, but Kay said that they should not beg. She told her son that she was very guilty before him and his father. She felt bad and hurt from it. The guy said that while he was here, no one would dare to take away their own house from them. One of the relatives told them to know their place and put their signatures. Lin did not become silent anymore. He said, if this land was transferred to them from his grandfather, he would not say a word. But how dare they dispose of the property bought with his father's money? His words sounded hot and determined, and he seemed ready to defend his rights. The uncle, being a direct participant in the events, again intervened in the conversation and, turning to the stranger, asked about the money and the motives for his arrival. Why did he, the son-in-law of a completely different land, even decide to come to these places? The young boy looked at his uncle. His gaze was impenetrable, and he seemed to consider every word. He declared with firmness and determination in his voice that no one dares to take away what is rightfully his. If someone dares to try to do this, then they will have to use their fists and defend their rights. Everyone present was amazed and surprised to hear such words that left no doubt about the guy's determination. Cousin Su suddenly appeared in the building, and everyone greeted him with joy and interest. He hurriedly apologized to everyone for appearing so abruptly because of the arrogance of the young guy and his defiant behavior. The other guy, hearing this, supported the cousin's words and expressed his point of view. Su, turning his attention to Lin, asked with irony if he was really so strong and able to prove his words. Lin, without straying, announced that he was offering the elders to become witnesses of the upcoming battle. The elders, realizing the importance of the moment, immediately agreed and supported this proposal. If Su wins, he will have to give up all his lands, which has become an important bet in the upcoming duel. The same one, without hesitation, offered to go to the arena for competitions, where everything would be decided. Su offered the condition that if he won, his lands would remain with him, and the entire family would admit they were wrong in the dispute. But he did not agree to this at all and expressed his dissatisfaction. Ling boldly declared that if his opponent lost, he wanted 1,000 mu of land. The uncle was angry and indignant, because all their lands, even taken together, would not be enough to collect 1,000 mu. Tom didn't care. His position was clear: the stakes should be high and non-negotiable. Some began to drive him away after such words. They were shocked by his insolence. The head of the family stated with gravity that Kay had to bet a lot of money in order for everything to be fair. The guy, without hesitation, asked if 1,000,000 vines would be enough, showing that he was ready to go to the end. They were deeply shocked to hear such a sum. As if blown away by the wind, their faces reflected distrust and amazement, because such a rate exceeded all expectations. It has been proven with close attention that the money is real, not fake. Experts confirmed their authenticity, which added weight to the whole challenge. After all this, Lin, confident in himself, asked if there were any among those present who wanted to fight him, expressing his willingness to join the battle. All relatives were shocked by the announced amount, because their lands are not even worth that much, and even the thought of such a rate seemed ridiculous. The sons of the guy's uncle, seized with excitement and the desire to prove their strength, caught fire with an irresistible desire to win this fight and declare themselves. He clenched his teeth, feeling the tension of the moment, and realizing that things had reached the limit, and there was nowhere to retreat. After some deliberation, he agreed to the fight, understanding all the responsibility and risks, but also believing that he was right. Others, noticing his determination, also agreed to fight, each in their own way feeling involved in this decisive duel. Su, showing leadership qualities, decided to enter the battle first, thereby letting everyone know that he was ready to take on this challenge. Some of those present were worried about defeating Kay, doubting the ability of their fighters and fearing losses. Su began to speak with pride that he was the Emperor's senior warrior, as if this should give him authority and influence in this dispute. But Lin said with displeasure that it was enough to talk, it was time to act, and there was no point in wasting time on empty words. He, without wasting time, began to strike, deciding to take the initiative in his own hands. But he received a powerful fist in the jaw, which was a tough answer and proof of the seriousness of Lin's intentions. Uncle was shocked by what he saw. His sons were also left amazed by this blow, realizing that their opponent was not joking. Lin, without losing concentration, turned to the elder and asked if he had documents for the land, showing that he was ready to go all the way and was not going to give in. They were shocked by his confidence and determination, realizing that this dispute had reached a completely new level, and there was no room for compromise in it. Lin sat in his office at his massive desk, surrounded by walls decorated with various pieces of art and books. There was confidence in his eyes. He said that they were joking and he needed to return the documents to the land. He will talk to the fifth elder, and the lands of his family will not be divided, but a piece of land will be taken from each family and given to him. Lin bowed his head and asked with interest, was it just for fun that they wanted to beat him up? He was clearly upset, saying that the land document was the most valuable thing in his family. This is a legacy and he can't just take it away. There was concern in his voice. Lin paused to compose himself, then explained that he had placed a bet and lost it, and the lands now belonged to Lin. He tried to speak calmly. The guest became extremely angry and shouted that this was still his land. He began to reach for the documents with despair in his eyes, having lost control of himself. Lin used his strength to strike his arm. He acted quickly and decisively, making it clear that jokes were aside. A through hole appeared in the guest's hand. The pain was so intense that he couldn't help but scream in pain. Lin looked at him with cold calm and asked why he wanted to steal the documents. There was something inexplicably stern in his eyes. His wife and son, standing nearby, saw everything that happened. Seeing his wound, they were worried about their father. Their eyes were full of fear and worry. The guy squeezed out with difficulty that Lin was very cruel. But Lin replied that this was just a small punishment, and if they were not his relatives, they would have been dead long ago. His words were cold and emotionless. They no longer dared to say anything else to the strong Lin. Fear and respect for him left them speechless. He went into his house. She asked him what should they do. After all, the uncles and elders will definitely not agree to end the conflict, and they probably will not be able to take these lands. But Lin replied not to worry, because she is now the mistress of large lands. At that moment, an elder approached the house. He asked if dear Lin Que was at home. Lin's mother came out and looked at the elder with curiosity. She asked him what he wanted, a little wary of this unexpected visit. The elder replied that he just wanted to talk to Lin. Lin, hearing the elder's voice, left the house. He told his mother to prepare tea, adding respectfully that he would talk to his uncle. His words conveyed sincerity and a willingness to discuss important issues. The uncle said that he talked to everyone, and they decided that Lin could choose a plot of 100 mu from any of the territories of Lin's land, and the remaining lands should be returned, because people would be left without a livelihood. He asked his uncle, didn't he want to leave his family without a livelihood? His voice was full of accusation. The uncle slowly said that his clan wanted to compromise, but Lin was stubborn and greedy. He continued, talking about his family's connections, which were not small, and if the matter was brought to the authorities, he was afraid that Lin would have nothing left. His words were serious, but there was no malice in them. Lin asked with a grin if the elder was threatening him with this. He added that he would be able to protect his lands and would not allow anyone to take them away. The uncle was upset. He understood that Lin was acting in the interests of his family, but he could not understand his stubbornness. But after a pause, he said that the land documents belong to Lin, but there are no crops on these lands, and we need to wait for the harvest to ripen. Lin, in turn, replied that there was no problem, we'll wait. Meanwhile in the palace, they told their father that the fifth elder had learned that Lin did not agree to their terms, and they could return to this later. The father replied that these were their fields and they would not give them to him. But the guy said that they signed the bid. The father said that they could say that they were forced to do it, and the authorities will decide, and they can treat them with respect. 3 months later, it was the annual meeting of the Lin family. And according to customs, every family and every courtyard will pay a visit to the Lin family. And this meeting takes place not only to develop relationships with other families, but also to help their family understand the abilities of other clans. The guy, looking at Lin, stated with obvious dissatisfaction that everyone knows how to behave, only some do not know how to establish relationships, and it is precisely such people who can disgrace them all. His words were sharp and straightforward, and there was a sense of reproach directed at Lin. He didn't know where Lin learned to fight, and would he really dare to rebel? There was obvious provocation in his eyes, a desire to put Lin in his place. At this moment, the owner of the bread farm, Mr. Tianfin, arrived. His appearance brought an atmosphere of respect and expectation into the room. All eyes were fixed on him. This distinguished guest was the seventh elder. His presence evoked a feeling of importance of the moment. He came from so far away, but the Lin family's annual meeting was widely known, and he couldn't help but come. He thanked Mr. Xiu for his words, and with his characteristic majesty, asked to go to the backyard. Then people saw General Feng Fin and were eager to greet him. The air was filled with excitement and noise, the appearance of such a high-ranking personality intensifying the impression of this important event. A couple of minutes later, to everyone's excitement, the district judge of Luo County arrived. His presence added formality and gravity to the moment. Everyone present understood that discussions would now begin on issues affecting not only the Lin family, but the entire local community. At one of the recent celebrations, the district judge occupied a prominent place. His presence evoked awe and admiration among the common people, for no one could compare with his importance and position in society. People discussed and argued, not knowing the exact answer to the question of who might appear larger on this day than him. The elder, expressing deep reverence and respect, was truly glad to welcome such a great and respected person as the district judge to their modest but heartfelt celebration. In his eyes, it was a symbol of respect for their community. The judge, paying attention to some details, asked with curiosity and concern, "What happened to your father's hand, dear father?" The question sounded sincere, and there was a sense of concern for the old man's health. The guy answered calmly, but with some excitement, "I'll tell you about this later, dear judge, but now I need to go to the central hall and rest, because the day is not easy." His words were polite, but there was a hint of weariness in them. Whispers about Lina began to be heard among the guests of the holiday. People, looking at it, said with confidence that this time there would be an interesting and exciting show, especially because of the current situation with the division of land, which always causes lively discussions. One of the guys turned to Lin and told him that he shouldn't put himself so highly. But Lin, not wanting to enter into a meaningless conflict, remained silent, maintaining his dignity and calm. Another gentleman, dressed in expensive clothes, approached the crowd. His gaze was filled with confidence, and power was felt in his movements. One of those present asked, addressing the newcomer, "Who are you, dear sir?" The servant introduced him, saying with respect, "This was Mr. Duan, the head of the Eagle Gang from Linzhou. He came here specifically to visit Mr. Lin, and asks that you let him know about this." He spoke again, emphasizing the significance of his words. The head of the Eagle Gang from Lin Zhou, Master Duan, has arrived! Everyone should know about this important event. The people from the Lin family were surprised that he came, since they and his family did not have close ties. However, they heard that this Eagle Gang is very influential and has power in the region. Approaching Mr. Lin, Mr. Duan bent down to show his respects. Lin was surprised by this behavior, his eyes widening in surprise. Mr. Duan, holding an ornate box in his hands, said that a lot of property income had come into Lin's name, all of which were exchanged for banknotes. In total, 5 million vines came out, an impressive amount and rare even for a rich person. People were shocked by such a huge amount. Their faces expressed bewilderment and amazement, as if they could not believe what they heard. Every person at the celebration was truly surprised by this. Some were even speechless from such an unexpected turn of events. Lin, without losing his composure, asked to put the box aside. Mr. Duan listened to him, expressed his respects, and said that he was in a hurry to take his leave, since important matters awaited him. He was asked why. Having come such a long way from Lin Zhou, he had not met anyone at all and was leaving? Duan said that he did not need this. He came here from Mr. Lin. Seeing him was enough for him, and he needed to return to his duties. People were left in bewilderment, not understanding why the gang leader respected this guy so much that he was willing to travel such a distance to meet him. However, some believed that this was just a performance, an act of a carefully thought-out game, and that local authorities would still deal with it properly. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone present were drawn to the gate where the majestic Lord Ning emerged from. The looks were filled with surprise and admiration. An atmosphere of tension was felt in the air. People were stunned, almost in shock by this event. Lord Ning, a member of the royal family, could not go unnoticed. His presence added mysticism and grandeur to the whole picture. The elder and the district judge, realizing the seriousness of the moment, hastened to greet the Lord. Their faces were filled with respect and awe for such an important person. The judge, looking at the Lord in bewilderment, asked what could make him travel such a long distance and come to this remote corner of the world. The Lord, smiling and looking at Mr. Lin, stated that his only goal was to meet him. These words added mystery to the whole scene. The judge and the elder were amazed by this news, their faces expressing surprise and bewilderment. The elder, without hiding his bewilderment, asked how their insignificant family could have such powerful connections. How did this become possible? The gentleman was stunned. He absolutely did not understand how it could happen that Lord Ning himself came to see someone from his family. He had never heard that any of his relatives knew Lord Ning. The Lord approached Mr. Lin and said that he was very glad to see him. Lin politely asked the Lord not to be so formal and to treat him as an equal. This statement confused everyone present. After all, Lin Que, as it turned out, knew Lord Ning, and this was so unusual that people were shocked. Even the master, who knows his family best, was at a loss. How is this possible? How could his son know Lord Ning? Lord Ning, to celebrate Master Lin's return to his homeland, prepared a modest gift with care and respect. His eyes shone with joy and warmth. Among the people present, no one could believe that a member of the imperial family would actually respect a seemingly ordinary person among them. This contradicted all their ideas about the world. The same guy who had previously been insolent to Linya now realized with horror that he not only had money, but also connections with the imperial family. And such a powerful and respectable lord brought this young man a gift. These were 2 green rings, shimmering in the light and representing beauty and sophistication. The Lord explained with a smile that the Lord had seen everything in this world, so ordinary things would not surprise him. and this pair of jade bracelets, the symbol of the famous Clear Moon store, was found by him especially for this occasion. People were delighted with the quality of this gift. Their looks expressed admiration and shock, because it was truly a high-quality item. Lin respectfully accepted the gift, and his face lit up with a smile of gratitude. The Lord was clearly pleased with this reaction. Lin once again addressed the Lord with gratitude. His words were sincere and warm. The gentleman was still in a state of shock, and in his mind he could not understand why such a great man would come to him in person to give gifts. Only the members of the imperial family themselves deserved such treatment. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by a new event. District Chief Lin Zhou, another important person, arrived on the scene. The highest officials gathered at one of the main state meetings. An important bell rang in the hall, and the attendant announced, "Chief of Orchid Lin Zhou, Mr. Kong has arrived." This news instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The judge, upon learning this, was again surprised. His surprise was caused by the fact that once again a very great man, Mr. Kong, known for his power and authority, came to this building. The district chief, respected Mr. Que, was very happy to see his longtime friend and comrade, Mr. Lin. Lin's brother turned to him, saying with some hesitation that he was glad to welcome the district chief, but he did not understand why he had come such a long way here. He seemed not to notice his question and remained silent. With special attention, the district chief told Lin that his mother always remembers him and takes care of him. And when she heard that he had returned, she immediately asked him to visit Lin. However, his brother, with some confusion, told Mr. Kong that his younger brother did not have as high a status as him. And such a great man like him should not stand on ceremony with such a nonentity. But Mr. Que, with respect and firmness, reminded him that Lin was a true benefactor. He saved his mother, and he cannot neglect him. The brother was shocked, and did not understand how this was possible. Mr. Kong continued, saying that Mr. Lin is his honorable guest, and anyone who does not respect him, in fact, does not respect him. These words were spoken with great dignity. At this moment, the father practically lost consciousness and began to fall, shocked by new circumstances and unforeseen revelations. He realized that it seemed they could not save the lands, because Lin had great respect among everyone. Darkness and despair seized his soul. At this moment, Mr. Kong suddenly shouted to the elders that things had become extremely bad, because they were surrounded by a column of soldiers. Panic began to grip everyone present. The elders were afraid of this news. They were in complete bewilderment and fear, not understanding what had happened. One of the elders, with concern in his voice, asked Mr. Kong what the Lin family had done that required the attack by so many soldiers. But Mr. Que answered with incomprehension that he only asked the army to follow him. He was only accompanied by security. He invited everyone to come out and see what was happening, acting calmly and decisively. They went out into the street, where there was an atmosphere of uncertainty and anxiety. The air was tense and people's gazes were filled with fear. There, to their horror, stood a great many armed soldiers, lined up and ready for action. They looked dangerous and ready for anything. Lin, as the most important and authoritative person in this matter, came forward to clarify the situation. His action expressed confidence and determination. The colonel of the Red Feather Army, a courageous and expressive man, was happy to greet Mr. Lin. He approached him respectfully, expressing his gratitude and respect. The elders were shocked that even an army colonel came here. But this is one of the main forces of the imperial court. How did Lin become such an important and influential person? The elder understood that the gang of eagles had gathered here. Laurel Nian, district head of Lin Zhou, Red Feather Colonel. Many famous people, members of the imperial family, the imperial army, all in one place. He never thought that in their family there would be a person who would achieve so much. The elder was so shocked and pierced by the depth of what was happening that he burst into tears right on the spot. His tears were not a simple manifestation of grief or surprise. The surrounding people were in fear and bewilderment as they watched this guy, Lin, who happened to know so many great people. A lot of people really gathered at the scene. These are not just local residents, but also many noble guests and even soldiers. Everyone looked at Lin with admiration, awe and curiosity. The elder, calmer but still full of questions and feelings, slowly approached Lin. Lin, with firmness and confidence in his voice, said that if they came here to tell him something, then let them start talking. The elder, with trepidation in his voice, asked why these people treat him with such respect. What did he do to deserve such attention and respect? Lin replied calmly and confidently that he had not done anything special, he had simply shown them his strength. The elder, with surprise and even some disbelief, asked again. Force? What exactly do you mean? Lin replied that yes, the power of martial arts, not knowing whether they had heard of martial artists. The guy continued, saying that a martial artist is the highest rank that can be, and there are very few people in the world who have been able to achieve such a title.